Azure Mystic Holy Domain, encompassing 90,000 provinces. Azure Province, the Celestial Dragon Kingdom, one of 300 kingdoms. June 6 Dao. Chun Mingxi has been discovered to possess a 9th grade Azure with spirit physique and has been accepted into my Holy Martial Academy. To avoid impeding her cultivation and future prospects, we hereby dissolve her betrothal to your son, Jun Xie, effective immediately. Within the Grand Hall, His Majesty, King Jun 6 Dao, was not seated upon his throne. Instead, he stood within the hall. For, upon the throne sat a youth of approximately 20 years, exuding an effortless grace, yet with a sinister glint in his eyes. After casting a glance at King Jun 6 Dao, who stood in the hall, he spoke. His tone bore the weight of command. Gu Feng, His Highness, the Holy Son of the Holy Martial Academy, held a position of extraordinary eminence. Even His Majesty the King was compelled to treat him with utmost deference, solely because the Holy Martial Academy was exceedingly powerful, governing the 300 kingdoms of Azure Province, of which the Celestial Dragon Kingdom was but one. Your Highness' decree shall be obeyed with utmost reverence. Jun 6 Dao responded with a respectful tone, his heart filled with bitter amusement. The dignified king of the Celestial Dragon Kingdom was, at this moment, left with no choice but to bow his head before this youth. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward the exquisitely beautiful maiden standing beside Gu Feng. That maiden was none other than Chun Mingxi, who had arrived today to annul the engagement. Transmigration, rebirth, annulment of betrothal. Beside Jun 6 Dao stood a handsome and refined young man. However, his countenance shifted incessantly, as if he were unable to bear the reality of the broken engagement. He was none other than Jun Xie, the crown prince of the Celestial Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, Jun Kai's heart was filled with unparalleled shock. So he was a university student on Earth, endowed with striking good looks, who had captured the icy heart of the campus beauty. However, he fell victim to the adage that flaunting love hastens demise, as he met with an unfortunate accident and perished unexpectedly. To his astonishment, he found himself transported to a fantastical realm, reincarnated within the body of a youth sharing his name. Moreover, he encountered the most clicked of scenarios, a broken engagement. In the realm of literature, such narratives had long been overused. For the past 2 years, novels had ceased to rely on such melodramatic tropes, yet fate had conspired for him to experience precisely that. Where is my golden finger? He pondered. Where is the system? As he grappled with his astonishment, Jun Xie began to merge with the memories of his original self, coming to understand his current predicament. Having perused countless novels, he knew that a traveler typically possessed certain quintessential advantages. Surely, he too must have such provisions. Ding detection confirms successful reincarnation system, binding and activation in progress 1. 10:30. At this moment, a synthesized electronic voice resonated within his mind. His golden finger had arrived. Upon hearing this announcement, Jun Xie felt an unexpected calm wash over him. Yet, even amidst his composure, he remained profoundly astonished. The concept of transmigration was indeed real, and the golden finger system was equally authentic. It had all materialized in his life. Jun Xie, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Where is the marriage contract? Chun Mingxi approached him, exuding an air of haughty superiority as she coldly inquired. Before Jun Xie, she referred to herself as His Royal Highness, the future queen of the Tianlong Kingdom, and now, endowed with formidable talents, she elevated herself above all. Where her gaze fell upon Jun Xie, it resembled that of one observing mere ants. Nevertheless, Jun Xie paid her no heed. System binding activated successfully. First check-in reward. 100 trillion dragon energy, 9 dragons guardian, ancient sacred body, 10 consecutive realm ascensions. Points 100. The electronic synthesized voice of the system echoed once more. Upon hearing this, Jun Xie nearly leapt with excitement. The system was truly remarkable. Annul the engagement. How dare one even suggest such a thing? I have embarked upon the pinnacle of my existence from the very beginning. Here is the marriage contract, Jun Xie declared, lifting his gaze. His eyes were clear and tranquil, his expression devoid of emotion. As he spoke, he retrieved a scroll from his sleeve. This was the marriage contract. In truth, He had known 3 days prior that Chun Mengshi had been identified as possessing a ninth-grade spiritual body and had joined the Xingwu Academy. With such extraordinary talents, it was evident that their paths would diverge, making the annulment of the engagement inevitable. Thus, he had long been prepared that in the future, he stated, we shall not inhabit the same world. Do not think of me again. Chun Mengshi extended the marriage contract in her hand to Jun Xie, who, without hesitation, offered his own contract back to her. Chun Mengshi glanced at Jun Xie and, in a calm tone, spoke, her eyes filled with affection as they rested upon Gu Feng, seated upon the throne. Ha ha, she exclaimed, indeed, that we do not belong to the same world. Jun Xie heard Qin Meng's words and couldn't help but laugh. As for the reason, only the system knew. Having said that, he intended to leave, for he needed to properly embrace his golden finger. Stop. Upon encountering this holy sun, do you not kneel? However, Gu Feng's cold voice resonated. Chapter 2 The immense power of the Dragon Qi, 100 trillion strong, awakens the sacred martial academy of Qizhou, which governs 300 kingdoms. The esteemed holy prince occupies a position of unparalleled superiority. Even kings must show him utmost respect. As for others, they are compelled to kneel in reverence, including the crown prince and other royal offspring. Now, Gu Feng intends to put him in a difficult position. Only he knows the reason. For it is the appearance of Jun Xie that incites such envy. To ordinary folk, what purpose does a mere prince serve in being so extraordinarily handsome? Upon hearing Gu Feng's words, Jun Lu's expression shifted dramatically. Regardless of the circumstances, Jun Xie is his son, destined to inherit the heavenly dragon kingdom. The deliberate humiliation from the holy prince of the sacred martial academy weighs heavily on his heart and casts a shadow over Jun Xie's future. B. Post. Do you wish to merge the 100 trillion dragon Qi? Do you wish to merge the ancient sacred body? Do you wish to elevate your realm? At this moment, the system's voice echoed again, prompting Jun Xie. Merge. His expression remained calm, yet inside, he was brimming with excitement, nearly bursting with joy. In such a scenario, should he not merge and await humiliation instead? 100 trillion dragon Qi, merging, ancient sacred body, merging, realm, elevating. The electronic synthesized voice resonated in Jun Xie's ears like a heavenly melody. He felt invigorated. There would be a reckoning. With the system at his disposal, he was poised to ascend to the pinnacle of life, having narrowly avoided being trampled. Fortunately, the system had issued the early warning. Now was the time to retaliate. Kneel? What are you to demand such a thing? Get down from there. Jun Xie cast his gaze upon Gu Feng seated upon the throne, a mere holy prince. In the kingdom of Tianlong, one exerts formidable power while seated upon the royal throne. As he speaks, an overwhelming and terrifying aura emanates from Jun Xie, erupting with a resounding force. With a single step, a cataclysmic might radiates from him, followed by a blinding light that ascends to the heavens, obliterating the grand hall in its wake. The brilliance soars into the sky, transforming the once clear expanse above Tianlong City into a tapestry of colorful clouds, illuminated by myriad rays of light. An endless cascade of radiance converges upon Jun Xie, awakening a trillion draconic energies. At this moment, centered around Jun Xie, a cataclysmic draconic aura envelopes a radius of 100 miles, subduing all citizens of the royal city, whether ordinary folk or formidable warriors, beneath its overwhelming force. With a thunderous sound, Jun Xie takes a second step, activating the ancient sacred body. Instantly, the void within a 10,000-mile radius quakes, as celestial might descends, manifesting an array of astonishing phenomena. The air resonates with the roars of dragons and the cries of phoenixes, leaving the kingdom's inhabitants in awe and sending ripples throughout the entirety of Qizhou. The ancient sacred body. The ancient sacred body. The ancient sacred body. Countless hidden powerhouses, separated by millions of miles, perceive the emergence of the ancient sacred body within the kingdom of Tianlong, their astonishment palpable. It is widely known that the ancient sacred body stands as the foremost existence among the 3,000 sacred bodies. With a resounding boom, radiant light pierces the heavens from within the grand hall, and extraordinary draconic energies suppress the expanse of millions of miles. Jun Xie hovers in midair, enveloped by the ethereal visages of 9 divine dragons. This spectacle is nothing short of breathtaking. Draconic energy, sacred body, divine dragon protection. In the grand hall of devastation, Gu Feng and Jun Lu Dao were taken aback, their expressions shifting rapidly, while Chen Mingxi appeared utterly dazed. Suddenly, with a soft gasp, Gu Feng was directly suppressed by the overwhelming presence of 100 trillion dragon energies, spitting blood forth. He too was a holy body, yet the weakest among them. In the presence of Jun Qi, he was rendered insignificant. With a thunderous roar, the celestial might surged. At that moment, Jun Qi's cultivation level escalated wildly, advancing through the 8th, 9th, and into the 10th stages of body refinement. At merely 15 years of age, after a decade of arduous training, he had only reached the 7th stage of body refinement, yet now he soared. This was merely the beginning. For a tenfold ascension entails the elevation of 10 realms. He progressed through the levels of the Wheel C, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and finally to the 7th level. Ultimately, with all 10 realms ascended, Jun Qi achieved the 7th level of the Wheel C. In the Tianxian sacred domain, the martial arts hierarchy comprises 9 realms: body refinement, Wheel C, Yuan Mansion, Dao Palace, Dongshu, Venerable, for extremes, Celestial Platform, and entry into sanctity. In an instant, Jun Qi's cultivation soared from the 7th stage of body refinement to the 7th level of the Wheel C. The sight left Gu Feng, who was subdued and kneeling, utterly astonished. Jun Lu Dao was equally taken aback, yet a thrill of excitement coursed through him. The 100 trillion dragon energies had fused completely, and the ancient holy body had merged flawlessly. The tenfold elevation was complete. However, the celestial phenomenon over the Tianlong royal city did not dissipate. Billions of rays of light illuminated the city, rendering it breathtakingly beautiful, akin to an ethereal realm. Within the palace, who could have triggered such a phenomenon? Could it be that someone was breaking through to the venerable realm? This is not merely a breakthrough. It is a celestial phenomenon, heralding the emergence of an extraordinary sacred body. Such a terrifying sacred body. What manner of sacred body is this? In the Dragon King city, countless individuals are filled with curiosity, yet no one possesses the knowledge of what has provoked such an anomaly. How splendid! Jun Ludao gazes at Jun Qi, overwhelmed with excitement, more exhilarated than if he himself had become a sacred body. The Holy Prince? Humph. Jun Qi's expression remains indifferent and icy as he casts his gaze upon Gu Feng, who lies on the ground like a dead dog. Where has his previous arrogance vanished? The Holy Prince of the Sacred Martial Academy is now reduced to this state. What do you intend to do? I am the Holy Prince of the Sacred Martial Academy. A Holy Prince must not be humiliated. Gu Feng is gripped by profound fear. Although his cultivation realm surpasses that of Jun Qi by a considerable margin, in the presence of Jun Qi's sacred body and formidable aura, he can only grovel like a dog on the ground, while 9 divine dragons swirl around Jun Qi. A Holy Prince must not be humiliated, but can he be slain? Jun Qi replies coolly, his gaze turning frigid. In that moment, a protective divine dragon roars and descends upon Gu Feng. With a resounding dragon's roar, the Holy Prince of the Sacred Martial Academy, Gu Feng, is transformed into a mist of blood. Jun Ludao attempts to intervene, for Gu Feng is, after all, the Holy Prince of the Sacred Martial Academy. To kill Gu Feng would complicate matters with the Academy. Yet, he is too late. He did not anticipate Jun Qi's decisiveness. There was not a hint of hesitation in his act of slaying a Holy Prince. It is of no consequence, Jun Qi proclaims. With his current talents, it is evident that the Sacred Martial Academy is not foolish enough to overlook the obvious choice. After all, Gu Feng's aptitude pales in comparison to that of Jun Qi. He is indeed a prodigy. I shall not dwell on you. Let us part ways, Jun Qi remarked, casting a glance at Chen Mengxi, a faint smile gracing his lips. Having said this, he departed the grand hall, making his way toward the eastern palace. Qi. Chen Mengxi awoke from her reverie, her intelligence not allowing her to remain oblivious to the implications of the events that had transpired. In an instant, regret washed over her, a deep sense of remorse enveloping her being. She could scarcely fathom that Jun Qi would prove to be such an extraordinary talent, rendering the Sacred Martial Academy's holy son, Gu Feng, utterly insignificant in his presence. How could she have been so foolish as to forsake the substantial for the trivial? At the Sacred Martial Academy, Gu Feng's life pearl shattered, symbolizing his downfall. This occurrence left the higher-ups in a state of astonishment. Concurrently, news of the celestial phenomena in the Dragon Kingdom began to circulate, revealing the emergence of a prodigious ancient holy body. Soon, word reached them that Jun Qi, the prince of the Dragon Kingdom, had activated the ancient holy body, enveloped in dragon aura, his defenses bolstered by 9 dragons, ascending 10 realms in succession. A true prodigy. Indeed, the ancient holy body. The surrounding expanse was suffused with dragon energy. 9 dragons guarding him. A 10-fold elevation in his realm, truly astonishing. In a whirlwind, the higher echelons of the Sacred Martial Academy were left in a state of shock, their discussions fervent. However, another piece of news soon emerged. Jun Xie had obliterated the holy son of the Sacred Martial Academy, Gu Feng. This revelation left all the higher-ups in utter disbelief, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty, unsure of how to proceed. The son must not be dishonored. Yet, the prince of the kingdom, Jun Xie, has audaciously obliterated the son. Chapter 4. The Sacred Martial Academy, the Master. Boom. Just as countless high-ranking officials found themselves at a loss, an unparalleled pressure descended upon the Sacred Martial Academy's forbidden grounds. Subsequently, the master of the academy proclaimed Jun Xie as the divine son of the Sacred Martial Academy. The frigid voice seemed to transcend time and space, echoing from the ancient past, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Master! Master! The entire Sacred Martial Mountain range stretched for thousands of miles. In that moment, the million-strong warriors of the Sacred Martial Academy and the 90 million disciples felt the overwhelming, unparalleled pressure, compelling everyone to kneel, their faces adorned with reverence. For the legendary master, who had been thought to be a myth, was indeed alive and had emerged at this critical juncture. The master of the Sacred Martial Academy, a figure of mythic stature, had not manifested for countless millennia, with many unaware of the master's existence, some believing the academy to be without a master, or that the master had long since transcended. The divine son has been appointed, in accordance with the master's decree. The high-ranking officials of the Sacred Martial Academy were astounded upon hearing the master's words. It is known that the academy boasts 1 million powerful warriors, 90 million disciples, and over 100 divine sons and daughters. However, there has been no divine son for countless ages. And now the master personally appeared to appoint the prince of the heavenly dragon kingdom, Jun Xie, as the divine son. I, the master, shall personally instruct him. You, ensure that he is brought back to the academy unharmed. That frigid voice resonated once more, emanating supreme authority, overwhelming like heavenly might. We shall obey the master's command. All high-ranking officials must comply. Even the exalted 9 vice-masters are no exception. The kingdom of Tianlong is in an uproar. For the news that Prince Jun Xie has been declared the Son of God by the Sacred Martial Academy has spread throughout Qingzhou. In an instant, the entire kingdom is astonished and rejoicing, more boisterous than the grandest celebrations in the kingdom of Tianlong itself. It is important to note that all 300 kingdoms are subsidiaries of the Sacred Martial Academy. With the Prince of Tianlong now elevated to the status of Son of God, the kingdom's position in Qizhou is unparalleled. Who would dare to provoke the motherland of the Son of God? Simultaneously, they are aware that the astonishing phenomenon witnessed in the royal city is the result of the prince unlocking his extraordinary holy body. That breathtaking spectacle has left an indelible impression on the minds of countless individuals. It was truly magnificent. However, the protagonist who has stirred Qizhou, Jun Xie, is presently alone in the East Palace, seated in his chamber, with his eyes gently closed and a faint smile adorning his face. Today has been extraordinary. Even now, he wonders if all this is merely a dream, transmigration, rebirth, a system, elements he had only encountered in novels. He never imagined that he would experience them all firsthand. Falling upon himself, the ancient holy body, an unfathomable amount of dragon energy, the protection of 9 dragons, and a 10-fold increase in rank. System, please introduce yourself. He communicates with the system through his thoughts. Do not question how he is able to converse with the system. Those familiar with system novels will understand. This system is currently a sign-in system. However, it does not require constant sign-ins for trivial matters. Rather, it refreshes upon encountering powerful dungeons or locations, allowing one to obtain wondrous items upon signing in. Certainly, the host also has the opportunity to trigger random rewards, resonated the electronic synthesized voice in Jun Xie's mind. Apart from that, are there any other functions? Jun Xie inquired. In truth, this sign-in system was already quite remarkable. A single sign-in had propelled him to the pinnacle of his life. Moreover, he was not fond of systems that required daily sign-ins to accumulate a plethora of worthless items. This system has several auxiliary functions. The host can explore them gradually. The system responded to Jun Xie. However, it did not specify what those functions were. At that moment, a virtual screen appeared in Jun Xie's mind, measuring 1 meter in size, reminiscent of something from a science fiction film. Chapter 5. A single person ascends, and all beasts rise with him. Displayed on the virtual screen was Jun Chiye's information. Host, Jun Chiye. Age, 15 years. Identity, Crown Prince of the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom. Talent, Primordial Sacred Body Aura, 100 trillion Dragon Chi. 9 dragons guarding the body. Cultivation level, 7th layer of the Wheel Sea Realm. Appearance, 95 points. Cultivation technique, Blue Flame technique. Trash, martial skills, none. Wealth, none. Treasures, none. Points, 100. The information was simple and clear. It bore a resemblance to the game panels from his previous life, akin to a computer interface. Everything was perfect. However, the cultivation technique section caught Jun Chiye's eye. It was too glaring. Why was a perfectly good technique tarnished with the label trash? Even if the system deemed it unworthy, it should not be presented in such a manner. It was essential to understand. The Azure Flame technique is indeed among the finest martial arts of the Heavenly Dragon royal family. In Qingzhou, martial arts techniques, treasures, and rare resources are exceedingly precious. Thus, acquiring a formidable martial art or technique is an arduous endeavor. On that day, the Sacred Martial Academy, accompanied by the 8 elders, 2 supreme elders, and 2 vice paladins, utilized a teleportation array to traverse countless miles and arrived at the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom, proceeding to the royal palace to proclaim the edict of the Academy's master. The decree declared that the Prince of the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom, Jun Chiye, with his extraordinary talent, was to be honored as the divine son of the Sacred Martial Academy. All individuals beneath the rank of revered must pay their respects upon encountering the divine son. Furthermore, the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom was elevated to the status of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, exempting it from the obligation to pay homage and tribute to the Sacred Palace. This decree spread throughout the Heavenly Dragon Royal Palace, resonating across the entire Heavenly Dragon City and swiftly extending throughout Qingzhou. The status of the Divine Son is unparalleled. All beneath the revered rank must show deference. However, in Qingzhou, there are no revered figures aside from the Supreme Elders and Vice Paladins of the Sacred Martial Academy. Thus, it follows that anyone other than these esteemed individuals must extend profound respect upon encountering the Divine Son. The Heavenly Dragon Kingdom has transformed into an empire. The ascension of one individual brings glory to the entire realm. At long last, the Sacred Martial Academy has produced a Divine Son, the first in 100,000 years. The excitement is palpable, and shockwaves ripple through the populace. In an instant, Jun Chiye has become the subject of countless discussions, sparking envy among many. Naturally, the Grand Teacher's estate of the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom, specifically the Qin family, has also gained considerable notoriety. In the Qin family, a prodigious talent possessing a 9th-rank spiritual body has emerged, joining the Sacred Martial Academy. This extraordinary woman is none other than the betrothed of Prince Jun Chiye of the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom. However, to everyone's astonishment, she detected her own extraordinary aptitude and chose to break off the engagement. It was only after this decision that she discovered Jun Chiye possessed an unparalleled talent and had ascended to the status of the Academy's chosen one. Chun Mingxi became the subject of ridicule, as many pondered her current thoughts. Had she not annulled the engagement, she would now be the fiancée of the esteemed chosen one of the Sacred Martial Academy, destined to surpass all in Qizhou. You must take good care of yourself at the Academy. The following day, Jun Chiye prepared to depart the Heavenly Dragon Empire for the Sacred Martial Academy. The Empress Ye Shi, known as Ye Lan, Jun Chiye's mother, gazed at him with a reluctant expression, continuously offering her admonitions. "Mother, I shall take care of myself," he affirmed with a nod. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, but now, having traversed to this realm where his parents were alive, he felt no sense of rejection. Rather, warmth enveloped his heart. After their exchange, he made his way toward a colossal flying beast. Once seated upon it, the creature spread its wings and soared into the clouds, heading toward the horizon. Accompanying him were 8 esteemed elders, 2 venerable grand elders, and 2 vice principals. This grand procession left many in astonishment, for each elder of the Sacred Martial Academy held a status that rivaled that of a king. The presence of the grand elders and vice principals was beyond description. Now, with 8 elders, 2 grand elders, and 2 vice principals personally arriving to welcome Jun Chiye, the spectacle was nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 6. He has arrived. Qizhou, one of the 90,000 territories of the Tianxin Sacred Domain, is dominated by the Sacred Martial Academy, which governs 300 kingdoms and 1,000,000 familial sects, commanding countless trillions of sentient beings. Within its own halls, There are nearly 1 million formidable warriors and 30 million disciples. The exact age of the Sacred Martial Academy remains a mystery. It feels as though it has existed since the very emergence of Qizhou itself. For 10,000 years, the formidable Sacred Martial Academy has been without a divine son. Yet today, countless prodigies and mighty figures from the Academy gather before its gates to pay homage to one individual, His Highness, the divine son of the Sacred Martial Academy, Junqiya. After a millennium, the Sacred Martial Academy finally has a divine son. Is there not a stipulation that to become a divine son, one must connect with the ancient Jintian Tower and the 9 calamity sacred weapons? This divine son has been appointed by the Academy Master. It is likely that few will submit to this decree. Particularly among those who once held the title of Holy Son, their discontent is palpable. Who would dare defy the Academy Master? Speak not of such things, lest one find themselves unaware of their own demise. While countless individuals pay tribute to the divine son, many prodigies harbor feelings of resentment, convinced that they are not inferior to this new divine son. After all, none have truly witnessed the extent of Junqiya's power. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of dragon-like destruction surged through the void, pressing down upon the Sacred Martial Academy like a great mountain. This overwhelming force enveloped 100 miles, reminiscent of celestial might descending upon the earth. In that moment, numerous prodigies and strong figures felt the weight of an immense pressure upon them. Then, a colossal flying beast appeared, soaring towards the Sacred Martial Academy. Upon its back stood a strikingly handsome young man, exuding an air of elegance and power. The youth appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age, exuding an effortless elegance. His countenance resembled that of a celestial being, captivating countless proud women and causing their hearts to flutter and their pulses to quicken. He had arrived. The divine scion had come. Upon witnessing this scene, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, acknowledging the arrival of the new divine offspring. Those who once dared to challenge Junqiya fell silent, for the sheer aura of dragon energy emanating from him quelled even the mightiest of warriors and prodigies. Just this display was sufficient to send tremors through the hearts of many. With the amalgamation of countless dragon energies, he was enveloped by the protection of 9 dragons, radiating an overwhelming power. Even when confronted by adversaries 2 realms above him, their oppressive might could not shake his composure. In close proximity to the youth, several figures materialized. The sight of these individuals left onlookers in utter disbelief, for they were elders, esteemed grand elders, and vice princes, none of whom had anticipated such a grandiose reception for the new divine scion. This spectacle was unprecedented in Qingzhou. Bow to His Highness, the scion. Bow to His Highness, the scion. Bow to His Highness, the scion. As Junqiya descended upon the Sacred Martial Academy astride a flying beast, all the warriors and disciples bowed in deference, performing 3 profound bows, a gesture of respect rivaling that of a master-apprentice homage. Once the bows were completed, a profound silence ensued. Rise. Junqiya gestured with a single hand, his demeanor as calm as tranquil waters, exuding an ethereal grace that set him apart from the mundane. Boom. The Sacred Martial Academy's forbidden ground, the Sacred Martial Hall, loomed 1,000 feet above the ground. A staircase of white jade, comprising 9,000 steps, connected the Sacred Martial Hall to the earth below. At that moment, a ribbon of vibrant silk tore through the air, hovering before Junqiya. Please allow the divine child to enter the Hall of Sacred Martial Arts. Upon seeing the enchanting Kai Ling, the Grand Elder felt an overwhelming shock. The palace mistress wished to meet Junqiya. Consequently, he promptly alerted Junqiya, who nodded in acknowledgement. With a single step, he vanished, only to reappear atop Kai Ling, who seemed to traverse the fabric of time and space, soaring towards the Hall of Sacred Martial Arts nestled among the ethereal clouds. In the blink of an eye, both Kai Ling and Junqiya had vanished from sight. Chapter 7. Hall of Sacred Martial Arts. The exquisite palace mistress, the Hall of Sacred Martial Arts, situated within the Sacred Martial Academy, is revered as both a sanctuary and a forbidden place. For countless millennia, no soul has dared to step even a half-pace into the hall. It stands as a mythical realm, admired by all the formidable beings and disciples of the Sacred Martial Academy. Junqiya felt a profound sense of awe, accompanied by an insatiable curiosity. The Hall of Sacred Martial Arts is not merely a hallowed ground of the Academy. It embodies the pinnacle of supremacy in the entirety of Qingzhou, akin to the unparalleled throne of a kingdom. Soon, a majestic palace emerged within his sight. The edifice resembled a celestial palace, suffused with ethereal energy and adorned with drifting rosy clouds, truly breathtaking. In a moment of reverie, he found himself standing in the small plaza before the Hall of Sacred Martial Arts. Suddenly, he sensed a chilling gaze that snapped him back to reality. Not far away, a stunning woman was observing him. She appeared to be in her 20s, her exquisitely beautiful face evoking a tremor in his heart. Clad in sky blue gauze, her figure was nothing short of divine, exuding an air of aloofness akin to a celestial maiden from the heavens. At that moment, the woman was also scrutinizing him. Her expression neutral, devoid of joy or sorrow, and exhibiting no emotional fluctuations. She was undeniably beautiful, yet her demeanor was far too frigid. Such was the sentiment lingering in Jun Qi's heart. In the future, I shall guide you, she declared. The woman spoke coldly. Disciple, Jun Qi. Pay your respects to the palace master. Jun Qi bowed deeply, his heart shaken. This enchanting goddess was, in fact, the palace master of the Sacred Martial Academy. A legendary figure throughout Qingzhou. You shall reside in the Eastern Palace. Those who have not attained the Yuanfu realm are forbidden from leaving the Sacred Martial Hall. Henceforth, the Sacred Martial Academy shall provide you with techniques, martial skills, and various resources. Should you encounter any issues in your cultivation, you may approach me for guidance, and I shall instruct you at the designated times. The palace master's words were as frigid as ever, akin to an iceberg that had never thawed. Indeed, her voice was even more tranquil than the system's notifications, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. I shall diligently adhere to the palace master's teachings, Jun Qi replied. After the palace master departed, he made his way towards the Eastern Palace. The Sacred Martial Hall was vast, with the Eastern Palace comprising 4 independent palaces. Upon entering, he found it exceedingly luxurious, suffused with an abundance of spiritual energy, akin to dense mist. Each breath was filled with vitality. To cultivate in such an environment was to advance by leaps and bounds. Ding. Checked in at the Sacred Martial Hall, triggering random rewards. 9 Tripod Town God Power 1. Realm Ascension Pills 3, points 50. As Jun Qi stepped into the palace, preparing to survey his surroundings, the system notification chimed, announcing the triggering of random rewards. What? One can check in here and receive powerful martial skills as rewards, along with Realm Ascension Pills? This means I can elevate 3 realms without any cultivation effort. Using these 3 pills would directly bring me to the Yuanfu realm. What level is the 9 Tripod Town God Power? Jun Qi inquired. In the town of Jiuding, the divine force is of celestial grade. The hierarchy of martial arts encompasses various levels: Xian, Earth, Heaven, Spirit, Celestial, Sacred, and Divine. The system provided a response and supplemented some fundamental knowledge regarding cultivation. In truth, Jun Qi had already assimilated the memories of the original owner and possessed a foundational understanding of cultivation. However, due to a lack of innate talent, he had only achieved the 7th stage of body refinement after a decade of arduous training. Now endowed with the ancient sacred body, his progress was rapid. With hopes of reaching the Yuanfu realm within 10 days. With his consciousness withdrawn, he began to survey the East Palace, as he would be residing there for his cultivation. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Breaking through to the Yuanfu realm in just 10 days was within reach. The 3 realm-enhancing pills would remain effective for that duration, and he chose to refrain from utilizing them for the moment, eager to witness the pace of his own cultivation, especially considering his ancient sacred body. Concurrently, he aspired to master the Jiuding Town divine force. As time passed, the topic of the crown prince of the Tianlong Empire becoming the son of the Sacred Martial Academy did not diminish. The sensation it caused was simply too great. The Sacred Martial Academy was equally intrigued about this esteemed son, as few had actually encountered Jun Qi yet. Even those exceptional talents and formidable individuals who had been present to welcome him could not discern his true essence, as they were too distant to appreciate his remarkable beauty. On this particular day, the Sacred Martial Hall resonated with 3 resounding thuds, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. This sudden disturbance piqued the curiosity of countless onlookers. A breakthrough had occurred, the sun had ascended. But what was the cause of the 3 distinct sounds? Is it the aftermath? It is said that before His Highness the Son of God activated the ancient sacred body, he was merely at the 7th stage of body refinement. Yet, at the moment he awakened the ancient sacred body, his realm ascended 10 levels in one fell swoop, reaching the 7th level of the Wheel C realm. Could it be that His Highness has consecutively broken through 3 realms? Indeed, it appears so. The aura he exudes indicates he has attained the Yuanfu realm. Astonishing, truly astonishing. Cultivation seems as effortless as drinking water. Countless prodigies and formidable figures sensed the fluctuations in his aura, each filled with curiosity and bewilderment, ultimately culminating in sheer astonishment. For they were certain that Jun Qiye had consecutively broken through 3 realms, achieving the Yuanfu realm. Boom! Just as the multitude stood in shock, a tremendous commotion erupted in the sky. A 4-fold ascent. The 2nd level of the Yuanfu realm. The Son of God is truly a prodigy. By this merit alone, I am in awe. I am unfit for cultivation. Discussion swirled around, astonished by the 3-fold ascent. Having underestimated Jun Qiye, none could have anticipated his 4-fold ascent. In the span of 10 days, he had merged the 9-tripod divine strength and subsequently embarked on his cultivation. With the innate talent of the ancient sacred body and the rich, pure spiritual energy of the holy martial hall, cultivation became as effortless as quenching one's thirst. By the 9th day, he had broken through to the 8th level of the Wheel C realm. Seizing the opportunity upon his breakthrough, he consumed 3 realm elevation pills. Now, Jun Qiye has reached the 2nd level of the Yuanfu realm. As the palace master stepped out of the eastern hall, he happened to encounter the palace master. Jun Qiye bowed respectfully in greeting, wondering if the palace master sought him for a matter of importance. You should try the Eternal Suppression Tower. There are still the 9 calamity sacred weapons, the palace master spoke coldly. In the Sacred Martial Academy, to ascend to the status of a divine son, one must fulfill 3 paramount conditions: the sacred body, the sacred tower, and the sacred weapons. The sacred body represents innate talent, necessitating an individual to possess a sacred body. The sacred tower refers to the Eternal Suppression Tower, which throughout history has seen the highest achievement of reaching the 22nd level. However, for nearly 100,000 years, no one has attained the 22nd level. The best result stands at the 16th level. To pass the 2nd condition, one need only reach the 20th level. The 3rd condition, the sacred weapons, pertains to the 9 calamity sacred weapons, the prized treasures of the Sacred Martial Academy. Much like the Suppression Tower, for countless millennia, the best outcome has been the communication with 4 sacred weapons, leaving a considerable gap to the 9 required. The rule states that communicating with 6 sacred weapons suffices to fulfill the 3rd condition. Nevertheless, for 100 millennia, the Academy has seen no divine son. Yet, Jun Qiye, apart from being the eternal ancient sacred body, has not attempted to communicate with the Eternal Suppression Tower or the 9 calamity sacred weapons. Yet the palace master has nonetheless proclaimed him as the divine son, inciting quiet discontent among many. The disciples understood, and Jun Qiye paid his respects as he approached the 9,000 steps of white jade. He was aware that although he was the divine son, the designation felt somewhat forced, for he had been appointed as such by the palace master rather than through the trials of the Eternal Suppression Tower and the 9 calamity sacred weapons. Chapter 9. Signing in at the Eternal Suppression Tower. The Eternal Suppression Tower and the 9 calamity sacred weapons serve as the treasured relics of the Sacred Martial Academy. For countless ages, no one has passed the trials of the tower and the weapons to become a divine son, and gradually, the Eternal Suppression Tower and the 9 calamity sacred weapons have evolved into instruments for assessing exceptional talent. On this day, it is once again the day of the annual Wan Gu Town's Heavenly Tower and the 9 calamity sacred weapons opening. In an instant, countless prodigies from various sacred palaces flocked to commune with the Heavenly Tower and the sacred weapons. Even the elite sons and daughters from other kingdoms and sects in Qingzhou, as well as prominent families, have earned the privilege to partake in this communion. At this moment, before the Heavenly Tower in Wangu Town, throngs of people gathered, creating a vibrant and bustling atmosphere. The 6th level is exceedingly challenging, while the 16th level remains a record from millennia ago. Currently, the highest achievement stands at the 13th level. One wonders how many levels the Divine Prince shall reach. The Divine Prince has yet to commune with the Heavenly Tower. The 33rd tier of the Heavenly Tower has yet to witness anyone attain the pinnacle. Otherwise, throughout history, the best record has only been 22 levels. A significant distance from the summit. I have only reached the 7th level. Countless individuals, after their communion with the Wan Gu Town's Heavenly Tower, could only bitterly smile and shake their heads. Before their arrival, they were filled with fervor and ambition to reach the pinnacle, but upon assessment, they realized how harsh reality can be. At that moment, a subtle sound of footsteps echoed, and although the sound was faint, it carried an immense presence that left many in awe. They could not help but turn their gazes toward the source of the sound. There, on the 9,000 steps, a youth clad in dark garments descended with deliberate grace. The boy appeared as though he were a celestial being, possessing an ethereal aura. with his hands clasped behind his back. Each step he took was steady and unwavering, evoking the impression of a war god descending to the mortal realm. Who is he? Such a handsome young man, such an exquisite temperament. It is uncertain how many women would be captivated by him. Hush, do not speak carelessly. The place above is the sacred ground of the Sacred Martial Academy, a forbidden zone known as the Sacred Martial Hall, where only the Son of God is deemed worthy to reside. In other words, he is the son of the Sacred Martial Academy. The son. His Highness the Son. Countless individuals were awestruck by the youth's striking beauty and charisma, yet they remained oblivious to his identity. Ultimately, it was the pride of the Sacred Martial Academy who revealed the identity of the young man. Upon learning his identity, a wave of shock and awe swept through the crowd, their gazes filled with respect and curiosity. As he descended the 9,000 steps, Jun Xie advanced step by step under the scrutiny of countless eyes. Soon, he reached the very bottom of the stairs. We pay our respects to His Highness the Sun. We pay our respects to His Highness the Sun. We pay our respects to His Highness the Sun. The entire assembly bowed deeply, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. In Qishou, a single word from the sun could obliterate a kingdom. Before him, they were but mere dust. Witnessing the multitude bowing, Jun Xie waved his hand nonchalantly, choosing silence as he made his way directly towards the heavenly tower of Wangu Town. Instantly, everyone parted to create a path for him. While the prodigies and geniuses within the heavenly tower of Wangu Town hastily vacated the premises. How handsome, how captivating. The sun is extraordinarily refined. My heart flutters, but alas, he is His Highness the Sun. His Highness is also on his way to engage with the heavenly tower of Wangu Town. How exhilarating. Let us hope he does not disgrace himself. I wonder how many levels His Highness will reach. Surely at least 10 amidst the astonished and curious gazes of the multitude. Jun Xie stood before the towering heavenly tower of Wangu Town, gazing up at its spire that pierced the clouds. A sense of anticipation welled within him, mingled with a hint of anxiety. After all, he was the esteemed Son of God, and he must not disgrace himself. Ding. Sign-in location refreshed, Wangu Town Heavenly Tower. Reward, Soul Heaven Pearl, Divine Thought Level 66, points 100. Just as Jun Xie prepared to commune with the Heavenly Tower, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Another sign-in. A surge of joy filled him. The name itself hinted at rewards related to divine thought. What is divine thought? Those familiar with novels would know it is an incredibly mysterious and formidable profession, an absolute nemesis to martial artists, capable of effortlessly dispatching foes of the same level, killing without a trace. At times, the efficacy of divine thought surpasses mere combat. Jun Xie was nearly at a loss for words, excitement bubbling within him. To think he could sign in for this. The system is truly remarkable. Chapter 10, the pinnacle of 33 levels. Yet, he was uncertain whether the acquired rewards would aid in communicating with the heavenly tower. A wave of anticipation washed over him. Please do not let me embarrass myself. I am, after all, a son of God. Ding. Host notification, Wangu Town Heavenly Tower, Trial of Divine Thought. Does the host wish to merge the Soul Heaven Pearl and accept divine thought? The system prompted Jun Xie, and at that moment, he nearly erupted in expletives. For goodness sake, at this juncture, is there even a choice but to merge? Enough with the trivialities. Merge. Jun Xie communicated his thoughts with the system, extending his hand slowly toward the heavenly tower of Wangu Town. Boom, boom, boom. As his palm made contact with the tower, a momentous energy surged forth. The Soul Pearl is undergoing a profound fusion, while the divine consciousness is experiencing an extraordinary enhancement. Suddenly, the ancient town's sky tower erupted with an unparalleled radiance, spreading from the first level upward, reminiscent of the moment an entire city is illuminated. Indeed, when the ancient town's sky tower tests one's divine consciousness aptitude, the higher the talent, the more levels it illuminates. This tower consists of 33 levels, yet throughout countless millennia, the highest achievement recorded has been the illumination of 22 levels. In recent years, the pinnacle has only reached 13 levels. With the explosive sound and the roar of thunder, the ancient town's sky tower instantly illuminated 10 levels. And it continued to ascend rapidly. This spectacle left all onlookers in awe, their thoughts echoing. The divine air is indeed extraordinary, illuminating 10 levels in an instant. The grandeur was far from over. The void was now ablaze with brilliance, a myriad of radiant hues painting the sky above the Sacred Martial Academy. A breathtaking scene unfolded, filled with countless anomalies. Meanwhile, Jun Xie, with his eyes gently closed, underwent a transformation in his aura, enveloped in a wondrous array of colorful light. What is happening? Anomalies in nature. In the direction of the ancient town's sky tower. Such terrifying celestial might. The ancient town's sky tower has illuminated 18 levels. Good heavens. We must investigate what transpired. At the Sacred Martial Academy, countless prodigies and powerful beings were utterly astonished by this event. The talented individuals near the ancient town's sky tower were especially dumbfounded. Soul Pearl fusion complete. Divine consciousness enhancement complete. At an unknown moment, the system's voice resonated once more. In Jun Xie's mind, a wondrous celestial pearl spun gracefully, emanating unparalleled divine consciousness that safeguarded his sea of awareness and soul. Simultaneously, his own divine essence surged with formidable power. 66th rank. It is noteworthy that an ordinary individual possesses only 1 or 2 ranks of divine consciousness. While martial artists with robust souls attain a 10th rank, often referred to as awareness or intention, yet fundamentally, it is still divine consciousness, merely differing in nomenclature. Divine consciousness corresponds to martial arts. A 10th rank is akin to a 10th rank in body refinement, while a 20th rank parallels the 10th layer of the wheel C. Thus, at this moment, Jun Xie's divine consciousness could be likened to that of a revered master. One can only imagine the terror it embodies. Furthermore, at the same rank, a divine consciousness practitioner can effortlessly vanquish martial artists of the same tier, even those several realms above. However, at this juncture, Jun Xie refrained from unleashing a powerful divine attack. Otherwise, he could have dispatched a revered master with ease. Boom, boom. On the ancient tower that suppresses the heavens, an extraordinary radiance rapidly ascended, illuminating the 30 layers, shattering historical records. Only 3 layers remained to reach the pinnacle of 33. Across the sky, for miles, the brilliance radiated, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. The entire Sacred Martial Academy was adorned in exquisite beauty, captivating all disciples and powerful beings, leaving them in a state of astonished reverie as they gazed at the void in the ancient tower. Boom. 31 layers. Boom. 32 layers. Boom. 33 layers. At last, that magnificent light reached the summit of 33 layers, at which moment a resplendent 7-colored aurora erupted like fireworks, transforming the sky into a vibrant canvas for millions of miles. Moreover, the heavens showered down with enchanting brilliance, unveiling extraordinary martial techniques and powers. Opportunities and fortuities manifest within this realm, astonishing countless formidable warriors and disciples of the Sacred Martial Academy, who find themselves immersed in these serendipitous moments, or captivated by the display of powerful martial techniques and skills. At this moment, this place resembles an unparalleled treasure trove. Chapter 11. Divine Technique. Eternal suppression of the heavens, unrivaled and magnificent. It is akin to a celestial paradise. All beings, including humans and other creatures, fall into a hushed reverence, basking in the abundance of fortune, unwilling to let slip this momentous opportunity. The higher-ups of the Sacred Martial Academy are profoundly shaken. This prodigy is exceedingly extraordinary. Not only has he acquired an astonishing opportunity, but he also elevates others alongside him. At this instant, Jun Xie is awash with awe, for as he communes with the pinnacle of the 33 layers, he has obtained a terrifying boon, the divine technique, eternal suppression of the heavens. What exhilarates him further is that this technique constitutes a mental assault. One thought can suppress the heavens. One thought can annihilate eternity. This embodies the essence of eternal suppression of the heavens. Moreover, he has now mastered the eternal suppression tower. Gradually, that towering edifice reaching for the clouds diminishes in size. Before the astonished gazes of the multitude, the eternal suppression tower shrinks to the size of a palm, landing gently in Jun Xie's hand. The tower has vanished. The prodigy has seized the sacred artifact. This is what it means to be a prodigy, an unfathomable force. Possessing the sacred artifact, one can only speculate on the magnitude of his power. Although the Sacred Martial Academy has lost one sacred weapon, it has gained an extraordinary prodigy who wields it. In the vast expanse of the Southern Heaven domain, across 10,000 states, who could possibly rival him? The Eternal Suppression Tower has been claimed by Jun Xie, leaving countless individuals in a state of shock, reluctance, and melancholy. Yet more than anything, there was an exhilarating thrill. For although the Celestial Tower of Wangu Town had been seized by Jun Xie, the mastery of this tower rendered him even more formidable. The stronger Jun Xie became, the mightier the Sacred Martial Academy would rise. With his eyes wide open, Jun Xie spoke to himself, his expression serene while his heart surged with excitement. In the entirety of Chisho, only the sacred martial academy possessed sacred weapons, yet for countless millennia, none had wielded such power. Now, however, he found himself in possession of a sacred weapon. Within the Tianxian sacred domain, treasures are categorized into divine weapons, spiritual treasures, immortal artifacts, and sacred weapons. Most individuals utilize divine weapons, and even the esteemed elders and deputy leaders of the Sacred Martial Academy merely wield ordinary spiritual treasures. As for sacred weapons, few exist even within the vast expanse of the Southern Sky Domain's 10,000 states. It is not that super sects and powerful beings lack sacred weapons, rather, they are unable to wield them. The Celestial Tower of Wangu Town and the 9 Calamities sacred weapon have existed for countless eons, yet no one has ever mastered them. Communicating with such weapons is akin to scaling the heavens. After the initial shock, cheers erupted within the Sacred Martial Academy. The prodigious sun, defying the heavens, held even greater potential than the deputy leader. In the future, as the prodigious sun matures, he will render the Sacred Martial Academy even more formidable, perhaps even unifying the 10,000 states of the Southern Sky Domain. Jun Chie glanced at the multitude of cheering cultivators and disciples. A faint smile gracing his lips as he stepped toward the 9 Calamities sacred weapon, for he wished to test its might. This was also a task bestowed upon him by the Academy Master. His chosen direction instantly illuminated his intentions to the crowd, and in that moment, anticipation hung in the air for the prodigious sun who defied the heavens. Creating miraculous wonders defying the heavens, perhaps he can commune with the 9 Calamities sacred weapons. Anticipation. An abundance of gazes follow the silhouette of Jun Chia, with every heart closely trailing his every move. Each action of his stirs the spirits of countless onlookers until, before them, he arrives at a colossal altar. Upon this altar stand 9 long swords, half submerged within it, imparting an impression that even the heavens and earth cannot disturb them. This is the 9 Calamities sacred weapons. Chapter 12. The Heavenly Sword Sacred Body. The 9 Calamities sacred weapons. Is this truly the 9 Calamities sacred weapons? Jun Chia gazes upon the 9 swords, a scene oddly familiar. Indeed, in fantasy dramas, it is common to see swords embedded in altars, impervious to removal by any hand. Yet, what lies before him is not merely 1 sword, but 9. Ding. Sign-in location refreshed. Sign in for 9 Calamities sacred weapons. Rewards. Heavenly Sword Sacred Body. Sword Dao Sacred Classic. Points 100. The system's voice resonates as anticipated by Jun Chia. He surmised that this place would indeed allow for a sign-in. It was confirmed to be true. Merge. Jun Chia communicates with the system. This process is already well acquainted to him, rendering unnecessary any further elaboration. Heavenly Sword Sacred Body. Merging. Sword Dao Sacred Classic. Merging. As the system's voice concludes, an astonishing surge of sword energy erupts from Jun Chia, soaring into the heavens. Simultaneously, boundless sword light and intent entwine around him, rendering him akin to a transcendent sword deity. Within his mind, streams of information converge, imparting the cultivation methods of the Sword Dao Sacred Classic. In this very moment, the fusion of the celestial sword body has been completed, as has the integration of the Sword Dao Sacred Canon. At the moment of this fusion, the 9 sacred weapons upon the altar trembled, resonating with Jun Chia, or rather, with his celestial sword body. The essence of the sword, comprehension, the aura of the sword. Integration, the radiance of the sword, enveloped him. The 9 sacred weapons established a connection. Jun Chia spoke softly to himself, his gaze tranquil. Surrounding him were the sword aura, sword intent, and sword light, while the 9 long swords on the altar emitted a melodious chime, struggling as if being drawn up by an invisible force. Witnessing this spectacle, the Holy Martial Academy, regardless of whether the observers were prodigies, ordinary disciples, or powerful figures, were all left in awe. There was envy, astonishment, and anticipation. Could the sun communicate with all 9 long swords simultaneously? The 9 sacred weapons, comprising 9 long swords, form a singular set of sacred armaments. Typically, individuals struggle to commune even with a single long sword, with the best achievement being the communication with 4. Indeed, the sun defies the heavens, managing to connect with all 9 at once. Should he succeed, he would command the 9 sacred weapons. This is the true embodiment of a prodigy. Besides shock, what else could be felt? It was utterly astonishing. Generally, communication is achieved sword by sword, with historical records showing the best result as 4 long swords. Yet, Jun Qiye directly engaged with 9 simultaneously, and moreover, these 9 long swords resonated with him. The sacred body, the celestial sword body, among the 3,000 sacred bodies. It ranks 9th. He is, indeed, the celestial sword body. What on earth is happening? A single individual possesses 2 extraordinary sacred bodies, namely the foremost ancestral sacred body and the 9th-ranked celestial sword sacred body. It is beyond comprehension. The elders above the rank of the academy quickly discerned that Jun Qiye is indeed the celestial sword sacred body. In an instant, they were all astounded and perplexed. Yet, what of it? Shock and excitement sufficed. After all, the mightier and more wondrous Jun Qiye became, the better. As time elapsed, 9 long swords finally broke free from the altar, soaring skyward and unleashing 9 unparalleled sword radiances, each embodying the hues of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and white. These 9 sword rays shattered the void itself. Before their brilliance, all things disintegrated into dust and nothingness. This exemplified the divine nature of the sword path. In the air, countless sword energies, sword radiances, and sword intents swiftly converged within the 9 calamity sacred weapons, ultimately transforming into a stream of light that appeared before Jun Qiye and then vanished, merging seamlessly with him. The 9 calamity sacred weapons were no more. They had been entirely mastered by Jun Qiye. Chapter 13. The challenge letter. The atmosphere was ablaze with fervor and astonishment. The Sacred Martial Academy's 2 sacred weapons had fallen under Jun Qiye's command. Originally, merely connecting with the 20th layer of the Eternal Suppression Tower and communicating with 4 long swords would suffice to ascend to the status of a divine offspring. However, Jun Qiye shattered all records, reaching the pinnacle by seizing control of both the sacred tower and the sacred weapons, far surpassing the requirements for divine offspring. He instilled in everyone an endless sense of shock and awe, showcasing what true genius entails. All other prodigious talents paled in comparison before him, reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. Amidst the myriad envious and astonished gazes, Jun Qiye departed from the altar, returning to the sacred martial hall. From this day forth I shall impart to you the art of swordsmanship, along with various combat techniques. You must diligently grasp the vast knowledge of cultivation, immersing yourself in classical literature. A true prodigy must be well versed in both ancient and modern wisdom, possessing an understanding of astronomy, geography, and the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The palace master cast a cold glance at Jun Qiye, her voice devoid of warmth. The prodigy Jun Qiye astonished her. He bowed respectfully, fully aware that only now did he truly embody the essence of a divine offspring, a genuine marvel. The Sacred Martial Academy has produced a divine child. Lan Prefecture, neighboring Qing Prefecture, holds power comparable to that of Qing. The Chitian sect governs the entirety of Lan Prefecture and has long been at odds with Qing Prefecture, with continual warfare between the 2 dominant states. Among the formidable warriors, there exists a cycle of suppression. Disciples and strong individuals from the Sacred Martial Academy frequently engage in battles against members of the Chitian sect. Jun Qiye's ascendance as the divine child of the Sacred Martial Academy has reached the ears of the Chitian sect. A mere divine child must be eradicated, spoke Lixingchen, the 6th divine son of the Chitian sect. His strength and talent assuredly place him among the top 3 of the sect, and he aspires to rival the sect's own divine child. For years, he has been cultivating his own influence, seeking to displace the divine child. Upon hearing the news of the Sacred Martial Academy's divine offspring, he began to scheme. Should he succeed in eliminating the divine child, his popularity would soar, elevating his status within the Chengtian sect and enhancing his prospects in the contest for the title of divine child. He believed that other prodigies from different prefectures would also seek to confront the divine offspring of the Sacred Martial Academy. The Grand Elder began to speak. Regarding the 6th Holy Son, Lixingchen, who intends to confront Jun Qiye, he faced no opposition. Within the Tianxin sacred domain, juniors are not permitted to interfere in the conflicts of their elders. Even if the juniors of the Qingtian sect were to eliminate the Holy Son of the Sacred Martial Academy, the elders of the Sacred Martial Academy would not hastily intervene. After all, this matter concerns the younger generation. It is not certain that he would depart from the Sacred Martial Academy. Lixingchen remarked that having just ascended to the position of Holy Son, he must be acutely aware of the lurking dangers and would not dare to leave the academy recklessly. Consequently, the Grand Elder, upon observing Lixingchen, instantly comprehended the situation. A challenge was imminent. Lixingchen nodded in affirmation. Time flowed unceasingly within the sacred martial hall, and before long, a month had elapsed. During this period, he had mastered the Eternal Suppression Tower and the 9 Calamity sacred weapons, resulting in a terrifying enhancement of his strength. Furthermore, his cultivation had ascended to the 5th level of the Yuanfu realm. Throughout this month, he underwent a profound transformation. The Palace Master imparted to him extensive knowledge of cultivation, as well as skills in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and ancient and modern literature, along with combat techniques, enabling him to evolve into a genuine powerhouse of the Yuanfu realm. Of course, the Yuanfu realm alone does not denote true strength. Only those who reach the Dao Palace can be considered formidable. Nevertheless, he is no ordinary Yuanfu practitioner. With his current prowess, even a Dao Palace expert would be easily vanquished before him. After all, with 2 sacred bodies, 2 sacred weapons, an unfathomable amount of dragon energy, and the protection of 9 dragons, the Yuanfu realm appears no different than mere ants in his presence. On this particular day, a duel invitation arrived at the Sacred Martial Academy from Lan Prefecture. Chitian sect, the 6th Holy Son, Li Xingchen, challenges the Holy Son of the Sacred Martial Academy, Jun Qiye, to a contest on August 18th at the Sacred Martial Mountain Plaza. Let there be no absence. The news of this challenge spread rapidly throughout the Sacred Martial Academy. Even the formidable beings from countless kingdoms have become aware of this. In truth, it was Li Xingchen who deliberately spread the news. He aimed to defeat or even slay Jun Qiye before the eyes of the world. In Qingzhou, Jun Qiye issued a challenge to all the holy sons and daughters of the Chitian sect, setting the date for August 18th at the summit of Chitian. Upon seeing the challenge notice, a flicker of disdain crossed Jun Qiye's gaze. A mere peak of the 10th layer in the Yuanfu realm? How laughable. However, a moment later, a glimmer of amusement appeared in his eyes, and he promptly issued a divine decree, commanding the delivery of a challenge letter, intending to humiliate the entire assembly of prodigies at the Qingtian sect. Do you even have the right to challenge me? He mused. Since you dare to issue a challenge, I will take on the entire sect's remarkable talents. Furthermore, the date remains August 18th, indicating that after dealing with the Xingchen, he would then confront the extraordinary prodigies of the Qingtian sect, blatantly disregarding Li Xingchen and treating his challenge with utter contempt. Chapter 14. Wealth, 100 billion holy stones. 2 challenge letters sent shockwaves through the Sacred Martial Academy and reverberated across Qizhou and Lanzhou. In an instant, the gazes of countless powerful individuals from both regions converged upon the plaza of the Sacred Martial Mountain Range, for it would be the venue for the inaugural battle between Li Xingchen, the 6th Holy Son of the Chitian sect, and Jun Qiye, the Divine Son of the Sacred Martial Academy. It was well known that both were exceptional prodigies. However, Jun Qiye, as a newly appointed Divine Son, possessed only the cultivation of the 2nd layer in the Yuanfu realm, while Li Xingchen was a seasoned Holy Son at the peak of the 10th layer. This battle garnered little hope for Jun Qiye, leading many to disregard the significance of the summit of Chitian. After suffering defeat in the first battle, he would naturally have no opportunity to challenge the prodigies of the Chitian sect. A greater number of people held Jun Qiye in disdain, even disdainful of him. They remarked that he was oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth, having just ascended to the status of a divine child, and that he had become overly arrogant. Others suggested that Jun Qiye was merely too youthful, prone to anger with the slightest provocation. There were myriad opinions circulating. The 9 Calamity sacred weapon, representative of the 9 layers, indicated that he had only mastered the 1st layer thus far. Similarly, the Eternal Suppression Tower also consisted of 9 levels. As one's cultivation deepens, the potency of martial techniques amplifies. Conversely, the higher one's mastery of these techniques, the more formidable and terrifying their manifestations become. Cultivation is akin to navigating upstream against a current. Before the palace, Jun Qiye sat cross-legged, away from him. The palace master elucidated the path of cultivation. Are all martial arts techniques categorized into 9 layers? Jun Qiye inquired with curiosity. Only those techniques of heavenly rank and above are structured into 9 layers. This is a fundamental principle. Of course, there are also techniques below heavenly rank that possess 9 layers, contingent upon the creator's design. When any technique reaches its zenith, breaking free from its constraints, it transcends into another echelon, the palace master explained. It is my duty as a mentor to guide my disciples without bias. I must impart the truths I have disowned to Jun Qiye, she continued. I understand, master. Jun Qiye responded respectfully after absorbing her words. You are not a child anymore. Although you have only been at the Sacred Martial Academy for just over a month, you are ready for practical experience. After this duel concludes, I expect you to venture to Lingo. Consider this a gift from the palace, the master said, casting a glance at Jun Qi as she spoke. At that moment, a crystal card and a jade pendant flew towards him. Finally, it hovered before Jun Qi. Subsequently, the palace master rose and headed toward his palace. Ding, wealth detected. Would you like to integrate it into the system? The system prompt echoed. It had detected the crystal card. Integrate, Jun Qi replied. He too was eager to discover the extent of the wealth contained within this card, for it was a gift from the palace master. Moreover, he was the divine son of the Holy Martial Academy. He could not afford to be impoverished. Wealth has been integrated into the system. Soon, the wealth merged seamlessly into the system. Host, Jun Qi. Age, 15 years. Identity, Prince of the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom, divine son of the Holy Martial Academy. Talent, Ancient Sacred Body, Heavenly Sword Sacred Body. Aura, 100 billion Dragon Chi, 9 Dragons Guardian. Cultivation, 5th level of Yuanfu Realm. Divine Sense, level 66. Appearance, 95 points. Techniques, Qingyan Technique, Trash. Martial Skills, Sacred Canon of Sword Dao, 9 Tripod Suppressing God Technique, Eternal Suppressing Heaven. Wealth, 100 billion Sacred Stones. Treasures, Eternal Suppressing Heaven Tower. Soul Heavenly Pearl, 9 Calamity Sacred Weapon. Points, 450. On the data panel, the wealth section displayed the financial figures, and upon seeing this data, Jun Qi was utterly astonished. His expression shifting dramatically. 100 billion sacred stones. Palace Master, this is indeed a lavish expenditure. In Qizhou, and even throughout the entire Tianjin sacred domain, common folk utilized silver coins, affluent families employed gold coins, while the common currency among martial artists was the sacred stone. The sacred stone served not only as a medium of exchange but also as a resource for cultivation. It could be directly absorbed for its pure spiritual energy, enhancing one's cultivation. For martial artists, the value of the sacred stone was comparable to the RMB on Earth, if not even more precious, and it would never depreciate. Even though he was once the prince of the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom, his monthly allowance was merely 1,000 holy stones, with the rest of his wealth consisting of gold coins. However, at present, the palace master has directly bestowed upon him a staggering 100 billion. This signifies that he is now a billionaire. Suppressing his astonishment, he turned his gaze towards the jade pendant. The pendant appeared ancient and unadorned, with a red cord attached. Jun Qi was uncertain of its purpose, yet knowing it was given by the palace master, it must hold significance. After a moment of contemplation, he hung it around his neck. Chapter 15. A blow too weak to withstand, instantaneous defeat as time passed day by day. The 18th of August arrived unbeknownst to many. In that instant, countless prodigies and formidable beings from Qizhou and even from Lanzhou gathered at the sacred Martial Mountain Square. For today would witness an extraordinary peak duel between two unparalleled talents. One was the 6th holy son of the Chengtian sect from Lanzhou, and the other was the divine son of the sacred Martial Academy. The vast square was now a sea of people, filled with innumerable strong warriors eagerly anticipating the clash. The question arose, who among them was stronger? It was difficult to ascertain. One was the 6th holy son of the Chengtian sect, while the other was the divine son of the academy. Their statuses differed significantly. Yet, Li Xingqian had already reached the pinnacle of the 10th realm of the Yuanfu stage, while Jun Qi was merely at the 5th realm. On the surface, there appeared to be a considerable disparity in their strengths. But prodigies and exceptional talents cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Li Xingqian, age 29, and Jun Qi, merely 15. Li Xingqian, at the pinnacle of the 10th realm of the Yuanfu stage, while Jun Qi stood at the 5th realm. Discussing these matters was of little consequence. The outcome would soon reveal the truth. The atmosphere was electric, buzzing with fervent discussions, making the sacred Martial Mountain Square extraordinarily lively. Here, the number of attendees reached a staggering 3 million. Jun Qi, are you prepared for failure? As the clock approaches noon, a resounding voice pierces the air. Brimming with arrogance and audacity, daring to provoke the divine son, Jun Qi, within the borders of Qizhou. As the voice reverberates, a figure swiftly descends from the skies, moving with extraordinary speed. In no time, a young man, seemingly in his 20s, appears above the plaza of the sacred Martial Mountains. Not far from him stand 4 venerable elders, their ages exceeding 70. It goes without saying that these elders serve as protectors of the divine son. Their presence provides a deterrent, ensuring that their divine son and saintess are not subjected to unfair treatment, and should the divine son face a life-threatening situation, they are capable of intervening. However, it is rare for protectors to step in, unless faced with a formidable opponent targeting the Divine Sun. Silence envelopes the plaza. The numerous talents and prodigies of Qizhou, witnessing Li Xingchen's brazen demeanor, see with indignation. To arrive at the territory of the sacred martial academy and maintain such an arrogant stance, floating high above, is insufferable. Master, I must take my leave, Jun Qie states. Stepping out of his chamber, gathering his thoughts as he bows toward the direction of the master of the sacred martial hall. With resolute steps, he ascends the staircase. Each stride he takes emanates an overwhelming aura, a torrent of dragon energy surging forth, cascading toward the distance. Simultaneously, he is encircled by the ethereal silhouettes of 9 divine dragons, a spectacle of extraordinary magnificence. This time, rather than descending the steps in a conventional manner, he glides through the air, making his way toward the entrance of the sacred martial academy. Though it may appear leisurely, it is, in truth, remarkably swift. In a mere 10 seconds, he had departed from the sacred martial academy, manifesting in the skies above the plaza of the sacred martial mountains, his gaze devoid of emotion. His countenance is tranquil as an ancient well. The 6th holy son of the Qingtian sect. What was his name again? Jun Qie, intentionally or not? Cast a glance towards the youth suspended in the distance, casually inquiring, to be honest. A mere holy son holds no significance to me. I do not even know his name. Qingtian sect, Li Xingchen replied, momentarily taken aback. Instinctively responding, he soon felt a pang of regret. Realizing that the other party clearly regarded him with disdain, even harboring a hint of contempt, while he had merely followed Jun Qie's lead in conversation. At that moment, he felt his intelligence insulted. Oh, Li Xingchen, you challenge me? What audacity do you possess? Jun Qie replied nonchalantly. As he spoke, an overwhelming torrent of dragon energy surged forth, bearing down upon Li Xingchen with immense pressure, 2 ethereal dragon figures stirring the very fabric of space, descending upon Li Xingchen in an instant. Boom, boom. The annihilating force loomed ominously. In the face of such destructive dragon energy, Li Xingchen's body trembled, and he found himself involuntarily plummeting towards the ground, just as the 2 dragon figures swooped down. The presence of these divine dragons was cataclysmic, and in that moment, all of creation seemed to stand still. Witnessing this spectacle, for venerable elders, each well into their years, were utterly astounded. They had not anticipated Jun Qie's strength to reach such heights, fully aware that the Holy Sun was no match for him. Any attempt to intervene would be futile now. Before the overwhelming might of the dragon's aura, they were subdued. Their movements became sluggish. A piercing scream echoed as Li Xingchen was pierced through by the ethereal dragon, offering no chance for defense or evasion. A flash of blood appeared, only to be consumed by the dragon's apparition in an instant. With a splatter, blood sprayed forth as his body plummeted to the ground. The dragon's phantasm returned to Jun Qie's side. The battle had reached its conclusion. Chapter 16. Your words are many with a resounding thud. Li Xingchen's lifeless form crashed onto the square. His vitality had long since vanished, and the quintillions of dragons' aura dissipated into nothingness. The restraints binding the 4 ancient elders were also lifted, and they swiftly darted towards the ground to assess Li Xingchen's condition. Upon discovering his demise, they were struck with profound shock, their eyes ablaze with fury. Is this all? Jun Qie remarked with a calm demeanor, stepping forward towards the horizon. It was evident that he intended to confront the holy sons and daughters, as well as the divine son, of the Qingtian sect in Blue Prefecture. In that moment, all the astonished powerhouses regained their composure, their shock reaching unprecedented levels. They had never anticipated that Li Xingchen would appear so feeble before Jun Qie. Throughout the encounter, Jun Qie had not lifted a finger. He had decisively vanquished Li Xingchen solely through his overwhelming presence and protective aura. The scene resembled a colossal aircraft carrier passing by, creating monstrous waves that would drown an ant upon the shore. The Divine Sun, invincible. The Divine Sun, invincible. The Divine Sun, invincible. The prodigies of the Sacred Martial Academy, alongside countless formidable beings, could not contain their exuberance. This Divine Sun is truly extraordinary. The 6th holy son of the Qingtian sect was utterly subdued by his overwhelming pressure, leaving him with no strength to resist, a spectacle that transcended the imagination of all present. The disparity between them was insurmountable. Previously, countless individuals had dismissed Jun Qie's potential. Now, they were left embarrassed. Qingzhou is not far from Lanzhou, yet for ordinary powerful beings, the journey would take several years, and even for those of extraordinary strength, it would require a considerable amount of time. However, distance was not an obstacle, for the teleportation array provided a solution. In a mere half-hour, Jun Qie utilized the array to traverse countless miles, appearing before the dominant force of Lanzhou, the Qingtian sect. Jun Chiya has arrived at the sacred martial academy. His voice resonated like a dragon's roar echoing through the heavens, reaching the ears of the Qingtian sect. Instantly, chaos erupted within the sect. A multitude of proud disciples were consumed by fury. They were acutely aware that the sixth holy son had challenged Jun Chiya, and that Jun Chiya had issued a challenge to all the holy sons, holy daughters, and divine sons of the Qingtian sect. Yet, they had dismissed it entirely. In their eyes, Jun Chiya was no match for Li Xingqian, the sixth holy son. If he could not contend with Li Xingqian, there was no reason for him to approach the Qingtian sect. However, they were unprepared for the reality that Li Xingqian had no ability to withstand Jun Chiya's might. Before the battle even commenced, he had been overwhelmed and subdued. This was beyond anything they could have anticipated. Now, Jun Chiya had arrived, audaciously inviting the prideful disciples of the Qingtian sect to confront him together. Such an affront was monumental. A powerful aura surged through the air, followed by the appearance of countless figures advancing towards the plaque of the Qingtian sect. This scene clearly indicated that they were preventing Jun Chiya from entering the sect. In the realm of superpowers, elders are forbidden from taking action against juniors. However, juniors are permitted to confront one another. For instance, just moments ago, Jun Chiya decisively eliminated Li Xingqian. Although the Qingtian sect may be enraged, they dare not dispatch formidable warriors to confront Jun Chiya, lest they violate the unspoken rules governing sect relations. Naturally, covert actions against Jun Chiya are deemed acceptable. It is said that long ago, a powerful figure from a super sect intervened in the affairs of the younger generation, annihilating the descendants of a super strong individual. Although this formidable being could not contend with all the powerful members of the sect, he stealthily eradicated every promising talent within the super sect. This incident sent shockwaves throughout the Tianqian sacred domain. Consequently, various superpowers, as well as larger families and sects, established an unwritten rule: elders must refrain from targeting juniors, or they would face fierce retaliation, potentially leading to a combined assault from other superforces. Jun Chiya was indeed audacious. The speaker was Duan Muxiai, the foremost holy son of the Qingtian sect. He had transcended the Yuanfu realm and now stood as a powerful figure in the Dao Palace realm, possessing an astonishing talent that rendered him nearly invincible among his peers. At this moment, he cast a cold gaze upon Jun Chiya. While Jun Chiya's elimination of Li Xingqian had ostensibly removed a rival for him, it also served as a veiled provocation. "Your words are excessive," came Jun Chiya's voice, chilling and resolute. The ancient sacred body erupted with myriad extraordinary phenomena, as an overwhelming torrent of 10 trillion dragon energy surged forth, bearing down upon Duan Muxiai. 9 ethereal dragons manifested, 3 of which roared forth with thunderous might. Boom, boom. In an instant, the air resonated with a cacophony of sound, and the very fabric of space trembled. The 3 dragon apparitions engaged in fierce combat with Duan Muxiai, and soon, he found himself under relentless pressure. At that moment, several other holy sons and daughters of the Qingtian sect joined the fray. However, amidst the onslaught of 10 trillion dragon energy, his cultivation prowess suffered a significant decline. Jun Chiya maintained a placid demeanor. Just then, 2 more dragon apparitions erupted into a furious roar. Chapter 17, The Battle of Holy Sons, the 9-tripod divine might. Boom. Boom. Before the gates of the Qingtian sect, a cataclysmic battle raged on, drawing countless powerful spectators who were utterly astonished by the scene before them. This spectacle bore a striking resemblance to that of the sacred Martial Mountains Plaza. Jun Chiya had yet to make a move. Merely his imposing aura and protective barrier rendered the first and third holy sons, along with a multitude of other holy sons and daughters, utterly beleaguered. Jun Chiya was simply too formidable. The holy sons and daughters of the Qingtian sect were not even in the same league. A dozen Dao Palace realm experts were unable to contend with him. With every sound of spattering blood, several holy sons and daughters were grievously wounded, being flung away as they could not withstand the onslaught of the 6 dragon apparitions. Within that sea of 10 trillion dragon energy, they felt as though they were mired in a quagmire. "Jun Chiya, let us engage in battle. They are no match for you." At that moment, atop Qingtian, a voice, unremarkable yet imbued with a sense of pride and superiority, resonated through the air, cutting through the hearts of all the saints of the Qingtian sect. Yet, he remained indifferent. The exalted divine son would typically regard the sentiments and dignity of the saints with concern. "Alas, you are not my rival," remarked Jun Chiya with a cool detachment. The dragon aura faded, and the ethereal silhouettes of 9 guardian dragons vanished into thin air, leaving him to float carefreely in the sky. Despite the inability to fly within the Yuanfu realm, Possessing the ancient sacred body and a formidable 66 levels of divine consciousness rendered flight a trivial endeavor. He exuded an air of arrogance and pride. At the zenith of Qingtian, a figure flickered and reappeared at the entrance of the sect. The young man, appearing to be around 25 or 26, exuded an effortless elegance, radiating a powerful and mysterious aura. Every movement he made was accompanied by the majesty of the heavens. As if he were a deity cleansing the world of impurities. He was none other than the divine son of the Qingtian sect, Yun Tianjiao. "Let us see," he said. "I hope you do not disappoint me." Jun Qi's words carried the weight of a masteress solitude. In this era, finding a worthy opponent was indeed a rare occurrence, leaving one with a profound sense of loneliness. As he spoke, the ancient sacred body erupted into action. The 9-tripod divine suppression technique activated at that moment. It was his first time employing this technique, for Yun Tianjiao, the divine son of the Qingtian sect, was exceptionally powerful, having reached the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the Dao Palace. To become the divine son of a dominant force in the Dao province was no trivial matter. A resounding roar echoed through the air. The formidable might of the ancient sacred body, along with the celestial prowess of the 9-tripod divine suppression technique, caused the very fabric of space to tremble, and the myriad manifestations of the heavens and earth to quiver. The skies within a 100-mile radius were shrouded in ominous clouds, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. Heavenly tier martial arts. Heavenly tier. Celestial tier? The martial techniques invoked an omen from the heavens, leaving countless onlookers in awe, their expressions shifting dramatically. Many misjudged this spectacle as merely heavenly tier martial arts, as they could not fathom the possibility of such techniques transcending to celestial arts. After all, heavenly tier martial arts were exceedingly rare in Qizhou, let alone celestial techniques. It is essential to understand that even if one possessed heavenly tier martial arts, mastery was not guaranteed. Yun Tianjiao's face was painted with astonishment. Jun Qia, at merely 15 years of age, could not possibly exhibit such extraordinary strength, even if he had been training in heavenly tier martial arts since birth. The prowess displayed by Jun Qia exceeded his wildest imagination. Without a moment's hesitation, he too unleashed his heavenly tier martial arts. As the holy son of the Qingtian sect, possessing the sacred body and heavenly tier martial arts, it was only natural that he wielded a spirit treasure. In an instant, a long sword materialized in Yun Tianjiao's grasp. With a swift stroke, a torrent of sword energy surged towards Jun Qia, as he was inherently a sword body, born to wield the blade. His cultivation in the sword path was remarkably swift. This strike was imbued with unparalleled sword intent. With a resounding clash, the radiant sword light cleaved through space, hurtling directly towards Jun Qia. Chapter 18. The extent of his power shall remain forever unknown to you. The 9-tripod divine suppression suppress. As Jun Qia gazed upon the incoming sword light, a faint smile graced his lips. How amusing it was to wield a sword in the presence of the heavenly sword's sacred body. It is not to be blamed on Duanmu Ci, for he was unaware that Jun Qia possessed the heavenly sword saint body. Had he known, he would never have employed such a technique, even at the cost of his life. However, ignorance prevailed. Nevertheless, upon witnessing his opponent wielding a sword, Jun Qia did not alter his combat approach. He unleashed the first level of the 9-tripod divine suppression, directing it towards the sword's brilliance. In an instant, the cataclysmic force surged forth like 100,000 mountains crashing down upon the blade's radiance. Crack, boom, splatter. Soon, the 9-tripod divine suppression collided with the sword light, resulting in a delicate sound followed by an explosion of destructive energy. Duanmu Ci's body was cast back like a kite severed from its string, blood spurting forth. The air transformed into a crimson mist. "I have been defeated," Duanmu Ci proclaimed softly as he landed on the ground, coughing up another mouthful of blood. Despite his loss, the composure he exhibited was admirable. This was indeed the mindset of a divine scion, a testament to his extraordinary nature. Jun Qia cast a fleeting glance at Duanmu Ci before turning to soar in the opposite direction of the Qingtian sect. Jun Qia is truly a prodigy, Duanmu Ci mused. He couldn't even withstand a single strike, and his spiritual treasure was shattered. That attack must have been Jun Qi's most formidable secret weapon. It is undeniable, otherwise, how could he have bested Duanmu Ci? A prodigy, an unparalleled prodigy. This battle transpired in mere seconds, from commencement to conclusion, marking the swift defeat of Duanmu Ci. Countless individuals were left in shock, utterly astounded by the terrifying prowess of Jun Qia. It is important to note that Duanmu Ci, the divine son of the Qingtian sect, a prodigious being endowed with a holy physique, wielded heavenly tier martial arts and unleashed a strike with a spiritual treasure. Yet, he was still vanquished by Jun Qia. Astonishingly, even the spiritual treasure was shattered. The magnitude of his strength is something you will never comprehend. At the very least, this move was not his ultimate technique. Duanmu Ci coldly remarked. Upon finishing his words, he flickered and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he had already returned to the pinnacle of Qingtian. He sensed that aside from this singular strike, Jun Qiye possessed even more formidable means. For the moment he executed the sword of 10,000 prisons. His own long sword slipped beyond his control. This sensation was akin to his sword being summoned by something even more extraordinary and defiant. As the embodiment of the sword, he possessed an unparalleled understanding of it. This implies that Jun Qiye might also be a sword embodiment, perhaps even more wondrous and powerful than his own. What does the Divine Son Duanmu's statement imply? It is to be taken literally. It suggests that Jun Qiye did not deploy his most potent move. Could it be that Duanmu Ci truly is not his adversary? The Divine Son of Qitian has conceded defeat. Nevertheless, the followers of Qitian's sect are still unable to accept this reality. The esteemed Divine Son has been bested by another sovereign force's Divine Son, leaving them utterly humiliated. However, the truth remains. News of the battle between Jun Qiye and Duanmu Ci swiftly reached the Qingzhou Academy of Martial Arts, igniting cheers within the academy and excitement among the powerful of Qizhou. Particularly, the swift defeat of Duanmu Ci by Jun Qiye serves as a testament to the formidable talent and strength possessed by Jun Qiye. Once he matures, the Sacred Martial Academy will gain yet another figure who surpasses the Deputy Master, potentially unsettling the balance between Qizhou and Lanzhou. The world shall be his in due course. The Master of the Sacred Martial Hall stood at the steps, her beautiful eyes gazing into the void. In a voice as cold as ever, she murmured to herself. As she spoke, her delicate hand waved, conjuring an endless black hole before her. At the end of this abyss lay a thriving modern city. If Jun Qiye were present, he would undoubtedly be struck with awe, for that city was his hometown from a previous life. A crackle of electricity surged within the black hole, imbued with superior celestial secrets. In an instant, the black hole vanished, and a flicker of surprise crossed the Master's exquisite visage, suggesting the presence of something immensely powerful capable of interrupting her vision. Chapter 19, the Ninth Princess of Lingzhou with a swift motion. Jun Qiye departed from the Qingtian sect, heading directly towards the Ice Heaven City in Lanzhou. The master had instructed him to venture to Lingzhou. However, the vast distance separating Qingzhou from Lanzhou spanned millions of miles, requiring the crossing of hundreds of states. Such an extensive journey rendered flying impractical, necessitating the use of a teleportation array. Yet, only the grandest cities boasted such facilities, and the teleportation array in Lanzhou was located in Ice Heaven City. Upon arriving at Ice Heaven City, he made no delay and headed straight for the teleportation array. The expenditure of sacred stones was not an issue. With his current wealth amounting to hundreds of billions, utilizing the interstate teleportation array consumed merely 1,000,000 sacred stones per use, a trifling sum for him. However, this perspective was not shared by others. Days turned into weeks, and 3 months passed, endlessly traversing. He expended a staggering 500 million sacred stones to utilize the teleportation array. Finally, on this day, he entered the realm of Lingzhou, eliciting a profound astonishment within Jun Qiye. Fortunately, the palace master had bestowed upon him 1 trillion sacred stones. Otherwise, the journey from Qizhou to Lingzhou might have been a lifelong endeavor. 500 million, an amount sufficient to bankrupt countless esteemed families and grand sections. Yet for him, it merely constituted the cost of employing the teleportation array. As Jun Qiye approached Lingo, he discerned that the density and purity of spiritual energy grew increasingly formidable. Gradually, it dawned upon him that Qizhou was but a rural existence within the southern heavenly domain. The heavenly Xian sacred domain, encompassing 90,000 Dao states, is divided into 5 major heavenly domains: the eastern heavenly domain with 20,000 Dao states, the western heavenly domain with 10,000 Dao states, the southern heavenly domain with 10,000 Dao states, the northern heavenly domain with 10,000 Dao states, and the central heavenly domain with 40,000 Dao states. Above these 5 great heavenly domains lies the heavenly Xian sacred domain, the true stage for the formidable. However, it is often inaccessible to ordinary prodigies and powerful beings. In the vast expanse of the heavenly Xian sacred domain, Qingzhou is but a mere drop in the ocean, Jun Qiye mused. At this moment, arriving in Lingzhou felt akin to a rustic villager entering the city. While such a comparison may seem exaggerated, it aptly illustrates the chasm between Qizhou and Lingzhou. Not to mention the disparities when juxtaposed with other super Dao states and sacred domains within the southern heavenly domain. In an instant, his heart yearned for the heavenly Xian sacred domain. One day, I shall set foot in the sacred domain, Jun Qiye whispered to himself, his eyes shimmering with confidence. With his system, his extraordinary ancient sacred body, and the heavenly sword's sacred body, he knew that reaching the sacred domain was merely a matter of time. Just as he was lost in thought, a series of sonic booms pierced the air. Instantly, Jun Qi's senses heightened, and he became alert. Here, desolation reigns, with scarcely a soul in sight. At this moment, the sound of something slicing through the air emerges, compelling him to exercise caution. With a thunderous roar, the atmosphere erupts in a cataclysmic rumble, the unmistakable sound of a fierce battle among the powerful. Goodness! Just as I have entered the realm of Lingo, I find myself amidst a clash of titans. As I gaze intently, I behold a petite, exquisite figure soaring swiftly towards me, her speed astonishing. Following closely behind her are 4 formidable beings exuding an aura of terror. A pursuit? How fortuitous! It seems I have stumbled upon a damsel in distress. Yet, the notion of a gallant rescue is utterly preposterous. It is wiser to avoid unnecessary entanglements. I am neither a saint nor a sycophant. If flattery were to occur, it would be the other way around. After all, I am the protagonist blessed with a system. In the blink of an eye, the 5 figures approach Jun Qi, one after the other. To his dismay, the dainty young woman halts before him. Is this not inviting disaster? By heavens! Flee, continue your flight. 5 powerful beings, each at the Dao Palace realm, radiating an aura of ruthless brigandage. They are clearly scoundrels engaged in nefarious deeds of murder and plunder. I am the 9th princess of Lingzhou. How dare you treat me with such disrespect? Bai Mingming, the youngest daughter of Bai Mingtiansong, the ruler of Lingzhou, had sneaked out to play but did not anticipate encountering such vile criminals. Exhausted from her escape, having depleted both her treasures and means, she had narrowly evaded capture. At this juncture, she had hoped that a powerful ally would come to her aid, only to find a mere boy of 14 or 15 standing before her. What assistance could he possibly provide? With no other recourse, she must reveal her identity. The 9th princess of Lingzhou? I am a ruler in my own right. The leader of the bandits was momentarily taken aback, but then broke into a sinister grin, his gaze unabashedly roaming over the girl. In this desolate place, even if she truly were the 9th princess, it would be imperative to silence her. Otherwise, should the Lord learn of their pursuit, their entire family would face annihilation. Meanwhile, Jun Qi was stunned. The 9th princess? Is it truly so? How foolish. Do you lack intelligence or simply possess no sense? Revealing one's identity in such dire circumstances is tantamount to signing one's death warrant. Chapter 20. You are so strong, his gaze appraised the girl, who appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age, possessing an exquisite beauty accentuated by delicate dimples, resembling a character from a two-dimensional realm. While she was indeed stunning, she seemed devoid of common sense and audacity. Bai Mingming quickly realized her blunder. In truth, she was not foolish, rather, she was exceptionally clever. Having been cherished like a jewel by her parents within the confines of the governor's estate, shielded from the harsh realities of life, this escapade had led her to encounter nefarious individuals. 9th princess, I shall escort you back to the palace, the bandit leader said with a malevolent smile. His gaze shifted from Bai Mingming to Jun Qi, and upon scrutinizing Jun Qi more closely, a wicked glint appeared in his eyes. Jun Qi's ethereal beauty surpassed that of many maidens, reminiscent of a celestial being or an otherworldly fairy. Were he to don female attire, one might mistake him for an unparalleled beauty. Prepare to regret your existence in this world, Jun Qi declared coldly. In the 21st century, the soul of a promising youth naturally comprehends the meaning behind the gaze of a ruthless bandit. Indifference. I have no interest in such matters. Even if I did, I would never be attracted to someone as casually unrefined as you. I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. Bai Mingming expressed her regret to Jun Qi. Initially, she believed Jun Qi to be a formidable individual and sought his assistance. However, upon approaching him, she discovered he was merely a youth, which instantly led to her disappointment. Now, feeling guilty for having involved him, she lamented her circumstances. Brother, I want that man, declared a repulsive bandit, swallowing hard as he spoke. Die, Jun Qi replied coldly. A cataclysmic force, akin to the energy of 100 billion dragons, surged towards the 5 bandits. Simultaneously, 5 dragon phantoms roared, causing the very fabric of space to tremble and shatter. In an instant, tranquility was restored, yet the 5 bandits had transformed into mere blood mist, utterly vanquished. Bai Mingming stared in horror at the scene unfolding before her. She could hardly fathom that this handsome young man possessed such terrifying strength, without lifting a finger. He had effortlessly subdued an expert of the Dao Palace realm. How could someone her age be so powerful? You are so strong, Bai Mingming stammered, still reeling from her astonishment. Without acknowledging her, Jun Qiye vanished in a flash, soaring forward. Is beauty synonymous with such coldness? Wait for me, Bei Mingming called softly, momentarily taken aback by his retreating figure, before raising her voice again. Are you really leaving me behind? Jun Qiye paid no heed to Bai Mingming, continuing his flight for a full 2 hours until he finally emerged from the desolate land, catching sight of a magnificent city in the distance. The city walls resembled an endless mountain range, exuding an aura of formidable power. At that moment, he glanced at Bai Mingming and in a cold tone inquired, Hello. I am Bai Mingming, son of the Lord of Lingo. May I ask your name? How are you so powerful? What realm do you belong to? How can you be so exceptionally handsome? You must be disguised as a man. Otherwise, such beauty in a man is simply unfathomable. Are you also heading to Lingyun Holy City for the Talented Ones Festival? Bai Mingming was unabashedly chatty, bombarding Jun Qiye with an incessant stream of questions, leaving him on the verge of delivering a sharp retort. The incessant chatter was exasperating. In that moment, he grasped why Sun Wukong desired to silence Tang Xing. I am Jun Qiye, hailing from Qizhou. Remember, I am a man. By the way, you mentioned the Talented Ones Festival. Do enlighten me about it. Jun Qiye's gaze remained fixed on Bai Mingming, silently conveying his intent to observe him closely. Noticing Jun Qiye's demeanor, Bai Mingming finally fell silent. It was only then that Jun Qiye offered brief responses to Bai Mingming's inquiries. Were it not for his curiosity regarding the Talented Ones Festival, he would have disregarded Bai Mingming entirely. Chapter 21. The Talented Ones Festival, Nine Heavens Divine City. How old are you? He inquired, but then thought better of it. The Celestial Heroes Gala stands as the grandest celebration in Lingzhou, a pinnacle event among the 3,000 Dao states in the vicinity. Held once every decade and organized by the Lingo government. This illustrious occasion welcomes all prodigies from the southern celestial domain who are under 40 and possess a cultivation level above the Yuanfu realm. Each iteration of the gala is marked by unparalleled exuberance, as countless talented individuals seize the opportunity to make their names known across the world, with the enticing rewards offered by the Lingzhou government serving as an even greater allure. Despite her curiosity, Bai Mingming could not resist inquiring further. Though she quickly silenced herself upon observing Jun Qiye's demeanor, she proceeded to provide a brief overview of the gala. What kind of rewards are there for those aged 15? Jun Qiye, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes, mentioned his own age while posing the question. It seemed that the palace master had sent him to Lingzhou primarily for the gala, and unexpectedly encountering the daughter of the state lord provided him with a perfect opportunity to glean insights into the event. He was indeed intrigued by the nature of the rewards that could draw prodigies from the surrounding 3,000 Dao states. The rewards are quite abundant. I have yet to experience the Celestial Heroes Gala myself, but I have heard that this year's offerings are particularly generous, and the event has been advanced by 2 years, seemingly in preparation for the Nine Heavens Divine City. The Nine Heavens Divine City is the most enigmatic secret realm in the southern celestial domain, opening its gates once every 3,000 years. Each time it does, countless prodigies and powerful beings enter, obtaining extraordinary opportunities within. However, I am not entirely clear on the specifics, Bai Mingming replied. Although she was the daughter of the Lingzhou state lord, her knowledge remained limited. When does the Celestial Heroes Gala commence? Jun Qiye pondered, feeling certain of the answer. The master summoned him to Lingzhou, specifically to venture towards the mysterious realm of the Nine Heavens Divine City. Is that realm truly as wondrous as they say? By noon the following day, Bai Mingming remarked. As they conversed, they arrived at the grand gates of Lingyun's sacred city. Your Highness, the patrolling guards greeted respectfully upon recognizing Bai Mingming's insignia, bowing deeply. Subsequently, the two entered the illustrious Lingyun sacred city. With Bai Mingming by his side, the guards dared not pose any inquiries. Upon entering the city, Jun Qiye found a quaint inn to lodge in, while Bai Mingming returned to the governor's estate. The events of the day weighed heavily on her mind. Had she not encountered Jun Qiye, she shuddered to think of the potential outcome. Ding. Check-in location refreshed. Next check-in, Nine Heavens Divine City. In his room. As Jun Qiye settled in, the system notification echoed in his ears. What on earth? He was at a loss upon hearing the new check-in location. It seemed that the system registered the mention of Nine Heavens Divine City as a cue to update. Nevertheless, since he had ventured out to hone his skills, he certainly would not miss such a grand event. The night passed in silence, leading to the dawn of a new day. Unlike other martial artists who toiled diligently to cultivate their skills, Jun Qiye, possessing the ancient sacred body, could enhance his cultivation simply by resting, albeit at a slower pace than through active training. On the following day, Jun Qiye departed the inn, making his way towards the plaza of Lingyun's sacred city. This plaza served as the heart of the entire city, stretching 100 miles in length and width, constructed entirely of white jade, resembling a celestial paradise. On this day, it was teeming with people, a multitude gathered in anticipation. The gathering was primarily a spectacle, with only a handful of individuals genuinely participating in the grand ceremony. The atmosphere was tumultuous, reminiscent of crashing waves. The Tianjiao festival, occurring 2 years earlier than expected, sparked curiosity. It was rumored to be connected to the legendary Jiutian Divine City. Jiutian Divine City? The one that opens once every 3,000 years. I am the prodigious beings fortunate enough to attend this Tianjiao festival, as they possess the rare opportunity to enter the Jiutian Divine City. While we have been deprived even of the chance to partake in the celebration, Jiutian Divine City is the most enigmatic sanctuary within our southern heaven domain. Indeed, although perilous within its confines, those who emerge alive are exalted as revered beings. Conversations surge like a tide, with many behaving as if they, too, would gain entry to Jiutian Divine City. In truth, most lacked even the opportunity to attend the festival, let alone the slim chance of accessing the Jiutian Divine City. Chapter 22. The rules of the festival. Shumi space-time progressed, second by second. By noon, the square was teeming with people. However, the center remained conspicuously vacant. Upon a 100-meter-high platform, numerous superlative beings were seated, either provincial lords or representatives from prestigious families and sects of the Lingo region. At the heart of it all sat a venerable elder, exuding an unmatched aura, surrounded by rumbling thunder. The thunder revered. One of the 9 formidable figures under the jurisdiction of the Lingo governor was to preside over today's Tianjiao festival. Thus, the Tianjiao festival commenced. The recent Tianjiao festival boasts an even more lavish array of rewards, and it is likely that everyone is already aware of this. The event is being held 2 years in advance due to the impending opening of the Jiutian Divine City, which is set to commence in a month. Those who rank among the top 100 in this Tianjiao festival will earn the prestigious qualification to enter Jiutian Divine City, while the top 10 will receive remarkable rewards from Lingo Prefecture. At noon, the esteemed Jinglei Zuanzhang rose, his booming voice resonating like thunder, echoing throughout the entire square and reaching every individual's ears. The authority of the esteemed elder was palpable at that moment. This iteration of the Tianjiao festival has been simplified, yet it promises to be exceedingly brutal and fierce. All participants will enter the Shumi space, where each individual represents a point. By vanquishing their opponents, they can seize all accumulated points from them. However, death within the Shumi space does not equate to true demise. The competition spans 4 days, with the first 3 days dedicated to point accumulation. Those who secure a position within the top 100 will gain the coveted opportunity to enter Jiutian Divine City, while the 4th day will witness the contest for the top 10 rankings. Now, the Tianjiao festival is officially underway. As Jinglei Zuanzhang concluded his announcement, 9 ethereal pillars of light materialized at the center of the square, forming a mystical formation. At the heart of this formation lay a time-space teleportation portal. As his voice faded, figures began to approach the portal, ultimately vanishing as they entered the Shumi space. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, 10 colossal light screens appeared upon the square, displaying a multitude of names. These names belong to the prodigies participating in the Tianjiao festival, with only those who rank within the top 10,000 able to have their names etched upon the screens. Upon entering the realm of Shumi, no points were acquired. However, the current ranking merely reflects the order of entry and does not represent a true standing. Whizzing sounds echoed as numerous figures traversed through the portal. Without hesitation, Jun Chia followed suit and soared into the Shumi space. It took a full half-hour for all the prodigious participants of the celestial gathering to enter. A colossal display illuminated the number of attendees: 122, 311 individuals. Over 9 million, all exceptional talents under the age of 40 and at least at the Yuanfu realm. In truth, this number is not particularly remarkable, for these prodigies hail from the nearby 3,000 Dao states. It is worth noting that the entire southern celestial domain comprises 10,000 Dao states, teeming with countless talents, undoubtedly exceeding 10 million. However, only these met the criteria, with many others unable to arrive or unaware of the event. For instance, had it not been for the Lord's directive, Jun Chia would have remained oblivious to the celestial gathering, and considering the vast distance from Qizhou to Lingzhou, he expended a staggering 500 million sacred stones merely to utilize the teleportation array. Such an expense is beyond the imagination of an ordinary prodigy. Indeed, many talents were deterred from attending Lingzhou due to travel costs. With a chilling breeze sweeping through, the teleportation concluded. Jun Chia cast a discerning glance around. No formidable beings were in sight. Expanding his consciousness, he quickly discerned that many newly arrived prodigies had opted to conceal themselves or depart immediately to avoid potential ambushes. However, at this moment, pondering these matters is superfluous, for the voice of the thunder-revered master has resonated through the air. This locale, an ancient city, is merely desolate in appearance. Within the ancient city lies a sanctuary. Beyond its confines, chaos reigns. Those who fall in battle will be transported back to the ancient city, rendering them unable to engage in combat for the day. The top 100 individuals, based on accumulated points over 3 days, shall be spared, while all others face elimination. The combat scenes of those in the top 100 will be simultaneously projected, as the voice of the thunder-revered master booms. A colossal luminous screen materializes within the ancient city, yet it reveals not a single name, merely a blank expanse. Chapter 23. Sweeping the shimmy space. Absolutely first, the top 100 so effortless. A faint smile graces Junqia's lips as he swiftly darts beyond the ancient city's borders. Like him, numerous prodigies hasten to depart the sanctuary of the ancient city. While the city offers safety, those who have arrived here are driven by the ambition of securing a position within the top 100 or even the top 10. Thus, it is natural for them to forsake the safety of the ancient city's confines. Furthermore, within the shumi space, death does not equate to true demise. Boom, boom, boom soon. The cataclysmic battle and slaughter unfold. One by one, prodigies fall, only to be subsequently transported back to the ancient city. On the vast luminous screen, names begin to emerge, each accompanied by a corresponding score, with rankings determined by the accumulation of points. Higher points yield higher ranks. 100 trillion dragon chi. 9 dragons shield the body. 9 cauldrons subdue the gods. Junqia, suspended in the air, the ancient sacred body erupted, unleashing a cataclysmic torrent of dragon energy. A staggering trillion waves sweeping mercilessly toward countless formidable foes. The ethereal manifestations of 9 divine dragons radiated an aura of annihilation. The might of the 9 cauldrons quelled the gods. Each strike reverberated across the landscape for miles, heralding unrestrained slaughter, a veritable carnage. This is terrifying. What manner of horror is this? It is utterly astonishing. One individual possesses the power to vanquish hundreds. How can one even contend with such force? Who is this? Flee. Yet the legs refuse to move. In the sky, Junqia appeared as a reaper, albeit a strikingly handsome one, wielding an overwhelming might. Each blow transformed countless formidable beings into mere vapor. Whether at the Yuanfu or Dao Palace realm, none could withstand the wrath of Junqia. In that fleeting moment, innumerable prodigies found themselves paralyzed, yearning to escape, yet trapped beneath the weight of a trillion dragon energies, their movements rendered sluggish. Junqia has already dispatched 132 adversaries. Junqia has already eliminated 328 foes. Junqia has already annihilated 811 opponents. Junqia has now slain 1,000, asserting dominion over the shumi space. Junqia has extinguished 2,000. Who dares to impede him? In the square of the Lingyun sacred city, on the colossal luminous screen, the unparalleled figure of Junqia left the multitude in awe. In the blink of an eye, he swept through the shumi space, amassing a staggering 4,000 points, indisputably claiming the title of the foremost contender. Within less than a minute, he achieved this remarkable score, leaving all in shock, particularly witnessing the spectacle of combat, which was utterly irresistible. One man, single-handedly annihilating hundreds. Only a handful of prodigies managed to escape. Their prowess was utterly overwhelming, a force of an entirely different caliber. Junqia, at the tender age of 15, had already reached the 5th level of the Yuanfu realm, a truly astonishing feat, the ancient sacred body. It was maddening. Such power harnessed a heavenly-grade martial technique. Before his imposing presence, even those at the Dao Palace realm were subdued. Never had it crossed my mind that a Yuanfu realm cultivator could attain such might. I find it hard to fathom what kind of genius could stand toe-to-toe with him. In the square, the atmosphere was electric, filled with astonishment. All eyes were riveted on the spectacle of Junqia's battle. The scene resembled that of the Grim Reaper mercilessly slaughtering the weak. Countless formidable prodigies appeared as mere ants before him, lacking even the strength to resist, let alone escape. This was a complete one-sided massacre. 1,000 points, 3,000 points, 80,000 points, 210,000 points within the span of an hour. Junqia's score soared past 200,000, firmly securing the top position, while the second place barely surpassed 1,000. Everyone sensed an undeniable truth. The prodigious beings within the shumi space were merely there to highlight Junqia's extraordinary strength. They were not even on the same level as him. A particularly bizarre scene unfolded just 10 miles from the city gates, where Jun Chiye stood as an impenetrable barrier. He eliminated anyone who dared to emerge. One would fall, or two would perish as a pair. Within the city, countless formidable prodigies could only watch in horror, too afraid to step beyond the gates lest they meet their demise. All the prodigies thought, for heaven's sake, do not block the entrance. Chapter 24, Jun Chiye. Unrivaled 2 hours later, no one else exited the city. Next time, we shall choose a different location, Jun Chiye mused, shaking his head. In a flash, he soared toward the ancient city, eventually making a grand entrance. Upon witnessing Jun Chiye's arrival, the other prodigies surged forth, instinctively glancing back at him as they departed the ancient city, fearful that he might pursue them. Fortunately for them, their concerns were unfounded. For Jun Chiye had no desire for further conflict that day. The intense battles had significantly depleted his vast reservoir of dragon energy, which had been consumed by the phantoms of 9 divine dragons. Although this immense energy was his, it was not what he truly sought. Originally, the dragon energy was intended for refining the 9 divine dragon phantoms, but his current cultivation level was insufficient to swiftly mobilize them for such absorption and refinement. Consequently, he could only utilize the dragon energy as a form of pressure. In the future, as his cultivation progressed, the 9 divine dragon phantoms would absorb all the dragon energy. At that time, they would grow in strength, potentially transforming into true dragons rather than mere phantoms. Upon entering the ancient city, Jun Chiye settled into a meditative posture, commencing his training. However, his focus was not on elevating his realm, but rather on mastering the eternal suppression of heaven, refining the 9 tripod divine strength, and honing the 9 calamity sacred weapons. On the first day, Jun Chiye managed to refine a considerable amount of his dragon energy, solidifying the 9 divine dragon phantoms to the first level. If he continued to fight in such a manner, consistently utilizing the dragon energy, it would be swiftly refined, allowing the phantoms to evolve into true divine dragons. The refined dragon energy would not dissipate, due to the immense power of the divine dragon. All the dragon energy has been absorbed within it. The following day arrived, and Jun Chiye departed from the ancient city, engaging in a frenzy of slaughter. His points surged dramatically, reaching an astonishing total of 1.21 million. On the third day, Jun Chiye continued to fight valiantly, accumulating points that soared to 1.99 million. He had claimed more than 1/3 of the total points available in the entire Shumi space, firmly securing the first position without a shadow of doubt. However, for Jun Chiye, this ranking was not the most significant gain. The true reward lay in the fact that the dragon energy had decreased from 100 trillion to 90 trillion. And the illusory figure of the divine dragon had ascended to the 3rd level, becoming even more formidable and substantial than before. As the evening approached, the elimination of points concluded, marking the end of the first phase of the Celestial Talent Festival. Those ranked outside the top 100 were eliminated, while the top 100 geniuses earned the privilege to enter the 9 Heavens Divine City, now preparing for the ranking battles. The top 10 would be provisionally ranked according to their points, with challenges open to anyone who contested this arrangement. The esteemed Thunder Sovereign proclaimed loudly, his voice resonating throughout the square of Lingyun Sacred City, reaching the ears of all the powerful talents within the Shumi space. As his words echoed, figures from the ancient city were enveloped in radiant light, vanishing from sight, only to reappear in Lingyun Sacred City. At that moment, only 100 exceptional individuals remained in the Shumi space. These individuals had emerged victorious from a pool of over 9 million prodigies. Jun Chiye was unparalleled, truly invincible. The first place was undoubtedly his. At just 15 years of age, possessing the Yuanfu realm, he was astonishingly formidable, rendering even those in the Daogong realm utterly powerless before him. It is difficult to conceive of a formidable being capable of standing against him, unless it is a master of the Void realm. The exceptional talents who were teleported away exchanged discussions, their faces etched with disappointment. The 9 Heavens Divine City, which opens once every 3,000 years, had slipped through their fingers. More than anything, they lamented the unparalleled might of Jun Chiye, whose value was simply incomparable, as even those in the Dao Palace realm could not impede his advance. Now, the announcement of the rewards for the top 10 was imminent. Perhaps this would further ignite their fighting spirit, mused the thunder-revered one, a smile gracing his countenance as he spoke. Instantly, a wave of curiosity swept through the crowd, eager to discover what these rewards entailed. In Chapter 25, the reward for the first place was revealed. The individuals from the 10th to the 4th positions would receive between 10 million and 100 million sacred stones, premier spiritual treasures, 9th grade spiritual elixirs, and heavenly rank techniques and martial arts. As the Thunder Revered One articulated the rewards for the 4th to 10th places, he withheld further details. However, the mere mention of these prizes sent countless individuals into a frenzy. 10 million sacred stones as a starting point, along with premier spiritual treasures, 9th-grade spiritual elixirs, and heavenly rank techniques and martial arts. Each of these was the subject of envy. Yet, the most coveted accolades belonged to the top 3. Regardless of the time or place, the top 3 always shine the brightest, particularly the 1st place, which inherently carries an aura of distinction. The rewards of premier spiritual treasures, 9th-grade spiritual elixirs, 100 million sacred stones, and heavenly rank martial arts were indeed formidable. The Lingo prefecture was making a grand gesture. The true terror lay in the rewards for the top 3. One could only wonder what they might be. The anticipation was palpable. The more substantial the rewards, the fiercer the competition. The atmosphere was electrifying. The formidable contenders in the square gazed upon the prospects with envy. Merely securing a position within the top 10 would grant them extraordinary rewards, sufficient to last a lifetime. For the 3rd place, 500 million sacred stones, 3 first-grade elixirs, 2 top-tier spiritual treasures, and 1 each of celestial-level techniques and martial arts. For the 2nd place, 1 billion sacred stones, 3 second-grade elixirs, 3 top-tier spiritual treasures, 2 celestial-level techniques and martial arts, along with a day's insight in the forbidden land of Biming. The esteemed Thunder Sage continued to elaborate, revealing the rewards for 3rd and 2nd places. Upon completion, the audience erupted in shock and excitement. Indeed, the rewards for the top 3 were astonishing. However, the Thunder Sage refrained from disclosing the reward for the 1st place, leaving countless individuals even more intrigued. Esteemed Sage, what about the 1st place? What is the reward? Please. Dear Sage, do not keep us in suspense. Honorable Sage, we beseech you. The 1st place reward is beyond imagination. Silence. Let us await the Sage's announcement of the 1st place reward. The rewards for the top 10 are unattainable for countless prodigies throughout their lives, especially for the 3rd and 2nd places. The reward for the 1st place is indeed exceptional. Now, listen closely. The 1st place reward comprises 100 billion sacred stones, 10 3rd-grade elixirs, 1 celestial artifact, a choice of either a spiritual-level martial technique or skill, and 3 days of enlightenment in the forbidden land of Biming. Moreover, the State Lord will bestow a mysterious reward upon the 1st place winner. With a beaming smile, the Thunder Sage unveiled the 1st place reward. Gazing towards the governor's mansion, one cannot help but ponder the extraordinary and enigmatic rewards bestowed by the governor. What those rewards entail remains a mystery. Silence enveloped the vast square, where millions had gathered. Yet an eerie stillness prevailed. The expressions on every face shifted restlessly. After a prolonged pause, the rewards were announced, a staggering 1 billion holy stones, 10 3rd-grade elixirs, and even a celestial artifact. Such bountiful rewards were beyond comprehension, especially with the governor personally offering additional mysterious prizes. The 1st place seemed to ascend to an unparalleled pinnacle of existence. It is no wonder that so many flocked to the Celestial Heroes Gala, as it presented an opportunity to soar to new heights. All one could do was watch the fierce competition unfold. Knowing that the battle for the top 10 would be fierce, the greatest hopes rested upon Jun Chiye and his companions. Within the quiet square, discussion surged like a tidal wave, almost uprooting the very ground beneath them. In the realm of Shumi, the top 100 prodigies were equally astonished and exhilarated. The 1st place is mine by right, they declared, their ambitions aflame. Confidence radiated from many of the esteemed competitors in the ancient city, as they rubbed their hands together in anticipation, as if the 1st place reward were already laid before them, completely unaware of Jun Chiye's presence. This ignorance stemmed from their lack of experience with Jun Chiye, leaving them oblivious to his true prowess. Only those who had witnessed his strength firsthand understood the magnitude of his capabilities. At that moment, the rules of the challenge were set to be announced. The respected Thunder said, countless astonished individuals were brought back to reality. Chapter 26, Challenge Me, if you dare. The rules of the challenge dictate that each participant is granted but a single opportunity to contest. A victorious challenge results in the acquisition of the rank being contested. Failure, however, necessitates departure from the Shumi space. Those ranked within the top 10 must endure a minimum of 3 rounds of challenges, and when facing a challenger, the order of confrontation will follow a sequential pattern. Now, let the challenges commence, proclaimed the Thunderous Sovereign as he announced the contest rules. The rankings are arranged according to points, with those who dispute this order encouraged to challenge the top 10. The elite among the top 10 must face at least 3 challenges. Upon achieving 3 victories, they may decline further contests. though these paragons of strength also possess the opportunity to challenge for higher ranks. It is a system that is equitable, straightforward, and merciless. I suspect Jun Chiye remains in first place. It is difficult to ascertain. The prowess of the top 100 prodigious warriors is formidable, many of whom conceal their true strength. Jun Chiye is unlikely to fall from the top 10. He is simply too powerful, and it is hard to conceive of any Dao Palace realm that could possibly best him. In truth, the outcome will soon be revealed. In the square, the throngs of spectators were even more anxious and exhilarated than the prodigies within the Shumi space, as though they themselves were vying for a place among the top 10. Naturally, within the confines of the Shumi space, the atmosphere was equally tense. The majority of gazes were directed toward Jun Chiye, for he currently held the highest score. Should a challenge arise, it would inevitably be directed at Jun Chiye, considering the bountiful rewards that accompany the top position. However, there are those who are more rational, opting not to challenge Jun Chiye. It is essential to recognize that each individual is afforded but a single opportunity to confront a challenge. Failure results in elimination. Moreover, Jun Chiye's score is utterly formidable, accounting for more than one-third of the total points within the Shumi space. To challenge him is exceedingly arduous. 10 seconds, choose your opponent. Intone the thunder-revered one, prompting the exceptional talents of the Shumi space to select their adversaries. I choose to challenge the first. I challenge the first. I challenge Jun Chiye. I challenge Jun Chiye. I challenge the second. I challenge the first. I challenge Jun Chiye. I choose to challenge the third. After 10 seconds, as each individual announced their chosen opponent, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Expressions shifted dramatically. The onlookers in the square were equally affected. For among the 100 individuals within the Shumi space, an astonishing 71 had opted to challenge Jun Chiye. Even the subsequent 9 had chosen to confront him. Challenging me? Quite a number, indeed, Jun Chiye remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as his gaze fell upon those exceptional individuals daring to challenge him. The allure of the rewards had evidently clouded their judgment. I am the first to challenge Jun Chiye. Ha ha, declared Luo Qing, currently ranked 9th on the leaderboard. With so many confronting Jun Chiye, the order of challenges must be adhered to. He, being the first, possessed the greatest opportunity. Should he emerge victorious, he would claim the top position. You are the first. Do you find it amusing? Shouldn't one feel a sense of sorrow? Jun Chiye inquired, his gaze directed towards Luo Qing. That look was akin to observing a fool, as if he were numb to the notion of a challenge. Sorrow? If not for the ambition of securing the top rank, the first place and points would undoubtedly belong to me, Luo Qing remarked with a sinister smile. He possessed a formidable ace up his sleeve, his objective being to ascend to the pinnacle. During the points ranking, he had concealed his true strength. Otherwise, he had a substantial chance of claiming the top score. To save time, let those who wish to challenge me come forth together. With a swift motion, Jun Chiye departed from the ancient city, hovering in midair. He spoke in a tone as calm as a gentle breeze, as if discussing the most mundane matter. Yet his words left everyone astonished. Chapter 27. A thought, subjugating eternity. What? He dares to invite all challengers to face him simultaneously. How audacious. Quite bold. I must say, I admire it. So domineering. Utterly arrogant. Overconfidence knows no bounds. In the Shumi space, the square was filled with expressions of shock, as everyone believed they had misheard. Yet, this was indeed the truth. One individual was prepared to face the challenge of 71 extraordinary warriors. And he was merely at the Yuanfu realm, while all others were at the Daogong realm. And not just any Daogong realm, but at the pinnacle of the 10th level. Boom boom, Jun Chiye activated the ancient holy body, unleashing a torrent of 9 trillion dragon energy. 9 ethereal dragons spiraled in the air, while simultaneously, the 66th tier of divine consciousness brewed forth, poised to unleash a cataclysmic force that could obliterate the heavens and the earth. He aimed to vanquish all formidable adversaries with a single strike. Mastering both soul and martial arts, he could unleash 2 forms of devastating attacks and defenses concurrently. Thus, it was time to ascertain the extent of his arrogance and the disparity of power. Upon witnessing Jun Chiye's demeanor, all the exceptional talents felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. As fellow prodigies, they were treated as insignificant by Jun Chiye. In an instant, all those who sought to challenge him moved swiftly toward him, each one exuding a terrifying aura, summoning horrific attacks in their hands. The divine tripod subdued the gods, and the ancient power confined the heavens. Jun Chiye observed the 71 formidable beings departing from the ancient city, and with a soft utterance, the cataclysmic power erupted forth. The martial path's divine tripod and the ancient consciousness's celestial confinement resounded boom, boom. The space within 100 miles was instantaneously annihilated, transforming everything within that realm into nothingness. All the formidable beings vanished without a trace, as the beginning melded into the end. The battle had not truly commenced, yet the 71 prodigious entities dissipated within that space. Junqiya hovered in the air, his form flickering, his expression serene, but his heart was in turmoil. Simultaneously invoking two of the most terrifying attacks was indeed taxing, nearly resulting in self-inflicted harm. It appeared that his cultivation was still insufficient, otherwise, such a predicament would not have arisen. The overwhelming terror of the ancient town shook the heavens. With a consciousness at the 66th level, coupled with the devastating attack of divine intent, a single strike could annihilate even the most formidable of beings, let alone those at the Tao Palace realm. In the void of the Shumi space, silence reigned. The square was enveloped in stillness, as no one had anticipated such an outcome, nor the simplicity of the process. The battle had concluded before it even commenced. Junqiya was powerful enough to subdue all those of the Tao Palace realm. In fact, to subdue them was to underestimate his might. The expression on the face of the Thunderclap Elder shifted continuously as his heart quivered involuntarily. He was a venerable figure, one of the 9 esteemed elders under the command of Baiming Tiansong. Yet, in the face of Junqiya's single strike, he felt a tremor of fear. He realized that had he been the one standing before Junqiya, he too would have met his demise in that instant. That strike was utterly terrifying, far exceeding their realm of comprehension. After a prolonged moment, he emerged from his stupor, discreetly transmitting a coded message to the State Lord's residence, informing Baiming Tiansong of the recent events. At merely 15 years of age, possessing the 5th level of the Yuanfu realm, and with the archaic sacred body, Junqiya concealed a strength comparable to the peak of a venerable. He might even have brushed against the limits of the 4 extremes. Such a prodigy. Baiming Tiansong had been secluded in his chamber, striving to break through to the heavenly extreme realm. However, he was also aware of the celestial talent competition and recognized Junqiya's exceptional prowess. Yet, he had never imagined that Junqiya could reach such a formidable level, potentially rivaling his own strength. This revelation was indeed astonishing. Upon concluding his meditation, he rose and exited the chamber, leaving the door ajar. Chapter 28. State Lord. Baiming Tiansong, what had just transpired? Was the battle truly over so swiftly? With a single strike, 71 formidable demonic beings were vanquished. The unparalleled prodigies of the 3,000 Tao states fell before one who was of a lower realm. This move was truly extraordinary. Junqiya, indeed a prodigy of prodigies. Undeniably the foremost, his strength was unparalleled, utterly invincible. The onlookers in the square, in a state of shock, were abuzz with discussion. Each face reflected disbelief, as if the astonishing scene they had just witnessed was a mere illusion. So terrifying was the spectacle. One strike, a collective annihilation. I am first. You may do as you please, Junqiya remarked casually, his figure flickering before returning to the ancient city. Upon finishing his words, he sat cross-legged, entering a state of meditation, his expression serene, as if the recent events bore no significance to him. Though his tone was unassuming, it resonated with overwhelming arrogance and authority. I am first. You may do as you please. How absurd. Having claimed the top position, the rest could only comply. Yet, no one dared to contest him. With a single strike, he had subdued all challengers, from the 2nd to the 100th, 71 individuals who had been utterly defenseless, unable to retaliate at any moment. The first position was unequivocally his Junqiya. Now, the challenges were set to continue, as the thunder-revered one proclaimed. However, he had preemptively declared Junqiya's rank, the first, impervious even to thunder. This was within the confines of the Shumi space, had it occurred outside. This single strike would have ensured that such prodigies would no longer exist within the 3,000 Tao states, and thus, the challenges would proceed. All was rather ordinary, lacking in interest. This was primarily due to the overwhelming strength and stunning presence of Junqiya. In his radiant glory, others seemed insignificant. Within less than half an hour, the challenge concluded, and the top 10 were determined. Apart from Junqiya and the third-place contender, all others in the top 10 were replaced. Thus, the grand celebration of the prodigies came to an end. The thunderous elder announced the results, and as his voice echoed, the space of Shumi illuminated, transporting 100 exceptional warriors away. When they reappeared, they found themselves back on the plaza, positioned atop a high platform, visible to all. The crowd erupted in cheers, chanting Junqiya, Junqiya, Junqiya. In an instant, countless gifted individuals hailed him. In their eyes, he was the epitome of an idol, an unparalleled force. His astonishing move leaving them awestruck. The other top contenders were largely overlooked. The first place bore an innate aura, as everyone could only remember the victor, unable to recall the second place, a natural rule of existence. Then, a rumble resonated through the void, and suddenly the space was torn open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a green robe, who emerged into the sight of all. He appeared ordinary, yet exuded a captivating charm, his every movement harmonizing with the very essence of the universe. Accompanying him was a breathtakingly beautiful girl, around 14 or 15 years of age, standing gracefully like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Governor, governor, governor. The people of Lingo Holy City recognized the man and the girl, and in unison, they bowed in reverence. Upon recognizing that the middle-aged man was the Lord of Lingo, the other formidable outsiders promptly bowed in respect, their astonishment palpable. They had not anticipated that this year's Celestial Heroes Convention would attract the attention of the State Lord. In previous occasions, it sufficed to have a venerable figure presiding, with the State Lord remaining in the shadows. However, this time, the State Lord had taken the initiative to appear in person. Indeed, this edition had showcased numerous prodigious talents. As the rewards were about to be distributed, the State Lord, Bei Ming Tian Song, wore a smile, his gaze lingering on Jun Qi for an extended moment before shifting to the young woman beside him, who was bowing her head, seemingly engrossed in a whisper, exhibiting a hint of shyness. Chapter 29, the bestowal of marriage, celestial sacred weapons, and 3 billion. The rewards for the top 10 contenders were announced, commencing with the 10th place, which received 10 million holy stones, a spiritual treasure, and a celestial-grade martial skill. The rewards for the 9th and 8th places followed swiftly. Soon, 9 of the 10 rewards had been distributed, leaving only the first-place reward for Jun Qi pending. Curiosity and anticipation enveloped the crowd, as the reward for the first place was reputed to be extraordinarily formidable. Even if they could not claim it for themselves, they were eager to witness its grandeur. The first-place reward was to be doubled. As the State Lord, I bestow upon you the hand of the 9th princess in marriage. Moreover, I have formally sought the consent of the palace master, who has graciously acquiesced. Henceforth, you shall be the betrothed of the 9th princess of Lingo. I shall also grant the celestial sacred weapons and 3 billion as her dowry, proclaimed Bei Ming Tian Song. At the mention of the palace master, he even nodded toward the southern direction, performing a gesture of respect. Thus, it became clear. Upon recently discovering the astounding talents of Jun Qi, I meticulously examined his background. To my astonishment, upon learning of his origins, I was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. He is a disciple of the master of the Sacred Martial Academy of Qizhou. While others may be oblivious to the identity of the master, I am well aware that he is a legendary figure, living modestly in the remote region of Qizhou. The emergence of such a prodigious disciple at the Celestial Heroes Gathering is indeed an extraordinary opportunity. Consequently, I discreetly sent a message to Qizhou, proposing a union with the master. To my surprise, the master agreed. Initially, I approached this with a sense of cautious optimism. The first prize offers a doubled reward? Good heavens! What? A dowry of 30 billion sacred stones and the heavenly spirit sacred weapon for Jun Qi, the 9th princess, hailed as the most beautiful goddess of Lingo. Though still young, is undeniably stunning. I never anticipated that the governor would bestow her hand in marriage to Jun Qi. This is indeed a remarkable gift. The governor of Lingo must seek permission from others to propose. What status does Jun Qi hold? Could he possibly be the son of the domain lord of the southern heavens? The revelation is staggering, shocking, and tumultuous. None could have foreseen that the governor would grant such a marriage to Jun Qi, offering the heavenly spirit sacred weapon and 30 billion sacred stones as a dowry, with all rewards doubled. More significantly, the esteemed governor of Lingo must solicit another's approval for the hand of the 9th princess. This is undoubtedly a matter that will reverberate throughout Lingo and even the surrounding 3,000 states. Jun Qi is left bewildered. What on earth is happening? He never imagined that this mysterious gift was a betrothal bestowed upon him. Moreover, it was from Bei Ming. The crucial point was that the provincial lord had sought the princess's hand in marriage, and even more astonishingly, the princess had consented. I should not have attended this so-called Tianjiao festival. Brother Qi, our father said we were born on the same day of the same month in the same year. And I am but a tiny bit older than you. At that moment, Bei Ming approached Jun Qi, her exquisitely beautiful face flushed with a hint of shyness, visibly nervous. Are you the provincial lord's mysterious reward? Can we exchange it? Jun Qi glanced at Bei Ming and slapped his forehead in exasperation. My goodness, exchange? Absolutely not. Bei Ming was taken aback for a moment before quickly regaining her composure, her lips pouting adorably, exuding a charm that resembled a playful pout. Before hundreds of thousands, she displayed her affection and charm, prompting waves of envy among the crowd, especially upon seeing Jun Qiye's reluctant demeanor. Many wished to rush forward and give him a thorough beating, longing to take his place. Baiming Tiansong observed the interaction between Jun Qiye and Baiming Ming. A smile gracing his features. He was well aware that Jun Qiye had saved Baiming Ming. Perhaps this was destiny. Well then, this edition of the Tianjiao Festival has concluded. The top 100 will enter the Nine Heavens Divine City in a month, where they will join the prodigies from the entire Southern Heaven domain and countless other realms surrounding it. The duration inside will be 2 years, fraught with peril yet abundant in opportunities. Prepare yourselves, Baiming Tiansong announced. With a fleeting glance at Jun Qiye and Baiming Ming, he erupted into hearty laughter. His figure vanished in an enigmatic manner, having returned to Lingo Prefecture. Chapter 30, Baiming Ming, the Sacred Body of Lingming. The grand celebration of prodigies has drawn to a close, yet its fervor remains unabated. Jun Qiye has ascended to the pinnacle of Lingzhou's discourse, an unparalleled prodigy. Formidable and invincible, now standing as the foremost champion. He has been awarded 400 billion holy stones, along with celestial artifacts, spiritual-grade techniques, and elixirs. Furthermore, the provincial lord has bestowed upon him the hand of the 9th princess in marriage, offering the heavenly spirit sacred weapon and 300 billion holy stones as her dowry. In the provincial lord's residence, within Lingming Pavilion, lies the boudoir of the 9th princess, Baiming Ming, a sanctum forbidden to all but her parents and siblings, along with a handful of servants. Presently, Jun Qiye also resides here, bearing the title of the 9th princess's betrothed. Host, Baiming Ming is the sacred body of Lingming. Adept in the realms of space and dreams, a natural master of consciousness. Your union will greatly benefit both of you. Yet her sacred body has yet to be activated at this moment. Once activated, her consciousness will soar beyond the 70th tier. The voice of the system echoed in his mind, informing Jun Qiye of the significance of the sacred body of Lingming. Her father must be aware, right? Jun Qiye pondered, taken aback by the revelation that this enchanting two-dimensional beauty is indeed the sacred body of Lingming. A rare and extraordinary physique, one that stands unique in the world. It is not counted among the 3,000 sacred bodies due to its extreme rarity. Much like how consciousness masters are absent from the martial realm. He surely knows. Your master is also aware, the system responded. In the vast expanse of the northern abyss, how could one possibly remain unaware? However, without Jun Qiye, the divine dream body of Baiming Ming would essentially be rendered ineffective. It appears I am still too young, Jun Qiye mused. The arrangements made by the palace master elude his understanding, and he fails to comprehend the nuances of Baiming Tiansong. Seventh brother, a sweet, melodious voice rang in his ears, followed by a gentle waft of fragrance, even with his eyes closed. Jun Qiye knew precisely who it was. There could be no other than Baiming Ming. Are you not cultivating? He replied with a hum, opening his eyes to behold the stunningly beautiful maiden before him. This ethereal beauty, akin to a character from a two-dimensional realm, would undoubtedly captivate the hearts of earthlings if she were among them. She was breathtaking, not only on earth, but also the foremost goddess in Lingzhou. Yet, she still seemed rather youthful. Cultivating? Do you spend your days like this? How dull. Baiming Ming remarked. In truth, her cultivation was not insignificant. It surpassed Jun Qiye by an entire realm, as she had already attained the 4th level of the Dao Palace realm. Her talent in martial arts was extraordinarily exceptional, considering she was only 15. If her divine dream body were to be fully activated, her strength would be utterly formidable. Even he might not stand a chance against her at present. It is indeed somewhat tedious, Jun Qiye admitted. Cultivation may be monotonous, yet it empowers one significantly. Moreover, having just refined the celestial spirit sacred weapon, I have yet to fully master it. During this interval before our journey to the Nine Heavens Divine City, I must enhance my strength to avoid peril within. The Nine Heavens Divine City opens its gates once every 3,000 years. Those who enter are not merely the 100 prodigies from the 3,000 states surrounding Lingzhou, but rather the exceptional talents from the entirety of the southern celestial domain, as well as the top-tier geniuses from the myriad small worlds adjacent to the southern celestial domain. It is essential to prepare swiftly for the impending entrance into the Nine Heavens Divine City, Baiming Ming declared, her delicate hand clasping Jun Qiye's as she urged him to step outside. Jun Qiye distinctly sensed a slight tremor in Baiming Ming's gentle grasp and inadvertently noticed a blush gracing her cheeks. Are you also going to the Nine Heavens Divine City? Jun Qiye inquired, taken aback. Isn't it only the top 100 who gain entry? He was surprised that Baiming Ming, who had not participated in the Prodigy Gala, could still access it. He soon realized that the allocation of spots lay in the hands of the State Lord, If Bai Ming wished to enter, it was merely a matter of her request. Indeed, Bai Ming affirmed, her heartbeat quickening with a tinge of nervousness, her entire being electrified, unable to meet Jun Qiye's gaze. Subsequently, the pair ventured into Lingyun's sacred city to procure essential supplies for their upcoming expedition, as they would be residing within the Nine Heavens divine city for 2 years. A realm fraught with uncertainty and peril. 2 days later, Jun Qiye made his way to the Baiming Forbidden Grounds. This location served as the sacred domain of the Baiming clan, where only the most exceptional prodigies and the esteemed elders were permitted entry. For it housed the clan's martial arts and treasured techniques, even the family's prized possessions. For outsiders, gaining access here was akin to an insurmountable challenge. Yet this time, the second and first entrants were allowed access. You have 6 days to comprehend the essence within. As he stepped into the Baiming Forbidden Grounds, an ethereal voice resonated, and with Jun Qiye's current cultivation, he was utterly unable to discern the location of the speaker. Even if that individual were a 66th-tier spirit master, one could only imagine the formidable strength of this mysterious entity. Chapter 31, The Sovereign Sacred Weapon. The 9 tripods. Upon hearing the ethereal voice, Jun Qiye felt a profound shock within. The Baiming family, capable of commanding the spirit state, was undoubtedly immensely powerful, reigning as the sovereign among the 3,000 Dao states nearby. With a calm demeanor, Jun Qiye ventured deeper into the forbidden area. After half an hour, he encountered the individual who had secured second place in the Talents Gala, as this individual also possessed an opportunity for enlightenment that day. Upon seeing Jun Qiye's arrival, the second-place contestant offered a courteous nod, a gesture of acknowledgement. Yet, what significance did it hold to be a talent when compared to Jun Qiye? Moreover, the current Jun Qiye was not merely a talent, he was a terrifying powerhouse, the future consort of the 9th princess of the spirit state, a figure of unparalleled status. And his identity was inherently enigmatic and formidable. Who would dare provoke him? Ding! Detected the sovereign sacred weapon, the 9 tripods. Combining the 9 tripods with the 9 tripod suppression technique rewards the user with Alchemical Mastery 1 and the title of Sacred Alchemist 1. At that moment, a notification sounded in his mind. Upon receiving the alert, Jun Qiye was taken aback. The colossal structure before him, towering at a height of 1,000 meters and measuring 300 meters in length and width, was indeed a tripod, the sovereign sacred weapon, the 9 tripods. Perfectly aligned with the 9 tripod suppression technique he had been cultivating. If this was the 9 tripods, then there must be 9 in total. But where were the other 8? No matter, he decided to focus on the process of comprehension and integration. It was an unexpected twist of fate that the system rewarded him with the 9 tripod suppression technique just as he encountered the 9 tripods. He settled into a meditative posture. Utilizing the profound mastery of the 9 tripod divine suppression technique, Jun Qiye attuned himself to the essence of the 9 tripods. In an instant, he established a connection with the Great Cauldron, though initially it stirred little commotion. Undeterred, he persisted in his introspection. Time slipped by second, and 5 days elapsed. Jun Qiye remained as still as a statue, or perhaps in a deep slumber. Yet, an ethereal aura unfurled from his being within the confines of the forbidden ground, enveloping a vast expanse of 100 miles with its enigmatic presence. This extraordinary scene sent shivers through the spine of the ancestral spirits of the Baiming family hidden within the forbidden ground. However, they chose not to interrupt Jun Qiye, instead harboring a sense of anticipation. On the 6th day, the entire forbidden ground resonated with the mysterious energy erupting from Jun Qiye. At noon, this energy culminated in a cataclysmic explosion, reverberating with a thunderous roar. A beam of light ascended towards the heavens, its girth akin to 100 zhang, radiating an ancient brilliance imbued with unmatched sovereign power. In that moment, the entirety of Lingyun's sacred city felt the oppressive might of this devastating dominance, compelling all to bow beneath its overwhelming pressure. The first, the second, the third, up to the 9th luminescent radiance emerged from every corner of the Baiming forbidden ground. In that instant, under the convergence of these resplendent lights, the entire Lingyun sacred city trembled. The earth quaked over a span of millions of miles, the very fabric of space shuddered. And myriad beings and humans alike were struck with astonishment, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. At that moment, Jun Qiye opened his eyes, declaring, 9 tripods, awaken. With a single, resonant command, he ascended skyward, soaring to a height of 1,000 zhang. Suspended in the air, exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance. He raised his hands into the void, causing the very ground of the forbidden realm of the Baiming clan to tremble violently, as countless edifices were reduced to dust. Behold! 9 colossal cauldrons, each towering 1,000 meters, soared towards the heavens. From these magnificent vessels erupted a force of annihilation. This spectacle was utterly astonishing. The 9 cauldrons formed a miraculous array of destruction, rendering all formidable beings before it utterly obliterated. The very fabric of space shattered and reformed incessantly. The denizens of Lingo's sacred city found themselves compelled to kneel, their faces etched with shock and terror. The 9 cauldrons, sacred weapons that suppressed Lingo's sacred city, had been summoned by Junqiye. Such an extraordinary feat. After 1,000,000 years, someone had finally mastered the sovereign sacred weapon. The 9 cauldrons. How had he achieved this? This was true prodigiousness. The sacred weapon in his possession, coupled with the heavenly sacred weapon bestowed upon the 9th princess by the state lord, meant he now wielded 2 sacred artifacts. The distinction between possessing a sacred weapon and mastering one is vast. In the southern celestial domain, out of 10,000 sacred weapons, at most only 10 can be truly mastered, the rest remain beyond reach. Lingo's sacred city was in a state of shock and speculation, with expressions of anxiety and envy etched upon every face. The sacred weapon was their ultimate armament. Spiritual treasures were exceedingly rare, and celestial artifacts even more so. Even possessing a sacred weapon often rendered it merely ornamental, incapable of being wielded effectively. Yet now, Junqiye had grasped the sovereign sacred weapon. The 9 cauldrons, what power could withstand such might? Chapter 32, Breakthrough, Dao Palace Realm. The 9 colossal cauldrons floated in the air, encircling Junqiye. Junqiye, akin to a war deity, reigns supreme over the world. All who behold him are instinctively filled with admiration and respect. The ancestors of the Baiming clan and countless formidable warriors gaze upon Junqiye and the 9 tripods, their excitement palpable. They never anticipated that the 9 tripods, which had lain dormant for 1,000,000 years, would once again be wielded by someone, especially by the esteemed son-in-law of the Baiming family. The 9 tripods are reborn through him. He has mastered the 9 tripods' divine suppression technique, and at the 5th level of the Yuanfu realm, his power rivals that of a venerable sage. Should he ascend to the sage realm, who could possibly stand against him? He is destined for sanctification. A chorus of weighty voices emanates from the powerful members of the Baiming clan, proclaiming the essence of martial arts, shattering the void. Yet, beyond martial arts lies the realm of the sages. The prerequisites for becoming a sage include mastery of a sacred weapon, a sacred body, sacred techniques, along with countless fortuitous opportunities, profound wisdom, immense perseverance, and a stroke of luck measured in 1,000,000,000 to 1. Boom, boom. At this moment, an awe-inspiring aura erupts from Junqiye. His cultivation level surges uncontrollably. Yuanfu realm, 6th level, 7th level, 8th level, 9th level, 10th level. With a breakthrough, Junqiye ascends to the Daogong realm, emerging as an extraordinary superpower at merely 15 years of age, his might comparable to that of a sage in the Daogong realm. The 9 tripods stabilize as he softly commands, and instantly, the 9 colossal tripods radiate brilliance. Spiritual energy from within 1,000,000 miles rushes forth, gradually being devoured by the 9 tripods. In the end, the 9 tripod transformed into a palm-sized object, turning into a stream of radiant light before vanishing, entering the space between Junqiye's brows. Suspended in the air, he swiftly suppressed his aura, his form plummeting back to the Lingnang pavilion. His younger brother, upon witnessing the formidable presence of Junqiye, was left spellbound, her heart brimming with sweetness, for that divinely handsome youth was her betrothed. It was only after a considerable pause that she regained her composure, gazing at Junqiye with eyes filled with infatuation. As days passed, on one particular day, Junqiye and Baiming Ming departed from the governor's mansion, for they were destined for the boundless sea, intending to enter the 9 heavens' divine city. The boundless sea lay several days' journey from Lingo, necessitating the use of a teleportation array. Meanwhile, other formidable prodigies had already vacated the Lingo's sacred city, preparing to make their way to the 9 heavens' divine city. For them, the holy stones held little value. Currently, Junqiye possessed nearly 4 trillion holy stones, making him a veritable tycoon within the entire southern heaven domain. Whoosh, whoosh. After 3 days, Junqiye and Baiming Ming arrived at the boundless sea. Although at the Dao Palace stage they were unable to fly, their exceptional talents allowed them to traverse the skies. Thus, they soared above the ocean. And within Junqiye's mind, the system's notification echoed periodically, indicating that the token for entering the 9 heavens' divine city had been scanned. The token bore indications of the location for receiving them in the 9 heavens' divine city. That place must be the designated reception point for the 9 heavens' divine city. On the 4th day, in the gaze of the 2 individuals, an island emerged, radiating an enigmatic luminescence that rendered it akin to a lighthouse amidst the vast sea. That is the place, Junqiye nodded, having been informed by the system beforehand. Moreover, the island was home to numerous prodigious talents. The top 100 contenders selected for the Prodigy Festival, who had arrived here long ago. The Nine Heavens Divine City had multiple rendezvous points, yet near Lingo. Only this singular point existed. Upon the arrival of Jun Qie and Bai Mingming, the other formidable prodigies greeted them warmly. Having personally witnessed Jun Qie's extraordinary prowess and being aware of Bai Mingming's esteemed identity. Chapter 33. Entering the Nine Heavens Divine City, the other exceptional talents exchanged pleasantries with them, to which Jun Qie acknowledged with a nod before finding a place to sit and await the impending summons. The Nine Heavens Divine City was a realm of peril. 2 years spent within its confines could lead one to the brink of death, while danger abounded. Emerging from this crucible would likely elevate one to the status of a revered figure, perhaps even to the 4th tier, with a chance of attaining the celestial platform realm. The phrase 9 deaths and 1 life was by no means an exaggeration. For those of their ilk, returning with even a tenth of their number would be considered fortunate. Within those walls, there existed not only competitors of their kind but also formidable beasts and countless unknown dangers. A moment's negligence could lead to obliteration. In the Nine Heavens Divine City, human life was the least valued commodity. Fortune favors the bold, they say. If I were in Jun Qie's position, I would certainly refrain from venturing into the Nine Heavens Divine City. How tedious it is to be idle. A multitude of extraordinary beings engaged in fervent discussions, delving into the intricate secrets of the Nine Heavens Divine City. Although the gates to this enigmatic realm opened only once every 3 millennia, numerous formidable factions and families had previously dispatched their champions to the Divine City, who returned alive, chronicling their experiences within. Suddenly, the previously clear sky erupted with the sound of thunder, as dark clouds gathered ominously, reminiscent of an impending storm. Encountering such turmoil on a solitary island sent shivers down one's spine, rendering the insignificance of humanity in the grand tapestry of existence painfully evident. North Dream tightly grasped Jun Qie's arm, her fear palpable. Understanding her trepidation, he gently patted her back in a reassuring gesture. In that moment, a radiant arc of 9 colors descended from the heavens like a lightning bolt, striking the ocean's surface. Instantly, the waters surged, creating towering waves, as the luminous energy exuded a mysterious force, voraciously consuming the surrounding spiritual essence. Drawn inexorably towards this captivating light, Jun Qie and the others, including North Dream, numbering a total of 101, offered no resistance, succumbing to the allure of the radiant energy. As they entered its embrace, the world outside faded from view. A soft hissing sound filled the air as their forms were transported away. After an indeterminate passage of time, a brilliant light illuminated their surroundings, heralding the conclusion of their journey. Ding. Successful sign-in at Nine Heavens Divine City. Rewards: Array Wheel 1, Array True Understanding 1, Array Master Title 1, points 200. In that instant, the system notification resonated within their minds, confirming the successful sign-in and the arrival of their rewards. However, this time, the rewards are all related to the realm of formations. As for the purpose of the points, he is currently unaware, and he has not inquired with the system. It seems prudent to take some time to thoroughly understand the system later. Welcome to the Divine City of the Nine Heavens. An exhilarating adventure awaits. I am the envoy of the Divine City, and for the next 2 years, I shall accompany you through both growth and demise. The number of prodigies entering the Divine City of the Nine Heavens this time is 80,289. In the sky, a hauntingly ethereal voice resonated in Jun Qie's ears. Aside from the system's notification, he was certain that he had arrived at the Divine City of the Nine Heavens. As he cast his gaze around, he found the surroundings desolate, yet the spiritual energy was extraordinarily abundant, far denser than that of Lingzhou, by at least 100-fold. In such an environment, cultivating would yield remarkable results in a single day. No wonder so many aspire to enter the Divine City of the Nine Heavens. Even if one does not obtain any fortuitous encounters or treasures, 2 years of cultivation here equates to decades elsewhere, provided one survives the trials. This is a place where survival is an arduous feat. Chapter 34. The virtual map unveiled over 80,000 individuals. How can there be so many? Our Lingo realm has sent only 10, and Taiwu Star has merely 4. Such a multitude has arrived at the Divine City of the Nine Heavens. The competition will be fierce. With this opening of the Divine City, I wonder what fortunate opportunities may await. Divine City of the Nine Heavens, here I come. Across all directions and corners, astonished voices emerged from the crowd. From the southern celestial domain, as well as the surrounding smaller worlds and realms, the points of teleportation vary. Thus, upon arriving at the City of Nine Heavens, they did not encounter one another. Jun Qie was equally astounded. Near Lingzhou, across 3,000 Dao states, There were merely 100 individuals. It was utterly unexpected that over 80,000 had entered the City of Nine Heavens, most of whom hailed from other smaller worlds. Considering that the southern celestial domain comprises only 10,000 Tao states, the City of Nine Heavens intertwines fortune with peril. The game begins now. You are currently on the fringes of the City of Nine Heavens, far from its core. Only by traversing the 9 forbidden grounds can one gain entry into the Divine City. Within 3 days, one must enter the first forbidden ground. Within 6 days, the second. Within 10 days, the third. Within 15 days, the fourth. Within 20 days, the fifth. Within 25 days, the sixth. Within 30 days, the seventh. Within 35 days, the eighth. And within 60 days, the ninth, which encompasses the outer realms of the City of Nine Heavens. Should one fail to enter each forbidden ground within the allotted time, all those outside shall perish. Within these forbidden realms lie countless heavenly materials, treasures, and ferocious beasts, alongside various artifacts and resources. Acquiring these will yield prestige points, which serve as the currency of esteem within the City of Nine Heavens. Prestige points are paramount. A voice, echoing with an ethereal resonance, proclaimed the rules. Upon hearing this decree, all present stood in stunned silence. It was indeed a treacherous predicament. It is widely acknowledged that this is merely the beginning. The subsequent rules may prove to be even more brutal. The notion of perilous survival seems hardly exaggerated, but rather quite conservative, as the ethereal and profound voice resonated. An array of radiant lights cascaded through the void. Simultaneously, the tokens possessed by each individual began to emit a faint luminescence, ultimately coalescing into a miniature virtual screen displaying their personal information alongside certain regulations of the Nine Heavens Divine City. After perusing the information, Biming Ming retracted her token and the virtual screen's message, uttering but 2 words. This left Jun Qiye momentarily speechless. Little miss, are you not aware of the dangers that lurk in this place? Are you not afraid? He inquired, having accepted Biming Ming's presence. He regarded her as an astonishingly beautiful maiden. Among those he had encountered, only the sect leader surpassed her in beauty. She was indeed a sight to behold. However, it was clear that she had not been overly pampered. Her status merely indicated a different life experience, resulting in a less stable mindset. With you by my side, what is there to fear? Biming Ming replied. Although their acquaintance had lasted less than a month, she had developed a sense of dependence on Jun Qiye. To her, the mere presence of Jun Qiye instilled a sense of security. Let us proceed to seek entry into the first forbidden zone. Jun Qiye could only acquiesce silently. Very well. It was his duty as a man, especially as the protector of this exquisite maiden. Ding, virtual sensing interface, activation successful. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed once more. Chapter 35, The Holy Array Master, The Holy Alchemist, Virtual Sensory Map. Jun Qiye was momentarily taken aback. What is this? The virtual sensory map is part of a 9-dimensional sensing system, capable of perceiving everything within a certain range. At present, the system can detect within a span of 10,000 by 10, 000 by 100 by 100, which means 10,000 miles in all directions from the host, soaring 100 miles high and delving 100 miles deep. Within this range, nothing can escape the system as perception. Please, host, enter the virtual screen and explore for yourself. As the system elucidated, Jun Qiye felt a surge of excitement nearly propelling him from his seat. While flying alongside Biming Ming, he directed his consciousness into the virtual screen. Before him, a clear map materialized, dotted with coordinates and various markers in red and white. At the center lay a blue indicator, signifying himself. Below the map was a note. Sensory map, corresponding colors, blue, represents oneself and allies, as well as beings that pose no threat or aggression. Red signifies enemies and threatening beings. The deeper the hue, the greater the danger. Green denotes sentient life forms and rare treasures. The more vibrant the color, the stronger and more precious they are. Gold represents metallic treasures and rare resources. The more intense the color, the more powerful and valuable they become. Multicolored signifies treasures of celestial grade and above. The more varied and vibrant the colors, the greater the power and rarity. Remarkable. After perusing the note, Jun Qiye could only inwardly exclaim in awe. This system is truly remarkable. With this virtual sensing map, everything within a radius of 10,000 miles, spanning 100 miles above and below, falls under my control. Even if you attempt to hide like a ghost, I will still be aware of your whereabouts. Host, do you wish to integrate the true understanding of array art? Do you wish to integrate the title of Saint Array Master? After comprehending the virtual sensing map, The system's prompt resounded once more, as I had just signed in at the 9 Heavenly City, where I acquired the true understanding of array art, the array wheel, and the title of Saint Array Master. In truth, these two rewards are akin to the divine alchemy technique and the title of Saint Alchemist. This time, however, I received the true understanding of array art, the array wheel, and the title of Saint Array Master. What purpose do these serve? System, what is their significance? And what about the title of Saint Alchemist? Jun Qie humbly inquired, embodying a diligent and eager learner. The divine alchemy technique is a classic on alchemy. Upon integration with the title of Saint Alchemist, one can become a Saint Alchemist, capable of concocting ordinary pills, spiritual pills, celestial pills, and even sacred medicines. The true understanding of array art is a compendium of array lore. Upon merging with the title of Saint Alchemist, one successfully becomes a Saint Array Master, adept at setting up and deciphering grand arrays, spiritual arrays, celestial arrays, and even sacred arrays. The system elucidated for Jun Qie. Soon, Jun Qie comprehended the significance. His heart racing with excitement, for alchemy and array arts are esteemed and transcendent professions within the heavenly mystic sacred realm. Not to mention, in terms of pills, ordinary warriors typically utilize spiritual pills, while those of the esteemed rank require celestial pills, and saints resort to sacred medicines. However, the alchemist requires exceedingly stringent conditions, resulting in their scarcity and the inability to concoct potent and miraculous elixirs. In Qizhou, there exists but a single celestial alchemist, reflecting the extraordinary status they hold. As for the sacred alchemist, none can be found in Lingo. Such figures are largely confined to legend. The same applies to array masters. Numerous secret realms are guarded by formidable and wondrous restrictions and formations, leaving warriors merely gazing in vain at treasures they cannot access, as there are no powerful array masters to dismantle the barriers and seals. Yet, in this moment, I find myself capable of seamlessly ascending to the ranks of both Sacred Alchemist and Sacred Array Master. Once calm, Jun Qie addressed the system, if not now, then when? It must be noted that to enter the 9 Heavens Divine City, one must traverse 9 layers of forbidden lands, each entrance fortified by powerful restrictions. Integration of the title Sacred Array Master in progress. Integration of the Array True Understanding in progress. Integration of the title Sacred Alchemist in progress. Integration of the Divine Alchemy technique in progress. The fusion is underway. Meanwhile, Jun Qie and Bai Mingming swiftly soared forward. With a virtual sensory map, Jun Qie could navigate even with his eyes closed, free from peril. In no time, the integration was complete. At this moment, Jun Qie emerged as a Sacred Alchemist. Jun Qie is now a Sacred Array Master. With these two identities alone, he possesses the power to shake the foundations of the heavenly Xian sacred domain, standing proudly within it. It is essential to understand that, barring dire necessity, powerful beings will not confront array masters or alchemists, as warriors are fundamentally reliant on the alchemical arts, much like patients depend on physicians. Chapter 36. However, I am no ordinary array master. Half a day later, Jun Qie and Bai Mingming, before the entrance of the first forbidden zone. It is understood that the outer perimeter of the 9 Heavens Divine City resembles a target, with the city itself as the bullseye, and the concentric circles outside representing the 9 forbidden zones. To enter the 9 Heavens Divine City, one must traverse through these layers of forbidden areas, each of which boasts multiple entrances. With a playful and sweet demeanor, Bai Mingming grasped Jun Qie's hand. Both of them completely enraptured in the throes of love as they descended, coming to a halt before the entrance barrier. Brother Qie, this entrance is protected by a barrier, Bai Mingming remarked, glancing at him. Typically, the barriers at the entrances of forbidden zones are shattered by formidable monsters, which can be quite time-consuming. However, this seems to be an unavoidable predicament due to the absence of a transcendent array master capable of dismantling the barrier. Not a problem, Jun Qie replied, a hint of confident amusement gracing his lips. Having acquired the title of Sacred Array Master, he embodied that designation. Within the profound understanding of array techniques, he possessed countless powerful and extraordinary formations. The barrier of the first forbidden zone was merely a trivial matter, so much so that he deemed the array disc unnecessary. As he spoke, he waved his hand with an air of nonchalance, yet this gesture was imbued with profound meaning. Immediately, a wondrous breeze swept through, causing the barrier to gradually dissipate. Waves of ripples emerged in the air, revealing another realm within their sight. Jun Qie pulled Bai Mingming along, soaring towards the world within those ripples. Upon reappearing, they found themselves within the second forbidden zone. Welcome to the second forbidden zone. You are the 982nd and 19. 983rd individuals to enter this realm. They had just stepped into the second forbidden zone. A voice, ethereal and laden with the weight of time, reverberated through the air, indicating that the two had ventured into the second forbidden realm. It was evident that the spiritual energy here was far more potent and refined than in the previous domain. Seventh Knight, are you a master of formations? Bei Mingming asked, her surprise palpable as she realized that the barriers of the first forbidden realm had been effortlessly dispelled with a mere wave of Jun Qiye's hand. The ease with which he had accomplished this was astonishing. It was as though he had merely opened a door. A feat that seemed almost inconceivable given that these were the wards of the Nine Heavens Divine City. One could say that, though I am not just any formation master. Jun Qiye replied with a smile. He had traversed time, arriving at the age of 15 despite having been 22 before his journey. Moreover, having encountered the stunningly beautiful Bei Mingming upon his arrival, he found it impossible not to be captivated by her charm. Shall we proceed directly within? Or would you prefer to explore the treasures of the first forbidden realm? Bei Mingming inquired, momentarily taken aback. Such a question seemed trivial. It was either one or the other. Yet, her curiosity about treasure hunting was piqued. No, we shall first venture to the fifth forbidden realm. The preceding four hold little of value, Jun Qiye stated, shaking his head. With that, he led Bei Mingming forward, soaring through the air with unrestrained vigor, skillfully avoiding various beasts and formidable foes. This was made possible by the virtual sensing map in his mind, which granted him complete control over their surroundings. Generally, in places such as this, the most formidable treasures lay deeper within, thus they would head straight to the innermost sanctum. Do not squander time in futile pursuits. Moreover, the Nine Heavens Divine City imposes strict time regulations. One must arrive within the stipulated time frame, lest those who fail to comply face obliteration. However, he harbors no fear, for he requires far less time. Chapter 37, the Seventh Forbidden Zone, the Dragon and Phoenix Sacred Ring. The Second Forbidden Zone, the Third Forbidden Zone, the Fourth Forbidden Zone. At long last, Jun Qiye and Bei Mingming were the first to enter the Fifth Forbidden Zone, both ranking within the top 100. Brother Qiye, is it now sufficient? Bei Mingming inquired with her enchanting gaze fixed upon Jun Qiye, her delicate visage reflecting eager anticipation. After 3 days of relentless travel, they had utilized only 3 days of the 20 allotted by the Nine Heavens Divine City to reach the Seventh Forbidden Zone. As they progressed deeper, the constraints grew increasingly formidable and the potential for delays intensified. Nevertheless, countless formidable beings managed to dismantle these barriers in a brief span. By leveraging their innate talent for formations, they sought to advance into the Seventh Forbidden Zone ahead of others, in pursuit of resources. We shall strip the seventh level of all its resources, declared Jun Qiye. Their journey thus far had indeed yielded a wealth of resources, including rare treasures of heaven and earth. Yet, the more they acquired, the less inclined he felt to linger in the earlier forbidden zones. For he yearned to reach superior realms to obtain even greater resources. You make a valid point. Let us commence our exploration from the Seventh Forbidden Zone, Bei Mingming concurred, nodding her head obediently, her small hand grasping the hem of Jun Qiye's garment. Subsequently, the two continued their journey towards the Sixth Forbidden Zone. For Jun Qiye, it was hardly a concern. Time, for days had elapsed. On this day, the two of them passed through the barriers of the Sixth Forbidden Zone and entered the Seventh. Here, the spiritual energy enveloped them like a dense mist, akin to bathing in a hot spring. The flora and fauna were imbued with spiritual essence, rendering the entire area a veritable paradise. The dawn's rosy hues painted the surroundings in breathtaking beauty. Now, let us begin, Jun Qiye said with a smile. During their time together, he had come to understand Bei Mingming's character, stunningly beautiful, astutely intelligent, and possessing a kind heart. Her only shortcoming was her lack of experience, coupled with her tendency to cling to him. However, having a breathtakingly beautiful girl, reminiscent of an anime character, by his side felt rather delightful. Due to Bai Mingtiansong's betrothal decree, they were engaged, making their closeness entirely natural, devoid of any reservations or awkwardness. All right, I have awaited this day for an eternity, Bai Mingming exclaimed, her joy palpable. Until now, she had remained at the prefect's manor, with her most adventurous experience being a brief escape to Lingyun Holy City. That escapade had been fraught with danger, and she was fortunate to have been rescued by Jun Qiye. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Let us see who can gather more rare treasures. I shall seek out herbs over a millennium old, Jun Qiye declared. As not only a master of sacred formations, but also a revered alchemist, he held a deep appreciation for precious herbs, as they could be refined into invaluable elixirs. And so, they proceeded. Within the 7th Forbidden Zone, the two individuals activated their scavenging mode, acquiring a plethora of exquisite treasures and materials. All the medicinal herbs were in the possession of Jun Qie. Fortunately, both possessed spatial artifacts. On Jun Qie's finger rested the dragon ring, while Bei Ming adorned the phoenix ring. Together, they were known as the dragon and phoenix sacred rings. This pair of rings was bestowed upon them by the ancestors of the Bei Ming clan, said to conceal a monumental secret, but they had yet to uncover its mysteries. Nonetheless, the rings provided a vast space, measuring 10 miles in length, width, and height. More importantly, this realm could accommodate living beings, cultivate flora, and nurture spirit beasts. Even humans could reside within, marking it as a true spatial treasure. Chia, here is a remarkably wondrous herb, surely over 100,000 years old. Chia, this dragon flame fruit must be at least 10,000 years old. Chia, look, is this not the phoenix cry fruit? Inside the 7th Forbidden Zone. It was akin to a realm of spiritual herbs, teeming with medicinal plants aged over a century, and even some reaching a staggering 100,000 years. Countless precious spiritual fruits, each at least 1,000 years old, and even some 10,000 years old, could be found alongside extraordinary heavenly materials and earthly treasures. In that moment, Bei Ming was filled with exuberant delight, flitting about like a joyful butterfly, frequently calling out to Jun Qie, who was her anchor in this vast universe. Chapter 38. This restriction seems off. After 5 days, the two departed from the 7th Forbidden Zone and entered the 8th Forbidden Zone. The spiritual energy grew denser, and the medicinal herbs became more abundant and precious. Throughout the day, the two individuals collected rare treasures and various medicinal materials, even transplanting fruit trees and some flowers into the dragon and phoenix sacred ring. Within this ring, it resembled an exquisite garden. But this garden was filled exclusively with spirit herbs and medicinal plants that were over 10,000 years old, as well as fruit trees. By night, they gazed at the stars, using the heavens as their blanket and the earth as their bed, feasting on spirit fruits whenever hunger struck. However, the 7th Forbidden Zone had been completely plundered. Who could have entered the 7th Forbidden Zone before me? Even the roots of the trees have been uprooted. How outrageous. Someone must have entered at least 5 days prior, which is terrifying. Others gradually made their way into the 7th Forbidden Zone. Initially, these formidable beings aimed to be the first to seize the most precious treasures and medicinal materials. Yet they never anticipated that someone had entered before them, more than 5 days ahead. In fact, the valuable herbs and treasures had been entirely stripped away, leaving even the sodbear. Isn't it infuriating? Minger, we will venture into the 9th Forbidden Zone. On the 19th day in the 9 Heavens Divine City, Jun Qie spoke to Bei Ming. All right. Bei Ming replied obediently, snuggling close to Jun Qie. With a swift motion, they made their way towards the entrance of the 9th Forbidden Zone. Soon, they arrived at the entrance, where countless intricate formations awaited, mysterious and profound. Above the intricate array, ethereal clouds of vibrant hues floated gracefully, causing the surrounding space to tremble and ripple in response, a sight that was both awe-inspiring and alarming. 7th Night. Something seems amiss with this barrier, Bei Ming remarked, her exquisite visage betraying a hint of perplexity as she scrutinized the formation. Gradually, her expression grew grave. She then turned to Jun Qie and inquired, "What do you think?" Jun Qie, equally astonished by the formidable and wondrous nature of the array, far exceeding his expectations, acknowledged that, with his prowess as a holy array master and the aid of the array compass, he could decipher it within a few days. Yet, for others, entry seemed utterly impossible. Every assault against the rippling formation was futile, rendering any attempts to breach the barrier ineffective. Are the 9 Heavens Divine City truly intent on exterminating all intruders? Based on the accounts of those who entered before, the barrier did not exhibit such overwhelming strength. This is evidently far more potent than previously described. Additionally, I sense a trace of demonic energy within this array. Yes, demonic energy, Bei Ming asserted with gravity. Her extraordinary talent, the spirit dream holy body, endowed her with an innate sensitivity to various auras, enabling her to conjure dreams from the fabric of space itself, where she reigned as the undisputed sovereign. Moments prior, she had discerned a whisper of demonic energy woven into the rippling formation. Though minuscule and almost imperceptible, it had not escaped her keen perception. Demonic energy? The 9 Heavens Divine City harbors demonic energy. It appears. We must exercise caution. The 9 Heavens Divine City has likely encountered unprecedented anomalies. I possess the capability to decipher this array pattern, yet I remain uncertain of whether the outcome will be favorable or detrimental. Jun Qie was taken aback. As a revered array master and a 66th rank Divine Mind Master, he could not overlook the peculiarities within the array pattern. However, he did not anticipate that this anomaly would be demonic energy, a manifestation of malevolence that only the demon race possesses. Such a sacred place as the Nine Heavens Divine City ought not to harbor demonic energy, yet it has manifested nonetheless. Regardless of its implications, we have no choice. As Bai Ming articulated, indeed, should we refrain from entering, the external forces will be annihilated at a predetermined time. Conversely, venturing inside may subject us to terrifying encounters. Jun Xie fell into contemplation, his divine mind sweeping across the rippling array patterns. After considerable reflection, he finally discerned a method to unravel the enigma, albeit at the expense of employing the array path disk. Suddenly, a palm-sized array disk materialized in his palm, which subsequently expanded to a meter in size, hovering before him. With a flourish of his hands, he conjured a series of intricate array patterns that ultimately descended upon the array path disk, enveloped in a profound aura. Jun Xie radiated an enigmatic brilliance as the array patterns multiplied upon the disk, coalescing into a luminous column. With a swift gesture, Jun Xie directed the beam toward the rippling array patterns. Instantly, the space trembled violently, and a fissure several meters wide was carved into the fabric of reality. "Let us go," Bai Ming exclaimed, and in a flash, the two figures vanished from sight. Having traversed the spatial rift, the two individuals entered the ninth forbidden zone. In an instant, they found themselves upon the ground, amidst the wonders of the ninth forbidden zone. The air was filled with an aura of astonishment, as the pure and abundant spiritual energy invigorated every pore of their bodies. Rays of resplendent light illuminated this world of unparalleled beauty. In the midst of this breathtaking landscape lay a lake, spanning 100 miles, its waters a crystalline emerald, reminiscent of divine nectar, shimmering with vibrant hues. At the heart of this lake stood a city, though calling it a city might be an exaggeration, for it was a miniature metropolis formed by a collection of palatial structures. Dominating the center was a towering pagoda that soared into the clouds. The entire locale was enveloped in ethereal light, emanating an air of mystery. This was indeed a divine city, Nine Heavens Divine City. "How beautiful!" exclaimed Bai Ming, her voice filled with awe after a prolonged silence. "Congratulations, you are the first to enter Nine Heavens Divine City. The reward for the first place is the Tai Xian Sword Formation, valid for 3 months. The second place reward is the Thunderous Light, valid for 1 month." At that moment, a voice resonated with an air of ancient wisdom. Simultaneously, the virtual screen of their tokens illuminated, revealing their rankings. Jun Xie in first place and Bai Ming in second, having arrived at Nine Heavens Divine City ahead of schedule, 1 month earlier than the anticipated 2 months. Suddenly, a flurry of light surged towards them, and in an instant, the brilliance materialized before their eyes. Before Jun Xie lay 108 longswords, each a pinnacle of spiritual treasures, and even more importantly, the 108 longswords form a cohesive set, intricately connected, their combined might transcending the mere sum of their parts. Before Bai Ming, a radiant azure light emanated, infused with the destructive essence of lightning. Rewards. Rewards. The two were taken aback, not anticipating that there would be a reward upon their entry. A month hence, the Tianjia ranking will commence, and your prestige will yield a twofold return. At present, it is imperative for you to comprehend the regulations of the Nine Heavens Divine City. Offenders will vanish without a trace. A voice, ethereal and profound, resonated like thunder. Following its departure, the entire Nine Heavens Divine City fell into a profound silence. Adorned with flora and trees, each imbued with a spirit, yet devoid of any animals. After 10 minutes, the two fully absorbed the information displayed on the virtual screen, thoroughly grasping the rules governing the Nine Heavens Divine City. Within the Nine Heavens Divine City, several locations hold great significance. 1. The Nine Heavens Divine City itself, represented by the towering central spire. 2. The Zhuxian Treasure Pavilion, a repository of countless treasures, available for exchange with prestige. 3. The Tianjia ranking, a leaderboard specifically designed for the elite, where higher prestige translates to a loftier ranking. 4. The Yinming Sea, a mystical realm that tests one's innate talent. 5. The Xianling Vein, a sanctuary for cultivation, comprising 9 levels, with the highest tier possessing the most concentrated and pure spiritual energy. 6. The Xingqian Pavilion, another venue for assessing talent. These 6 locations stand as the ultimate aspirations for all formidable beings, as they offer unforeseen rewards. However, one must possess sufficient prestige to gain access. Within the Nine Heavens Divine City, prestige reigns supreme. The safe zone of the Nine Heavens Divine City necessitates prestige for residence. As articulated by Jun Chia, within the nine heavens divine city lies a sanctuary. Beyond its boundaries, however, one enters a realm of slaughter. To reside in the nine heavens divine city, one must expend prestige points. Naturally, it is only by entering the city that one can accrue such points. For within its confines exist countless teleportation arrays that can transport formidable beings to various secret realms. Here, they hunt ferocious beasts and seek valuable resources. Both the hunting of these beasts and the gathering of resources yield corresponding prestige points. Brother Chia, let us rest for 2 days. Bai Mingmingchi softly suggested as she gazed at Jun Chia. This past month had been exhilarating yet exhausting. Not only had they traversed great distances, but they had also sought and collected rare materials and medicinal herbs. Now, having arrived at the nine heavens divine city, fatigue weighed heavily upon them. Very well. It is the perfect opportunity to enhance our cultivation. Jun Chia nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two ascended into the air and entered the nine heavens divine city. Upon their arrival, they immediately had 1,000 prestige points deducted, as staying within the city for a day requires such a cost. However, for Jun Chia and his companion, 1,000 prestige points were hardly significant, given that their total prestige stood at nearly 1 million. This was amassed from resources gathered in the 7th and 8th Forbidden Zones, where acquiring resources also granted prestige points. Name: Jun Chia Cultivation Level. First stage of Dao Palace Talents, Ancestral Sacred Body. Heavenly Sword Sacred Body Age, 15 years Talent Ranking, None Starry Pavilion, None In Ming Si, None Celestial Spirit Vein, None Nine Heavens Divine City, None Prestige Points, 987, 010 points. On the virtual light screen, simple information is displayed, limited to the nine heavens divine city. Chapter 40, Refining the Celestial Pill, Breakthrough in Realms Soon. The two entered the nine heavens divine city. Inside, it was a realm of wondrous and independent time, breathtakingly beautiful, adorned with countless palaces. Subsequently, they found a palace to reside in. Upon entering, a luminous barrier appeared outside, indicating that this palace was already claimed, forbidding outsiders from intruding. Otherwise, they would be obliterated. Once settled, Bai Mingming took some rest while Jun Chia began to refine the third-grade celestial pill. As the champion of the Celestial Talent Festival, he had received 20 third-grade celestial pills, which he had kept on his person without using. Now, with the abundant spiritual energy present, it was the perfect opportunity to refine the pills and elevate his cultivation level. Refining one third-grade celestial pill, a thunderous sound resonated. Dao Palace Realm, second layer. Refining 2 third-grade celestial pills, another resounding boom. Dao Palace Realm, third layer. Refining 4 third-grade celestial pills, another explosive sound. Dao Palace Realm, fourth layer. Refining 7 third-grade celestial pills, a thunderous roar. Dao Palace Realm, fifth layer. Refining 10 third-grade celestial pills, another resonant boom. Dao Palace Realm, sixth layer. Refining 15 third-grade celestial pills, a final thunderous sound. Dao Palace Realm, seventh layer. At last, all the celestial pills rewarded by Bai Ming Tiansong for securing first place were consumed. Now, Jun Chia's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 8th layer of the Dao Palace Realm, a mere step away from the 9th layer. At this moment, his strength was incomparably greater than before. Days passed, and a month finally arrived. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, a series of devastating roars echoed, as the space trembled incessantly, watching this unfolding scene. Jun Chia and Bai Mingming were acutely aware that the formidable entities from outside were uniting to assault the barrier at the entrance of the 9th layer. It was only through their collective efforts that they could dismantle the barrier and gain entry. Otherwise, they would perish outside. After all, there are few Saint Array masters in this world. Even if a Saint Array master were to arrive, they might not be able to breach the barrier within a limited time frame, except for Jun Chia. At last, with the convergence of countless destructive forces, a gaping fissure appeared in space, a testament to the overwhelming attacks of the formidable beings that shattered the array patterns. In an instant, innumerable figures shot forth from the breach, ultimately descending upon the shores of the Nine Heavens Divine City's lake. Congratulations on your survival and your entry into the Nine Heavens Divine City, echoed a voice. Those who remained outside the 9th layer had been completely obliterated. Now, only 53. 190 souls were left alive, and they were about to embark on their journey of trial and tribulation within the Nine Heavens Divine City. The rules of the Nine Heavens Divine City had been disseminated. The talented rankings had been activated. The starry pavilion was opened. The underworld sea was unveiled. The immortal spirit veins were accessible. The exquisite treasure pavilion was also inaugurated. This ethereal voice resonated in the ears of all present. Simultaneously, 6 significant locations within the 9 heavens divine city were unveiled. The surviving prodigies were utterly astonished. They had entered with a multitude of 80,000, and after 2 months, only 50,000 remained, with 30,000 of the deceased never even setting foot within the true 9 heavens divine city. This was merely an appetizer. The true unknown dangers lay ahead. With a resounding echo, the moment the celestial talents ranking was unveiled, names began to materialize upon its surface. However, only a mere 100 names graced this esteemed list. Only those who ranked among the top 100 in terms of prestige could ascend to the celestial talents ranking, while all others were utterly unqualified to be acknowledged. The foremost name, Jun Chiye, with an astonishing prestige score of 957,010 points. The second, Bai Ming, with a commendable score of 671,522 points. Regardless of the context, the top rank is invariably the most captivating and luminous, aside from the leading figure. It is the top 10 that commands attention. Presently, Jun Chiye stands unmatched, boasting a prestige score fivefold that of his nearest competitors, nearly 1 million. Who exactly is this Jun Chiye? Could it be that the resources of the 7th and 8th Forbidden Grounds were plundered by him? My own score pales in comparison. A mere 20,000 points. Who is this paragon of excellence, the first place holder? The Celestial Talents ranking, positioned at the forefront of the 9 heavens divine city, was immediately observed by all extraordinary powerhouses. Upon discovering Jun Chiye's prestige score, they were met with immense astonishment, their minds swirling with conjectures. Yet none were privy to the identity of Jun Chiye. Those familiar with him had all perished. This signifies that among the 100 prodigies who entered from the 3,000 realms surrounding the Spirit Province, aside from Jun Chiye and Bai Ming, all others had vanished, forever enshrined within the 9 heavens divine city. Unbeknownst to them, Jun Chiye and Bai Ming's prestige scores would eventually be doubled, as they were the first to set foot in the 9 heavens divine city. Chapter 41, The Celestial Demon Secret Realm, a deadly stage where the subjects of countless discussions. Jun Chiye and Bai Ming find themselves entwined in the narrative. Within the palace, one engages in cultivation, leading a life as carefree as that of an immortal. During moments of leisure, one refines elixirs, delves into the mysteries of alchemical arts, contemplates the profound truths of array formations, practices the techniques of the 9 calamity sacred weapon, cultivates the eternal suppression of heaven, hones the 9 tripod divine suppression, and studies the sacred classics of swordsmanship. Beyond these pursuits, there is also the ritual crafting of treasures. As time flows, one's power becomes increasingly formidable, to the extent that even he himself is uncertain of the heights he has attained. However, the time has come for them to depart the palace, venturing into the secret realms to hunt demonic beasts, seek resources, and acquire prestige. Brother Chiye, where shall we head now? Inquired Bai Ming, entwining her arm with Jun Chiye's. At this moment, her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the templated realm. Just a step away from the void realm, and it was merely a matter of time before she would attain it, without the hindrance of any bottleneck. First, we must locate a secret realm. My Tai Xian sword formation and your thunderous light are time-sensitive. We must not squander them, Jun Chiye replied. Today marks the beginning of the month, and most of the formidable prodigies who have entered have chosen to leave the 9 heavens divine city in pursuit of prestige to climb the rankings. Indeed, the 9 heavens divine city is quite entertaining. For instance, places like the Star Pavilion in the Yiming Sea, as well as the extermination of Immortal's treasure pavilion and the spirit veins of the Celestials, though they require a substantial amount of prestige to access. Shall we earn a bit of prestige and explore? Bai Ming playfully suggested. Indeed, she was still quite young, merely 15 years of age. In this blossoming phase of youth, her playful demeanor was entirely natural. 2 years is still ample time ahead. Jun Chiye chuckled, making his way towards the heart of the 9 heavens divine city, where countless teleportation arrays resided, leading to various secret realms. The square, encompassing an area of 10 miles, was surrounded by these arrays. According to the information gathered, there were a total of 400 teleportation arrays in the 9 heavens divine city, each representing a distinct secret realm, each with varying degrees of peril. Yet all had been classified in advance: ordinary, dangerous, desolate, death, natural disaster, and annihilation. The ordinary level posed minimal danger, while the dangerous level had a mortality rate of 10. The desolate level escalated to a 30 mortality rate, and the death level reached 50. The natural disaster level bore an 80 mortality rate, and the annihilation level was a staggering 99. Generally, individuals would opt for the dangerous or desolate levels, avoiding the natural disaster and annihilation levels, for no one wished to gamble with their lives, even in the face of legendary treasures that might lie within those perilous realms. With a series of whooshing sounds, the teleportation arrays activated, with 80 to 90% of individuals choosing the dangerous or desolate levels, and scarcely anyone daring to select the death level. Brother Chiya, which secret realm shall we venture into? Bai Mingming inquired, her curiosity piqued by the multitude of teleportation arrays. Eager to discover the selection Jun Chiya would make. Let us proceed to the heavenly demon secret realm, Jun Chiya replied, surveying the surroundings. The ordinary and dangerous levels were the most prevalent, while the more terrifying secret realms were increasingly rare. The death level, with its 50 mortality rate, promised resources and demonic beasts far superior to those in other realms. This heavenly demon secret realm is classified as a death level. Death level? Death level. The nearby celestial prodigies, upon hearing Jun Chiya's choice of the celestial demon secret realm, were momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of astonishment. Their gazes directed at him as though he were a fool. To choose death level upon arrival is akin to courting demise. Moreover, at such a tender age, one can only surmise a lack of experience or an audacious arrogance that knows no bounds. Such individuals are most prone to perish. Within, one can swiftly accrue prestige points. However, there are no others. Jun Chiya chuckled, grasping Bai Mingming's hand as they made their way towards the teleportation array of the celestial demon secret realm. As the array activated, the two were enveloped in a radiant light before vanishing from sight. Chapter 42, Refreshing Check-in Location. Whoosh whoosh. The teleportation concluded swiftly. Jun Chiya and Bai Mingming found themselves in a pristine forest, where towering trees stood with trunks measuring several meters, even dozens of meters, in diameter. The celestial demon secret realm is a place for hunting demonic beasts and acquiring resources. The resources obtained here yield a 1.5 times prestige value. Just as the teleportation came to an end, an ethereal and profound voice resonated. Upon hearing it, the two were momentarily stunned, realizing that the more perilous the secret realm, the greater the augmentation of prestige points. However, no one dared to venture into the cataclysmic and obliterative zones. Check-in location refreshed. Check-in at the Supreme Tomb. Rewards, Supreme Bone 1, Realm Ascension Pill 10, points 1000. At that moment, the system's voice echoed. The check-in location had been refreshed. Jun Chiya was taken aback. Where is the Supreme Tomb? Why is there no indication? Could it be within the Nine Heavens Divine City? This does not bode well. In the depths of his heart, Jun Chiya gasped in alarm, realizing the gravity of the situation. He suddenly recalled that during their recent encounter in the square, among the 400 teleportation arrays, there existed 3 cataclysmic secret realms, the most fearsome places within the Nine Heavens Divine City. It was said that these realms had remained dormant for millennia, never once opening their gates. This implied that even those seeking their demise could not enter, as the teleportation arrays were incapable of activation. The 3 cataclysmic secret realms could only be accessed when they chose to awaken. Until then, teleportation was futile. How could it be that the system was now allowing him to sign in at a cataclysmic secret realm? Surely, it would not open this time. Never mind that. He would ponder it later. For now, he was in the celestial demon realm, which posed its own dangers. The aura of demonic energy was remarkably pure. This place could not be devoid of demon beasts, could it? Bai Mingming remarked, her exquisite visage filled with curiosity and anticipation. Currently, it was just the two of them entering the celestial demon realm, so there should only be demon beasts. Let us proceed and prepare for battle, Jun Chiya stated, leading Bai Mingming forward through the air. Boom, boom. Soon, the battle commenced. The duo exhibited remarkable synergy, luring a multitude of demon beasts toward them, then unleashing the thunderous light and the Tai Xian sword array to obliterate their foes. These two rewards functioned as instruments of mass destruction, truly formidable in their capacity for slaying foes. The thunderous light enveloped several miles, eradicating all demon beasts within its reach. Meanwhile, the sword array extended over 10 miles. Its sword light, sword energy, and sword intent weaving an unparalleled tapestry of destruction. Within the confines of the sword array, any demon beast was reduced to mere crimson light. This sword array, it was meticulously tailored for Jun Chiya, as he himself embodied the sacred body of the heavenly sword, wielding the 9 tribulations sacred weapons. Utilizing the Tai Xian sword formation, he became even more formidable. The battles and slaughters led to an incessant surge in their prestige. Moreover, both warriors were constantly enhancing their combat experience and skills. Time passed, second by second. On the first day, Jun Chiya amassed a prestige of 59,810. while Bai Ming accumulated 51,092. As night fell, they sought refuge in a concealed, dry cave. After consuming some provisions and spiritual fruits, they sat cross-legged to recuperate their strength and restore their true essence, reflecting on the day's battles to absorb the lessons learned. Combat served as the finest form of cultivation. After a day's exertions, their evening training progressed at an accelerated pace. The following day heralded more battles and slaughters. Thus, they engaged in daytime carnage while resting and cultivating at night, effectively gaining experience and enhancing their cultivation. On the second day, Jun Qi's prestige reached 71,001, while Bai Ming's rose to 72,100. By the third day, Jun Qi's prestige stood at 60,995 and Bai Ming's at 60,231. On the fourth day, Jun Qi achieved a remarkable 110,022 in prestige, with Bai Ming closely following at 109,210. The fervent battles, relentless slaughters, and exponential growth culminated as the month drew to a close, with only 2 days remaining. On this day, they ceased their fighting and training, for they needed to prepare for their return to the Nine Heavens Divine City. Within the city, aside from hunting demonic beasts and seeking resources to gain prestige, numerous other methods existed. The Yiming and the Star Pavilion could significantly enhance their prestige, and the Young Talents ranking itself offered a prestige amplification. Now, it was time for them to return and challenge the Yiming and the Star Pavilion. Chapter 43, 3 million prestige. Chapter 43, the youths emerging from the death level. Brother Qie, what is your prestige level? After reviewing her own prestige, Bai Ming curiously turned her gaze toward Jun Qie. This month has been exceptionally fruitful, primarily due to the combined efforts of the Thunderbolt Light and the Taishan Sword Array. These two formidable artifacts for monster hunting have proven to be a veritable harvesting machine, resulting in numerous instantaneous victories. In essence, the rewards from the Thunderbolt Light and the Taishan Sword Array serve as cheat tools for accruing prestige points through monster slaying. This month, my total prestige stands at 12 million. What about you? Jun Qie inquired as the virtual screen displayed his own achievements for the month. I have 73 million, Bai Ming replied joyfully. She naturally accepted that Jun Qie surpassed her in prestige. To her, this was entirely reasonable. Moreover, she felt a sense of pride in his superiority. As he is her fiancé, we still have a 1.5 times bonus. Let's leave first and explore the Yiming in the Star Pavilion, said Jun Qie. The Tianao Secret Realm offers a 1.5 times prestige bonus, but it only applies after successfully exiting the realm. On this day, the central square of the Nine Heavens Divine City was abuzz with excitement. Over 50,000 individuals had entered the secret realm for training. And with only 2 days left in the month, 99 of those who remained alive chose to return during this period. It was rumored that someone had ventured into the Tianao Secret Realm. The Tianao Secret Realm, a death-level challenge. To enter such a perilous realm on the first attempt is utterly audacious. They must be driven mad by the prospect of prestige. Moreover, they are merely teenagers. At the Dao Palace level, entering a death-grade secret realm is sheer folly. What chance do you think they have of returning? Absolutely none. Not to mention the Dao Palace level, even those at the Void Realm face a 50% mortality rate upon entry, and even esteemed elders may perish within. In the square, many were discussing Jun Qie and Bai Ming. The two, only 14 or 15 years of age, were strikingly handsome and ethereal, reminiscent of celestial beings. The young girl, breathtakingly beautiful, resembled a goddess. Such a pairing naturally drew attention, particularly as they were merely at the Dao Palace level, a rather low tier. Yet they audaciously chose to enter the Death Grade realm on their first attempt. Whoosh whoosh, the transmission from the Death Grade secret realm was successful. First on the talent list, Jun Qie. Second, Bai Ming. They had successfully returned from the deadly celestial secret realm. At that moment, the teleportation array of the celestial secret realm illuminated. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice announced that individuals had returned from the Death Grade secret realm within the Nine Heavens Divine City. Those within the top 10 of the talent list enjoyed various enviable privileges. News of anyone returning from a secret realm of Death Grade or above would be broadcast throughout the Nine Heavens Divine City. Now, the first and second ranked talents had emerged from the Death Grade realm, and the announcement echoed throughout the city. What? They emerged from the Death Grade realm. That strikingly handsome youth is Jun Qie, and that girl is the second-ranked talent. Originally, the first and second on the celestial rankings turned out to be merely a pair of youthful individuals who, astonishingly, had ventured into the perilous depths of the death-level secret realm for the first time and returned unscathed. How extraordinary! They are indeed the enigmatic figures occupying the top 2 positions on the celestial rankings. In the square, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, a mixture of awe and envy washing over them. They were acutely aware that the higher the level of the secret realm, the greater the prestige one could accrue. Within the death level realm, the accumulation of prestige would be nothing short of terrifying. However, no one dared to set foot inside. Amidst their envy, the realization dawned upon them that these young individuals were the formidable entities at the pinnacle of the celestial rankings. Those who had once dismissed them as foolish, who had doubted their return, now felt a burning shame upon their faces. Soon, the radiant light of the teleportation to the heavenly demon secret realm descended, revealing a young man and woman emerging from the teleportation array. The youth was strikingly handsome, possessing the ethereal beauty of a celestial being, with an otherworldly grace that rendered him almost transcendent. The maiden was breathtakingly beautiful, pure, and charming, resembling a divine figure stepped straight out of a painting, embodying the essence of a two-dimensional beauty. This scene left the onlookers utterly mesmerized. Upon stepping out of the teleportation array, Junqiya was momentarily taken aback, as countless gazes were fixed upon them. Was there something amiss with their appearance? They hurriedly departed from the square, returning to their original abode within the palace. Indeed, the increase was 5 times. Ming checked her virtual display, which indicated that her prestige had surged by 5 times. Moreover, the prestige they had previously earned at the 7th and 8th levels had now doubled as well. In a moment, we shall venture to the enigmatic sea and the celestial pavilion. These 2 locations bestow considerable prestige enhancement, remarked Junqiya. After speaking, he retreated to his chamber. The 2, despite their burgeoning intimacy, had only engaged in hand-holding and embraces, never crossing the threshold of propriety, hence they did not share a room. However, if Junqiya desired to take a step further, Ming would undoubtedly not refuse. Upon returning to his quarters, Junqiya glanced at his profile and achievements. His consciousness entered the virtual screen within his mind. Host, Junqiya. Age, 15 years. Identity, Prince of the Tianlong Kingdom, Divine Son of the Sacred Martial Academy. Talent, Primordial Sacred Body, Heavenly Sword Sacred Body. Aura, 10 trillion dragon chi, 9 dragons guarding the body. Cultivation level, 9th layer of the Dao Palace realm. Consciousness, level 66. Attractiveness, 95 points. Secondary professions, Sacred Array Master, Sacred Pill Master. Techniques, Azure Flame Technique, Inferior. Martial Arts, Sacred Canon of Swordsmanship, 9 Tripod God Subduing Force. Eternal Heaven Suppressing Technique. Wealth, 439. 4 billion Sacred Stones. Treasures, Eternal Heaven Suppressing Tower, Soul Heavenly Pearl, 9 Calamity Sacred Weapon, Heavenly Spirit Sacred Weapon, 9 Tripods. Array Path Wheel. Points, 850. Through a month of combat, his cultivation advanced from the Dao Palace realm to the 9th layer, accumulating 12 million prestige points, which, when combined with the original and amplification bonuses, brought his current prestige to an impressive 6 million. The profile panel was indeed appealing, however. The only shortcoming lay in the techniques. Junqiya withdrew his consciousness from the virtual screen, muttering to himself. Everything else was remarkable, yet the techniques section appeared somewhat awkward, featuring Earth-grade techniques that he deemed inferior. Even if the techniques were lacking, do not affix the word rubbish to that martial art technique. It appears that I must devise a means to acquire a formidable martial art. The previous champion of the talent gala could have chosen a spirit-level technique, yet he abstained, yearning instead for an immortal-level or saint-level technique. Should fortune not favor him in the trials of the 9 heavens divine city, he would be relegated to practicing a spirit-level technique. It is inconceivable to persist in the blue flame technique indefinitely. After a considerable time, Junqiya awakened from slumber. At this moment, Ming entered Junqiya's chamber, seating herself beside him on the bed, her delicate hand propping up her chin as she gazed at him. Softly calling out, Junqiya opened his eyes and acknowledged her presence with a slight murmur. He was acutely aware of Ming's entry. As a formidable 66th-tier spiritual master, everything within a 10-mile radius lay under his dominion. Within his immediate vicinity, he wielded absolute authority. Let us venture to the Yiming Sea. Ming urged, grasping Junqiya's hand to pull him up. I am not dressed, Junqiya replied, exasperated, still ensconced beneath the covers. Was he to be yanked from his repose in such a state? Naturally, he was dressed, but he intended to tease Ming. I am not afraid, he jested. You are my husband, Bai Mingming stammered, her cheeks flushing, her voice barely above a whisper as she struggled to conceal her nervousness. Look at how frightened you are. Come. Let us go, Jun Xie declared as he rose. The two departed the room, heading towards the direction of the Yinming Sea. Chapter 45, the Yinming Sea. A place of talent assessment. The Yinming Sea was teeming with people. In truth, most of the exceptional warriors have already ventured through the abyssal sea, leaving behind those who were merely spectators, or rather, the majority who were unwilling to accept defeat, as they have yet to conquer even the first island. There is a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. After all, they are peak prodigies of their respective realms or minor worlds. Yet, they find themselves unable to surpass the first island of the abyssal sea. They are eager to discern the capabilities of others. The abyssal sea comprises a total of 49 islands, aligned in a singular line, with the 49th island serving as the ultimate destination. However, no one has ever reached this end. In the current opening of the Nine Heavens Divine City, the best achievement recorded is the 4th island. With only a few attaining this remarkable feat, the majority have managed only the 1st or 2nd islands, and merely a handful have successfully reached the 3rd. A staggering 90% of participants have not even set foot on the 1st island. At the entrance to the abyssal sea, there exists a grand crystalline screen that documents the accomplishments of these prodigies. The leading contender has managed to traverse 4 islands. It is an incredibly arduous challenge. Entering often results in immediate demise. It is truly astonishing how anyone could achieve the 4th island. The prestige gained from the 4th island is amplified by 1. For times, the top 2 on the prodigy rankings are rumored to be formidable, leaving one to wonder the extent of their capabilities. It is said they have emerged from the realm of death, undeniably powerful and exceptional. Let us strive to conquer the 1st island by next month. The atmosphere is abuzz with fervent discussions. Most were expressions of despondency, having suffered significant setbacks in the abyssal sea. The shadowy sea serves as a crucible for innate talent, where those who consider themselves prodigies believe they can effortlessly conquer a multitude of islands, perhaps even ascend to the pinnacle of 49. Yet, reality delivers a harsh blow. Countless individuals gather at the entrance of the shadowy sea, and Bai Mingming gazes at the throngs of extraordinary powerhouses with astonishment. The shadowy sea does not lie on the surface. One must enter through the portal, utilizing the teleportation array to access it. Shall we avoid the queue? Who should go first, you or I? Inquired Junxia. Those ranked among the top 10 on the prodigy list enjoy the privilege of not having to wait, receiving priority in all matters. I shall go first, replied Bai Mingming, and without hesitation, she proceeded towards the entrance. Observing her bypass the line, some frowned. Yet all who could enter the divine city of 9 heavens were formidable beings, not foolish enough to draw unnecessary attention to themselves. They understood the importance of discretion and endeavors devoid of personal gain. Next, second on the prodigy list, Bai Mingming. As a remarkable figure emerged from the shadowy sea, an automated announcement resonated, prompting Bai Mingming to step into the teleportation array. In that instant, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, for they recognized the enchanting maiden as Bai Mingming, the illustrious second on the prodigy list, long celebrated yet seldom seen. The revelation that such a stunning young woman was the second-ranked prodigy left them utterly astounded. It was no wonder she could bypass the queue. Her status as the second on the prodigy list afforded her such privilege. With a charming gesture directed at Jun Xie, Bai Mingming gracefully entered the teleportation array, drawing the gaze of many who followed her line of sight towards him. Could it be that he is the foremost on the prodigy list? Jun Xie. The top of the prodigy list must indeed be he. How is it that both the first and second are so young? Truly prodigies, a match made in heaven. It appears they are companions on the path. One wonders what achievements they have attained in the abyssal sea, for this place is among the true trials of talent, rivaling even the Star Pavilion. Countless individuals cast their gazes upon Jun Xie, secretly speculating about his identity. Ultimately, they confirm that he is indeed Jun Xie, and discussions abound. More so, there is a profound curiosity regarding the duo's performance in the abyssal sea. After all, they are extraordinarily remarkable. However, the abyssal sea is quite enigmatic, and being the top 2 does not guarantee astonishing results. Bai Mingming has successfully traversed the 1st island. Soon, a mechanical voice resonates, announcing Bai Mingming's achievement in crossing the 1st island. Instantly, a wave of astonishment washes over the crowd. It is important to note that navigating the abyssal sea requires time, yet Bai Mingming has directly passed through an island upon entry. Such speed is astonishing. And what follows is even more surprising. Chapter 46, The Abyssal Sea, Domain of Divine Thought. Bei Mingming has crossed the second island. Bei Mingming has traversed the third island. Bei Mingming has scaled the fourth island. The sound of notifications continues to ring out. Those outside the abyssal sea stand in disbelief. Is this a jest? How could it be as effortless as drinking water? Could it be that the abyssal sea she entered is a counterfeit? In less than 5 minutes, Bei Mingming has already reached the 22nd island. At the 23rd island, she encountered failure and was teleported out. Her name gleamed at the top of the crystal screen, outshining the second place, which had only conquered 4 islands. Moreover, as the challenge progressed, the islands became increasingly formidable. Congratulations to Bei Mingming, who is merely 8 islands away from breaking the 10,000-year record of 30 islands. The notification chimes echoed, astonishing everyone. Goodness, such extraordinary treatment. Indeed, it is remarkable. Furthermore, Bei Mingming achieved 22 islands on her first attempt, coming remarkably close to the best record in 10 millennia. If this continues, she might shatter the record within 2 years. Truly prodigious. 22 islands. It took me 2 years to reach that. How did she accomplish it? This must be the true definition of a genius. I am merely a pretender. Whispers of admiration filled the air. Upon catching sight of Bei Mingming, many couldn't help but reveal a glimmer of respect. Earning the admiration of such talented individuals is no small feat, yet now it seemed effortless. For Bei Mingming's brilliance had captivated them. Jui, how about you? It's your turn now. Give it your all. Bei Mingming disregarded the gazes of the crowd. Her focus solely on Jun Qiye. Elated, she approached him, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, "You're amazing." Jun Qiye reached out, gently stroking Bei Mingming's hair, and praised, "Indeed, achieving 22 islands is truly astonishing." He understood well. The talents of Bei Mingming extend far beyond mere expectations. Should the sacred body of Ling Ming be activated, his divine consciousness could instantaneously ascend to the 70th level, surpassing even the venerable ones in the 4 extremes, becoming a formidable force capable of sweeping through Lingzhou and even the southern celestial domain. Having spoken, he advanced towards the entrance of the Yinming Sea. Noticing Jun Qiye bypassing the queue, no one uttered a word, for they had already surmised that this youth was none other than Jun Qiye, the foremost figure on the talents ranking. Next, the number 1 on the talents ranking, Jun Qiye, echoed a mechanical voice. Jun Qiye stepped onto the teleportation array, and moments later, the radiance of the teleportation faded, along with his presence, as he entered the Suming Sea. With a resounding rush, the teleportation concluded, revealing an endless expanse of ocean before Jun Qiye. The waters exuded a terrifying aura, as dark as ink itself. Yet, Jun Qiye soon discerned that his divine consciousness surged with joy, akin to a cat encountering fresh prey. A mere 10 meters ahead lay an island, shrouded in a mysterious barrier that prevented his divine consciousness from penetrating its depths, leaving him in suspense regarding the wonders it might conceal. In the distant horizon, numerous islands formed a line, leading towards the heart of the ocean. The Yinming Sea, a realm of divine consciousness upon the 49 islands. Treasures of divine consciousness await. However, one must possess an 80th level divine consciousness to reach these 49 islands. At that moment, a system notification resonated in his mind. Indeed, Jun Qiye grasped the truth. It was a conjecture he had entertained, now confirmed. The figure flickered and entered the first island, only to find himself ensnared by an enigmatic force that hindered his every movement. At that moment, a torrent of destructive energy surged towards him. It was no surprise that other prodigies had failed to breach this obstacle. Under such circumstances, overcoming it would indeed be extraordinary. Yet, there existed formidable beings capable of confronting annihilation in this very scenario, and he was one of them. With his exceptional talent and strength, he could withstand the devastation of the first island. However, he deemed it unnecessary. With a mere thought, his 66th tier consciousness surged forth, overwhelming the threats of the first island in an instant, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Jun Qiye successfully navigated through the first island. A notification echoed, and he was enveloped by a radiant light, propelling him towards the second island. Chapter 47, 37 Islands Outside. The news of Jun Qiye's triumph over the first island was announced, eliciting shock in some, yet a sense of inevitability in others. After all, he was the foremost prodigy on the celestial rankings. Bei Mingming had already reached the 22nd island. There was no reason for him to falter at the first. His swift passage through the initial island evoked envy and astonishment among many. Such speed was remarkable. Would he surpass the second-ranked Bei Mingming? She was truly formidable. Could Jun Qiye possibly be her equal in prodigiousness? What heights could he reach? The prestige of the Tianjiao ranking is truly formidable. When augmented by the amplification effects from the Yinming Sea and the Xingqian Pavilion, one cannot fathom the heights it might reach, at the very least. It would surpass mine by 100-fold. With a staggering 6 million points of prestige, complemented by these amplifications, the power is indeed terrifying. After witnessing his venture into the Yinming Sea, I proceeded to the Xingqian Pavilion. Outside the Yinming Sea, the murmurs rose like an unrelenting tide. Soon, the notification chimes echoed once more. Jun Xie has successfully navigated the second island. Jun Xie has successfully navigated the third island. Jun Xie has successfully navigated the fourth island. Jun Xie has successfully navigated the 22nd island. Jun Xie has successfully navigated the 23rd island, claiming first place. Jun Xie has successfully navigated the 24th island. The notifications persisted in their relentless cadence. Everyone had become desensitized, their sole anticipation resting on whether Jun Xie could surpass Bai Mingming. In a flash, Jun Xie did indeed surpass Bai Mingming, and at a velocity that astonished all. Presently, Jun Xie had reached 30 islands. A growing number of spectators yearned to ascertain the limits of Jun Xie. On his inaugural foray into the Yinming Sea, reaching 30 islands raised speculation. Could he ascend to the pinnacle of 49 islands over the course of nearly 2 years? Jun Xie has successfully navigated 37 islands. He chose to forego the challenge of the 38th island. He had eclipsed the record of over 1 million years by 8 islands, marking the inception of a new pinnacle. The mechanical voice relayed Jun Xie's progress. After conquering 37 islands, he decisively relinquished the challenge. This leaves countless individuals perplexed. Even in the absence of certainty, one should still attempt it, preparing for the next challenge and striving to surpass the record of 1 million. Over 8 islands, what a remarkable feat. Moreover, this marks the inaugural venture into the Abyssal Sea. In the subsequent 2 years, one might achieve at least 40 islands, potentially reaching the pinnacle of 49. 37 islands yield a reputation value amplification of 4.7 times. Envy, indeed, can only be harbored. His inherent reputation value stands at 6 million, and with various enhancements, it escalates into the tens of millions. While I possess a mere 100,000, how can such a disparity be bridged? Let us proceed. I shall challenge the Starry Pavilion. The atmosphere is electric with excitement and speculation. In a single endeavor, he has traversed 30 islands, shattering the best record in a millennium. Surpassing 8 islands, a new, insurmountable peak has been established. Yet for him, this is merely the beginning. Soon, Jun Xie emerged from the radiant portal, appearing somewhat fatigued. Nevertheless, his strikingly handsome visage remained effortlessly charming, akin to a celestial being. You are formidable, preparing to conquer the pinnacle of 49 islands, Bai Mingming exclaimed with delight. Entwining her arm with Jun Xie's, her demeanor reminiscent of a delicate bird seeking comfort. You can do it too, Jun Xie encouraged. Indeed, with Bai Mingming's innate talent as the sacred dream body, activating it would enable her to effortlessly reach the 40th island with a mental prowess of 70 tiers. However, to activate the sacred dream body, she would need to cultivate alongside him. Chapter 48. The Starry Pavilion. Having traversed the Abyssal Sea, Jun Xie's consciousness has experienced a profound elevation. Presently, his consciousness has ascended to the 67th level. Given the opportunity, he wishes to cultivate on the islands of the Abyssal Sea, or even immerse himself within its waters, for such training could yield unprecedented growth, allowing him to reach the 70th level in no time. However, the system stipulates that to access the 49 islands, one must possess an 80th level consciousness. But where might such an extraordinary level be attained? Subsequently, the two departed from the Abyssal Sea and journeyed toward the Starry Pavilion. Much like the Abyssal Sea, the Starry Pavilion enhances one's prestige on the talented individual's ranking, serving as a crucible for testing innate potential. Upon their arrival, they found the place teeming with individuals. Time was of the essence as the end of the month approached, bringing with it the refresh of the talented individual's ranking. The remaining moments were fleeting. If they exceeded the stroke of midnight, the amplification effect of the Starry Pavilion would be rendered moot, as the rankings would already have been updated, resulting in a significant loss of prestige. In the Nine Heavens Divine City, prestige is paramount. The limit for each session is 3,000 participants, and the duration is merely half an hour. Otherwise, one could be left waiting indefinitely. Countless individuals awaited their turn, yet none displayed signs of impatience. The method of entering the Starry Pavilion differs from that of the Abyssal Sea, whereas only one individual could enter the abyssal sea at a time. Here, up to 3,000 can enter simultaneously. Inside, each person harnesses their innate talent to resonate with the power of the stars, seeking the favor of celestial forces. The more star power one acquires, the greater their talent. Among them, Mu Xin, ranked 9th on the talented individual's ranking, is the most prodigious. Indeed, she simultaneously comprehended the powers of 108 stars. 108. Many possess only a mere handful of star powers. However, this is far superior to the Yinming Sea, where 90% of its inhabitants cannot even conquer a single island, a fact that brings them great shame. Here, at the very least, one can grasp the essence of 1 or 2 star powers. Recently, news arrived that the foremost prodigy on the talent ranking, Jun Xie, has reached 37 islands, while the second, Bai Ming, has traversed 22 islands. Mastery in the Yinming Sea does not guarantee prowess here. Do not speak carelessly. They will soon arrive, one cautioned. What is there to fear? It is merely talk, and it may well be the truth. The waiting prodigious warriors engaged in fervent discussion, creating a lively atmosphere around the Star Pavilion. There exists but a single entrance to this esteemed place, a teleportation array. Yet the true visage of the Star Pavilion remains unseen. However, not far from the entrance stands a colossal crystalline screen, adorned with countless names. Each name is accompanied by a corresponding quantity and hue of star power. 100, crimson stars. 200, orange stars. 300, yellow stars. 400, green stars. 500, azure stars. 600, blue stars. 700, purple stars. 800, golden stars. 900, white stars. And 999, supreme multicolored stars. The multicolored star power is the mightiest, signifying the highest aptitude. To possess 999 stars culminates in the formation of supreme, multicolored star power, possessing the cataclysmic might to obliterate worlds. The Star Pavilion serves as a crucible for testing one's innate talents. It is also a place to acquire the power of the stars, a veritable treasure trove. The extent of your understanding dictates the extent of what you can take away. However, one may only glean insight from this place twice a year, though exceptions do exist. For instance, Tian-E is granted an additional opportunity. Yet, for the majority, a visit to the 9 Heavens Divine City permits only 2 insights into the Star Pavilion. At this moment, the entrance to the Star Pavilion is ablaze with the light of teleportation. Countless individuals emerge, their expressions a tapestry of excitement and disappointment. As the last of the crowd exits, the formidable geniuses waiting outside hastily soar into the radiant portal, though 2 individuals are ultimately halted. I am the 2,999th. I am the 3,000th. The 2 halted individuals wear expressions of confusion, mirrored by the curiosity of onlookers, all pondering why these 2 have been stopped. Your quotas have been supplanted by the 1st and 2nd ranked on the genius board. You may return in the next round, a mechanical voice intones. Though peril abounds within the 9 Heavens Divine City, a sense of fairness prevails. At least an explanation is provided. Upon hearing the announcement, the 2 can only retreat in silence, rendered powerless. After all, those within the top 10 of the genius board enjoy absolute privileges, bypassing lines and receiving preferential treatment wherever they go. Chapter 49. The Sacred Domain of the Void, Comprehending the Power of the Stars. Jun Xie and Bai Ming, under the astonished and envious gazes of countless onlookers, step into the teleportation light, which subsequently vanishes, taking them with it. Astonishingly, Tian-E and Tian-Er turn out to be a pair of youthful figures. The Yinming Sea encompasses 37 islands, and it remains uncertain whether new records can be established here. However, one might speculate that the results will not be disappointing. The Star Pavilion requires the comprehension of 10 celestial bodies to enhance amplitude by 10%. Nevertheless, the power derived from these stars is enduring, significantly augmenting one's strength and facilitating the hunting of demonic beasts and the search for resources. Upon departing from the 9 Heavens Divine City, the celestial power persists. Indeed, it is everlasting. The prestige points can only be utilized within the 9 Heavens Divine City. However, they can be exchanged for precious resources and access to the immortal spirit veins. Outside, the atmosphere is still bustling, as there are over 20,000 individuals waiting, with more arriving continuously. As the transmission concluded, Jun Xie found himself momentarily stunned, as Bai Ming had vanished, and others were nowhere to be seen. leaving him solitary in an expanse of boundless starry sky. Countless stars adorned the heavens, exhibiting 9 distinct colors, alongside multicolored stars. Yet, these vibrant stars resided in the deepest, most distant, and highest realms of the cosmos, while he found himself immobilized, unable to move even an inch, with the aspiration to reach those stars clearly beyond the realm of possibility. Void sacred domain, the domain of the void deity. Comprehend the power of the stars. Utilize divine consciousness and innate talent to sense. The system's prompt resonated at a crucial moment, imparting to Junxie the impression that the system possessed omniscient knowledge, akin to an all-powerful entity. Without further contemplation, he proceeded. Sitting cross-legged, he began to attune his mind and innate gifts to the celestial bodies scattered across the night sky. Whether they be crimson or violet, it mattered not. The essence of comprehension was what he sought. Before long, a singular star revealed itself to him. In a dazzling transformation, that star coalesced into a radiant beam, enveloping him and ultimately vanishing, merging seamlessly with his being. A whisper of stellar power thus entwined with him. In swift succession, another surge of stellar energy coursed into Junxie's body. As time unfurled, streams of stellar force trailed like starlight, cascading into Junxie, who seemed to possess an irresistible pull, attracting an abundance of celestial energies. Outside the star pavilion, on the immense crystalline screen, Junxie's name illuminated the display. 38, 39, 4100, 101. At this juncture, Junxie had ascended to second place, becoming the second prodigy to harness 100 stellar powers and the second individual to possess a crimson star. This remarkable feat transpired in less than 10 minutes. Given the evident momentum, surpassing the first place holder appeared to be an inevitable outcome. 109 stellar forces later, he finally eclipsed the previous leader, claiming the top position on the stellar rankings. Notably, he achieved 108 powers in merely 1/3 of the time taken by the former first-place holder, whose pace had increasingly waned while Junxie's accelerated. 110, 120, 150 stellar powers. 200 stars of power. At the 15-minute mark, Junxie became the first individual to attain 200 stars of power, the inaugural possessor of the yellow star. He was simply extraordinary, beyond imagination. Could he possibly aspire to reach 300 stars? With 15 minutes remaining, 300 seemed attainable. One could hope. Meanwhile, Bei Mingming, equally remarkable, had also secured second place, boasting 133 stars. Though not as formidable as Junxie, she was certainly not to be underestimated. The atmosphere was charged with astonishment, fervor, and animated discussion. Every gaze was riveted upon the colossal crystal screen, witnessing the rapid accumulation of stars by Junxie and Bei Mingming. At 18 minutes, Junxie reached 300 stars, and with it, all his stars transformed into green. By 20 minutes, his star count soared to 400, and the pace was beyond anyone's wildest expectations, resembling a black hole voraciously devouring countless stars. Chapter 50, 999, Supreme Colorful Stars. At 20 minutes, Junxie achieved 500 stars, now adorned with blue stars. At 25 minutes, he reached 600 stars, cloaked in purple. At 27 minutes, he attained 700 stars, the color of his stars shifting to a resplendent gold. In that moment, every formidable genius felt a tremor in their hearts, while they toiled for half an hour to gather merely 2 or 3 stars. Junxie's stars flew towards him like shooting meteors. The number of stars continues to soar, yet there is a palpable tension in the air, accompanied by a sense of regret, for time is running short. If only Junxie were granted a few more minutes, he might very well reach 999 stars. At that moment, they would transform into colorful stars. While jealousy and envy linger, a greater sentiment prevails: anticipation. If Junxie could achieve 999, it would offer them a glimmer of hope, demonstrating that attaining 999 supreme colorful stars is indeed within reach. At 28 minutes, Junxie's stars reached 800. By 29 minutes, he had achieved 900. Only 1 minute remained, yet he was still 99 stars shy of his goal. Given Junxie's earlier momentum, it seemed plausible he could reach his target. However, the path ahead was fraught with countless uncertainties, heightening the anxiety. The stakes were high, as success might hinge on just 1 or 2 stars. Success was imperative. He must succeed. Come on, Tiani. This is exhilarating. I have never been so concerned for an opponent before. 999 supreme colorful stars. Junxie is on his way. Junxie, you're doing splendidly. My heart can hardly bear it. I dare not watch. Please tell me the outcome. Junxie, hold steady. Outside the Star Pavilion, countless formidable beings were both excited and anxious. To evoke such concern among all competitors is a rare feat, and it is solely because of his extraordinary prowess. For he has instilled hope in countless hearts. It is widely acknowledged that this is merely the initial attempt, with each individual granted 2 opportunities. Should Junxie falter this time, he shall undoubtedly strive with even greater fervor in his subsequent endeavor, drawing upon invaluable experiences from the past 2 years. They will seek counsel from Junxie regarding the trials of the Star Pavilion and the Abyssal Sea. As time inexorably ticks away, each second feels like an eternity to all present. In this fleeting minute, it seems as though a century has passed. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the skies above the 9 heavens divine city erupted in a dazzling display of myriad radiant lights, akin to fireworks igniting, enveloping the entire city in a celestial glow. The resounding echoes filled the air. Simultaneously, countless beams of stellar light surged into the heavens, painting the sky with a kaleidoscope of colors. After millennia, Junxie emerged as the first to comprehend the supreme colored stars, earning an extraordinary reward of 2 additional opportunities at the Star Pavilion for all inhabitants of 9 heavens divine city, marking a day of serendipitous revelations. A mechanical voice resonated, as the void of 9 heavens divine city shimmered with countless stellar illuminations. Accompanying these celestial glimmers were boundless opportunities, an exquisite fortune bestowed by the supreme colored stars. Junxie, an unparalleled prodigy, was met with exhilarating astonishment. This opportunity was indeed invincible. 999 supreme colored stars. The sheer might of it was astounding. The formidable beings outside the Star Pavilion were electrified with excitement and disbelief. They were aware of Junxie's significant potential to conquer the 999 supreme colored stars. Yet the possibility of failure loomed large. This precarious balance of success and failure, determined in mere seconds, left everyone breathless with trepidation. Junxie successfully comprehended 999 supreme colorful stars, which also sparked a fortuitous occurrence. In an instant, countless exceptional powerhouses seated themselves, cross-legged, to grasp the power of the stars and the opportunities they presented. Meanwhile, Junxie floated amidst the boundless starry sky, receiving the legacy of the stars. Chapter 51. Lord of the Void, creator of the stars, the infinite cosmos stretched out, a vast expanse of azure. Stars twinkled as Junxie hovered in the air, surrounded by radiant beams of supreme colorful starlight that appeared profoundly mysterious. Millions of stars swirled around him, his eyes gently closed, his expression shifting continuously. After countless eons, I have finally found the one worthy of my legacy. I have long forgotten my name, but I am known as the Lord of the Void, also referred to as the Master of Stars. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple. Do not bring shame upon me. The ethereal voice resonated as if emanating from the stars themselves, or perhaps it was the stars that spoke. Master, are you? Junxie felt a jolt of astonishment. To him, the act of taking a master held little significance, for in this realm, every prodigy often has multiple mentors. It must be understood that a true prodigy encounters numerous opportunities to flourish, naturally acquiring various legacies and taking on several masters. Now, Junxie yearned to ascertain the fate of this master. Is he alive? Or has he transcended? Or perhaps he resides in another world? I, the Lord of the Void, was sealed during the 9th Great Reincarnation, and now the 11th reincarnation approaches. Calculating the time, it has been over 700 billion years. In this present moment, only this realm of stars remains. Henceforth, you shall command this celestial domain, wielding its power and comprehending the path of the laws. Only by traversing the supreme path of these laws can one transcend the cycle of reincarnation. Otherwise, no being can escape the forces of reincarnation. The ethereal voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated with an unremarkable quality. After countless eons, the existence, having attained a state of tranquility, has endured nearly 100 billion years of solitude, thus naturally lacking emotional fluctuation. The power of the domain, the path of the laws. Master, what is the path of the laws? Junxie could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. For him, it was akin to the unveiling of a new window, revealing an entirely new world, a new continent. Even knowing he was aiming beyond his reach, He could not restrain himself. When you master the power of the domain, you will come to understand the path of the laws. Countless domains, 30,000 laws, 3,000 avenues, and the 9 supreme laws of the heavenly path. These are truths you will eventually grasp, provided you transcend the mortal body and ascend to divinity. Otherwise, knowledge alone will only bring you distress and may even prove detrimental. Now, accept the inheritance. I command the myriad stars, mastering the realm of space, merging the power of the stars with the spatial domain. Thus, you shall become invincible across the world. The ethereal voice of the Lord of the starry skies spoke in a tranquil tone, and upon finishing, countless stars trembled, descending upon Junxie in a magnificent cascade, while ripples of space quivered in resonance, mysterious, profound, domineering, and destructive. In an instant, Junxie found himself amidst death and destruction. Yet, within this chaos, a wondrous force shielded him. Starlight, celestial bodies, and the essence of the cosmos continuously flowed into Junxie's being, refining and transforming his physique, strengthening him, and elevating his constitution to unprecedented heights. Even the primal sacred body and the heavenly sword's sacred body transcended in tandem. Time became an enigma. Was it a second, a minute, or perhaps a century? The inheritance had concluded. Junxie opened his eyes, and the myriad stars seemed to wink at him. He could sense the vitality of these celestial bodies, feeling an intrinsic connection with them. In his mind, a formidable cultivation technique emerged, both a method and a martial skill. Or perhaps a realm itself, creation of the stars. It harnessed the power of countless stars to enhance his strength and unleash the might of his domain. With a single strike, an overwhelming multitude of stars cascaded like a celestial tempest. With another blow, he became the sovereign of this space, for at that moment, he was not merely the primal sacred body and the heavenly sword sacred body, but also the star sacred body and the space sacred body. Space and stars were intrinsically linked. The synergy of these two sacred bodies wielded power far beyond mere addition. With a flick of his fingers, a star transformed into radiant starlight, piercing through the void. In a fleeting motion, he was no longer in the star pavilion, but had returned to the skies above the 9 heavens divine city. The 9 heavens divine city, a realm of the 3 deities. You have received my inheritance. The 49 islands await you, Inying, at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens divine city. Strive with all your might. I shall enter the cycle of reincarnation, yet the Lord of the Void remains. You are destined to become the Lord of the Void. Such thoughts resonated within his consciousness. The ethereal sound gradually faded, ultimately vanishing entirely, as if it had evaporated from this world. At that moment, a 1-meter-long crystal scepter materialized before Junxie, crowned with a 9-colored star at its apex. Chapter 52. Tian E. Junxie, reputation value 600 million. With a mere thought, the crystal scepter vanished, having been absorbed into the dragon ring. His gaze shifted downward, where countless extraordinary beings sat cross-legged, immersed in the comprehension of stellar opportunities, all having entered a state of self-forgetfulness. Unbeknownst to them, the true source of the stars was Junxie. He was the newly appointed Void Sovereign, wielding dominion over billions of stars. He descended, step by step, returning to the palace. At dawn, the list of prodigies was refreshed. Junxie undisputedly claimed the first position, with a reputation value far surpassing the combined total of the next 9. First place, Junxie, reputation value 6 million. List multiplier 2. 0x, Yiming C multiplier 4. 7x, Star Pavilion multiplier 9. 9x, total reputation value, 614. 196 million. Second place, Biming Ming, reputation value 5. 55 million. List multiplier 1. 9x, Yiming C multiplier 3. 2x, Star Pavilion multiplier 3. 7x, total reputation value, 124. 85 million. Third place, Zhuotian, reputation value 1. 37 million. List multiplier 1. 8x, Yiming C multiplier 1. 3x, Star Pavilion multiplier 1. 5x, total reputation value, 4. 808 million. The disparity in reputation values among the top 10 prodigies was staggering. The third place did not even amount to a fraction of the second. Junxie alone could sweep the entire list with his reputation value of 600 million. Only a few million or several hundred thousand. The one ranked 100 possesses merely 270,000 prestige points. One can only imagine the disparity. The hunting of monsters is facilitated by the Taishin sword array. with amplitude enhancements from Tianyi and an almost 5-fold increase from the Yiming Sea, alongside a 10-fold boost from the Xingqian Pavilion. Who could possibly be compared to him? Half a day later, Bai Mingming returned to the palace. Through her introspection, she had grasped the greater power of the stars, ultimately acquiring 419 blue stars. Brother Junqiye, you have returned first. What on earth transpired? Bai Mingming inquired with curiosity. Since entering the starry expanse, she had been absorbed in her comprehension. Later discovering a heavenly opportunity among the stars, remaining in that state until her exit, only to find countless people wearing expressions of astonishment and excitement, as if they had obtained a precious treasure. After searching for Junqiye and finding no trace of him, she returned, only to discover him in the palace. Yet, nothing remarkable had occurred. I comprehended the supreme colorful stars, which triggered the stellar opportunity. They are now grasping the chance, Junqiye remarked with a light smile, as if it were of no concern to him. Supreme colorful stars. You have achieved 999. Bai Mingming exclaimed in realization, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at Junqiye. It turned out that all of this was instigated by him. Indeed, Junqiye nodded, revealing a radiant supreme colorful star in the palm of his hand, exquisitely beautiful and profoundly mysterious, accompanied by an unparalleled domain of destruction. So beautiful. As Bai Mingming was astonished, her beautiful eyes gazed at the colorful star nestled in Junqiye's palm. The star was breathtakingly beautiful, surpassing diamonds by countless magnitudes. Naturally, a girl would be filled with joy upon seeing such a sight. With a flick of his wrist, Junqiye grasped the star and presented it before Bai Mingming. Having inherited the legacy of the Void God and now holding the title of Void Sovereign, he was effortlessly able to control such a colorful star. To him, it was merely a fragment of a domain. However, for Bai Mingming, it represented a formidable weapon. If wielded in battle, this star could obliterate a sage, provided that her cultivation was sufficiently powerful. Otherwise, she would be unable to harness the domain within the star. Chapter 53. 3 months. Is that truly so? As Bai Mingming beheld the colorful star offered by Junqiye, her heart swelled with joy, tinged with a hint of anxiety. This was a colorful star, and she was uncertain if she could control it. Fear not. It will be beneficial for you, Junqiye reassured her. At that moment, the colorful star posed no threat to Bai Mingming. Rather, it would only bring her benefit. With prolonged refinement, it could enhance her stellar power, potentially transforming all her stellar energy into vibrant hues. However, the legacy itself was unattainable, as it was meant for a single individual and had already been claimed by Junqiye. Thank you, Brother Qiye, Bai Mingming exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she clutched the colorful star in her small hand. She resembled a little girl who had just received a piece of candy. In her exuberance, she planted a soft kiss on Junqiye's cheek, then immediately lowered her gaze, shy and unable to meet his eyes. The heart raced, and a faint blush graced her delicate visage. It had been some time since the two had established their relationship, yet this marked the first occasion, and notably, it was she who took the initiative. Junqiye was momentarily taken aback. The sensation was exquisite, yet tinged with a hint of nervousness and exhilaration. He reached out, gently drawing Bai Mingming closer, who nestled against him, her youthful form taut with tension, trembling slightly. At the tender age of 15 or 16, she was like a flower on the verge of blooming. The following day, at the beginning of the month, Junqiye and Bai Mingming departed from the Nine Heavens Divine City, setting their sights on the heavenly demon secret realm. The realm harbored a 50% mortality rate. Yet for Junqiye and his companion, such odds were inconsequential. Within lay countless formidable demon beasts and abundant resources. The endeavor to hunt these beasts and seek out resources would yield a remarkable 5 times the prestige value. Moreover, he had a 2-month window to utilize the Tai Xian sword array, an opportunity not to be squandered. Bai Mingming's thunderlight had already expired. Within the Nine Heavens Divine City, numerous prodigies awakened from their enlightenment, their expressions alight with excitement, having gained immense power from the stellar force, augmented by the stellar pavilion's benefits. Junqiye boasted a staggering 600 million prestige points. Truly extraordinary. Bai Mingming, too, possessed over 100 million prestige points. Though they were the youngest in the city, their prowess was unparalleled, a testament to their extraordinary nature, a match made by heaven itself. This time, Junqiye had comprehended 999 stars, allowing them both to reap significant rewards. Thus, they ventured once more into the heavenly demon secret realm, their prestige values now calculated in the hundreds of millions. I must venture into the more arduous realms, lest my journey to the city of 9 heavens be in vain. Those two little prodigies are no match for him. This individual is truly formidable. Astonishment is the only response, one and all. They are reluctant to engage in competition with Jun Qiye, for the disparity is insurmountable, as he utterly dominates them in every aspect. Of course, they possess a slight advantage, being marginally higher in cultivation level than Jun Qiye. Yet this is hardly an advantage at all. Jun Qiye has already reached the 9th layer of the Tao Palace realm. Attaining the Void realm is merely a matter of time. Time continues to pass, day by day, and another month has elapsed. Throughout this month, Jun Qiye maintains his position atop the genius rankings, surpassing last month's record with a remarkable score of 88,121,000. Bai Mingming, stripped of her thunderous radiance, has seen her prestige significantly diminish. However, what does it matter? Being alongside Jun Qiye, even without the thunderous radiance, her esteem remains unmatched by others, reaching 12,150,000, albeit slightly less than the previous month. As the third month unfolds, Jun Qiye's prestige soars to 11,001,000 in the brief span of 3 months. His cumulative prestige has amassed to an astonishing 2.6 billion, inciting envy and admiration from countless onlookers, yet they remain powerless. For Jun Qiye has made tremendous strides in these 2 months, attaining the 2nd layer of the Void realm. His level now parallels theirs, yet his strength is sufficient to annihilate them. 3 months have passed. The Taishian sword array has reached its conclusion, Jun Qiye remarked. These 3 months have been significant. He has accumulated a staggering 2.6 billion reputation points, sufficient for a considerable time. Brother Qiye, shall we venture out now? In the palace, Bai Mingming nestled beside Jun Qiye, gently inquiring. Chapter 54. The Treasure Pavilion of Extermination. Yes, but not just yet. We shall first visit the Treasure Pavilion of Extermination and the Spirit Vein of Immortality. Mastery of one's cultivation is paramount, Jun Qiye replied, with 2.6 billion points to his name, and Bai Mingming possessing 400 million reputation points. Though dwarfed by Jun Qiye's stature, her individual reputation surpassed the combined total of the 8 others behind her, rendering her an object of admiration for countless individuals. By the way, we have yet to explore the Spirit Vein of Immortality and the Treasure Pavilion of Extermination, Brother Qiye. Come. Let us first visit the Treasure Pavilion, Bai Mingming recalled, and, as she spoke, straightened her posture and grasped Jun Qiye's hand, eager to proceed outside. Very well. Jun Qiye nodded, following Bai Mingming toward the Treasure Pavilion. The Treasure Pavilion of Extermination serves as the treasury of the 9 heavens divine city, where prodigies and extraordinary beings converge, drawn by the allure of prestige and the opportunity to exchange their hard-earned reputation for treasures and resources. It is perpetually bustling with people. Jun Xiong, young Master Jun, Princess Baiming. Upon sighting Jun Qiye and Bai Mingming, several prodigies greeted them. These gifted individuals, possessing an air of arrogance, each belonged to their own elite circles, naturally comprised of similarly exceptional beings. Jun Qiye and Bai Mingming stood among them. Undoubtedly, it is the most extraordinary existence. They naturally commanded respect. Jun Qiye smiled and nodded, greeting others. Subsequently, the two entered the Pavilion of Immortal Slaying. The Pavilion of Immortal Slaying is divided into 4 levels. The first level contains spiritual treasures and heavenly tier martial arts. The second level holds celestial artifacts and spiritual level martial arts. The third level features holy weapons and immortal tier martial arts. The 4th level remains a mystery, as no one has ever ventured there. Why is the 4th level unvisited? Because the required prestige is unattainable. One must achieve a staggering 1 billion points of prestige, or reach the pinnacle of the Yinming Sea, or ascend to the zenith of the Star Pavilion. Only by meeting one of these 3 criteria can one gain entry to the 4th level. For countless eons, not a single soul has set foot in the 4th level. 1 billion points of prestige is nothing short of a fantasy. For prodigious talents, even 100 million points is an unattainable dream, rendering entry based on prestige into the 4th level clearly impossible. The summit of the 49 islands in the Yinming Sea is equally unfeasible. As for the 999 stars of the Star Pavilion, such aspirations are mere illusions. The majority of individuals remain confined to the 1st or 2nd levels, with only a select few attaining the 3rd level. Let us first explore the 1st level, Bai Mingming suggested. This was her inaugural visit to the Pavilion of Immortal Slaying, and she was eager to discover the remarkable resources within, perusing each level to find what might suit her. Soon, they entered the first level of the Pavilion of Immortal Slaying. Within this level, one could find an array of spiritual treasures, heavenly tier martial arts, spiritual elixirs, array patterns, jade slips, and various cultivation resources. Heavenly tier martial arts, 100,000 prestige points. Top tier spiritual treasures, 100,000 prestige points. 8th grade spiritual elixirs, 100,000 prestige points. Each item is marked with a price, all set at 100,000 prestige points. The two individuals observed for a while, finding nothing particularly enticing. Subsequently, they proceeded directly to the second level, which housed celestial artifacts, spiritual level techniques, various elixirs, array patterns, pill formulas, and spiritual fruits. The pricing was as follows. Spiritual level techniques, 1 million prestige points. 3rd grade elixirs, 1 million prestige points. 4th grade elixirs, 5 million prestige points. Inferior celestial artifacts, 1 million prestige points. Superior celestial artifacts, 5 million prestige points. Exceptional celestial artifacts, 10 million prestige points. Supreme celestial artifacts, 50 million prestige points. Fire dragon spiritual fruit, 1 million prestige points. 9-turn elixir formula, 5 million prestige points. A myriad of items, any single one of which, if showcased to the world, could incite a fierce competition, drawing the attention of all, for these are of celestial grade. 7th night, let us venture to the 3rd level, proposed Bei Mingming. The 2nd level was replete with treasures. Yet her curiosity was piqued regarding the wonders of the 3rd level. The prerequisites for entry to the 3rd level were either achieving a prestige of 100 million, ranking first on the talented individuals list, or being first in the Star Pavilion, Yinming Si, or the Celestial Spirit Vein. Chapter 55, The Celestial Treasure Pavilion. 4th level. The 3rd level of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion resembled the vastness of the starry sky. The items within were significantly fewer compared to the 2nd level. However, they comprised the most precious resources of heaven and earth. Holy weapons, celestial elixirs, sacred medicinal formulas, celestial level techniques and martial arts, as well as celestial fruits, each one a rarity. Extinct even in the southern celestial domain and the heavenly profound sacred domain. Any single item taken out could cause a sensation in the heavenly profound sacred domain. Fiery Sun Holy Weapon, 100 million prestige points. 9-tier Immortal Pill, 100 million prestige points. Town Guardian Fruit, 300 million prestige points. Feather Transformation Fruit, 200 million prestige points. Entry Saint Pill, 300 million prestige points. Entry Saint Pill Recipe, 500 million prestige points. 3rd grade Holy Medicine, 500 million prestige points. Within the 3rd tier, there are merely 100 items, yet each one commands a minimum of 100 million prestige points, with the most expensive reaching a staggering 1 billion prestige points. Upon witnessing these prices, the two could not help but exhale in disbelief. It is only the two of them. Others lack even the qualifications to venture here. The pricing is calculated at 100 million. It seems the 2nd tier is more suitable for me. 7th night, brother, I shall proceed to the 2nd tier, spoke Bei Mingming. The 3rd tier is filled with celestial and saint-level treasures, each exorbitantly priced. What she can afford offers little assistance, while that which could benefit her is beyond her means. Moreover, there is another aspect to consider, her identity. As the daughter of the Lord of Lingo, she is certainly not lacking in resources. Thus, the 2nd tier remains the most fitting for her. Go ahead, Junqia nodded. Subsequently, Bei Mingming departed from the 3rd tier, making her way to the 2nd tier, while Junqia ventured towards the 4th tier, where 6 billion prestige points could procure several items. However, he was more curious about what the 4th tier held. For countless eons, no one had ever set foot in the 4th tier. Its contents remained a mystery. Heir of the Starry Pavilion, welcome. Just as he approached the entrance of the 4th tier, an ethereal voice resonated, and simultaneously, 3 beams of teleportation light appeared before Junqia. This left him momentarily stunned. Clearly, it was a choice among 3. The entrance is indeed intriguing. One intends to ascend to the 4th level yet is presented with choices. This left him quite perplexed. What do these options signify? Junqia inquired. Could it be that the 4th level comprises several locations? 3 teleportation arrays, one for the inheritors of the Yiming Sea, another for the inheritors of the Star Pavilion, and the 3rd for the inheritors of the 9 Heavens Divine City. Upon entering their respective treasure halls, the items within are complementary. However, for those teleporting to other halls, items require a measure of prestige. Each individual possesses only 2 opportunities to access these treasure halls. Unless they obtain all 3 legacies, the ethereal voice elucidated. This implies that the 3 teleportation conduits lead to 3 distinct destinations, which are indeed the rightful domains of the inheritors. The items therein belong to them. Conversely, should one venture to other locations, the items therein demand prestige. And having never traversed the 4th level, one remains unaware of its contents or the nature of its prices. More significantly, each individual is permitted merely 2 visits to the 4th level. Then I shall proceed to the Star Pavilion, Junqiya declared. For now, I must tread cautiously and ascertain what treasures await the inheritors of the Star Pavilion, as the items there do not require prestige, effectively making it the repository for the inheritors. It goes without saying that this is a sanctum reserved for them by the Void God Master. His as Junqiya's words fell, 2 of the beams of teleportation light vanished, leaving only 1. Junqiya stepped forward, and in an instant, the remaining beam flickered, enveloping him as he was transported away. Following a brief moment of transition, Junqiya found himself in a concealed chamber. It was a coffee table. Upon it, aside from a solitary bracelet, there lay nothing else. However, beyond that bracelet were intricate mystical patterns, which Junqiya had encountered for the first time. Having inherited the legacy of the Void Divine Lord, he discerned that these were spatial runes. As the spatial sacred body operated, the power of the stars was summoned forth. His hand slowly reached towards the runes, and to his astonishment, it passed through the patterns effortlessly, allowing him to grasp the bracelet and withdraw. At the moment he seized the bracelet, the runes vanished. Junqiya was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended that this was a trial and a safeguard set by the Void Divine Lord. Only the chosen heir could decipher these spatial runes, and it was imperative that one possessed both the spatial sacred body and the stellar sacred body. Only the fusion of these 2 sacred bodies would enable one to obtain the bracelet. In a flash, before Junqiya could examine the bracelet, a radiant light enveloped him. Upon exiting the hidden chamber, he found himself once again outside the exquisite Immortal Pavilion. Chapter 56. Journey to the Immortal Spirit Vein. Brother June, you emerged so swiftly. Young Master June, did you ascend to the 4th level? What wonders lie within the 3rd level? With billions of prestige points, Brother June, please spare us a glimmer of hope, and do not sweep through the 3rd level entirely. Upon witnessing Junqiya's emergence, the exceptional talents outside the exquisite Immortal Pavilion were momentarily astonished, quickly breaking into jest. Indeed, those who entered the 9 Heavens Divine City were all prodigious beings from various realms, possessing terrifying prowess. Once in the 9 Heavens Divine City, as long as they were not foes or rivals, they would not hastily create enmities, much like Junqiya himself. They do not dare to provoke easily. A casual exchange of words holds little significance. The worthless is inexpensive, while the valuable is beyond reach. Junqiya chuckled softly and shook his head, remarking that both the 1st and 2nd tiers contain resources of utility. He simply does not wish to squander resources on trivial items. He aims to accumulate a greater amount of prestige points to exchange for resources suitable for himself in the 3rd tier. Moreover, having obtained the inheritance of the Starry Pavilion, a 1/3 of the treasures in the 4th tier already belong to him. Are you jesting? Over the course of 3 months, you have amassed at least 2.5 billion prestige points. How could you possibly be unable to afford anything? Indeed, are you seeking to exchange for divine artifacts? It is said that within the 3rd tier lie sacred weapons and holy medicines, priced in the billions. With your 20-some billion, you could certainly acquire several remarkable sacred resources. Brother June merely looks down upon ordinary resources. Brother June has ascended to the 4th tier. Truly, Brother June has reached the pinnacle of the Starry Pavilion, thus earning the qualification to enter the 4th tier. I am genuinely curious about what lies within the 4th tier. Could it possibly contain divine artifacts? In an instant, various prodigies engaged in conversation with Junqiya. They dared not regard him as merely a youth in his teenage years. What a jest! Which youth possesses such extraordinary capabilities? The 4th tier is the domain of the inheritors, Junqiya stated, and after speaking, he found a place to sit and awaited Bei Mingming's emergence. Indeed, it is as such. It truly is so. The treasury of the inheritors, I comprehend now. Upon hearing Junqiya's words, they suddenly realized that their conjectures had been confirmed. The 3 conditions were indeed too stringent, revealing that this was the place of the inheritor. Half an hour later, Bei Mingming emerged from the Zhuxian Treasure Pavilion. Qiya, did you make the exchange? Upon seeing Junqiya waiting for her, Bei Mingming was filled with immense joy as she rushed towards him. her face adorned with a sweet smile. Not yet. I plan to exchange once I accumulate more prestige points. What about you? Jun Qiye shook his head. Although he had not made an exchange, he had ventured to the 4th level and acquired the bracelet left by the Void God Master. He was uncertain of its contents. But it must surely be valuable. I haven't exchanged either. It's not yet necessary. Just as you thought. I will wait to earn more prestige points before making an exchange, Bai Mingming replied. Indeed, although her prestige points amounted to 400 million. It was somewhat insufficient in the 3rd level, as the most expensive items required tens of billions of prestige points. As they conversed, the two made their way toward the Xianling Vein. The Xianling Vein was a sacred place for cultivation within the Jiutian Divine City, where one could progress rapidly, often breaking through shackles and bottlenecks. The Xianling Vein, like the outskirts of Jiutian Divine City, was divided into 9 regions, resembling a target, with the center akin to the bullseye, known as the 9th world. Generally, it was impossible for ordinary individuals to reach the 9th world. They could only cultivate within the 3rd or 4th worlds, and even then, they had to expend prestige points. Soon, Jun Qiye and Bai Mingming arrived at the entrance of the Xianling Vein, where countless individuals gathered. For the Xianling Vein was one of the pivotal locations within the Jiutian Divine City. Upon the arrival of Jun Qiye and Bai Mingming, expressions of astonishment and curiosity adorned the faces of those present. Their reputation precedes them, as they are known for shattering records and establishing new ones. The onlookers were eager to discern their achievements within the celestial spirit vein and whether they could ascend to the 9th realm, a feat no one had ever accomplished. Chapter 57. The Celestial Spirit Vein. The Celestial Spirit Vein, akin to the Star Pavilion and the Yiming Sea, remains concealed from the outside world, accessible solely through teleportation arrays. A vast crystal screen displays a list of names, with Lin Feng reigning supreme, currently situated in the 5th realm of the Celestial Spirit Vein. Others are positioned in the 4th realm, with 100 names listed, all from the 2nd to the 5th realm. None have qualified from the 1st realm. Beneath the crystal screen, the rules and guidelines for entering the Celestial Spirit Vein are delineated. The top 10 on the Talented Heroes list enjoy complimentary training privileges. The top 10 in the Yiming Sea and Star Pavilion also receive free training. Each individual is allotted 1 day of training per month. While the top rankers in the Talented Heroes list, Yiming Sea and Star Pavilion face no such restrictions. The regulations stipulate certain costs, for instance. A regular talented individual requires 1,000 points of prestige to train for a day in the 1st realm, 100,000 for the 2nd realm, 500,000 for the 3rd realm, 1 million for the 4th realm, and 2 million for the 5th realm. The 6th realm demands 5 million points of prestige. For the 7th, 8th, and 9th realms, those with sufficient prowess may enter without the need for prestige points. Few possess the fortitude to endure. With each entry into a new realm, the oppressive pressure and spiritual aura surge dramatically, making every forward step akin to an arduous ascent. Let us proceed and see for ourselves, spoke Jun Qiye, as he made his way towards the teleportation array. In an instant, the two vanished, having entered the celestial spirit veins. Upon completion of the teleportation, Jun Qiye felt as though he had plunged into a pool of ethereal liquid, surrounded by an exceptionally pure and concentrated essence of spiritual energy. Moreover, within this energy lurked a mysterious force, a potency that surpassed the purity of spiritual essence by countless magnitudes. What it was, he could not ascertain. Yet it was evident that this enigmatic power greatly facilitated one's cultivation. Simultaneously, the atmosphere was imbued with formidable pressure and spiritual intensity, indicative of the elevation and transformation of celestial energy. This is immensely beneficial for cultivation, echoed the voice of the system in his mind, elucidating his queries. Indeed, Jun Qiye was but a novice in the realm of cultivation. Although he had gleaned much during his brief tenure at the Holy Martial Academy, the time there was insufficient to master the vast knowledge of cultivation. Fortunately, the system was at his disposal. Enlightened by this revelation, he and Bai Mingming began to cultivate diligently, not remaining stationary but advancing deeper into the realm. For the further one ventured, the more refined and abundant the celestial spirit energy became. However, this came at the cost of enduring terrifying levels of pressure and spiritual intensity, 100-fold compared to the first world. Soon, Jun Qiye encountered numerous prodigious talents, most of whom cultivated within this initial world, drawn here by the lesser prestige and the manageable levels of pressure and spiritual intensity. Undeterred, they pressed onward, steadily advancing forward. Jun Qiye entered the 2nd world. Immediately, he sensed that the celestial aura here was 200 times greater than that of the outside realm. Within 10 minutes, he transitioned into the third world, where the celestial aura surged to 300 times that of the outside. However, the oppressive force and spiritual pressure here compelled his archaic sacred body to manifest. Once his archaic sacred body unfurled, the oppressive force and spiritual pressure diminished significantly. Half an hour later, he arrived in the fourth world. Here, the celestial aura was 400 times that of the outside, allowing for rapid cultivation, akin to 1,000 miles in a day. Yet, Junxia had no intention of pausing. His aspirations extended far beyond the fourth and fifth worlds. Chapter 58, The Ninth World, Cultivation Surge. Upon reaching the fourth world, encounters with prodigies became scarce, for few could withstand the oppressive spiritual pressures. Moreover, there was the matter of prestige points. The Nine Heavens Divine City could only accommodate one Junxia and one Baimingming. Frustratingly, it seemed they had no need for prestige points at all. An hour later, Junxia entered the fifth world, where the celestial aura was 500 times that of the outside. His archaic sacred body operated swiftly, unleashing its formidable might, ravaging the oppressive forces and spiritual pressures within. Junxia quickened his pace, pressing onward. Outside, countless observers monitored Junxia's coordinates. Realizing he had entered the fifth world, their astonishment mingled with a sense of inevitability. For to them, Junxia was an omnipotent being, a miracle maker. After 2 hours, Junxia stepped into the sixth world. After 4 hours, Junxia entered the seventh world. Even with the ancient sacred body, he found himself struggling to advance. The heavenly sword sacred body, the starry sky sacred body, the spatial sacred body, the overwhelming essence of 9 trillion dragon energies, and the 9 dragon shield manifested before him. With resolute determination in his gaze, he unleashed the formidable powers of these sacred bodies, and the pressure began to ease as he pressed forward step by step. In the fifth hour, Junxia entered the eighth world. By the sixth hour, he had reached the ninth world, ultimately arriving at the pinnacle of the celestial spirit vein. The celestial energy here was 2,000 times that of the outside world. More significantly, the ratio of celestial to spiritual energy had undergone a monumental transformation, with a tenth being pure celestial energy, exceptionally refined. In such a place, it would be an injustice not to make a breakthrough in cultivation. Even a mere pig would achieve advancement here. Boom. Without any formal training, Junxia's cultivation naturally surged in response to the powerful celestial energy. Reaching the third heaven of the Dongshu realm. Boom. He broke through once more, attaining the fourth heaven of the Dongshu realm. Subsequently, Junxia sat cross-legged, beginning his cultivation. The sacred body voraciously absorbed the celestial energy, which flowed endlessly, as if it would never run dry. Indeed, having reached the ninth world, he realized that true prodigies existed here. I, a mere pretender, could hardly compare. In the ninth world, cultivation was free of charge, unrestricted by time. When he emerged, he was merely at the sixth or seventh tier of the void realm. Yet there existed the potential to transcend this state within the Nine Heavens Divine City and ascend to the status of a celestial sovereign. The celestial sovereign is our ultimate aspiration within the Nine Heavens Divine City. What lies beyond the fifth world? Outside the vein of celestial spirits, countless prodigies were astounded, while many more were filled with envy. The absence of prestige points and the lack of time constraints for cultivation within the ninth world allowed them to envision breakthroughs of 1 or 2 realms within a mere day. The thought alone seemed utterly insane. However, they lacked the strength to access that realm. Boom. Boom. On the same day, Junxia made 2 breakthroughs, reaching the sixth tier of the void realm. Fortunately, those outside remained unaware of his ascension. Otherwise, they would have been left utterly astonished. The following day, Junxia achieved the 7th tier of the void realm. On the 3rd day, he ascended to the 8th tier, and on the 4th day, he reached the 9th tier. By the 5th day, he attained the 10th tier of the void realm. On the 6th day, Baimingming had already departed from the 7th world of the celestial spirit vein and returned outside. Upon seeing Junxia still within the crystalline light curtain, he sat patiently on a nearby chair. That afternoon, Junxia stepped out, a subtle smile gracing his features. Brother Xia, why have you ceased your cultivation? What realm do you presently inhabit? Baimingming exclaimed joyfully upon witnessing Junxia's emergence, fully aware that he had been in the 9th world. Junxia must still be cultivating within, so why has he emerged now? Simultaneously, I am curious about the realm he has attained, for I can no longer perceive his cultivation level. Not only I, but other formidable beings are equally intrigued by Junxia's accomplishments. Chapter 59, The Realm of the Honored One. The 9th world offers little assistance to my cultivation, hence my emergence. I have just broken through to the realm of the Honored One. Junxia, with a serene smile, was gently tugged by Baimingming. Now, His cultivation has transcended the void realm and reached the level of an honored one. After attaining this status, the spiritual pulse of the ninth world no longer provides substantial aid. Although there remains some, it is far less than before. A breakthrough every 3 to 5 days should be feasible. However, as an honored one, the demand for spiritual energy intensifies, necessitating more time for further advancements. Achieving the realm of the honored one fulfills his objective of entering the nine heavens divine city. He no longer wishes to squander additional time on cultivation, rather, he seeks to gain prestige and resources. More importantly, he aims to refine his martial skills and enhance his combat prowess, adapting to the requirements of the Honored One realm. The Honored One realm! The Honored One realm! Bei Mingming exclaimed in astonishment. She had only just attained the second level of the Void realm, while Jun Qiye had already reached the realm of the Honored One. It is remarkable to consider that when they first met, Jun Qiye was merely at the Origin realm, a whole tier below her. How much time has passed since then? Jun Qiye transcended her by an entire realm, leaving her utterly astonished. More than that, a wave of joy and sweetness washed over her. For the greater Jun Qiye's strength, the more secure she felt. The other formidable beings were equally stunned. The revered realm is a pinnacle sought after by countless humans, a coveted position among the extraordinary. Upon arriving at the Nine Heavens Divine City, the ultimate aspiration was to attain the revered realm. Yet, aspirations do not always translate into achievement. However, Jun Qiye effortlessly reached this esteemed state. How could they not feel envy? In the Nine Heavens Divine City, the revered realm is undeniably supreme. Moreover, even in the Dao Palace realm, Jun Qiye could easily sweep them aside, and now, she could toy with them at will. They were acutely aware of this fact. Brother Qiye is the most formidable. Bei Mingming felt nothing but happiness, linking arms with Jun Qiye as they departed from the celestial spirit vein. In truth, her void realm prowess was also extraordinary. And there was another aspect. Her true talent lay not in martial arts, but in spiritual manipulation, as a dream weaver, capable of creating dreams and illusions. A 15-year-old revered one, truly astonishing. From which world does he hail? It remains unclear, though he seems to originate from the southern celestial domain. Only from there could two individuals share such a connection. At the very least, he is not from a minor world or dimension. The prodigies of the southern celestial domain are indeed remarkable. I too hail from the southern celestial domain. Pray tell, do you feel any pressure sharing the same era and realm as him? Pressure? Not at all. In fact, I simply regard him as non-existent and indulge in my own enjoyment. Jun Qiye and Bei Mingming departed, leaving behind only discussions and astonishment. After all, their prowess was extraordinary. A mere 15 years of age, yet he stood as a revered figure, while other youths of the same age might still be grappling with the trials of cultivation. He had already ascended to the status of a worldly sovereign. Merely 3 months had elapsed in the span of 2 years. Brother Qiye, do you have any plans or aspirations? Bei Mingming inquired curiously upon their return to the palace. In truth, given Jun Qiye's innate talent, resources, and formidable cultivation, he could easily reside in the Nine Heavens Divine City, enjoying a life of leisure without the need to seek further resources or prestige. Moreover, Jun Qiye had already swept through several significant locations within the Nine Heavens Divine City, acquiring the finest resources, rendering the pursuit of further risks for reputation unnecessary. Once the tomb of the Supreme is opened, I intend to visit it, Jun Qiye replied. Indeed, he had reached the realm of a sovereign, boasting a staggering 26 billion in prestige, first in the Star Pavilion, first in the Shadowy Sea, first on the talented list, first in the celestial spirit veins, and at the 4th level of the exterminating Immortal's treasure pavilion. He had already traversed all necessary avenues and obtained what he sought, unknown to outsiders. His singular ambition now was to sign in at the tomb of the Supreme. However, the question lingered, would the tomb of the Supreme even open? Chapter 60. 3 items. Destruction level, Tomb of the Supreme. Bei Mingming was taken aback, and then a wave of shock washed over her. That was a realm of annihilation, a secret domain of unparalleled peril. It was uncertain what Jun Qiye aimed to achieve there. Inside, the chances of survival were virtually non-existent. Even with his extraordinary abilities, entering such a place might mean never returning. If it is activated, then let us take a look, remarked Jun Qiye. He found himself helpless in this situation. However, the system's sign-in location was at the Supreme Tomb. With a successful sign-in, he was rewarded with a Supreme Bone and 10 Realm Pills. Should he acquire these 2 items, his cultivation would ascend directly to the 4th extreme. Wherever you go, I shall follow, Bei Mingming declared resolutely, gazing at Jun Qiye. Even if it meant walking towards death, she would remain by his side, for she cherished him. She was his fiancée. Regardless of the decisions Jun Qi made, she would unwaveringly stand beside him. I understand, Jun Qi nodded earnestly. Subsequently, Jun Qi made arrangements to cultivate within the palace for a month. During this month, he would refrain from seeking prestige points. The purpose was fourfold: to hone his martial skills, to master treasures, to assimilate his gains, and to rest. Once everything reached its zenith, he would engage in frenzied battles within the heavenly demon secret realm to acquire prestige points, while awaiting the opening of the Supreme Tomb. If the Supreme Tomb did not open, that would be a different matter altogether. In the chamber, Jun Qi sat cross-legged. Before him floated a bracelet, ancient and imbued with a faint, iridescent glow. With a drop of his essence blood, he summoned forth a connection. The blood surged towards the bracelet, which offered no resistance, merging swiftly with Jun Qi's essence. Gradually, he established a bond with the bracelet. Suddenly, a rift appeared in the space of the room as the bracelet activated. This bracelet was a spatial treasure, containing merely 3 items: a jade tablet and a palace carving. A diamond-shaped crystal lay before Jun Qi as he prepared to touch the jade slip, when a calm voice echoed, "If you are not a disciple of this seat, do not touch these 3 items, lest you vanish without a trace." This voice, familiar to Jun Qi, belonged to his master, the Void God Monarch. However, this voice was fixed in place. Anyone who activated the bracelet would hear the warning. Jun Qi felt reassured, for he was indeed a disciple of the Void God Monarch and had inherited his teachings. He cautiously held the jade slip in his hands, at which point a luminous barrier enveloped him. Soon, the barrier dissipated, as if confirming Jun Qi's identity. The jade slip contained the 9 great spatial forbidden techniques: the true stellar god pavilion, a treasure for spatial flight, and the crystal represented the divine essence of the god of space. Once Jun Qi's identity was verified, the voice re-emerged, introducing the 3 items. Jun Qi was left utterly astounded. These were realms far beyond his current reach. Spatial forbidden techniques, treasures for flight. The divine essence of the god of space. Why were they so astonishingly powerful? Master, are you truly offering me such things? The distance between me and these treasures is immeasurable. He understood that mastering the spatial forbidden techniques was imperative, but without attaining sanctity, he should not dare to touch the stellar god pavilion or the divine essence. As the last echo of the voice faded, it was as if it had evaporated, leaving behind a warning: do not attempt to touch what is beyond your grasp. Jun Qi carefully stored the 3 items, pondering to himself, with my current cultivation, do I truly have the audacity to approach these 3 treasures? Even though the forbidden techniques of space are at my disposal, I currently lack the time to cultivate them. In the days to come, I shall rest, train, and strive to enhance my abilities comprehensively. During this month, neither Bai Mingming nor Jun Qi appeared on the Celestial Talents ranking, as they had not sought to accrue prestige points. The absence of their names among the top 2 positions bewildered countless onlookers. In the 61st chapter, titled Destruction Level Secret Realm, it has been 7 months since their arrival in the 9 Heavens Divine City. Jun Qi and Bai Mingming have once again departed, this time venturing into the Heavenly Demon Secret Realm to amass prestige points. Over the course of this month, the duo reclaimed the 1st and 2nd positions, amassing a staggering 58,912,000 prestige points. Despite the absence of the Taishin sword formation, Jun Qi has mastered the power of the stars and various extraordinary sacred bodies, sweeping all before him. In the 8th month, their prestige points reached 71,920,000. In the 9th month, they achieved 70,010,000. By the 10th month, their score climbed to 84,972,000, and in the 11th month, it stood at 68,122,000. By the 12th month, their total prestige points surged to 99,201,000. After 6 months of relentless battles and slaughter, not only have they garnered terrifying prestige points, but their cultivation levels have also seen significant advancements. Bai Mingming has now reached the 10th level of the Void Realm, just a step away from the Venerable Realm, while Jun Qi has ascended to the 6th level of the Venerable Realm, with his divine consciousness reaching the 71st tier. In the span of merely 1 year in the 9 Heavens Divine City, with another year still remaining until the conclusion, Jun Qi's total prestige points have reached an astounding 6.5 billion. Young Master Jun, are you aiming for 100 billion? Brother Qi, your prestige points must be nearing 70 billion, right? 100 billion, could there be some extraordinary treasure at play? It seems that Jun Qi is indeed aiming for that staggering amount of prestige. The Tianyao secret realm is so perilous. They have been entrenched within it for quite some time. Perhaps I should venture into the death-level secret realm myself next. I wonder what level of strength he has attained. The displayed realm indicates the 6th layer of the Venerable, yet I am certain his prowess is at least infinitely close to the 4 extremes, if not having already reached that pinnacle. In just a year, with a brief respite of a month or two, he has amassed nearly 70 billion in prestige. Observing Jun Qiye and Bai Mingming return from the Tianao secret realm, some prodigies greet them. His prestige is the focal point of countless admirers. With a monthly accumulation of 7 to 8 billion, it sums up to a staggering 60 or 70 billion. However, there has been no indication of him exchanging this prestige for resources. Consequently, many speculate that Jun Qiye might be striving for that 100 billion. Presumably for some heavenly treasure that necessitates such an astronomical amount of prestige, hence his relentless accumulation. In truth, I am merely gathering combat experience and harbor no interest in prestige. Jun Qiye chuckles, jesting with these prodigies. Nevertheless, his statement holds some merit. Throughout his battles, his strength has soared at an astonishing rate, not solely in terms of cultivation level but, more importantly, in combat experience and skill. Believe you? Not a chance. If I trust you, I consider myself defeated. That you claim indifference towards prestige, it nonetheless flows to you incessantly. Such a sentiment feels disingenuous. Enough said. Continuing this discussion would be infuriating. Some prodigies cast a fleeting glance at Jun Qiye. To be honest, during his time in the Nine Heavens Divine City, he had not engaged in any conflicts with others. On the contrary, he had been a source of benefit to many, and the interactions among them were quite amicable. A significant point is that the Nine Heavens Divine City is home to countless secret realms, and since individuals frequented different locations, their encounters were infrequent, thus preventing any animosities from forming. Moreover, considering Jun Qiye's exceptional prowess, who would dare to oppose him? At that moment, a resonant chime echoed throughout the void of the Nine Heavens Divine City. The sound of the bell reverberated across the entire city. What could be happening? 9 tolls of the bell. Surely, something significant has transpired. The 9 chimes astonished numerous prodigies, who turned their gazes towards the source of the sound. In the Nine Heavens Divine City, 2 cataclysmic secret realms, the Tomb of Supremacy and the relics of the celestial demons, showed signs of being unlocked. The top 1,000 on the talents ranking, who amassed a total prestige of 5 million, along with the top 100 from the Star Pavilion, the Abyssal Sea, and the Celestial Vein, would qualify for entry into these 2 cataclysmic secret realms. These cataclysmic secret realms carry a mortality rate of 99%. However, those who manage to return from such realms are granted the opportunity and qualification for sanctification, and the prestige gained within these realms is amplified tenfold. A voice, ethereal and melancholic, resonated through the void, announcing the imminent opening of the cataclysmic secret realms. Yet, entry into these realms demands stringent criteria, rendering the majority ineligible to gain access. Chapter 62. Entering the Supreme Tomb, a cataclysmic secret realm. The Supreme Tomb, the heavenly demon ruins, a tenfold increase in prestige. Essentially, it equates to a perilous venture with a high likelihood of demise. However, the prospect of attaining sanctity is undeniably alluring. It is noteworthy that in the southern celestial domain, no saints exist, and should one achieve such a status, they would dominate the region. Attaining sanctity is as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Within the Supreme Tomb and the heavenly demon ruins, there are likely treasures of unparalleled might. In the Nine Heavens Divine City, tens of thousands of prodigious beings were struck with a mix of astonishment and exhilaration upon hearing the announcement. Yet, a greater sentiment lingered: fear. After all, the odds of survival are grim. Nevertheless, the allure of extraordinary treasures within the ruins tempted them. What if they survived and achieved sanctity? However, they overlooked a crucial factor: the qualification required to access the cataclysmic secret realm. It is essential to understand that entry into such realms necessitates specific credentials, which the average individual lacks. For those fortunate enough to enter the cataclysmic secret realm, the Nine Heavens Divine City would not impose any time penalties. Qualified individuals, be prepared. Within 3 to 5 days, the Supreme Tomb and the heavenly demon ruins may be activated, with the teleportation array remaining open for merely a quarter of an hour. Ethereal voices echoed once more, and as they faded, a profound silence enveloped the Nine Heavens Divine City, each individual lost in contemplation. The Supreme Tomb is set to open. Upon returning to the palace, Bai Mingming was astonished by the news. Not long ago, Jun Qiye had mentioned his intention to venture to the Supreme Tomb, and now it was indeed poised to open. Ming'er, do not accompany me. I shall go alone. Await my return in the Nine Heavens Divine City. Jun Xie gazed at Bai Ming with gentle eyes and spoke earnestly. The tomb of the Supreme is fraught with peril. The chances of survival are but a mere 1%, a hope so elusive that it seems almost non-existent. If I were to venture alone, the burden would be considerably lighter. However, should you accompany me, my focus would inevitably waver. Bai Ming, with unwavering determination in her eyes, shook her head and replied, "For everything else, I will heed your counsel. Yet this time, I must accompany you." As she spoke, her delicate fingers clutched tightly onto Jun Xie, unwilling to wait outside. Even in the face of dire consequences, her resolve was to stand by his side. It was her unwavering obsession. "Very well, prepare yourself," Jun Xie said. His gaze fixed intently on Bai Ming. After a prolonged moment, he averted his eyes, fully aware that he could not alter her decision. For her heart and soul were entwined with his, longing for unity in both life and death. Subsequently, the two retreated to the palace to rest, awaiting the opening of the cataclysmic secret realm. For 3 days, ominous clouds shrouded the skies above the 9 heavens divine city, filled with strange phenomena. Arcs of electricity and crimson clouds manifested in the air, creating a scene of unimaginable terror, reminiscent of the apocalypse. At long last, on the evening of the 3rd day, the heavenly demon ruins and the tomb of the Supreme unveiled their portal. From within emanated waves of extraordinary power, connecting the heavens and the earth with a pitch-black glow and a blood-red radiance. Within this brilliance, forces swirled. The ebony light heralded the heavenly demon ruins, while the crimson light signified the tomb of the Supreme. This luminescence bore a destructive essence, deterring any creature below the void realm from daring to approach. Even in the void realm, a moment's carelessness could lead to being consumed and annihilated by this radiant light. The mere brilliance is so terrifying. One can only imagine the peril hidden within the Supreme tomb and the demonic ruins. Nevertheless, despite the imminent danger, the square housing the teleportation array is filled with more than 3,000 individuals, all of whom have qualified to enter the realm of destruction. As the ethereal voice resonated, the Supreme tomb and the demonic ruins were activated. Instantly, formidable prodigies flickered into motion, soaring towards the luminous radiance, ultimately vanishing within its glow. The majority opted for the Supreme tomb, while a select few chose the demonic ruins. Jun Xie grasped Bai Ming's hand, and with a swift motion, they entered the blood-red light. Soon, all the prodigious beings qualified for the realm of destruction were teleported away, leaving behind only those unqualified or those paralyzed by fear of certain death. After all, the odds of survival here are negligible. Chapter 63, Signing in at the Supreme Tomb. Receiving the Supreme Bone. The obsidian glow signifies demonic energy, while the blood-red radiance embodies sanguine power. Both the demonic energy and sanguine essence obliterate prodigious beings beneath the void realm, and even those adorned with formidable defensive treasures cannot withstand their corrosive onslaught. Beyond the demonic and sanguine forces, the realm of destruction teems with unknown threats. A single misstep could lead to eternal damnation. Here, indeed, death is all but certain. Swish. Swish sounds of the air being torn asunder echoed, as one by one, the prodigious beings completed their teleportation, descending into a blood-red world, awash in the luminous essence of annihilation. Puff. Such terrifying sanguine energy. It seems this time, one is destined to perish here. Brother Jun is also within the Supreme Tomb. This bloodlight is terrifying. We truly ought not to have entered. The level of destruction is indeed fearsome, and I find myself filled with regret. Yet, alas, regret comes too late. Brother Jun, do you possess a strategy to prevent our demise here? Indeed, young Master Jun. All the formidable beings who have ventured into the Supreme Tomb have converged in one location. Those with slightly lesser abilities are already spitting blood, struggling to fend off the onslaught of the bloodlight. Upon seeing that Jun Xie has also arrived at the Supreme Tomb, they all turn their gazes toward him. After all, in the eyes of all, Jun Xie is a miraculous prodigy. Perhaps he holds a solution. In truth, I possess no particular plan, until absolute benefits manifest. I advise against infighting, for we are all unaware of the dangers and rules that lie within. Jun Xie spoke, for this was his first visit to the Supreme Tomb. How could he possibly have a solution? Ding, successfully checked in at the Supreme Tomb. Rewards include Supreme Bone, Ascension Pill X10, and 1,000 points. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed. Check-in successful. Rewards have been credited. Simultaneously, it prompted Jun Xie to head westward, indicating that the Supreme Tomb lay in that direction. The precise location could only be sensed by refining the Supreme Bone. Engaging in mutual slaughter is not feasible. Should we turn against one another, we would inevitably become enemies. Brother Jun speaks truthfully. It remains uncertain how long the Supreme Tomb has existed. Brother Jun, what are your plans at present? Upon hearing Jun Chiya's words, the 2,000 formidable beings nodded in agreement. Although Jun Chiya was the youngest among them, his extraordinary talents and terrifying prowess instilled a sense of trepidation in the others, leaving them devoid of confidence to oppose him. Let us proceed westward, Jun Chiya declared. With that, he unleashed his powerful primordial sacred body to shield Bai Mingming, swiftly soaring towards the west, vanishing into the distance in an instant. The other prodigious beings, witnessing Jun Chiya's movement, also took flight, following in his wake. The devastating aura of blood continued to infiltrate, compelling each of the formidable beings to manifest their immense physiques and employ various extraordinary techniques, even resorting to forbidden arts. This was imperative. One could not simply await demise. Besides the annihilating blood aura, there were also formidable beasts and unknown threats lurking. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter obliteration. In this realm, the lives of these prodigious beings appeared exceedingly fragile. Nearly on the first day, over 100 of them had perished. By the second day, the fallen numbered 200. By the third day, 300. By the fifth day, 400. And by the eighth day, 500. As they witnessed their peers falling around them, the surviving prodigies faced an intense psychological strain, acutely aware that they too could be the next to succumb. After all, entering this realm of annihilation was a perilous endeavor, often resulting in death. Ultimately, a month later, an ancient tomb emerged within the gaze of all. Rather than a tomb, it resembled a grand palace, shrouded in a dim and eerie aura, exuding a chilling and bone-piercing atmosphere. A chilling sensation envelopes the air, and more importantly, an aura of annihilation emanates from the ancient tomb. The Tomb of the Supreme. Is this truly an ancient tomb? The Tomb of the Supreme exists, indeed. The legendary sepulchre. It is magnificent, surpassing even the grandeur of a holy city, befitting of a sovereign's final resting place. However, how does one gain entry? The interior seems more perilous than the exterior. If given the chance to enter, even death would be a worthy price to pay. Indeed, it is preferable to perish within than to languish outside. Gazing at the majestic tomb from a distance of 100 miles, nearly 1,000 formidable beings stand in awe. Over the course of a month, what began as 2,000 powerful entities has dwindled to a mere 1,000. More than half have perished. This grim reality persists even in unity. Had they ventured alone, the 2,000 would have long since vanished into oblivion. Crucially, all these individuals follow behind Jun Chiya, who, with the aid of a virtual map, has evaded countless threats. Without this virtual guide, even Jun Chiya himself might have met his demise within the Tomb of the Supreme. One can only imagine the terrors that lie within. Chapter 64. Fusion of the Supreme Bone. In that moment, a blinding radiance erupted from the tomb, a crimson light imbued with a terrifying bloodlust. This sanguine energy is incomparably purer and more formidable than that found elsewhere, its destructive power palpable even from 100 miles away, rendering the space within that crimson glow into nothingness. Yet, amidst the bloodlust, an ethereal staircase appears, stretching from the tomb high above to the very feet of the gathered beings. The Tomb of the Supreme has been unveiled. Among you, only 100 individuals can survive to enter the ancient tomb. To escape this place, one must traverse the Supreme Tomb, where only 3 among you can emerge alive. A somber voice resonated throughout this space, echoing in every corner. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of all present turned pale. Death was imminent. No amount of effort would suffice. Out of 2,000 entrants, only 3 could hope to leave alive. This was truly a grave situation. With a swift motion, the sound faded, and the formidable beings rushed towards the barely discernible staircase, aware that any delay could lead to their demise in this place. In an instant, the majority found themselves upon the staircase. The air was filled with anguished cries, a cacophony of despair, one after another. The powerful figures transformed into a crimson light amidst the torrent of blood energy, ultimately vanishing without a trace, merging completely with this realm and becoming mere dust of the earth. Only a handful of extraordinary beings could withstand the blood energy, at least for now, avoiding death. Yet, an even more despairing reality loomed. Divine weapons, spiritual treasures, and even celestial artifacts could not resist the onslaught of blood energy, turning to worthless scrap in an instant. Witnessing this scene, the remaining exceptional beings spiraled deeper into hopelessness. System, can I withstand the blood energy? Jun Chiya pondered, his heart trembling as he observed countless formidable figures reduced to crimson light. Who among them was unafraid of death? The terror was palpable, and he felt no assurance himself. Refine the Supreme Bone. With the divine bodies of the Heavenly Sword and the Primordial Ancestor, as well as the stellar and spatial divine bodies, this bloodlust cannot obliterate you. However, possessing the Supreme Bone makes it considerably easier. The voice of the system resonated, responding to Jun Chiya. Understanding the directive, Jun Chiya replied, Subsequently, he addressed Bai Ming, saying, "Ming'er, I shall cultivate for a while. Please guard me." Cultivate? Bai Ming was taken aback. At such a critical juncture, what was there left to cultivate? Nevertheless, she recognized that Jun Qie had his own reasoning. Furthermore, she would support him in whatever he chose to do. Preparation for the Fusion Realm Ascension Pill. Fusion of the Supreme Bone. Ensure everything is ready, Jun Qie informed the system. The fusion of the Supreme Bone would undoubtedly create a significant commotion, thus, it was more appropriate to conceal it under the pretext of elevating his realm. Moreover, in such a perilous and terrifying place, the higher one's cultivation, the greater the assurance of survival. Supreme Bone, fusing, Realm Ascension Pill, in use, the system responded. Instantly, Jun Qie sat cross-legged, emanating an awe-inspiring aura. The space around him began to distort, in the sky, once drenched in blood red, now darkened with ominous clouds. With a thunderous boom, Jun Qie's essence surged to new heights. Ah, Brother Jun has broken through. Yet, what good was a breakthrough in this situation? A prodigy. To achieve a breakthrough under such circumstances. At this moment, over 100 individuals struggled on the staircase, while more than 300 others outside had been completely reduced to blood light, vanishing without a trace. Witnessing Jun Qie's breakthrough, they were utterly astonished. In the realm of the esteemed, 7 heavens. In the realm of the esteemed, 8 heavens. In the realm of the esteemed, 9 heavens. In the realm of the esteemed, 10 heavens. Surprisingly, Jun Qie not only achieved a breakthrough, but he did so consecutively. An occurrence that utterly dismantled the conventional understanding within the cultivation world. Moreover, he emanated a terrifying aura, reminiscent of bloodlust, which gradually attracted the crimson light and sanguine energy from the supreme tomb towards him. Similarly, the ancient tomb was enveloped in blood light and sanguine energy. Astonishingly, the devastating blood light and energy inflicted no harm upon Jun Qie. Instead, they tempered him, rendering him even more formidable. This spectacle left all prodigies utterly astounded. Chapter 65, The Human Apex, 7 Heavens. What is happening? Brother Jun is immune to the blood energy and light. His aura? Could it be that he is a descendant of the Supreme? This is utterly shocking. He is still breaking through. He has already reached the pinnacle of the esteemed realm. And any further advancement would lead him to the 4 extremes realm, a status of unparalleled supremacy in our humble world. All the living prodigies and powerful beings gazed at the aura and realm of Jun Qie, each one rendered speechless, their expressions shifting dramatically. Boom, boom, boom. Jun Qie's realm continued to ascend. It must be that he has consumed 10 realm elevation pills in one go, undoubtedly propelling him beyond the esteemed realm. Human Apex. First Heaven. Human Apex, Second Heaven. Human Apex, Third Heaven. Human Apex, Fourth Heaven. Human Apex, Fifth Heaven. Human Apex, Sixth Heaven. Finally, his cultivation no longer advanced, remaining stagnant at the 6th level of the human extremity realm. The 4 realms, human extremity, earth extremity, heaven extremity, and divine extremity, are collectively known as the 4 extremities. Upon reaching this pinnacle, both his lifespan and strength far surpassed that of any respected sage. With a mere gesture, he could unleash cataclysmic power. His cultivation was 2. Even 3 great realms above that of other prodigies, making it entirely reasonable to regard him as a senior among them. The fusion of the Supreme Bone was a resounding success. In an instant, the space within 1,000,000 miles shattered violently. Above the ancient tomb, the blood essence and crimson light surged towards Jun Qie as if he were their sovereign, radiating a joyous exuberance. Jun Qie hovered in the air, enveloped in this sanguine aura. The space quivered as all the formidable prodigies were compelled to kneel beneath the weight of Jun Qie's pressure. This was not a result of Jun Qie's intent, but rather an uncontrollable manifestation of his power following the fusion of the Supreme Bone. As a being of the human extremity realm, he could suppress all with merely the pressure of his realm, let alone after merging with the Supreme Bone. At that moment, Jun Qie opened his eyes. The world and all its matters fell into an instant tranquility, his gaze akin to that of a supreme being, causing all of creation to tremble. He glanced at the astonished Bai Ming and softly called her name, wrapping an arm around her slender waist. In a flash, they soared toward the staircase illuminated by the bloodlight, his formidable aura safeguarding her, as if they were leisurely strolling through the crimson glow. It was only at this moment that Bai Ming regained her senses, realizing the presence of Jun Qie. She brought nothing but surprises, and her fiancé was truly extraordinary. Her head gently rested against Jun Qie's embrace, her exquisite face adorned with a sweet smile. In the realm of extreme limits, the 7th level, it was beyond description. He disregarded the ominous bloodlight and blood aura. It was simply astonishing. They had to take a risk. Otherwise, they would perish here. Among us, there was only one opportunity. for he and Bai Ming had occupied 2 spots. The other prodigies could only gaze enviously at the figures of Jun Qiye and Bai Ming, though they too were prodigies. At this moment, they comprehended one truth. Before Jun Qiye, they were mere trifles, unworthy of being called prodigies or geniuses. In essence, wherever Jun Qiye stood, there were neither geniuses nor prodigies. The bloodlight and blood aura were utterly insignificant in Jun Qiye's presence. In fact, these elements entirely served to enhance his physique and constitution. With him around, Bai Ming would remain unscathed by the encroaching blood aura. Soon, the two traversed a distance of hundreds of miles, appearing above the ancient tomb. Chapter 66, The Underground Palace, The Bronze Coffin. Above the ancient tomb, the bloodlight coalesced into swirling clouds. Jun Qiye and Bai Ming stood atop a mass of blood clouds, their gazes fixed upon the ancient tomb. In truth, this was not merely an ancient tomb, but rather a palace or a small city. Within this city, a staircase formed from bloodlight descended, leading into the unknown depths below. As Jun Qiye passed by, the bloodlight and aura on the staircase diminished significantly. Some formidable and extraordinary beings swiftly approached Jun Qiye, hovering above the blood clouds, yet they dared not act recklessly. They gazed in astonishment at the bloodlight staircase, casting furtive glances at Jun Qiye, completely deferring to him. "Brother Jun," they murmured, as several minutes elapsed. The blood clouds beneath them began to fade as well. At this rate, it would not be long before the blood clouds vanished entirely, prompting a sense of urgency among them. They inquired of Jun Qiye, "There are only 100 of us left. Only 3 can hope to leave this place alive." Jun Qiye offered a bitter smile. After speaking, he flickered and, accompanied by Bai Ming, made his way toward the bloodlight staircase, descending step by step. Meanwhile, he perceived that the bloodlight staircase emanated a terrifying pressure. The potency of the blood aura and light was now more refined and formidable than before. The further he descended, the more daunting the atmosphere became. Others, too, landed upon the bloodlight staircase, but unlike Jun Qiye, they were not as fortunate. Upon their arrival, they coughed up blood, their expressions grim. In fact, one of the extraordinary beings fell, disintegrating into bloodlight and merging with the staircase. Following this being's demise, the staircase's powers surged slightly, indicating that the death of any extraordinary being upon it would augment its strength and nourish it. The bloodlight staircase comprised 999 steps. Every 10 minutes, those upon the subsequent 99 steps face annihilation. A somber sound reverberates, akin to the voice of the Grim Reaper. Its arrival heralds misfortune. Those traversing the steps at a slower pace are doomed as well. Within a minute, Jun Qiye and Bai Ming ascend to the 111th step. In 5 minutes, they reach the 199th step. After 10 minutes, they arrive at the 238th step. Meanwhile, the 7 formidable beings on the first to 99 steps are engulfed in a deluge of bloodlight, falling silent. Yet, it is universally acknowledged that these 7 powerful entities have perished. The bloodlight inexorably descends upon them. To be touched by it means only one fate, death. After 20 minutes, Jun Qiye and Bai Ming reach the 400th step, witnessing the demise of another 20 individuals consumed by the bloodlight. Time inexorably ticks away, and the surviving prodigies teeter on the brink of madness. 67 minutes later, Jun Qiye and Bai Ming find themselves at the base of the bloodlit staircase, the 999th step, where an imposing palace lies. Within the heart of this subterranean palace rests a bloodlit copper coffin, emanating an endless aura of blood and light. This sacred mausoleum's secret realm radiates from this very center. Suddenly, a clarion call pierces the air as the bloodlight cascades downwards, submerging the entire staircase. Jun Qiye and Bai Ming dart towards the opposite side of the palace, narrowly evading the onslaught of the bloodlight. In the depths of the palace, apart from Jun Qiye and Bai Ming, there is an eerie silence. Only 3 individuals remain alive, surviving for now. But can this truly be deemed living? Out of our group of 5, only 3 have endured. The 3 prodigies, Yunxiao, the thunder body, at the 9th level of the void realm, Yulingfeng, the heavenly wind body, at the 9th level of the void realm, and Longxi, the sacred dragon body, also at the 9th level of the void realm. These 3 were originally among the top 10 on the talented individuals list, and now, after countless devastations, they still cling to life. Though battered and bruised, they are, at least, alive. The trio exchanged glances, swiftly grasping the grim reality. Though they have momentarily survived, only one among them can ultimately continue to live. For only 3 souls may depart from the supreme tomb, with Jun Qiye and Bai Ming occupying 2 of those slots. Congratulations on your temporary survival. A month is all you have. Accept the supreme legacy, succeed, and the 5 of you may leave, fail, and you shall all be eternally entombed here. A somber voice resonated once more. Now, all 5 discerned that the voice emanated from within the blood-red copper coffin. Chapter 67, The Terrifying Confrontation. The Supreme Legacy? The Supreme Legacy. Upon hearing the voice, the 5 were momentarily taken aback, realizing that the time for harvest had arrived. This harvest would transcend the limits of their imagination. However, should they fail to accept the legacy, death would be their fate. Having traversed the path from death, they had grown numb to the concepts of life and death. Now, anticipation and exhilaration took precedence, rendering both life and death inconsequential. Shall we all accept the legacy? Will accepting the legacy lead to death? As Junchia spoke. The other 4 were momentarily taken aback, soon followed by a wave of astonishment. Since their arrival at the tomb of the Supreme, they had been in a passive state, with no one daring to engage with the enigmatic voice. Now, Junchia was the first to break the silence with an inquiry, compelling them to admire his audacity. Indeed, all 5 of you have received the inheritance. Failing to accept the inheritance will not result in death. However, one among you must succeed, otherwise, you shall all vanish without a trace. Is there any question? The somber voice resonated, astonishing the group with its ability to respond to Junchia's query. She cannot accept the inheritance, Junchia declared, his gaze fixed upon Bai Ming. He understood the terrifying nature of this inheritance, far beyond what an ordinary individual could endure. Although Bai Ming possessed the spirit dream sacred body, which had yet to be activated, she was undeniably a prodigy. Nevertheless, she remained merely a young girl. What if she were to fail? Thus, he wished to shield Bai Ming from this inheritance. Upon hearing Junchia's words, Yun Xiao and the others, including Bai Ming, were momentarily stunned. This was indeed a negotiation with the master of this realm. You dare to negotiate with me? What audacity! Who grants you such qualifications? The voice, tinged with a hint of anger, unleashed an overwhelming torrent of bloodlight, seemingly intent on punishing Junchia. Yes, it is a negotiation. My courage stems from my own merit, and my qualifications are self-bestowed. For you cannot contend with me, and this legacy can only be embraced by myself. Others shall fail in their attempts. If the inheritance is to endure, it must be through me. Junchia. The ancient sacred body erupts. The celestial sword sacred body ignites. The spatial sacred body surges forth. The stellar sacred body bursts into being. Simultaneously, 90 trillion dragon energies and 9 ethereal dragon phantoms encircle Junchia. Countless stars unleash a formidable power, as numerous celestial forces and might charge forth, overwhelming the bloodlight that blankets the sky. At this moment, Junchia resembles an unparalleled deity of war. Boom, boom, boom. The might of the 4 sacred bodies, dragon energy, and stellar power collide with the bloodlight. The chamber shatters as the space within continually fractures. For a fleeting moment, the bloodlight cannot subdue Junchia, nor can he overcome the bloodlight. Thus, they remain in a stalemate, leaving Long Shi and his companions in a state of shock and disbelief. For Junchia's prowess far exceeds their wildest imaginations, proving strong enough to rival the bloodlight. Is the 4 extremes truly this formidable? Yet, the other 4 extremes warriors do not possess such terrifying strength. The ancient sacred body, the celestial sword sacred body, the spatial sacred body, and the stellar sacred body, combined with dragon energy and the realm of stars, it is evident that you are indeed an extraordinary prodigy, one I underestimated. A deep voice, laced with surprise. It is hardly surprising. One must remember that Junchia's 4 sacred bodies rank among the top 10 of the 3,000 sacred bodies, each a fearsome entity in its own right, manifesting simultaneously within him. The presence of dragon energy and the realm of stars indeed instills a sense of astonishment. Surely, the elder is but a remnant soul. It is undeniably inappropriate to offend one's seniors. However, as a junior, I cannot bear to see my loved ones come to harm. Thus I implore your forgiveness, esteemed elder. Junchia began to speak. The bloodlight grew increasingly terrifying, relentless in its surge, as if it were an unending tide. Yet, I possess but a meager amount of true essence to sustain myself. If this continues, I shall inevitably face defeat. Chapter 68, The Inheritance of Divine Blood Sovereign. Thunderous rumblings echoed, the might of the annihilated sacred body, alongside the realms of stars and dragon energy, clashed against the bloodlight. Bai Ming, Long Shi, Yun Xiao, and Yu Lingfeng gazed in horror at Junchia, uncertain of the outcome. Bai Ming felt a warmth in her heart. For all that Junchia had done was to shield her from harm and misfortune, thus standing against the unknown formidable force. Ah, your audacity, courage. and sentiment are indeed commendable, a deep voice articulated. I shall consent to Jun Chia's terms. However, he must succeed in the inheritance. Should he fail, he will be obliterated. Which is somewhat different from what was previously stated. It is quite clear that accepting the inheritance signifies becoming the disciple of the sovereign. Since one cannot become such a disciple, this prodigious existence must be eradicated. Very well, thank you, Elder, Jun Chia nodded. As he spoke, the power of the sacred body, the dragon energy, and the stellar realms vanished mysteriously. He understood. In this moment, the master obliterated his formidable power, leaving him utterly shaken. For it signified the terrifying nature of this enigmatic existence, a horror beyond his imagination. Within a month, regardless of success or failure, the inheritance would conclude. A somber voice intoned. Upon speaking, the bloodlight of martial arts transformed into 4 colossal dragons, entwining Jun Chia and his companions, ultimately drawing them inexorably before a massive copper coffin, which stood an imposing 20 meters tall. Within it emanated a pure and terrifying aura of blood light and energy. With a resounding roar, the blood light was unleashed, revealing a blood-red heart pulsating vigorously. Each thump radiated an overwhelming power, infused with a terrifying resonance and profound essence. The rhythm of the heart's beating echoed with a melodic cadence. The blood sovereign, a fallen deity. The blood sovereign, a primordial being of chaos, inherently endowed with divine blood, struck unimaginable terror at his zenith. It is truly shocking that the blood sovereign has met his demise. Perceive the rhythm of the heartbeat and activate the supreme bone. Should you gain his inheritance, any being with a bloodline will fall under your dominion, wielding the might of a blood sea stretching 300 million miles. Furthermore, the legacy of this blood emperor will bolster your divine consciousness. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated, tinged with a hint of astonishment, as if it were familiar with this blood sovereign. Receiving the revelation, Jun Chia closed his eyes, attentively attuning to the sound of the heartbeat. Gradually, he transcended into a state of self-forgetfulness, unaware that the colossal blood dragons had transformed into ethereal strands of miraculous blood energy, permeating his being. His physique underwent a continuous transformation and elevation. The immense dragon energy, amounting to 90 trillion, was swiftly consumed by the ethereal forms of 9 divine dragons. The protagonist, Jun Chia, remained oblivious to the ongoing transformation. Yet he could perceive a harmonious synchronization with the pulsating rhythm of a blood-red heart. With every beat of that heart, he experienced a transcendence, gradually uncovering astonishing techniques from the heart's rhythmic cadence. Days passed, and the 4 companions had immersed themselves in their contemplations. After 10 days, Yunxiao spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes snapping open as he plummeted to the ground. He had failed. On the 15th day, Yuling Feng met the same fate, followed by Long Shi on the 17th day. Witnessing Jun Chia's unwavering determination, the others placed their sole hope upon him. Should he falter, they would dissipate into nothingness. Chapter 69, the 10th level of the earthly realm. 20 days elapsed. On this day, the crimson light and blood essence continuously merged into Jun Chia's being. With the heart levitating above him, a scene of extraordinary marvel that left Bai Mingming and the others trembling with awe. The critical moment of success or failure had arrived. The underground palace quaked with a resounding roar as Jun Chia's momentum surged, his realm ascending through the ranks, from the human extremity realm, 8th layer, to the 9th layer, and finally to the 10th layer. He then transitioned to the earthly extremity realm, 1st layer, and subsequently to the 2nd layer. Over the course of 3 days, he remarkably broke through 13 realms, ultimately stabilizing at the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the earthly extremity realm. One more step would lead him to the celestial extremity realm. The space crackled with intensity. Shattered, the heart transformed into a myriad of crimson light, merging into the very essence of Jun Chia. At that moment, Jun Chia opened his eyes, revealing a gaze devoid of warmth, exuding an overwhelming force capable of annihilation. Identical to the previous surge of bloodlight, the inheritance was complete. From this day forth, you shall be the 6th disciple of the divine blood sovereign. You 4 must follow him to survive, otherwise, death awaits. A somber voice resounded once more, its tone laden with exhaustion, as if on the brink of dissipating. As the voice echoed, a cataclysmic pressure descended, enveloping Bai Mingming and her companions, sworn to follow their master unto death. Yunxiao and his companions, not merely prodigious talents, but also possessed of exceptional intellect, were acutely aware of the inevitable conclusion. This inheritance dictated that upon acceptance, others must either follow the inheritor or perish. Such is the immutable principle of heaven and earth. In this moment, they could only align themselves with Jun Chia. Otherwise, they would meet their demise. Furthermore, Junqiya, having defied the heavens and achieved greatness, now bore the supreme inheritance, destined to traverse the Tianjin sacred realm invincibly, and perhaps even dominate other vast worlds. To follow him is not a mark of shame. Very well, I bestow upon you the power of the sovereign. Henceforth, he shall elevate you to transcendence and divinity. As the somber voice reverberated, the bloodlight morphed into 3 colossal dragons, which enveloped Yun Xiao and his 2 companions, infusing them with an enigmatic aura. Their cultivation soared, and their momentum continuously ascended. In the span of merely 1 minute, the trio ascended from the 9th heaven of the void realm to the 9th heaven of the celestial realm, achieving a remarkable elevation of 4 significant realms. This left Bai Ming in awe and astonishment, as it seemed almost unfathomable. The bloodlight dragon dissipated, and the 3 opened their eyes, their faces alight with exhilaration. For not only had their cultivation directly advanced to the celestial realm, but they had also acquired an extraordinary divine skill. This skill was utterly terrifying, and even more so. When the 3 joined forces, they could unleash cataclysmic power. "Thank you, Supreme Being." "Thank you, Master," they said, bowing deeply towards the copper coffin and then to Junqiya. A surge of bloodlight erupted, forcefully pushing Yu Xiao and Bai Ming aside. Immediately afterward, a barrier of light enveloped Junqiya. "You are the 6th disciple of this esteemed one. The senior sister, 2nd brother, and 3rd sister have already attained divinity. The 4th and 5th sisters are in the heavenly Xian sacred domain. Henceforth, do not bring shame upon me. Before you achieve divinity, do not claim to be my disciple. Should there be matters concerning the heavenly Xian sacred domain, you may seek assistance from your 2 sisters. This is what I can offer you. Go forth." From within the copper coffin, 5 items soared forth, landing in Junqiya's hands. Simultaneously, the coffin began to crumble into dust, its sound gradually fading into the passage of time. Boom, boom. At that moment, the altar erupted with a wondrous radiance, the light of transmission. The restraints surrounding Junqiya dissipated, and with a flicker, he appeared beside Bai Ming, subsequently stepping into the light of transmission above the altar. The trio of Yun Xiao hastily followed suit, and as the transmission light activated, the 5 of them vanished together. The tomb of supremacy. It vanished rapidly, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. Everything here resembled mere surroundings. Chapter 70, The Eerie Portrait. With a whoosh, the teleportation concluded in an instant. Huh? Upon completion of the teleportation, the 5 individuals appeared somewhat bewildered. Normally, one would expect a dazzling sight upon arriving in another realm, or perhaps a return to the divine city of 9 heavens. Yet now, darkness enveloped them, suffused with overwhelming demonic energy. What place is this? Longxi, a young woman, curiously surveyed her surroundings. It was evident that this location was not the divine city of 9 heavens. Could it be that after enduring the trials of a cataclysmic-level secret realm, they were teleported away from the divine city? That did not seem plausible. The demonic energy here was unmistakably potent. Might they have inadvertently entered the celestial demon ruins? Indeed, this is the celestial demon ruins. We must traverse through these ruins to return to the divine city of 9 heavens. This implies that whether we enter the celestial demon ruins or the tomb of supremacy, we must exit through the celestial demon ruins, remarked Junqiya. At merely 16 years of age, he was but a youth, yet his power was fearsome beyond measure. The trio of Yun Xiao regarded him as their master. He resided in the 10th layer of the earthly extreme realm, while the 3 from Yun Xiao were in the 9th layer of the heavenly extreme realm, a significant tier above him, facilitating their service. A lower realm would hinder their utility. However, even with the 3 possessing a higher realm, eradicating them was but a fleeting thought for Junqiya. The blood of the divine sovereign would assuredly not leave him with any latent threats. "Master, shall we now seek the exit?" Yu Lingfeng inquired respectfully, his tone devoid of awkwardness. "In the presence of outsiders, simply refer to me as young master." Junqiya spoke, and upon finishing, he soared forward with Bai Ming, while Yu Lingfeng and the others hastily followed at their sides. Along their journey, they encountered formidable magical beasts, swiftly vanquishing them with ease. Indeed, they seemed to sweep aside all obstacles. After all, they had entered as mere void realm cultivators, yet within just over 2 months, they had transcended the realm of the respectable, surpassed both the human extreme and earth extreme stages, and ascended to the pinnacle of the celestial extreme, 9th level. Their current prowess rendered them virtually invulnerable within the confines of the demon ruins. In the span of 2 months, the 5 traversed the demon ruins, arriving at the forbidden land of the demons, the Tower of Celestial Demons. Here lay the exit. Only by passing through the tower could they depart the demon ruins and return to the 9 heavens divine city. All perished? Longxi inquired. Logically, one can only leave the demon ruins through the Tower of Celestial Demons, yet now there is not a soul in sight. Could it be that all have fallen within the demon ruins? It is known that over 3,000 had entered the catastrophic level secret realm, with 2,000 in the Tomb of the Supreme, and more than 1,000 in the demon ruins. Unless they have already returned, Yunxiao suggested, glancing at the towering Tower of Celestial Demons, which loomed like the gaping maw of a divine beast, ready to devour all existence. If it were not for dire necessity, I would truly prefer to avoid entering this tower, he continued. All have perished, Junqiye remarked, noting the absence of any human presence within a radius of 10,000 miles around the tower. Even if some were alive, they would have been demonized. Those who had succumbed to demonization were no longer human. With that, he strode directly towards the Tower of Celestial Demons, first floor, second floor, third floor, fourth floor, up to the 199th floor, and then the 580th floor. The pinnacle of the Tower of Heavenly Demons, a day later, finally reached the summit. Along this arduous journey, they encountered countless formidable beasts, leaving the 5 companions utterly exhausted. Yet, they were fortunate to have survived to arrive at the apex of the tower. What puzzled Junqiye was the peculiar atmosphere surrounding the tower. According to the knowledge imparted by his revered master, the supreme blood of the gods, there should exist a terrifying entity at the tower's zenith, one of equal caliber to the supreme blood. However, throughout their ascent, he had encountered no sign of such a dreadful presence. His gaze and spiritual consciousness incessantly scanned the surroundings, yet they found nothing amiss. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a portrait depicting a breathtaking woman clad in crimson attire. She was the epitome of beauty, a celestial vision with an angelic visage and a devilish figure, radiating an infinite tenderness that ensnared the beholder's heart at first glance. This revelation momentarily stunned Junqiye. More significantly, the woman's gaze in the portrait seemed to be directed at him, blurring the line between illusion and reality. Upon closer inspection, he found nothing amiss. With a flicker of his consciousness, he summoned the portrait towards him. Enveloping it in a series of intricate seals, he confined it and stored it within his dragon ring. Having completed this task, he approached the teleportation gate situated at the summit of the tower. Chapter 71. Return to the 9 Heavens Divine City. In the 9 Heavens Divine City, during the Celestial Talents rankings, after Junqiye, a first-rate prodigy, entered the cataclysmic secret realm, other extraordinary beings dominated for 5 months. Yet, the prestige of Tianyi could not be compared to its former glory. In Junqiye's presence, the top rank boasted a staggering reputation value in the hundreds of millions, whereas now, it barely reached several 100,000 in a single day. The disparity was immense. On this day, the last of the month, countless formidable beings returned to the 9 Heavens Divine City after hunting demonic beasts in search of resources. Brother Ling, you have dominated the Talented Ones list for 5 months now. This past month, your prestige will surely have increased significantly. Without Junqiye and the others around, you are invincible. For the coming months, this day still belongs to you. They will undoubtedly never return, especially that Junqiye, who held billions in prestige but failed to exchange it for anything before perishing within, wasting all that prestige. What a pity. Do not speak carelessly. Be wary of his wrath. Can he return? The cataclysmic secret realm is a place of certain death. None who enter can ever come back. The first position on the Talented Ones list now belonged to Ling Wushuang, boasting an astonishing 830,000 points of prestige. He stood proudly at the pinnacle, somewhat intoxicated by his success. The other prodigies revered him, for regardless of the circumstances, Ling Wushuang was the foremost prodigy of the current Talented Ones list. As for Junqiye and his companions, it was evident that after entering the cataclysmic secret realm, their return was impossible. Suddenly, an exclamation arose. What? The first place has changed. My heavens! Junqiye has returned. Junqiye, now at the top, possessed a staggering 751,000 points of prestige. What is happening? This means he has left the Supreme Tomb and returned to the 9 Heavens Divine City. And that terrifying prestige must have been acquired from the Supreme Tomb or the Demon Ruins. 66 billion, and that is without any bonuses or amplifications. Not only he, but also 4 others have made their appearance on the Celestial Talents ranking. Such an astounding level of prestige. At this moment, the top 5 positions on the ranking have shifted. The first place is occupied by Junqiye, followed by Yu Lingfeng in second, Longxi in third, Bei Mingming in fourth, and Yunxiao in fifth. Remarkably, Junqiye's prestige has soared to an astonishing 6 billion. And this figure does not even account for any bonuses or amplifications. One can only imagine the monumental heights it could reach with such enhancements. To return from the cataclysmic secret realm is a feat worthy of envy, for within that realm, survival is a rarity. Yet those who emerge alive possess the qualifications and strength to attain sainthood. The rewards are undoubtedly beyond imagination. In a short while, the atmosphere in the Nine Heavens Divine City became electrified. After half a day, Junqiye and the 4 others appeared before the city, eliciting expressions of envy and admiration from the countless onlookers. To emerge from the cataclysmic secret realm is an indication of immense strength and defiance of fate. And that prestige speaks volumes. Jun brother, young Master Jun, Fairy Bei Ming, they greeted one another upon seeing Junqiye's return, with particular emphasis on addressing Junqiye. However, what piqued their curiosity was the fact that Yun Xiao and the other 2 remained consistently positioned just behind Junqiye, clearly showing their unwavering respect and allegiance to him. Little did they know, the 3 of them regarded Junqiye as their master. Junqiye nodded in acknowledgement, a gesture of greeting in return, and soon, the 5 of them made their way back into the Nine Heavens Divine City. Yin Xiao, Longxi, and Yulingfeng each returned to their respective abodes, ensconced in safety. Naturally, they would not disclose their connection to Junqiye, a sentiment echoed by him, as it facilitated the concealment of their identities and associations, potentially yielding greater benefits. Chapter 72, The Refined Blood Scripture, Divine Blood Wings in the Stillness of the Night. The list of prodigies was refreshed. After 5 months, the rankings had shifted. The former first place now languished in 6th. The new champion, Junqiye, boasted a prestige value of 666,510,000, with enhancements from the prodigy list amounting to 2.0 times, the Yinming Sea yielding 4.7 times, and the Starry Pavilion contributing 9 times, culminating in a comprehensive prestige value of 62,118,486. Junqiye's prestige had soared to an astronomical 600 billion, an unfathomable sum that dwarfed the earnings of many extraordinary beings who struggled to amass even 6,000 in a month. Indeed, the staggering 600 billion was accrued over 5 months within the Supreme Tomb. Yet, Junqiye himself remained perplexed, for he had not engaged in slaying any beasts, nor had he harvested any extraordinary resources during this time. Even multiplying the figures by 10 seemed excessively astonishing. Was it the legacy of the Supreme, or the 5 items within the bronze coffin, or perhaps something else? This enigma left him bewildered. Unbeknownst to him, after acquiring the legacy, the entire secret realm of the Supreme Tomb had vanished, obliterating all the beasts within. And given the legacy and resources he obtained, a sum of 66 billion seemed plausible. Only he failed to comprehend this reality. 600 billion, how could one ever exhaust such a sum? It is as though one intends to exchange the entirety of the Zushian treasure pavilion. Truly, it defies belief. For me, even 6 is a daunting figure, yet he possesses 600 billion. How is such a feat accomplished? Do you not ponder their realms of cultivation? Indeed. We cannot perceive their levels of mastery. Have they truly transcended the realm of the venerable? It is certain they lie beyond that threshold. Only later did anyone begin to take note of Junqiye and his companions' realms. None could discern their cultivation, such as to be expected. Junqiye stands at the 9th level of the earthly extreme realm, while Yu Xiao and the others have reached the 9th level of the celestial extreme realm. Even Bai Mingming, despite lacking a heritage, has attained the 1st level of the venerable realm after mere months of trials, and coupled with her extraordinary talent, it is no wonder that none could perceive her true level. Upon returning to the palace, Junqiye entered a state of seclusion. He needed to thoroughly assimilate the gains from this encounter, the legacy of the Divine Blood Sovereign. It is indeed extraordinary. This inheritance is not merely a means to enhance one's cultivation, but signifies a transcendence of one's bloodline. At this moment, the divine blood within Junqiye, the heart of the sovereign, transformed into countless streams of sanguine light that coursed through his being. In essence, he has inherited everything from the divine blood sovereign, save for his cultivation level and prowess. The technique known as blood refining heaven scripture may sound somewhat sinister. However, it is not malevolent, for he refines his own essence. During the process of inheritance, he acquired both the blood refining heaven scripture and the might of the divine blood. Beyond this, there is nothing more. Yet, with merely this, he is poised to traverse the world unchallenged. Within the copper coffin lay 5 items, all firmly in his grasp. They must surely be the treasures of the supreme blood god. Now bestowed upon him, they belonged entirely to him. With this thought, he settled into a meditative posture and retrieved the 5 artifacts, a palm-sized wing, a jade slip, a crystal orb resembling blood jade, an exquisite weapon, the Fang Tian Huaji, and an egg the size of a fist. Each of these items was fortified with powerful seals, preventing even the faintest breath from escaping. With a hiss, he gazed at the wing. Jun Qiye waved his hand, and instantly, the sealing enchantments were undone. As a disciple of the supreme blood god, he had inherited all of the deity's legacies, rendering the seals futile against him. In an instant, the crimson wing unfurled before him, its translucent form exuding an aura of annihilation. Following this, Jun Qiye commenced a blood refinement, sending a droplet of his essence toward the wing. In that moment, the wing bonded with him, and after a full 10 minutes, the blood refinement culminated in success. The wing melded into Jun Qiye's being, and with a mere thought, the palm-sized crimson wing manifested from his back in an instant. This scene echoed the wings from his past life in the legendary game. An overwhelming pressure radiated forth, saturating the palace. All the formidable beings within the Nine Heavens divine city felt this destructive force, and one by one, they fell to their knees. The Blood Wings. Indeed, they were the Blood Wings, the former treasure of the supreme blood god. Chapter 73. Who can challenge me below the celestial platform realm? What is happening? What kind of extraordinary technique is Jun Qiye cultivating? Such a tyrannical pressure. His cultivation has surpassed that of the revered. The overwhelming pressure transcends the four realms. Has he already reached the celestial platform? Merely the presence of this pressure is capable of subduing all. It is extraordinarily defiant and immensely powerful. Within the divine blood city, tens of thousands of extraordinary beings found themselves astonished and shaken as they were subdued by the might of the divine blood wings. They discerned that this force emanated from the palace of Jun Qiye, speculating that he was cultivating some unparalleled technique. Some of the more knowledgeable prodigies sensed that this pressure exceeded that of a revered one. However, this formidable aura swiftly dissipated as Jun Qiye retracted his wings and began to examine several other artifacts. Among these was a jade slip, a conduit for the divine blood sovereign's transcendent abilities, encompassing 3 divine arts: blood refinement of the 8 desolates, divine blood spanning 300 million miles, and the divine blood ray. Each of these techniques possesses the capacity to annihilate the heavens and earth. Upon opening the blood-red crystal orb, an astonishing surge of divine consciousness erupted, far beyond Jun Qiye's expectations, leaving him unprepared. The levels of divine consciousness surged: level 71, level 72, level 73, level 74. In an instant, Jun Qiye's divine consciousness ascended to level 80, ultimately pausing at level 88. For a full half hour, he mastered the orb, coming to understand that it served to enhance divine consciousness. Although the divine blood sovereign was not a master of divine consciousness, his divine blood technique inherently possessed it. The heir must be adept in divine consciousness. Without formidable prowess in this realm, one cannot cultivate the divine blood techniques. Simultaneously, this crystal orb could store divine consciousness, refine the consciousness and souls of other beings, transforming them into a potent divine essence for Jun Qiye. To call this crystal orb a treasure of divine consciousness would not be an exaggeration. The Fang Tian Huaji, refined. It is an existence that transcends the sacred armament. As for that egg, Jun Qiye was unaware of what it was and chose not to disturb it. Having completed everything, his divine consciousness entered the virtual screen. Host, Jun Qiye. Age, 16 years. Identity, Crown Prince of the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom, Divine Son of the Sacred Martial Academy, Lord of the Celestial Stars. Disciple of the Supreme Blood. Talents, Ancestral Sacred Body, Heavenly Sword Sacred Body, Spatial Sacred Body, Celestial Star Sacred Body, Supreme Blood Overlord Body. Aura, 90 billion Dragon Energy. 9 Dragons Guardian, Countless Stars, Endless Bloodlight. Cultivation Level, 10th Stage of Earth Extremity Realm. Divine Consciousness, Level 88. Appearance, Score of 95. Secondary roles, Sacred Array Master, Sacred Pill Master, Divine Consciousness Master. Techniques, Blood Refinement Scripture. Martial Arts, Sacred Sword Cannon, 9 Tripod Divine Suppression Force, Eternal Celestial Suppression, Celestial Creation of Stars. Blood Refinement of the 8 Desolates, 300 million miles of Blood Sea, Divine Blood Ray. Wealth, 439. 4 billion Sacred Stones. Treasures, Eternal Celestial Suppression Tower, Soul Heaven Pearl. 9 Calamities Sacred Armament, Heavenly Spirit Sacred Armament, 9 Tripods, Arrayed Tao Roulette, Crystal Scepter, Square Heaven Painting Halberd. Points, 1850. This simple profile panel is now anything but ordinary. It is flawless, utterly impeccable. Each item alone could cause the heavenly profound sacred domain to tremble. This is, of course, for 4 reasons. First, he is the divine son of the sacred martial academy, possessing the eternal celestial suppression tower and 9 calamities sacred armament, along with the ancestral sacred body and heavenly sword sacred body. Second, he is the favored son-in-law of the spirit state lord, mastering the 9 tripods and wielding the heavenly spirit sacred armament. Third, he is a disciple of the void divine lord, currently the void sovereign, commanding countless stars and the crystal scepter. Fourth, he is a disciple of the supreme blood, having inherited all from the supreme, holding heaven-defying treasures, miraculous blood, and unparalleled divine abilities. Now, beneath the realm of Xiantai, who can contend with me in battle? Jun Qiye rose to his feet. The knowledge he possessed was sufficient to render him invincible among those below the Xiantai realm. Moreover, he even harbored the potential to challenge a Xiantai-level adversary. Yet, a crucial point remained. Though he had grasped these extraordinary powers, it was merely a superficial understanding. He would require a protracted period to fully digest and master them, alongside the need to elevate his cultivation level. Chapter 74. At the summit of the shadowy sea, only 5 individuals returned from the cataclysmic secret realm, including Jun Qiye and his companions. The 9 Heavens Divine City had a stipulation: the time spent within the cataclysmic secret realm would not be deducted from their time in the city. This meant he could still cultivate within the 9 Heavens Divine City for nearly a year. However, Jun Qiye and his companions chose not to venture out for further challenges. Instead, they frequently engaged in cultivation within the spirit veins or in their own palaces. On this day, Jun Qiye exited his palace for the first time after a 4-month seclusion. After leaving, he made his way toward the shadowy sea. Jun Qiye was determined to venture into the shadowy sea once more. His initial foray into this treacherous expanse occurred shortly after his arrival in the 9 Heavens Divine City. Now, as he prepared for his second expedition, he pondered the heights he might achieve. This prodigy was undeniably remarkable. I sense he has surpassed the realm of the venerable. Should he indeed have transcended that level, none among us could hope to match him collectively. Upon witnessing Jun Qiye's approach to the shadowy sea, everyone was filled with astonishment. It is worth noting that his previous foray into the shadowy sea had already sent ripples throughout the entirety of the 9 Heavens Divine City. Now he once again ventured into the abyssal sea, igniting a sense of anticipation and curiosity among countless prodigies. The news spread rapidly, and soon, nearly every extraordinary being in the 9 Heavens Divine City was aware. In no time, many formidable prodigies flocked to the entrance of the abyssal sea, eager to witness Jun Qiye set even higher records. However, Jun Qiye remained indifferent to the commotion among the prodigies of 9 Heavens Divine City. He swiftly arrived at the entrance, where numerous prodigies encouraged him, shouting, "Brother Jun, you can do it. And Jun Qiye, go for it." Jun Qiye acknowledged them with a nod, a silent response, as he made his way toward the teleportation array. He then stepped into the radiant light of the teleportation and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself on the 38th island. Previously, after successfully conquering 37 islands, he had chosen to forego further challenges. Now, upon his return to challenge once more, he was directly transported to the 38th island. With his current mastery of the 88th tier of divine consciousness, navigating the abyssal sea was a mere trifle. With his eyes gently closed, his divine consciousness enveloped everything, crushing all obstacles. The 38th island was conquered. Outside, the mechanical voice proclaimed, "Jun Qiye has successfully traversed the 38th island. Jun Qiye has successfully traversed the 39th island. Jun Qiye has successfully traversed the 40th island. Jun Qiye has successfully passed through the 41st island." The mechanical tones announced Jun Qiye's achievements. In that moment, all the prodigies were left in astonishment. It was crucial to note that these were islands in the 30s, and the challenges only grew more arduous as one progressed. Yet, for Jun Qiye, there was not the slightest hint of difficulty as he continued to advance. Soon, he reached the 44th island. However, he did not slow down, steadfastly pursuing the pinnacle of his aspirations. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. In its wake, a pillar of destructive light surged skyward, shaking the heavens. Instantly, the surrounding space, spanning 1,000,000 miles, shimmered with vibrant hues. Gradually, a pitch-black sea emerged amidst this kaleidoscope of colors, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. At that moment, the formidable beings of the 9 Heavens Divine City were subdued, their very souls quelled. Moreover, the expanse of that sea grew larger and more terrifying, rendering all present as fragile as leaves adrift on a tempestuous ocean, on the verge of vanishing without a trace. The sea extended for thousands of miles, annihilating all living beings in its wake. Jun Qie stood atop that vast sea, with everything revolving around him. Upon his brow, a fiery mark manifested, appearing most sinister. As if he were a celestial deity, radiating supreme authority with every gesture. Chapter 75. The Underworld Sea, Air Jun Qie. The sea within the vibrant glow was none other than the Underworld Sea. However, the 49 islands had vanished, transformed into 49 orbs that revolved around Jun Qie, causing the very fabric of heaven and earth to spin in unison. In that moment, Jun Qie stood as the sovereign of this realm. When he opened his eyes, the boundless sea dissipated, and the radiant colors faded into nothingness. The sky returned to normalcy. The Underworld Sea, Air Jun Qie, would no longer exist. A mechanical voice resonated. It has been announced that the shadowy sea will no longer exist, for it has found its successor. Now, the shadowy sea is firmly in the hands of Jun Qie, who currently wields two significant legacies, the legacy of the Starry Pavilion and the legacy of the shadowy sea. This is common knowledge among all. What remains unbeknownst to them is that Jun Qie also possesses the legacy of the Blood God Supreme, a single individual endowed with two paramount legacies. One can only admire such a feat. It can only be said that he is extraordinarily formidable. This is the true prodigy. We are merely pretenders to genius. With the absence of the shadowy sea, our hopes have diminished. This young man is indeed formidable and should not be provoked. The discussions were fervent, and when gazing upon Jun Qie, no one dared to meet his eyes directly. While Jun Qie is considerably younger than them, his cultivation and strength are beyond compare. Just the possession of two great legacies is sufficient to sweep all opposition aside. Who could possibly rival him? The shadowy sea is settled. Having returned to the palace, Jun Qie continues his cultivation, comprehending techniques and refining treasures. Meanwhile, other prodigious beings diligently seek treasures and strive to elevate themselves. In the realm of Geotian Divine City, even cultivation is a luxury. Once departed, finding such a place again is nearly impossible. At least in the southern heaven region, Geotian Divine City stands alone. Moreover, Geotian Divine City opens only once every 3,000 years. Unbeknownst to them, 2 years have quietly slipped by, indicating that Jun Qie and his companions have spent 2 years within Geotian Divine City honing their skills. Their trials should soon come to an end, although they still have 5 months remaining. Jun Qie, Bai Mingming, Yu Lingfeng, Yun Xiao, and Longxi. 5 individuals emerged from the cataclysmic secret realm after spending 5 months within its confines. The time spent there would not be deducted from their stay in the Nine Heavens Divine City, allowing them an additional 5 months to remain. In contrast, others had to depart. Whizzing sounds echoed as numerous formidable beings vacated the Nine Heavens Divine City. Moments later, only Jun Qie and his companions remained within its bounds. "Are you heading to the Divine City, young master?" Longxi inquired. In the Nine Heavens Divine City, the true Divine City was represented by the towering palace that pierced the clouds at its center. However, it would only open once at the conclusion of a full 2-year cycle. Yet, Jun Qie chose not to venture into the Divine City. Currently, it remained in an open state, and he would wait an additional 3 months. Focus on your cultivation, Jun Qie instructed. Within the Nine Heavens Divine City, there existed 3 great legacies, the Star Pavilion, the Underworld Sea, and the Nine Heavens Divine City itself. He had already obtained the legacies of the Star Pavilion and the Underworld Sea, leaving only the legacy of the Nine Heavens Divine City to pursue. Over time, he had grown increasingly confident in his ability to acquire its inheritance. However, should he succeed, it would result in the dissolution of the Nine Heavens Divine City, marking the conclusion of this excursion. Thus, he decided to postpone his visit to the Divine City, opting instead to allow Bai Mingming and the others to cultivate for another 2 months. After all, there was but one Nine Heavens Divine City in the entirety of the Southern Heaven Domain, and it only opened once every 3,000 years, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that must not be squandered. Chapter 76. The conclusion of the Nine Heavens Divine City. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 4 months had elapsed. Bai Mingming, having successfully reached the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the Venerable Realm, only a step away from the Four Extremes realm, Moonling Feng and his companions have ascended into the Divine Extremes realm, becoming formidable powers in their own right. Although Jun Qie's cultivation has not seen significant elevation, merely attaining the Celestial Extremes realm, the overall transformation of his strength is nothing short of astounding. As a Celestial Extremes cultivator, he can sweep aside all practitioners of the Four Extremes realm, and even those of the fairy stage are no match for him. Owing to the terrifying level of divine abilities and sacred weapons he commands, capable of annihilating worlds with a mere gesture. On this particular day, Jun Xie stepped out of the palace, making his way toward the Divine City, followed closely by Bei Mingming and the others. Soon, they arrived before the towering Divine City. As he gazed at the edifice that pierced the heavens, Jun Xie strode toward its entrance. The moment he set foot in the Nine Heavens Divine City, the layers of the city illuminated one after another. It is well known that the Divine City comprises 99 layers, with the historical best record being the 47th layer, while the current best stands at the 31st layer. However, as Jun Xie entered, lights flickered for the 3rd, 5th, 7th, 8th, 10th, 20th, 33rd, and 61st layers. In a mere 10 minutes, he shattered the all-time best record, forging a new milestone as he relentlessly advanced toward the highest peak. Such a prodigious talent. The Divine City seems to be firmly within his grasp. One cannot help but wonder what extraordinary treasures and opportunities this inheritance may hold. Witnessing the brilliance of the Divine City, Longxi and the others were left in awe. In truth, they had grown somewhat desensitized over the past 2 years. Jun Xie brought them an overwhelming sense of astonishment. They felt that there was nothing beyond his capabilities. 75 floors, 80 floors, 93 floors, 99 floors, Jun Xie ascended to the pinnacle of the Nine Heavens Divine City. At that moment, the entire city radiated countless beams of resplendent light. Yet, the Nine Heavens Divine City trembled as if the apocalypse had dawned. Even the surrounding realms, stretching for billions of miles, quaked. Gradually, the world began to collapse and swiftly deteriorate. The Nine Heavens Divine City was on the brink of annihilation. The young master had received the inheritance. What were they to do? As they gazed upon the crumbling world, their expressions were filled with horror, yet they understood one thing. Jun Xie had obtained the inheritance. Otherwise, the signs of destruction would not have manifested. However, with the Nine Heavens Divine City facing obliteration, how would they escape? Thunderous roars echoed as the Nine Heavens Divine City rapidly diminished in size. Infinite resources converged towards them, and boundless spiritual energy swiftly coalesced. Soon, the Nine Heavens Divine City was reduced to mere miles in size, and the surrounding world faded into oblivion. Surging through the relentless tide of destruction, the Nine Heavens Divine City emerged in a realm of isolation. Suddenly, the four felt an immense repulsive force that cast them out of the Nine Heavens Divine City. At that moment, Jun Xie also appeared, landing on the ground. In an instant, the Nine Heavens Divine City shrank to the size of a palm, resting gently in Jun Xie's hand. Upon witnessing the Nine Heavens Divine City held in the hands of Jun Xie, the four individuals from Yunshao were momentarily struck dumb. Utterly astonished as this grand edifice had shrunk to a mere size they could scarcely comprehend. Upon closer inspection, the Nine Heavens Divine City appeared as a magnificent sculpture, exuding an enchanting allure. This was indeed a true treasure. All the resources of the entire Nine Heavens Divine City resided within this diminutive form. Jun Xie gazed at the Divine City resting in his palm, a faint smile gracing his features. The Zhuxian Treasure Pavilion, the Talented One's List, the Celestial Spirit Veins, along with boundless spiritual energy and the myriad resources of the Nine Heavens Divine City were all encapsulated within this sculptural representation, signifying that he had seized a treasure of a hidden realm. He had, in essence, become the sovereign of this secret domain. Chapter 77. Return to Qizhou. The astonishing demonic ore brother Qie, shall we return to Lingzhou or proceed to Qizhou? Bei Mingming inquired. It had now been confirmed that they were leaving the Nine Heavens Divine City and returning to the Southern Heaven region, yet the distance to Lingzhou and Qizhou remained uncertain. However, this was not a significant concern. Once they emerged safely, everything would fall into place. Let us first ascertain our surroundings. We should find a place to rest, suggested Jun Xie, his gaze sweeping across the desolate landscape, which offered no clues as to their current location. I shall venture ahead to scout the path, Yu Lingfeng declared, bowing respectfully before swiftly taking flight into the distance, vanishing in an instant. Jun Xie cast a glance forward and followed suit, moving at a deliberate pace towards their uncertain destination, accompanied by the other three. Following Jun Xie closely, they flew for a full hour before finally arriving at a majestic city, Tianyang Holy City. Upon gazing at the towering and imposing structure, Jun Xie was momentarily taken aback. This Tianyang Holy City serves as the central city of Tianyang Daozhou within the Southern Heaven region, vast beyond measure. This is only to be expected. As Tianyang Holy City is one of the 9 great holy cities of the Southern Heaven region, its prosperity and strength second only to the Southern Heaven City itself, illustrating just how bustling this place is. Stay here for the time being. I shall return to Qizhou, Jun Xie stated. When he departed from Qizhou, he was merely 15 years of age, and now 2 or 3 years have swiftly passed, making him 17. Of course, when he left Qizhou, he was still at the Yuanfu realm, but now he has ascended to the Tianji realm, experiencing a monumental transformation in his overall strength. After returning from Jiutian Divine City, it is only natural that he visits the Holy Martial Academy in Qizhou once more. Besides, he currently has no specific plans and intends to comply with the young master's orders. Yu Xiao, Longxi, and Yulingfeng bowed in response. Subsequently, the group entered Tianyang Holy City, where the three settled down to develop their endeavors, while Jun Qiye and Bai Mingming utilized the teleportation array of Tianyang Holy City to head towards Qizhou. The two are not lacking in sacred stones. Furthermore, Jun Qiye possesses numerous resources from several great inheritances, making him comparable to an entire Daozhou, or even the entirety of the Southern Heaven region, as no other treasures in the Southern Heaven region can match the value of those he possesses. As for Yu Xiao and the others, they originally did not belong to the Southern Heaven region. Rather, it is the exceptional powerhouses from the smaller worlds surrounding the Southern Celestial Domain. Remaining in Tianyang Sacred City has proven to be quite advantageous. Given his current strength, he no longer requires the assistance of the three. Time passes, day by day. After a period of 1.5 months, Jun Qiye and Bai Mingming have finally arrived within the borders of Qizhou. Throughout this duration, they continuously utilized the teleportation arrays of various cities and engaged in relentless flight. However, upon reaching the status of a venerable, their true essence flows abundantly, rendering fatigue a distant concern. Moreover, Jun Qiye possesses an ample supply of spiritual fruits and elixirs. The spiritual energy here is, on the whole, more diluted compared to Lingo. Bai Mingming remarked, at the age of 17, she stands tall and graceful, an epitome of beauty, reminiscent of a celestial goddess descending from the heavens. According to the palace master, Qinzhou is situated at the edge of the southern celestial domain, and thus, its spiritual energy and resources cannot be compared to those of Lingo. Jun Qiye nodded, acknowledging this truth. He conceded that Qingzhou's resources and spiritual energy pale in comparison to those of other Super Dao states. Even Lingzhou far surpasses Qingzhou in power. Brother Qiye, something feels amiss. Bai Mingming said, gazing into the distance with a look of perplexity and confusion gracing her exquisite visage. A sense of unease suddenly gripped Jun Qiye's heart. He shifted his gaze toward the horizon, where he beheld a surging tide of demonic energy, akin to a realm of darkness, rapidly spreading forth. Witnessing this scene left him momentarily stunned, for ahead lay the direction of the Tianlong kingdom, and judging by the current circumstances, it appeared that the Tianlong kingdom had already succumbed to the clutches of the demonic realm. What on earth is happening? When I departed, it was not like this at all. Chapter 78, Clouds of Suspicion, Familiar Demonic Energy. That direction is towards the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom. When I left, it was entirely different. Yet now, the demonic energy surges to the heavens, resembling a realm of demons. What has transpired? Upon returning from the Nine Heavens Divine City, I, alongside Bai Mingming, traversed the skies and teleported, hearing no news. If something significant had occurred in Qizhou, the surrounding Dao provinces would surely be aware. However, I neglected to inquire about the situation. Let us proceed without hesitation. Grasping Bai Mingming's hand, I flickered and soared towards the direction of the overwhelming demonic energy. With my current cultivation in the extraordinary holy body, coupled with formidable treasures, the demonic energy poses no threat to me. Soon, we found ourselves engulfed in the astonishing demonic aura. It was at this moment that I realized this place had devolved into a realm of demons, where humanity had succumbed to demonization and all living beings had been transformed. Moreover, it appeared that this was merely the beginning. The air was thick with demonic energy. There were no demonic creatures present, and if there were, they were merely the remnants of beings that had been demonized. We dared not hesitate for a moment and flew directly towards the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom. This land is no longer the domain of humanity. It has entirely transformed into a realm of demons. After an hour, we arrived before the Heavenly Dragon City, which had become a city of demons, with humanity turned into demonkin. I felt a pang of concern for Jun Ludao and my mother, although I had traversed from another world. Jun Ludao and my mother are, after all, my parents in this life, even if our time together has been fleeting. The palace is desolate and empty, reduced to ruins. The younger brother of Qin now urged, do not rush. Let us visit the Academy of the Sacred Martial Arts. Perhaps they are within its walls. Given the formidable strength of the Academy's master, the demonic forces cannot possibly challenge him. Furthermore, amidst the malevolent aura, I detect a faintly familiar essence, reminiscent of the sealing energies of the Nine Heavens Divine City. Bai Mingming observed Qin Yao's demeanor. Though outwardly composed, she recognized the underlying anxiety within him. After all, This was his homeland, where his parents resided. Suddenly, she discerned the familiar aura again. She had encountered it in the Nine Heavens Divine City during the initial dismantling of the sealing barrier. At that time, she had informed Chi now. Yet she had not anticipated any subsequent anomalies. It was merely the activation of the abyssal demon ruins. Now, encountering this familiar essence once more raised the question, could it be connected to the abyssal demon ruins? Let us proceed to the academy, she suggested. Chinya's mind was shrouded in confusion, as if confronted by an enigma, lost within a fog and unable to discern a clear path. Their only option was to advance towards the sacred martial academy, the most powerful institution in the entire Chisho, presided over by the academy master, who was generally impervious to threats. With that, he took Bai Mingming's hand, their forms flickering as they soared towards the sacred martial academy. With his current cultivation at the heavenly extreme realm, coupled with the divine blood wings, he possessed the ability of instantaneous movement, covering 3,000 miles in a mere heartbeat. This was merely a preliminary mastery of the divine blood wings. Should he fully harness their power, he could traverse millions of miles in an instant, even spanning entire realms. Boom, boom, boom. After half an hour of relentless flight and teleportation, I finally arrived before the sacred martial academy. At this moment, the academy was shrouded in a tempest of demonic energy, rendering its appearance indistinguishable from a distance. All that could be heard were thunderous explosions. As my consciousness delved into the virtual screen, I beheld a map densely populated with red dots. A sight that would surely induce vertigo in those afflicted with a fear of clusters. I understood that these crimson markers represented either the demon race or humans who had succumbed to demonic corruption, all assailing the sacred martial academy, which was besieged by fiends and dark energy. Chapter 79, The Familiar Face Hiss. Hiss. With a flicker of my consciousness, Bai Mingming vanished, temporarily retreating into the dragon ring. This enchanted ring could harbor living beings, including humans. I wished to shield Bai Mingming from danger, for I sought to eliminate all concerns as I undertook my task. With a swift motion, I materialized 10 miles from the sacred martial academy. Here, the demonic energy surged, reaching unprecedented purity. Yet, it posed no threat to me. I observed that the area surrounding the academy was teeming with countless demons and demonic beasts. Not merely corrupted humans, but genuine fiends and creatures of the abyss, numbering in the millions, each one more formidable than the last. As I made my presence known, innumerable demons and beasts turned their blood-red gazes upon me, instilling a tremor in my very essence. Meanwhile, the sacred martial academy was enveloped by a powerful, multicolored barrier, steadfastly protecting the entire sacred martial mountain range for miles. Neither the dark energy nor the demon horde could even begin to shake its foundations. Possessing an extraordinary mind of 88 levels, he traversed through the demonic energy, penetrating into the depths of the St. Martial mountain range, observing all that lay within. The atmosphere appeared normal, although some individuals exhibited signs of panic and fear. The presence of defenses provided a semblance of reassurance. Jun Chiya encountered familiar faces Jun Ludao and his mother, along with numerous formidable figures and disciples from the St. Martial Academy. Suddenly, a melodious laughter rang out, crisp and sweet, yet tinged with disdain and mockery, emanating an endless aura of demonic power. Upon hearing this laughter, Jun Chiya was momentarily taken aback, his gaze instinctively drawn towards its source. There, he beheld a familiar silhouette, and upon recognizing her, a tempest of emotions surged within him. His brows furrowed in disbelief, for this encounter exceeded his wildest expectations. He never anticipated meeting her here. As he contemplated the situation, a realization dawned upon him. Chenmingshi. Jun Chiya, her voice was icy, and his eyes were fixated on a striking young woman before him, a true paragon of beauty, yet at this moment, she radiated a formidable demonic aura, a blood-red mark adorning her forehead, rendering her appearance eerily enchanting. This scenario deepened Jun Chiya's perplexity, for the mark on her brow bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he had acquired after inheriting the legacy of the Yimingxi, albeit their auras differed markedly. This young woman was none other than Chenmingshi, with whom he had once been betrothed. They had grown up together, yet 2 years ago. Upon her discovery of possessing a 9th-grade spiritual body, she had looked down upon him, only to face a swift reversal of fortunes. Unexpectedly, when I encountered Chenmingshi once more, she had transformed into someone so bewitching, and undeniably, all that lay before me was her handiwork. Jun Chiya, did you ever foresee this day? Chenmingshi's gaze was icy, entirely unlike the familiar Chenmingshi of yore. She appeared foreign. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes fixed upon Jun Chiya, laden with disdain and mockery. 2 years prior, she had scorned Jun Chiya and called off their engagement. never anticipating the slap of reality that would follow as she watched him gain renown. Now, standing before her, what did Jun Qiye truly signify? It was indeed beyond her expectations. Yet one thing remained unchanged: your vanity. This entire spectacle is undoubtedly your creation. Jun Qiye's expression was serene. His former apprehensions had dissipated, for he had confirmed that both Jun Ludao and his mother were unharmed. Do you realize how many tribulations I have endured for this day? Today, I shall make you regret it, Chen Mingxi declared coldly. The words she uttered nearly elicited a laugh from Jun Qiye. How curious that one so striking could possess such a lack of intellect. Who harmed whom back then? And now, you dare to cast yourself as the victim? Chapter 80. Chen Mingxi, the celestial demon's sacred body. Oh, you intend to make me regret? Jun Qiye's voice remained flat, his gaze sweeping over the formidable assembly of the demon clan, each a being of the four extremes realm. But so what? With his current prowess, those beneath the immortal platform were but trifles. Yet, the demonic aura enveloping Chen Mingxi mastered true cultivation. Unable to perceive the depths of her cultivation, he was left in a state of curiosity regarding her current prowess. How had Chen Mingxi acquired the legacy of the celestial demon ruins? It is worth noting that among the 3,000 states near Lingo, there were only 100 slots available. Furthermore, upon entering the Nine Heavens Divine City, he had not encountered Chen Mingxi. Could it be that she had directly accessed the celestial demon ruins? In truth, with my strength, I could easily crush you with a mere finger. However, I shall not permit you to perish so swiftly. I intend to make you regret your existence and plunge you into despair. Every tribulation I have endured will be visited upon you. You shall witness the entirety of the southern celestial domain, and indeed the entire heavenly Xian sacred domain, transform into a realm of demons. Chen Mingxi advanced towards Jun Qiye, her steps resonating with the overwhelming might of demonic energy, tearing through the fabric of space. At this moment, she resembled a deity of darkness, devoid of any emotion, exuding an icy coldness. The entire Qizhou was metamorphosed into a demon realm, with boundless demonic energy and countless demon clans prostrating before her. Even the defenses of the sacred martial academy trembled in her presence. Observing this scene, Jun Qiye came to a realization. The demon clan had not obliterated the sacred martial academy. It was entirely by Chen Mingxi's design. She intended for Jun Qiye to witness the destruction of his loved ones, to instill a sense of remorse within him. Otherwise, given her current might, the defenses of the sacred martial academy would have been obliterated long ago. Haha, you are far too naive, Jun Qiye suddenly laughed. This woman was lacking in wit. Or perhaps it was simply that when a woman became ruthless, she could indeed be terrifying. The fact that Chen Mingxi had consistently sought to confront him struck him as somewhat amusing. How had he found himself entangled with such a woman? Fortunately, I have traversed through time. Otherwise, the original owner would have suffered greatly. Naturally, given the temperament and character of the original owner, the two individuals belonged to entirely different worlds. Humph. Chen Mingxi paused for a moment, her delicate hands sweeping through the air, instantly enveloping Jun Qiye in a devastating aura of demonic energy. Simultaneously, she emanated the formidable presence of the holy body, the heavenly demon holy body. Indeed, she had visited the ruins of the heavenly demon. Initially, she had only been a spiritual entity. Boom. Jun Qiye was momentarily taken aback as he unleashed the ancient holy body, and forthwith, the overwhelming might of the holy body surged toward Chen Mingxi. A collision of titanic forces. The heavenly demon holy body, while formidable, was not among the 3,000 holy bodies. The ancient holy body reigned supreme. Yet the true nature of the heavenly demon holy body remained uncertain. The clash of their holy body powers violently shattered the surrounding space, causing the defenses of the sacred martial academy to tremble. In a radius of 10,000 miles, the demonic energy fragmented, leaving the surroundings eerily serene. It was abundantly clear that the ancient holy body surpassed the heavenly demon holy body in strength. Moreover, Jun Qiye possessed the other 3 holy bodies. Although he did not activate them, his mastery over all 4 would unleash the combined might of the others when he invoked just one. The ancient holy body is indeed impressive, but you are simply too weak, Chen Mingxi remarked coldly. In terms of holy bodies, she recognized that her heavenly demon holy body could not rival Jun Qiye's ancient holy body. Yet, what of it? Her cultivation prowess was far beyond what Jun Qiye could compare to. As she spoke, a blood-red demonic blade materialized in her hand, glinting with a chilling radiance that cleaved the space in two, the icy gleam appearing before Jun Qiye in an instant. Chapter 81. Casting a long line to catch a big fish. As the devastating cold light descended upon Jun Qiye, his gaze turned icy, and a hint of a smile graced his lips. With a flourish, his divine blood wings unfurled, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood behind Qinmingxi, the astral sacred body materializing around him. In that moment, the heavens were adorned with countless stars, a myriad of starlight unfurling in a breathtaking display. With a flick of his finger, a star surged forth towards Qinmingxi. Though it appeared as a mere star, it bore the might to annihilate worlds. In a heartbeat, the star loomed over Qinmingxi, pressing down with immense force. Qinmingxi gasped in astonishment, unprepared for the terrifying speed of Jun Qiya's movements, nor for the overwhelming pressure emanating from the star. Reacting swiftly, she wielded her demonic blade, slashing back with fervor. In an instant, the blade's radiance collided with the star, causing the very fabric of space to shatter once more. At that moment, the onlookers from the Sacred Martial Academy witnessed the fierce battle outside. Upon seeing Jun Qiya, excitement surged among them, mingled with profound shock at the sheer level of his cultivation, which had reached an alarming pinnacle. The Divine Prince has returned. The Divine Prince is immensely powerful. Has he surpassed the Four Extremities realm? What realm has the Divine Prince truly attained? I cannot contend with him. Indeed, the Divine Prince of the Sacred Martial Academy was undeniably formidable. In an instant, the Sacred Martial Academy was ablaze with fervor. Few could discern the depths of Jun Qiya's cultivation. However, the terror of his strength was palpable. His seemingly effortless strike unleashed a cataclysmic force, rendering even Qinmingxi powerless against him. Is this all? The Divine Prince of the Sacred Martial Academy is but this? After Qinmingxi shattered the stars, she spoke coldly, her words dripping with sarcasm. Yet, her hands did not falter. The terrifying magic blade slashed toward Jun Qiya, its chilling brilliance utterly disregarding the concept of spatial distance. Appearing instantaneously before him. Is this all you have? A mere girl. You are but slightly superior to an ant in my presence. There are countless methods to subdue you. Jun Qiya replied, his voice icy. As he spoke, countless stars, imbued with the might of the starry domain, surged forth like a tidal wave toward Qinmingxi. In the face of this domain, all martial skills and power seemed inconsequential. With a sharp crack, the destructive starry domain enveloped Qinmingxi. Instantly, her expression shifted. She unleashed her cultivation that surpassed the Four Extremes realm. However, before the starry domain and the myriad stars, she was utterly defenseless. Her form mercilessly crushed under the weight of the celestial expanse. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from her lips. Impossible. I refuse to accept this. Qinmingxi fell to the ground, the annihilating starry domain suppressing her. The magic blade, too, shattered in the face of the starry domain, her demonic energy dissipating continuously. Her cultivation rendered utterly void. Gazing at Jun Qiya above, she cried out in frustration. She had sacrificed so much for this day, initially believing she would easily overpower him. Yet she had underestimated his might, which far exceeded her expectations. Your recklessness endangers countless lives, Jun Qiya declared coldly, as he spoke. The myriad stars cascaded down in overwhelming force, instantly reducing the endless demonic energy and the fiends to mere dust. Within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, there was no trace of demons or their malevolent aura. Instead, the radiant light of the stars spread forth, obliterating the darkness wherever it touched. You shall regret this. Qinmingxi cast a fleeting glance at Jun Qiya. In her delicate hand, a sphere of pitch-black demonic light materialized. The moment the dark light manifested, it enveloped her and she vanished, as if evaporated into thin air. Thinking of fleeing? Jun Qiya observed the direction in which Qinmingxi had disappeared. A hint of a smile gracing his lips. A wisp of divine thought dispersed into the ether, fading from sight. What of transcending the Four Extremes? They were still no match for him. Escape was out of the question. Yet, he yearned to uncover Qinmingxi's whereabouts, for by keeping her in sight, he could unveil the stronghold of the demon clan. Patience would yield great rewards. Chapter 82. Return to the Sacred Martial Academy. In mere moments, the demonic energy surrounding the Sacred Martial Academy dissipated entirely. The boundless might of the stars radiated outward, annihilating all traces of demonic presence. Countless beings, once tainted by demonic influence, returned to their true selves. In truth, these humans and creatures had not been wholly corrupted, for Qinmingxi's demonic aura lacked the requisite purity. Otherwise, they would have long since become puppets of the demon race. With a resounding clang, the defenses of the Sacred Martial Academy were sealed. Jun Qiya stepped into the academy, greeted by the reverent voices of countless disciples echoing, "We pay homage to His Highness, the Divine Son." In that moment, the millions of disciples and hundreds of powerful warriors bowed in deep respect and admiration, for Jun Qiya's strength was truly extraordinary and unparalleled. Having entered the Sacred Martial Academy for merely a month, he set forth on a journey for 2 years. Upon his return, he had transformed into a formidable powerhouse. No need for formalities, he gestured with a wave of his hand, signaling all disciples and esteemed figures of the sacred martial academy to stand at ease. He then descended to the ground and approached Jun Lu Dao and his mother, greeting his parents. Although there was a slight awkwardness in his heart, he felt no aversion. After all, they were the biological parents of the original owner. Father, mother, he acknowledged with a bow. In the eyes of others, he was the exalted son of God. Yet before his parents, he remained merely a child. I have grown, but where is Mei Ming? He glanced left and right, seemingly searching for someone. Jun Qiye was aware of the engagement with the daughter of the Lord of Lingzhou, yet it felt too distant to attend. Parents always hold a deep concern for their son's marriage, wishing for every beautiful girl to be their daughter-in-law, even though Jun Qiye was merely 17 years of age. Upon witnessing this, Jun Qiye let out a bitter smile. With a flicker of thought, he summoned Bai Ming from within the dragon ring. Ming had met his mother and father before. When Bai Ming emerged, she paused momentarily, quickly grasping the situation. She performed a graceful bow, appearing exceptionally well-mannered. In truth, her status was superior to that of other divine sons from various dominions, yet at this moment, her role was that of Jun Qiye's fiancée. Thus she naturally showed her respect to his parents. Excellent, exclaimed Jun Lu Dao, filled with immense joy. The student surpasses the master. There is nothing more gratifying and pride-inducing than this. After exchanging greetings, Bai Ming engaged in conversation with Yulan. As Jun Qiye made his way to the sacred martial hall to meet the sovereign, he soon arrived. There, he found the sovereign seated beneath a willow tree in front of the palace, calmly sipping tea. She appeared completely oblivious to her surroundings, seemingly indifferent to Chen Mingxi and the endless demonic horde. Disciple pays respects to the sovereign. Jun Qiye advanced, bowing respectfully before taking his place beside her. Grow quickly, the sovereign remarked without directing her gaze at Jun Qiye, her voice cold and detached. She exuded an aura of aloofness, reminiscent of an ancient glacier, impenetrable and distant, yet strikingly beautiful like a celestial goddess. Her beauty was so profound it rendered one breathless. Sovereign, how long has Chen Mingxi been present? After paying his respects, Jun Qiye inquired politely as he settled into a seat opposite her, curiosity evident in his tone. A year. However, she has only been in Qizhou for a day. The sovereign responded, lifting her head to cast a frosty glance at Jun Qiye, her eyes flickering with surprise and intrigue. Notably, there were several potent legacies within Jun Qiye that eluded her comprehension. Yet, this surprise was fleeting. A year? How could that be? Jun Qiye gasped, utterly astonished. A year ago, the demon ruins had yet to be opened. How could she have returned to the southern celestial domain? What on earth was happening? Chapter 83, The Legacy of the Celestial Emperor. Is this all? It was because the demon clan breached the forbidden grounds, granting her entry into the demon ruins. At present, the entire demon realm is stirring, preparing to engulf the southern celestial domain. The Lord of the southern celestial domain has issued a decree, summoning all powerful beings above the Dao Palace realm to the city of heavenly demons to resist the incursion of the demon race. The palace master spoke softly. Upon hearing the palace master's words, Jun Qiye suddenly realized that there exists an entrance within the demon realm leading to the ruins of heavenly demons. No wonder Chen Mingxi was able to enter the ruins of heavenly demons and return to the southern celestial domain ahead of time. It seems that numerous events have transpired over the past 2 years of which I am utterly unaware, and I feel an immense pressure. For the demon race and humanity are born adversaries. Countless millennia ago, the demon race nearly annihilated all of humanity, reducing them to mere puppets. Fortunately, in the end, the beings of the entire southern celestial domain and even the heavenly Xian sacred domain united to defeat the demon race, suppressing them within the demon realm. Although there have been no large-scale wars between the demon race and humanity in recent years, skirmishes occur frequently. Palace Master, has anyone from our academy gone to the city of heavenly demons? Jun Qiye inquired. We have already dispatched individuals. In due time, you should also make your way to the city of heavenly demons, the palace master responded, gracefully waving her delicate hand, signaling for Jun Qiye to withdraw. Jun Qiye bowed respectfully and then exited the sacred martial hall, proceeding to the residence of his mother, Yilan, and others within the sacred martial academy. Father, mother, please take these resources for your use. Jun Qiye offered a selection of cultivation resources to Jun Lu Dao and Yilan. Here, resources are the least of his concerns. After all, the entire Nine Heavens divine city lies within his grasp. What resources could he possibly lack? Moreover, beyond this, he also acquired the legacy of the divine blood sovereign, the void godlord, in the abyssal sea. However, The most significant inheritance is from the Nine Heavens Divine Emperor within the Nine Heavens Divine City, which he himself constructed. The Void godlord of the Starry Pavilion and the Abyssal Saintess of the Abyssal Sea are both reliant on the Nine Heavens Divine City to preserve their legacies. And he has obtained it all. As for you, Year, in truth, our need for resources is of little consequence, Elon said. The one most concerned about Jun Qi is indeed Elon. After all, when Jun Qi left the Dragon Kingdom and subsequently journeyed to Lingo to enter the Nine Heavens Divine City, she was immensely worried. He is merely 15 years of age, and regardless of age, a child remains a child in the eyes of their parents. Mother, my brother Qi has acquired quite a number of resources in the Nine Heavens Divine City. You won't run out, Bei Ming remarked, snuggling close to Jun Qi with an exceedingly sweet demeanor. Is that so? Upon learning this, Elon and Junlu accepted the resources that Jun Qi had given them. The family conversed for a long while, until deep into the night. Eventually, Jun Qi and Bei Ming each returned to their chambers. Once in his room, Jun Qi sat cross-legged, and with a flicker of his mind, a brocade box materialized before him. This box was obtained at the pinnacle of the Nine Heavens Divine City, representing the legacy of the Nine Heavens Divine Emperor. However, the legacy of the Nine Heavens Divine Emperor differs from others. It does not necessitate a change in one's physique or the acceptance of martial arts techniques. It is merely a simple brocade box, alongside the entirety of the Nine Heavens Divine City. As for what lies within the box, Jun Qi remains unaware. After departing the Nine Heavens Divine City, he has been on a continuous journey. There was no time to inspect the contents of the brocade box, which was merely the size of a palm. It appeared rather ordinary, lacking any intricate patterns or seals. However, Jun Qi understood that this brocade box was far from mundane. Otherwise, it would not have been placed upon a pedestal. Of course, there was no fear of others seeing what lay within, for no one could reach the pinnacle of the Nine Heavens Divine City. Those who could would be the inheritors of the Nine Heavens Divine Emperor. This brocade box was, without a doubt, specifically prepared for the inheritor. Taking a deep breath, he opened the box. Instantly, a radiant light flashed before Jun Qi's eyes, leaving him momentarily astonished. The dazzling rainbow hues were blinding. Soon, the brilliance faded, revealing a translucent longsword and a crown within the palm-sized box. Besides these, there lay a piece of beast hide resembling cicada wings, inscribed with a few lines of ancient text. Inheritance? Is this all there is? Jun Qi gazed at the longsword and crown in disbelief. Could this be the entirety of the inheritance? Or was it possible that these items were extraordinarily powerful? Yet, he could not discern their remarkable qualities. Chapter 84. The extraordinary treasure. Observing the items within the brocade box, Jun Qi felt a tinge of disappointment. He then picked up the cicada wing-like beast hide. System copying and translating. Translation successful. At that moment, the system's voice resounded. Soon, the ancient text on the beast hide was translated into comprehensible words within Jun Qi's mind. Surprised and excited by this newfound capability of the system, he marveled at the realization that one could indeed reach the peak of the Nine Heavens Divine City. Only by doing so can one inherit the legacy of this emperor. The sword is named, Extinguish the Gods, / the Tao. The crown is named, Extinguish the Gods, Divine Emperor. Prior to attaining divinity, one must not touch these two artifacts, for they are beyond your capacity to bear. Not even the sacred body or divine body can withstand their might. Only the divine realm can refine them. Furthermore, these two treasures will incite a storm of bloodshed. It was due to this artifact that this emperor fell. The Extinguish the Gods series comprises 10 items in total, and it is said that when all 10 are gathered, they can alter the laws of the universe and break the cycle of reincarnation. The ancient script upon the beast hide is the testament of the Nine Heavens Divine Emperor. In truth, it is not so much a will as it is a caution to the inheritor not to recklessly touch these two supreme treasures. Upon reading this, Jun Qi was profoundly shaken, for these are entities that surpass even sacred weapons and divine artifacts. And they form a set that can transform the laws of the universe and the cycle of reincarnation. However, there are only 10 in total, and he possesses merely 2. Thus, this legacy is indeed extraordinary. Jun Qi carefully stored the brocade box within the dragon ring. This is the true extraordinary inheritance. No wonder the shadowy saintess and the void divine sovereign are so closely attached to the Nine Heavens Divine Emperor and his Nine Heavens Divine City. The Nine Heavens Divine Emperor is immensely powerful, yet ultimately fell due to these treasures. Who could possibly have slain the Nine Heavens Divine Emperor? It seems that the inheritor's treasures should generally remain concealed, for if they attract the covetous eyes of others, one would find themselves in peril. The aura on the prohibitions of the Nine Heavens Divine City. Could it be Qin Mingxi's? She lacks such formidable power. What is truly going on here? Having secured everything, Jun Qiye reclined on his bed. Sleepless, he found himself haunted by thoughts of the day's battle. Qin Mingxi's strength had indeed exceeded his expectations. He was even more astonished to learn that she had become a member of the demon clan. Regardless of the circumstances, Qin Mingxi had grown up alongside him, and he was intimately familiar with her essence. Yet, during his time in the Nine Heavens Divine City, Bai Mingming discerned the presence of demonic energy, and he felt that familiar aura once more outside the sacred martial academy. However, the essence within this demonic energy was distinctly different from Qin Mingxi's. This was something that could not deceive Bai Mingming's senses or elude his perception. It appeared that the demon clan might have infiltrated the Nine Heavens Divine City, only to retreat later. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to remain oblivious to their presence in a city that was now under his control. The uncertainty gnawed at him, instilling a sense of unease. He seated himself in a meditative posture and began to cultivate, gradually calming his mind. There would inevitably come a day when the truth would be revealed, he mused. Subsequently, he drifted into slumber. In the realm of demons, a suffocating darkness enveloped everything, thick with swirling demonic energy. Within this domain, all was bathed in a blood-red hue, creating an atmosphere of sheer terror. At the heart of the demon realm, known as the demon capital, resided countless formidable demons and beasts, serving as a stronghold akin to a human settlement. At that moment, a flash of demonic light illuminated the surroundings, and soon after, it descended to reveal a woman. Who else could she be but Qin Mingxi? Bloodstains adorned her lips, and her complexion was pale and drained, bearing the marks of a fierce battle against Jun Qiye. I warned you that you would come to regret this. Just you wait. Qin Mingxi declared coldly, her gaze resolute as she stepped towards a pool of bloodlight, her steadfast eyes betraying a flicker of fear. Have you come to a realization? At that moment, amidst the crimson light, an ominous voice resonated, indistinguishable in gender. Have you come to a realization? Qin Mingxi declared, devoid of any hesitation. Embrace the legacy of this demon ancestor, and you shall possess everything. Become one with the demon clan, 100 million times stronger than mere humanity. The malevolent voice was saturated with temptation. Step by step, Qin Mingxi advanced towards the bloodlight, ultimately vanishing, engulfed by its glow. Chapter 85, Journey to the City of Heavenly Demons. Time flows swiftly. It has been 3 months since my return to the Holy Martial Academy. During these 3 months, Jun Qiye has spent time with his parents, practiced alchemy, refined formations, comprehended martial arts and divine abilities, trained in combat techniques, merged treasures, mastered sacred weapons, and cultivated divine consciousness. His cultivation and strength have surged dramatically in the face of boundless resources. He has now ascended to the 4th heaven of the celestial realm. His prowess utterly formidable. He remains uncertain of the extent of his abilities, yet he harbors a conviction that he could swiftly vanquish even those at the divine extremity realm. And he holds little regard for those at the celestial platform realm. Of course, this confidence is untested in true combat, and the outcome remains unknown. While immersed in his training, numerous tidings have reached his ears. The most significant of these is that the demon clan has breached the city of heavenly demons, with tens of millions of demons flooding into human territories, seizing control of 130 Tao provinces. Over 100 provinces may seem trivial in the southern heavenly domain, constituting merely 1 or 2%. Yet, this has transpired in just 3 months. If this continues, the speed of the demonic invasion escalated rapidly. It would not be long before the entire southern heavenly domain succumbed to the infernal realm, at which point humanity would cease to exist. In this moment of peril, the inhabitants of the southern heavenly domain found themselves engulfed in trepidation. The sovereign of the southern heavenly domain issued a decree, summoning all humans and beings to the front lines to repel the demonic forces. Warriors, driven by selfish desires, resorted to ruthless measures, killing for treasures, and even turning against their own kin for the sake of resources. Yet, when faced with the demonic onslaught, countless warriors surged toward the battlefield, united in a manner beyond imagination. They all understood one fundamental truth: the southern heavenly domain was their homeland. Without a home, the pursuit of strength held no meaning. They stood resolutely against the demonic horde, their purpose clear: to safeguard their loved ones and prevent the extinction of humanity. In that moment, millions of powerful beings clashed violently with the demons, the battlefield wrought with unimaginable carnage. Father, mother, today I shall venture to the city of demons. While Minga remains at the Holy Martial Academy, Jun Qiye declared before his parents. His cultivation had reached a significant level, and it was now imperative for him to refine himself on the battlefield, to solidify his strength amidst blood and fire. For the battlefield was the true crucible for a warrior. He did not wish to be a sheltered flower. One must cherish the green hills, for they provide the firewood. Jun Lu succinctly stated. As a father, he naturally wished to shield his son from danger, yet he yearned to see him grow strong, to become a true man of stature. Seventh brother, Bei Mingming called softly, unable to contain her reluctance. However, she was acutely aware of Jun Qiye's character. Once he had made a decision, it was immutable. Moreover, the disparity in their cultivation levels was substantial. Should she venture to the front lines? She would only become a source of concern for Jun Qiye. We must repel the demon race. I shall return, Jun Qiye stated. Indeed. If the demon race is not repelled, the southern heaven domain will cease to exist. What purpose would there be in returning, if only to await death? In the heavenly profound sacred domain, there existed chasms between several heavenly domains, rendering them independent realms. The occurrences in the southern heaven domain would elicit no assistance from the others unless a tremendous price was paid. I shall await your safe return. I will take good care of father and mother, Bei Mingming said gently. On that day, Jun Qiye departed from the sacred martial academy, accompanied by 104 practitioners at the extreme realm, along with the 3 esteemed elders of the immortal stage. Additionally, there were over 10,000 disciples at the palace realm and above. Chapter 86, The 4 Extreme Heavenly Steel. Fusion technique. The formidable warriors and disciples of the sacred martial academy naturally revered Jun Qiye, for he was the divine son of the academy, possessing an exalted status and terrifying strength. While it was true that in terms of cultivation, Jun Qiye could not compare to the 3 esteemed elders, who were immortal stage experts, he held the sacred weapon and possessed an extraordinary sacred body, rendering his power unimaginable. More importantly, it was Jun Qiye's potential that set him apart as a divine son. Although the demon race had invaded humanity and attacked over 100 states, this presented a remarkable opportunity for the monstrous experts below the immortal stage. As long as the formidable beings beneath the immortal platform of the southern celestial domain achieve a staggering 1 trillion points by vanquishing the demonic beast of the demon clan, the 4 extremities steel can be activated. The esteemed elder, Luo Tianqing, addressed Jun Qiye, while also speaking to the other powerhouses of the 4 extremities realm. Although this presents a tremendous opportunity, it is not necessarily a fortuitous event for humanity. The attainment of such an astronomical score would signify a cataclysmic war between the 2 great races, a scenario humanity wishes to avert. The 4 extremities steel? What purpose does it serve? Jun Qiye pondered, momentarily taken aback. Could there truly be some strategic advantage to battling the demon clan? Or is this merely a means to incite human resistance against the demons? Presently, with an abundance of resources and several esteemed legacies at his disposal, he finds himself lacking neither rewards nor resources. What he craves is time to cultivate and assimilate these assets. Thus, the 4 extremities steel holds little allure for him. Ding, sign in at the 4 extremities steel grants the ruler's divine sword, a holy body cultivation technique 1, Ascension pills 10, 9-tiered elixirs 100, and 1,000 points. At that moment, the system's voice resonated within his mind. Sign in again, he thought, somewhat exasperated. Had others not mentioned the 4 extremities steel? Would the system have overlooked it? Such had been the case with the 9 Heavens divine city, and it appears to be the same now. However, upon hearing the rewards, his interest was piqued. The ruler's divine sword, an artifact perhaps? And what exactly is the holy body cultivation technique? Jun Qiye inquired, intrigued by its promising nomenclature. As for the Ascension pills, they were his favorite, as they directly enhance one's cultivation level. The 9-tiered celestial pill is indeed remarkable, yet it lacks the directness of the Ascension pill. The sovereign divine sword is a legendary artifact. The sacred body cultivation technique amalgamates various sacred bodies, enhancing their power and magnificence. Once it reaches a certain level, it can rival even the divine physique, or perhaps even surpass it, dominating all others. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Jun Qiye felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. This sacred body cultivation technique seems exceedingly extraordinary, possessing 4 sacred bodies already. One can only wonder how formidable they would become through fusion. Such marvels astound Jun Qiye. The next reward promises to be even more astonishing, for it is the art of treasure fusion. This technique allows lower-tier treasures to be combined into higher-tier ones. Several spiritual treasures can merge into a celestial weapon, several celestial weapons into divine armaments, and several divine armaments into a legendary artifact. Jun Qiye was nearly brought to his knees by the system's revelations. This is simply unfathomable. While the sacred body cultivation may be plausible, the ability to fuse treasures into higher tiers seems unbelievable. Yet, Jun Qie believes wholeheartedly in the system's claims. Although the assertions are extraordinarily sensational, he jokingly wondered if there might also be a pill fusion technique. Upon uttering this thought, he immediately regretted it. Yet his excitement remained boundless. Indeed, there will be a pill fusion technique. The system responded. Lower-tier pills can be fused into higher-tier ones. There will also be a technique fusion, as well as a martial skill fusion. The system spoke in unison, leaving Jun Qie utterly astounded. This is simply extraordinary. What is the system attempting to achieve? In Chapter 87, titled The Objective, The Four Extreme Heavenly Steel, Jun Qie was momentarily taken aback by the system's revelations. In truth, his interactions with the system were limited to mental communication, invisible to outsiders. Now, with his mental prowess at the 89th level, he stood as a formidable mental master, capable of dividing his consciousness not merely into two but into countless fragments with ease. Otherwise, how could he be deemed a super-mental master? Furthermore, the execution of the three supreme divine abilities of the Blood Sovereign necessitates immense mental strength. The four extreme heavenly steel was crafted by ancient powers from the southern celestial domain, possessing terrifying and mystical abilities. Activating the four extreme heavenly steel can invoke celestial phenomena, presenting one with unparalleled opportunities and inheritances, capable of breaking shackles and achieving an entirely new realm transformation. Should one in the Earth extreme realm obtain such opportunities and inheritances, they could ascend to the transformation stage within the Earth extreme realm, effectively granting them an additional level, rendering them invincible among peers. Indeed, this stage would bestow upon them an enduring advantage throughout their lives. Luo Tianqing elaborated on the purpose of the four extreme heavenly steel, and the others listened in awe, their hearts shaken to the core. This is truly extraordinary. However, the challenge of breaking the shackles to activate the four extreme heavenly steel is exceedingly daunting. Countless individuals exist within the southern celestial domain, and to stand out among these formidable Earth extreme experts is a feat more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Moreover, it is uncertain whether anyone can successfully activate the four extreme heavenly steel, such as the wisdom of the esteemed elder, in the entire southern celestial domain. The total score of human warriors who have hunted demonic beasts amounts to 100 billion, thus activating the four extremes heavenly steel. A query arose regarding the conditions and limitations for individual warriors. This piqued the curiosity of all present, including Jun Qie. The cumulative score of humanity in the southern celestial domain stands at 100 billion. For an individual to reach a score of 1 billion and thereby activate the four extremes heavenly steel to gain opportunities and inheritances is of utmost significance. The crux lies in the fact that hunting demonic entities of the same rank yields a mere fraction of points. Slaying foes of a higher tier grants double the points, while vanquishing those 2 tiers above awards quadruple points, and so forth. Additionally, the elimination of prominent figures and powerful beings from the demon race is calculated separately. In the city of demon lords, countless tasks exist to accumulate points, which one must explore independently. Luo Tianqing remarked, ultimately shaking his head, for the challenge is formidable. Even the four extremes warriors of the southern celestial domain face immense difficulty for the disciples of the sacred martial academy. Obtaining opportunities and legacies is akin to scaling the heavens, considering the overwhelming number of potent four extremes warriors in the southern celestial domain. Despite Jun Qie being a divine scion, despite his unparalleled genius, the chances remain exceedingly slim, as there are no age restrictions. Any four extremes warrior qualifies. Typically, four extremes warriors live for at least 200 years, and some formidable ones may even reach a millennium. This implies that the competition for opportunities and inheritances spans over a millennium of four extremes warriors. The four extremes heavenly steel indeed holds great promise, Jun Qie remarked casually. Initially indifferent, his interest now piqued. Moreover, the rewards from the system are crucial and enticing. Sacred body cultivation techniques, the ruler's divine sword, and ascension elixirs. The 9-tiered celestial elixir. Moreover, should one fail to sign in at the four extremities heavenly steel, the opportunity to register for other fusion techniques may never arise again. The rewards are undeniably extraordinary and irresistibly alluring. It is simply beyond one's capacity to decline. Bus. All the formidable beings of the Sacred Martial Academy are aboard the Academy's flying vessel, which travels at an astonishing speed. This vessel boasts formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. Ensuring safety is not a concern. Jun Qie sits cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation, awaiting his journey to the front lines. He is acutely aware that reaching the city of heavenly demons is an impossible feat, as it serves as humanity's foremost defensive stronghold against the demon race. The very first city the demon race has already invaded, breaching the city of heavenly demons and conquering over 100 human territories. Presently, the city of heavenly demons lies firmly under the dominion of the demons. Chapter 88, The City of Heavenly Demons. After a month of travel, all warriors utilized the teleportation arrays. During the era of conflict between the demons and humanity, transportation to the battlefield is complementary, with all teleportation arrays offering free passage, provided one is headed to the front lines. Qingzhou lies exceedingly far from the direction of the city of heavenly demons, essentially positioned at opposite ends, one in the east and the other in the west, without the aid of teleportation arrays. Reaching the city of heavenly demons would take not just a month, but potentially decades or even centuries. Fortunately, the more prosperous an area, the more numerous and powerful the teleportation arrays. Qizhou, being on the periphery, has teleportation arrays only in its super cities among the 3,000 surrounding territories. Countless individuals would take years to teleport. Thus, after a month of flight, a stop was made further away from Qizhou, in an area abundant with teleportation arrays. At present, the struggle between humanity and the demon race has reached a stalemate. With the joining of formidable human warriors, the demon race is retreating steadily, having reclaimed 90 states. If this continues, within a month's time, we shall be able to strike back at the city of heavenly demons. The location you will be transported to is in the Qingxue state, which is not far from the battleground. Upon arriving in Qingxue state, you must each separate and join the fray. Make sure to excel and bring honor to the sacred martial academy. Do not bring shame upon the academy, nor upon the palace master, Lu Tianqing admonished as he offered his final instructions. The teleportation array can only transport 100 individuals at a time. The Sacred Martial Academy has dispatched over 10,000 warriors and disciples, thus they must be transported in batches. Once transported, they will primarily engage in combat on their own or be assigned to powerful factions. The disciples humbly heeded the teachings of the esteemed elder. All warriors and disciples bowed respectfully, then entered the teleportation array in groups, sending them far away. Divine Son, will you accompany us, or will you go alone? Lu Tianqing inquired, casting a glance at Jun Qie. As the esteemed elder, his status was unparalleled. Yet Jun Qie held a different standing as the divine son of the Sacred Martial Academy, with a future brimming with potential and terrifying strength in the present. Naturally, Lu Tianqing treated him with greater courtesy, even extending a form of respect and reverence. I shall go alone, replied Jun Qie. He preferred not to engage in battle alongside others. He desired the freedom to slay as he pleased. With his current prowess, even the Four Extremes realm posed no threat to him, and even those in the Celestial Platform realm would find it challenging to contend with him. Hence, he saw no necessity for forming a team, as it would only invite trouble and discontent. Take care of yourself, Divine Son, said Luo Tianqing. His words unspoken yet laden with meaning. He implied that the multitude of formidable beings in the southern celestial domain far surpassed those in the 3,000 Dao states near Qizhou. Although Jun Qie was indeed unparalleled in prowess, he must exercise utmost caution in the vast expanse of the southern celestial domain. This was not a slight against Jun Qie, but rather a well-intentioned warning. I understand, Jun Qie nodded, fully aware of the elder's implications. Not one to be oblivious, he grasped the weight of the elder's words. Soon, it was his turn to be transported. The group activated the teleportation array, whisking them to a distant location. By the time Jun Qie rejoined the ranks of the human forces, they had already reached the city of heavenly demons. Due to the influx of human warriors, the battle had escalated dramatically. In less than a month, they reclaimed all lost Dao states and wrested the city of heavenly demons from the enemy. In fact, humans had seized over a dozen Dao states belonging to the demon race. The territory of the demons, known as the demon domain, was not a place anyone wished to inhabit. Rather, it had become a battleground for the fierce conflict between demons and humans, a veritable buffer zone for annihilation. The city of heavenly demons loomed majestically before him. Observing its imposing structure, Jun Qie mused to himself. The city boasted towering walls stretching across thousands of miles, encompassing an area of 3,000 miles in length and 2,700 miles in width. It stood as the first line of defense for humanity, now firmly back in their control, housing millions of human warriors within its vast expanse. Chapter 89, The Lingo Camp Upon Verification and Inspection. Entry into the city of the demonic spirits revealed an absence of the bustling vibrancy typically associated with a metropolis. Instead, it was populated predominantly by formidable human warriors, all of whom were at least at the Dao Palace realm or higher. One could easily spot numerous void and venerable beings, and even formidable figures at the Four Extremities realm were abundant. Despite the impressive presence of such strength, an air of oppression was notably absent. The atmosphere lacked the tension and chaos characteristic of the front lines. After all, this place was home to millions, if not tens of millions, of powerful beings. With more arriving incessantly. Your Highness, the Divine Sun, you are to report to the main camp of Lingo, spoke one of the inspecting warriors at the city gate. Addressing Junxia. Although Junxia was merely the Divine Son of the Sacred Martial Academy of Qingzhou and not affiliated with their Dao province or faction, the position of Divine Son was indeed a transcendent one, as each Dao province could only have one Divine Son, regardless of the province. A Divine Son commanded the respect of countless beings across the southern heavenly domain, where only 1,000 Dao provinces existed. Each Divine Son epitomized the pinnacle of talent from their respective Dao province. I understand, Junxia replied with a nod. During his journey, he had gleaned an overarching understanding. The southern heavenly domain was divided into 9 major factions. The 3,000 Dao provinces surrounding Lingo constituted one such faction. While they occupied a third of the southern heavenly domain, their influence and power were notably the weakest, as these provinces were the most peripheral, least formidable, and most impoverished. Even if one were to aggregate the 3,000 Dao provinces around Lingo, they would likely not match the strength of a single super Dao province from other factions. As a member of the Lingo faction, Junxia was naturally required to report to the Lingo camp upon his arrival at the front lines. In the southern celestial domain, the formidable warriors arriving at the front lines number in the millions or even tens of millions. However, without proper coordination and command, they are merely a disorganized multitude. Thus, effective management of the factions is of paramount importance. The one overseeing the city of the demon is the uncle of the southern celestial domain lord, a formidable being of the holy realm, who commands the 9 major factions and exercises full authority over the military operations. The leader of the Lingo faction is personally commanded by the Lord of Lingo, Biming Tiansong. When Junxia and Jun Shenxi arrived at the Lingo camp, the guards, upon sensing the terrifying aura exuded by Junxia, were momentarily taken aback, their hearts filled with astonishment. In their astonishment, they quickly offered their greetings. Junxia holds an irreplaceable reputation and renown in Lingo, having shone brilliantly at the Celestial Prodigy Festival, demonstrating unparalleled dominance and unmatched prowess. Ultimately, he became the esteemed son-in-law of the Lord of Lingo and entered the 9 Heavens Divine City. After more than 2 years of absence, many had assumed that Junxia had perished within the confines of the 9 Heavens Divine City. Knowing that only 2 or 3 of the exceptional warriors from the southern celestial domain had returned after entering, now, encountering Junxia, their astonishment was only natural. I have come to report to the Lingo camp, Junxia stated, nodding. The lord of the province is inside. Please follow me, said the venerable expert, who led Junxia toward the palace. The lord of the province? Junxia was momentarily stunned. Could it be that Biming Tiansong himself was stationed here? This was quite unexpected. Indeed, it is Lord Biming, the venerable expert replied, unable to suppress a smile. It appeared that Jun Shenxi was unaware that the leader of the Lingo faction was none other than the Lord of Lingo. As the two engaged in conversation having entered the grand hall, one could observe at this moment a multitude of venerable figures and formidable beings of the Four Extremes realm, all diligently engaged in deliberating strategies for warfare. After all, the Lingzhou camp had over 400,000 souls on the front lines. You may withdraw, commanded Jun Xie with a wave of his hand, signaling the venerable ones to step back as he ventured deeper into the hall. Chapter 90, Prince of the Demon Clan. Ensure everyone was preoccupied, with comings and goings that elicited no notice from anyone. Moreover, this was the commanding hall, heavily guarded, ensuring that no idle individuals could intrude. Consequently, Jun Qi's arrival went unnoticed. Heavenly Commander received intelligence that the Demon Clan had been frequently mobilizing their forces, necessitating a comprehensive response from them. Furthermore, with the demons taking the field, many of Lingzhou's own prodigious talents had fallen victim to the demons' ruthless onslaught, leaving no one capable of countering their lethal attacks. Beiming Tiansong bore a pained expression. Although it was a cataclysmic war between two great races, the Immortal Ascension realm could not partake in the battles of the younger generation. Otherwise, the formidable beings of the Demon Clan would target the talents of humanity. In the Tianxian sacred domain, those beneath the Immortal Ascension realm were deemed juniors, while those above were regarded as seniors. This delineation was pivotal. Upon reaching the innate realm, one would no longer be afforded protection. Yin Shi, the 18th prince of the Yin family, one of the 7 royal bloodlines of the Demon Clan, was 46 years of age and stood at the pinnacle of the Tianqing realm. In Lingzhou, Not even the most extraordinary talents, let alone the older generation of powerhouses, could contend with him, even in the entirety of the Southern Heaven domain. Few could claim victory over him. Bai Ling, a powerful being of the Tianxing realm, surpassed Bei Ming Song Tian in cultivation. As he spoke, a grave expression adorned his face. Everyone was acutely aware that although the demon clan had been temporarily repelled, their power vastly eclipsed that of humanity in the southern celestial domain, rendering any comparison utterly meaningless. In this battle, victory for humanity seemed unattainable. "I will handle it," came a calm voice, cutting through the despair of the crowd. Curious, they turned to the source of the voice. It was Jun Qie. Upon recognizing him, they were momentarily taken aback, followed by an overwhelming astonishment. The prodigy, Jun Qie, was a name known to many. Yet it was only 2 years prior that he had been at the Yuanfu realm, a staggering distance from the pinnacle of the Tianji realm. Moreover, the 18th prince of the demon clan was fearsome. Even if Jun Qie's cultivation level matched his, he would still be no match for the prince. Do not act impulsively, Bai Mingqian cautioned. While he certainly believed in Jun Qie's talent, the 18th prince was simply too formidable. Even he himself would not guarantee victory in a confrontation with such a powerful adversary. As for Jun Qie, though his potential might rival that of the 18th prince, there remained a significant gap in their respective cultivation levels. After all, no matter how swiftly one might cultivate in 2 years, reaching the Four Extremes realm was an impossibility. He could not discern Jun Qie's cultivation level and assumed that the young man concealed it with some treasure. In truth, it was merely that he was outmatched by Jun Qie, who had already attained the 5th level of the Tianji realm. Just a mere branch prince of the demon clan. Jun Qie declared. Prodigy? Why should I fear a mere prodigy? And where is Mei Ming? Bai Ming Tiansong did not share this with Jun Qie but instead inquired. She is in Qizhou? Jun Qie replied, you should familiarize yourself with the current state of the battle. Approximately 3 days from now, the Four Extremities monolith will make its appearance. After speaking, Bai Ming Tiansong resumed discussions regarding the war with others, disregarding Jun Qie, being situated at the front lines. He bore the weight of responsibility for the lives of millions of powerful beings. A single miscalculation in command could lead to the demise of countless human warriors. Jun Qie sat quietly, absorbing the deliberations of these formidable beings. Simultaneously, he gleaned a wealth of information from them. Following several cataclysmic battles, humanity had amassed nearly 100 billion in total points. At this rate, the Four Extremities monolith would indeed emerge within 3 to 4 days. It became evident that the primary forces of both the demon race and humanity were currently refraining from direct conflict, as both sides focused on consolidating their strengths. Nevertheless, skirmishes persisted incessantly, with countless prodigious beings from both the demon race and humanity engaging in frenzied slaughter within the demon realm. The demons, particularly, utilized their exceptional warriors to hone their skills, targeting human elites as practice. The first to emerge was the 18th prince of the Yin clan, Yin Shi, whose presence was felt within the confines of the Lingo camp, resulting in the downfall of numerous Four Extremities realm experts. His arrival evoked an aura of invincibility. From the visuals of the battles, it was clear that the 18th prince's strength had transcended the Four Extremities realm, and even the prodigies from other factions lacked the assurance to defeat him. Chapter 91. The appearance of the Four Extremities monolith. Jun Qie in first place having settled in the city of heavenly demons, Jun Qie continued his cultivation. Time passed, and 5 days slipped by. On this day, an explosive sound reverberated through the air. A thunderous roar echoed through the city of heavenly demons as a resplendent crimson light erupted, instantly casting a colossal luminescent veil across the sky, obscuring its very essence. Simultaneously, across the myriad states of the southern celestial domain, similar veils emerged, emanating a profound majesty that sent shivers down the spines of countless observers. Amidst this spectacle, numerous prodigious beings thrummed with excitement. The Four Extremes monument had manifested. Humanity had vanquished the demonic beasts, earning an astonishing 100 billion points, a new pinnacle of achievement. The question lingered, who would ascend to glory? Alas, I am not of the Four Extremes realm. After 1,000,000 years, the Four Extremes monument had finally made its appearance. In the southern celestial domain, across a myriad of states, trillions of beings and formidable warriors gazed in awe at the celestial screen, their astonishment palpable. The Four Extremes monument had indeed emerged. For those prodigious beings of the Four Extremes realm, it heralded opportunity, yet for humanity, it was a harbinger of dread, signifying that the conflict between the demonic race and humankind had escalated to a terrifying degree, even suggesting the imminent threat of extinction for humanity. Within the city of heavenly demons, innumerable prodigious warriors departed the grand city, venturing into the demonic realms to engage in slaughter, vying for possession of the Four Extremes monument. On the same day, Jun Chiye exited the city of heavenly demons, commencing his own path of carnage. The ancient sacred body unfurled, unleashing an overwhelming force of 90 billion dragon energies, accompanied by the ethereal silhouettes of 9 divine dragons. Wherever Jun Chiye traversed, devastation followed. The demonic race and their beasts crumbled before him like mere paper tigers, utterly incapable of withstanding the might of his sacred body and dragon energy. Dissolving into nothingness under the presence of the 9 divine dragons, his points surged exponentially within a mere 5 days. In a mere 10 days, Jun Chiye's ranking ascended into the top 10,000. Within 15 days, he surged into the top 1,000. After 20 days, Jun Chiye successfully entered the top 100. The vast screen in the void recorded the prodigious powerhouses within the top 10,000, drawing attention to Jun Chiye. Upon reaching the top 100, he became the focus of countless prodigies and formidable beings across the southern celestial domain. His score soared dramatically. Within half a month, Jun Chiye achieved the pinnacle, securing the first place with a score of 40 million, surpassing the second place by a staggering 10 million. This remarkable feat was accomplished when he unleashed the devastating Blood Sea, annihilating a million-strong demonic army, leaving nothing but desolation within a 30,000-mile radius. At just 17, Jun Chiye stood at the 6th level of the celestial extremity realm, a bearer of the ancient sacred body and the heavenly sword sacred body. He is the youngest to attain the celestial extremity realm in the southern celestial domain and the only prodigious powerhouse to wield a sacred weapon. The entire southern celestial domain erupted in fervor. Battles among the top 100 were projected onto the screen, visible to all beings and humans within the domain, who marveled at Jun Chiye's prowess, perceiving him as a celestial being. With every gesture, he wreaked havoc upon the world. Ding! Target has been locked. Yanshi, the 18th prince of the demonic clan, at the 10th level of the celestial extremity realm, accompanied by 1,000 4th-level experts. A notification echoed within his mind. Jun Chiye set his sights on the 18th prince of the demon clan, Yin. As long as he remained within 1,000,000 miles, the system would effortlessly lock onto the target. This meant that the current 18th prince was indeed within that range. He has decided to slay the demon prince, Jun Chiye declared. The prince possessed an impressive score of 2 million points, and he was surrounded by countless formidable demon warriors of the 4th extreme realm. By eliminating this group, Jun Chiye could amass nearly 500,000 additional points. To the south, 91,000 miles away, the system indicated, alerting Jun Chiye to the approaching presence. He nodded in affirmation, his form flickering as he soared southward. Chapter 92. Power Constraints. Is it my fault? Jun Chiye's movements were naturally observed by countless onlookers. Since reaching the top 100, any battle he engaged in was akin to a live broadcast for the people of the Southern Sky Domain. In the absence of conflict, they could only see his coordinates without any visual representation. At that moment, the red dot marking his position was swiftly advancing southward, heading directly towards the domain of the Demon Clan's 18th prince. The Demon Prince was also en route to meet him. Their pivotal confrontation was imminent. It remained uncertain whether Jun Chiye could match the prowess of the 18th prince of the Demon Clan. Jun Chiye's cultivation was not on par with that of the prince. Throughout this time, his true level of mastery had eluded detection. He had never revealed his martial skills or wielded any weapons. Could it be that both of them sensed each other's presence? The pinnacle of brilliance is about to unfold. In this moment, the formidable beings of the southern celestial domain, along with countless ordinary individuals and even sentient beings, are captivated by the immense luminous screen in the sky. For there, an epic battle is imminent. The confrontation between the prodigies of the southern celestial domain and the demonic clan is a spectacle that no one can afford to overlook, as it will undoubtedly influence humanity's morale in their struggle against the demons. Swish, swish, in a mere span of 1,000,000 miles. The 18th prince of the demonic clan and Jun Chiye are making their way towards each other, destined to meet within half an hour. Boom. Though the battle has yet to commence, the aura of destruction collides, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, and the space to distort amidst a cacophony of shattering sounds. In a matter of moments, Jun Chiye's visage appears upon the great luminous screen. Clad in dark garments, he stands with his hands clasped behind him, his slender frame exuding an air of elegance and grace. His strikingly handsome features radiate an ethereal charm, akin to that of a celestial being, captivating the hearts of countless women in the southern celestial domain. At this moment, a gentle smile graces Jun Chiye's face, resembling a divine entity. And even in the face of 1,000 terrifying four-pole realm demon warriors, he remains unperturbed. Opposite him, at a distance of 100 miles, hovers another young man. A figure of otherworldly allure. The youth emanates an aura of annihilation, causing the space around him to tremble and fracture. He is Yin Shi, the 18th prince of the Yin family of the demonic clan. Behind him stands a formidable legion of over 1,000 four-pole realm warriors. Such a formidable presence would send even prodigies like Jun Qi fleeing, let alone those of the celestial tier. Humanity, you are quite audacious. Yin Shi regarded Jun Qi with an icy demeanor, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of his lips. Jun Qi had slaughtered countless demons and beasts, attracting the attention of the demon race. He was well aware of the formidable human known as Jun Qi who lurked within the demon realm, a being of terrifying strength. Having hunted down numerous human prodigies, his interest had shifted solely to Jun Qi. If my power is insufficient, should I blame myself? Jun Qi remarked nonchalantly, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. His demeanor appeared utterly relaxed, yet he remained on high alert, after all. He faced the illustrious 18th prince of the demon race, accompanied by over 1,000 formidable figures from the Four Extremes realm. Each of these beings surpassed their human counterparts in strength, particularly the 18th prince. Moreover, even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. A moment of carelessness could lead to catastrophic failure. I have made my decision. Should you disappoint me, I shall ensure your suffering is beyond comprehension, Yin Shi declared. His eyes a vivid crimson, exuding arrogance. In his presence, he displayed audacity, perhaps seeking death. To him, humans were nothing more than lowly beings. This strikingly handsome youth, who had mercilessly slain so many of his kin, deserved annihilation. However, if this human youth proved to be feeble, he would be left disillusioned. Should disappointment arise, he vowed to make this human's existence a living hell. In my eyes, you are no different from other insignificant insects. The sole distinction lies in your contemptible status. Jun Qi responded with composure, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. The ancient sacred body unfurled, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of 9 trillion dragon energies that surged forth, crushing all in their path. 9 ethereal dragon phantoms roared into existence as he sought to eliminate these insignificant minions first. Chapter 93. Has he truly come to regard himself as a figure of significance? The very skies trembled, and the earth shattered beneath the weight of 9 trillion dragon energies and 9 dragon phantoms. A scene of utter devastation unfolded across a vast expanse of 10,000 miles. Coupled with the might of the sacred body, the heavens were filled with countless anomalies. The roars of dragons and cries of phoenixes intertwining with the rampant, domineering power that descended upon the multitude of fourth realm practitioners and the 18 princes of the demon clan, enveloping them in its ominous presence. Throughout this tumultuous moment, Jun Qi hovered gracefully in the air, hands clasped behind his back, resembling a war god. A subtle smile graced his lips, exuding an air of composure that rendered countless formidable beings utterly humbled. The resounding echoes of destruction reverberated through the atmosphere. Save for Yin Shi, the remaining fourth realm practitioners hastily mobilized their powers to withstand the onslaught of Jun Qi's sacred might and the suppression of the dragon energies, attempting to fend off the assault of the 9 dragon phantoms. Yet, Jun Qi's intervention was anything but easy to counter. In an instant, a multitude of fourth realm practitioners vanished without a trace, unable to withstand the oppressive force of his aura and the dragon phantoms. Agonizing screams pierced the air as countless fourth realm cultivators were transformed into misty blood, utterly incapable of enduring the relentless onslaught of 9 trillion dragon energies and the overwhelming presence of the 9 dragon phantoms. Bloodlight and crimson mist filled the sky. In this moment, before Jun Qi, the fourth realm practitioners were reduced to mere remnants, scarcely worthy of being called even that. In the air, Yin Shi's expression shifted to one of profound dismay. At the pinnacle of the 10th realm, the power exuded was terrifyingly unparalleled. These guardians were no match for him. Yet, subduing them was no simple feat, and Jun Qi had not even made a move. Merely the pressure and aura of his sacred body were sufficient to annihilate all the guardians. To what extent must one be defiant against the heavens? In that moment, he comprehended a truth. This human prodigy was utterly formidable, and he could afford no further negligence, lest he find himself in dire straits. In the city of heavenly demons, throughout the southern celestial domain, countless sentient beings and mighty warriors stood in shock and awe. The might and sacred body had vanquished thousands of those at the Four Extremities realm. Very well. You possess the qualifications to contend with this prince, remarked Yin Shi, his gaze frigid. He recognized Jun Qi's formidable strength, yet he too had his own advantages and formidable attributes. While it would be challenging to slay Jun Qi, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. As he spoke, a torrent of demonic energy surged skyward. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, the demonic energy rapidly coalesced. And in an instant, the 18th prince transformed into a towering giant over 100 meters tall, radiating destructive demonic energy and power. The space around him trembled and fractured. The fallen demonkin transformed into demonic energy in essence, which the 18th prince consumed, becoming even more powerful in that moment. Do you truly consider yourself a notable figure? Jun Qiye remarked nonchalantly, his ink-black hair billowing. An astonishing aura erupted from his being. Suddenly, a radiant light appeared, followed by the emergence of 9 square tripods, each the size of a palm, surrounding him. The tripods exuded a devastating sacred might, and in an instant, they expanded from their initial palm-sized form. The Fong Ding has transformed into a colossal size, resembling 9 divine cauldrons. This is the supreme treasure of the Baiming family, the 9 cauldrons, refined by Jun Qiye. At this moment, his 9 cauldrons' divine suppression power has reached the pinnacle of the 4th level, and combined with the cauldrons, it emanates an unparalleled might, rendering him invincible. The space within a radius of 10,000 miles is in a constant state of distortion, shrouded in dark clouds and rumbling thunder. Sacred weapon. Sacred weapon. Divine ability. Divine ability. This scene has sent the prodigies and powerful beings of the entire southern heavenly domain, along with trillions of sentient beings and humans, into a frenzy. It is worth noting that while some superdominant sects possess sacred weapons, few can master them. Yet, Jun Qiye commands a sacred weapon, achieving an astonishing level of power. The combination of the sacred weapon and divine abilities renders him invincible. At this moment, Jun Qiye hovers in the air, surrounded by 9 colossal cauldrons. His true essence swirling as he unleashes the 9 cauldrons' divine suppression power for the first time. The sheer force instills fear within him, affirming the saying, when one goes mad, even they become fearful of themselves. Chapter 94. The Sacred Body Against the Demonic Apparatus, Subduing the Prince of the Demon Race Roar. Yin Sha, witnessing the 9 cauldrons, is filled with dread. How could I have been unaware of a prodigy wielding sacred weapons and divine abilities? What now? Should I flee? But that would be utterly disgraceful. As the dignified 18th prince, retreating without a fight would not only invite ridicule from the demon race, but also bring shame upon myself. If I do not flee, can I withstand the sacred weapon? In that moment, Yin Sha feels an overwhelming sense of suppression. With a mighty roar, he resolves to fight. A formidable warhammer materialized in his grasp, measuring an astonishing 100 meters in length, radiating an unmatched aura of destruction as if a single strike could obliterate the very fabric of this realm. The warhammer descended violently upon Jun Qiye, shattering the surrounding space, leaving nothing in its wake but void. You have overestimated yourself, Jun Qiye remarked, shaking his head as he unleashed the power of the 9 tripods suppressing divine energy. In that instant, an overwhelming force surged forth, propelled by the 9 tripods, hurtling towards Yin Sha. Yet, in the face of the warhammer, Jun Qiye remained unfazed. He charged forward, his ancient sacred body bracing against the hammer's might, a move that left the world astounded. Boom, boom. 2 cataclysmic explosions erupted. The 9 tripods mercilessly suppressed Yin Sha, whose towering figure was instantly crushed into a mist of blood. One of the detonations signified Yin Sha's demise, while the other marked the collision between Jun Qiye and the warhammer. Jun Qiye's body shimmered with radiant light, barely swaying as the hammer's force was entirely nullified. Can the demon race truly shake me? Jun Qiye uttered coolly, his gaze frosty, with 4 sacred bodies surrounding him. Any adversary of the same tier attempting to challenge him with treasures of celestial caliber was merely lost in dreams. Crack. At that moment, the warhammer became an unclaimed relic, suspended in midair. Gradually, cracks appeared upon its surface, followed by a faint sound as it shattered. This demonic warhammer of celestial caliber was utterly obliterated upon colliding with Jun Qiye, whose sacred body's power surpassed even that of celestial artifacts. Jun Qiye was invincible. The son of the divine was invincible. In the southern sky domain, he was invincible. 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 In the southern celestial domain, a brief silence enveloped the atmosphere. Following this stillness, a resounding cheer erupted, igniting a fervor throughout the expanse. The prodigious prowess of Jun Qiye reverberated within the hearts of countless individuals. This battle instilled a newfound confidence in the formidable warriors of the southern celestial domain, significantly elevating their morale. He had ascended to the celestial extremity realm at the tender age of 17. Merely 2 years prior, he was but a mere figure within the Origin Palace realm. The celestial extremity realm stands unrivaled, even surpassing that of the divine extremity realm. He is indeed capable of rivaling those of the immortal platform realm. For a millennium, no one in the southern celestial domain could be compared to him. His extraordinary talents and overwhelming strength set him apart. Even celestial artifacts could not shake his resolve. The ancient sacred body truly holds the esteemed position as the foremost among the 3,000 sacred bodies. The atmosphere brimmed with excitement, discussions, and jubilations, sending waves of admiration through the southern celestial domain. Countless prodigies revered him, while numerous young maidens felt their hearts race. With unparalleled handsomeness, he resembled a celestial being, an unparalleled genius, and an invincible warrior. Who could resist the allure of such a remarkable youth? He was a godlike presence. In the depths of the demon domain, a prince had fallen. The assailant was none other than the divine son of the sacred martial academy of the southern celestial domain, who issued the slaughter order to eliminate Junqiya. Within the heart of the demon city, a chilling and malevolent voice echoed. Though the slain prince was not of significant stature, he epitomized the legitimate bloodline of the demon clan. The assassination of a prince was a grave affront and humiliation to the demon race, a matter of face. In the wake of the slaughter order, numerous prodigious figures of the demon race emerged, including several princes, and even imperial heirs and esteemed young lords, who received word of this event. The atmosphere in the demon domain turned palpably oppressive. Chapter 95, The Demonic Valley, the emergence of extraordinary treasures in the demonic realm. An atmosphere of eerie oppression looms. Occasionally, a prince of the demon race makes an appearance. Within the span of merely a month, 5 demon princes have met their demise, all at the hands of Junqiya. Before Junqiya, none can withstand his devastating might. Each strike is a swift and decisive kill. In no time, Junqiya's reputation among the demon race has become even more fearsome than the demons themselves. To countless demons, Junqiya embodies the true essence of a devil. Wherever Junqiya treads, the armies and formidable beings of the demon race dissipate into nothingness. Each of his strikes reverberates for miles, obliterating all demons below the 4th realm. The frenzied bloodshed has caused Junqiya's points to soar dramatically, surpassing a staggering 100 million. On this day, a message spread like wildfire in the demonic realm. Within the demonic valley, a radiant light has burst forth, soaring towards the heavens. The brilliance intensifies, radiating an aura of terrifying spiritual energy, as if an unparalleled treasure is about to unveil itself. However, this location is the very heart of the demon realm, a domain that humans dare not approach lightly. Nevertheless, countless prodigious beings are drawn to the demonic valley. The news resonates throughout the city of demons and even the entirety of the southern heavenly domain. Excitement swells among numerous powerful entities, yet few venture towards the demonic valley. After all, it lies 10,000 miles away from the city of demons, and ordinary warriors face near certain death should they attempt the journey. Moreover, those stronger than the 4th realm are bound to attract the ire of ancient demon entities. As for those within the 4th realm, the ancient demons will refrain from intervening. Even in the face of a cataclysmic war between 2 races, the haughty demon clan would never stoop to ignoble actions. Thus, countless cultivators of the celestial platform realm and below from the southern celestial domain journeyed to the demon abyss, hoping to obtain a peerless treasure. Reports have emerged stating that in ancient times, a battle between a demon deity and a formidable human warrior took place in the depths of the demon abyss, resulting in the demise of both. For the reason that an extraordinary artifact lay hidden there, yet it never emerged amidst the chaos of war. After all these years, it is astonishing to find this to be true. This revelation suggests that the demon abyss is not a mere trap, but indeed a site for the emergence of an exceptional treasure. However, there remains a possibility that the demon clan has set a trap. Given that this location lies at the heart of the demon realm, making it entirely plausible for them to exploit the situation during the conflict between demons and humans. At the heart of the demon realm, the demon abyss is suffused with an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. Yet, in the center of the gorge, a breathtaking scene unfolds. Resembling a celestial paradise, a vast lake spanning dozens of miles stretches out, its waters crystal clear and jade green. Strikingly, streams of multicolored light erupt from the lake bed, reaching towards the heavens, creating a spectacle of unparalleled wonder. It is widely acknowledged that within this lake, a peerless treasure may soon reveal itself. However, surrounding the entrance to the demon abyss are nearly 100,000 formidable demon warriors, accompanied by an army of close to 3 million. Such a formidable presence renders the gorge impassable. 100 miles from the entrance, thousands of human prodigies stand at a distance. Yet none dare to approach the threshold of the demon abyss. The demons are utterly detestable, blocking our advance with impunity. Each face is etched with indignation. But despite their anger, they remain restrained. However, one must refrain from acting impulsively, for it is crucial to recognize that there are 100,000 formidable beings of the demon race and 3 million strong warriors in their ranks. Venturing forth would only lead to an inevitable demise, leaving no trace behind. For now, one can only watch helplessly from a distance. Where is Junqiya? Just days ago, he was at the far western edge of the demon domain. Having slain the 11th prince, it would take at least a month for him to arrive here. And he remains oblivious to the events unfolding in this vicinity. Even if Junqiya were to come, he would merely stand by, as the overwhelming number of demon warriors and troops would render him powerless. It is truly infuriating. All the prodigious beings could only shake their heads. In the southern celestial domain, among the 4 realms of humanity, Junqiya is considered invincible, ruling over this demon domain. Even those who have lived for 7 or 8 centuries within the 4 realms hold no dissent against him. Chapter 96. The Mysterious Woman Boom. A resounding explosion echoed across the distant horizon, followed by the shattering of space for miles around. Suddenly, a figure emerged, cloaked in an aura of unparalleled demonic power, arriving instantaneously near the heavenly demon canyon. Upon sighting the aerial demon warriors, all the demons and their armies fell to their knees, proclaiming, "Hail the Holy Prince! Hail the Holy Prince! Hail the Holy Prince!" The demonic might surged skyward as 3 million demon troops and 100,000 elite demons bowed in reverence, their eyes filled with veneration and admiration. The figure that descended from the sky was a young man, exuding an aura of destruction. He is none other than the only holy prince bestowed upon by the demon race, unparalleled among the demon princes. His status rivaling that of the demon royalty and even comparable to the demon sun and the young lord within the younger generation of the demon race. Demonic creatures. The prince of the demon clan, the royal offspring, the progeny of darkness, the esteemed young master, and the holy prince all are akin to one another. Little did they anticipate that the heavenly demon gorge would attract the holy prince. In the skies, the holy prince's gaze was as frigid as ice. Completely disregarding the bowing demon warriors and their formidable legions, his eyes fixated on the lake within the heavenly demon gorge, where treasures beckoned him. It could be said that the demon clan revered the law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak. In this scenario, there was not a hint of discontent among the demon army or its powerful beings. Boom. Shortly thereafter, a thunderous sound echoed through the void. Another demon prince arrived. Soon after, one by one, demon princes gathered at the heavenly demon gorge, accompanied by numerous demonic prodigies, royal heirs, and 2 imperial princes. Within a mere 5 days, 600,000 troops amassed in the heavenly demon gorge, alongside tens of thousands of demon prodigies, 19 demon princes, 2 imperial princes, and a holy prince. On that day, at noon, the radiance within the heavenly demon gorge intensified, visible for 100,000 miles around. Occasionally, the sky erupted with thunderous roars and myriad supernatural phenomena, signaling that an extraordinary treasure was about to emerge. The human warriors had reached a staggering number of 100,000, yet none dared to approach the heavenly demon gorge, being compelled to retreat even further in frustration. This was hardly unexpected. The demon clan was inherently far more powerful than humanity. Now, with 600,000 troops and countless formidable warriors, alongside princes and the holy prince, who among the human prodigies would dare to draw near the heavenly demon gorge? The treasures here belong to me, the demon prince. Begone, you insignificant human insects. While this humble demon prince is in a good mood, I advise you to retreat further. Otherwise, I shall annihilate you without mercy, causing your kind to vanish into oblivion across the vastness of space. In the boundless void, an ethereal voice resonated, carried by the winds. Each word traversed countless miles, and by the time the final syllable echoed, the sound had reached a distance of 10,000 miles. This voice, imbued with unfathomable demonic power, caused the entire demon realm to tremble. Even before their presence was revealed, all demon armies and powerful beings knelt, save for the holy prince and 2 royal demon princes. With a resounding crash, the void shattered, revealing a youth adorned with a mysterious mark upon his brow, who appeared ominously in the air. At the moment of his emergence, 100,000 formidable human cultivators found themselves gasping for breath under the immense pressure. The 9th demon prince. The 9th demon prince. Many demons and human prodigies recognized the figure in the sky. He was indeed the 9th demon prince, a being of unparalleled status, monstrous talent, and terrifying strength. Beside the ninth demon prince stood a veiled woman, shrouded in enigma, sharing his prominence. Their equal stance signified her status was on par with his, leaving countless human prodigies and demons in astonishment, utterly perplexed by her identity. Chapter 97. The arrival of Junqiya, the ninth demon prince, cast his gaze towards the human prodigies. With a thunderous step, he traversed the space, causing a collapse that spanned 1,000 miles. Countless human prodigies were crushed by the spatial pressure, unleashing torrents of blood as their bodies were hurled backward like kites severed from their strings. Finally, it crashed heavily to the ground. Boom! With the second step taken, an overwhelming force of destruction enveloped the surroundings, the aura of malevolence unparalleled. Having learned from past experiences, all the human prodigies swiftly moved to retreat. Yet, despite their efforts, many of the formidable beings sustained injuries. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Before the ninth demon child could take his third step, all the human prodigies hurriedly fled, retreating a full 3,000 miles, feeling a sense of suffocation and discomfort, for this was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation of their lives. Observing the expressions of the human prodigies, disdain flickered in the eyes of the ninth demon child. In his view, humanity was contemptible, even inferior to mere ants. The ninth demon child. The ninth demon child. The ninth demon child. Witnessing this scene, the demon army and its powerful warriors erupted in cheers. It is the nature of the demon race to revere strength, especially when it comes to the ninth demon child, so extraordinarily powerful and holding an unrivaled position. Hearing the cheers, the human prodigies wore grim expressions. Yet they were powerless to change their fate. Crash! Just then, in a distant void, cracks began to appear in space, reminiscent of a long dry earth splitting apart. The fissures shimmered with dazzling light, and at that moment, the space within 100,000 miles fell into silence. Even the powerful demons, their armies, and the demon princes, including the Holy Prince and the ninth demon child, stood still, captivated by the astonishing spectacle unfolding in the void. Boom, boom, boom! From within the cracks emanated sounds of destruction, as if they originated from another realm or dimension. As if someone were cleaving through this realm from a distant place, all the formidable beings of humanity and the demon race were struck with profound astonishment, their expressions turning grave. Following the 137th sound, the previously emerging cracks in the space were utterly annihilated. The very fabric of reality shattered, and an endless tempest of violent winds surged forth, the sounds of destruction drawing ever closer and growing increasingly terrifying. With a resounding crash, a youth, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, emerged from the fragmented void. This young human, clad in dark garments, possessed an ethereal beauty and an otherworldly charm, exuding an air of grace akin to a celestial being. His features, reminiscent of the goddess of Luo, were strikingly handsome, radiating an aura of transcendence. With his hands clasped behind his back, upon seeing this youth, all the prodigies of humanity and the demon race fell into a stupor. It was Junqiya, the son of the Jun clan. The arrival of the son of Jun was met with exuberance, as the human prodigies recognized the figure hovering above. For them, it was as if a glimmer of hope had appeared. Meanwhile, several demon prodigies also identified Junqiya, their gazes revealing a chilling hostility. For he had slain countless demon warriors and even the prince of their kind. How intriguing, indeed. The strikingly handsome youth in the air was none other than Junqiya himself. He had come upon hearing of treasures surfacing in the heavenly demon canyon. In truth, Junqiya had little desire to come, as treasures held no allure for him. He was never in want of resources or riches. His journey from the west to the south was not one he wished to undertake. Yet the system's requirement for a sign-in at the heavenly demon canyon compelled him to arrive. After all, the reward for signing in was none other than the art of treasure fusion. The treasures of equal rank can be fused into those of a higher order. Thus, he opened a rift in space and traversed to the demon abyss. His gaze fell upon the formidable human prodigies and then shifted to the 9 demon sons, along with the 6 million-strong demon army and countless other powerful beings. A faint smile graced his lips as his attention landed on the enigmatic woman beside the 9 demon son, Chunmingshi. Indeed, it was Chunmingshi. Even though she wore a veil and her aura had transformed, she could not escape the discerning eyes of Junqiya. In fact, every action of Chunmingshi was perceptible to him, for after their last battle, he had inscribed a divine thought upon her, enabling him to sense her movements. Now, upon encountering the mysterious woman, he instinctively recognized her as Chunmingshi. Chapter 98. The treasures here are claimed by this divine child. Not far away. Upon witnessing Junqiya's arrival, Chunmingshi's beautiful eyes, concealed behind her veil, revealed a hint of coldness. Her delicate form trembled slightly, Jun Qiye's appearance was beyond her expectations. Boom! At that moment, Jun Qiye unleashed his ancient sacred body, unleashing 90 trillion dragon auras. 9 spectral dragons roared, their devastating might ravaging the surrounding space. With a single step, an overwhelming pressure surged forth towards the demon abyss. The first to bear its brunt were the 9 demon sons and Chenmingxi. Naturally, the 9 demon son would not retreat. After all, he was the illustrious 9 demon son, and retreat was not an option. Moreover, he had just dealt with all the humans in the same manner, and now Jun Qiye was employing a similar tactic against them. Rage surged within him as his demonic might unfurled, immediately crashing towards Jun Qiye with destructive force. Thunder rumbled, resonating through the air as Jun Qiye's draconic aura and shadow clashed with the sinister might of the 9 demon prince. At this moment, the pinnacle of 2 extraordinary races engaged in battle, leaving countless demons and humans in a state of astonishment. The city of heavenly demons. The entirety of the southern celestial domain witnessed this spectacle, with myriad beings filled with trepidation. After all, the 9 demon prince was utterly terrifying. With a thunderous roar, Jun Qiye's initial advance, imbued with the might of his sacred body and draconic energy, was countered by the 9 demon prince, who then unleashed a wave of demonic force that surged toward Jun Qiye. However, upon taking his second step, the power of his sacred body intensified, overwhelming all in its path. With a splatter, the 9 demon prince coughed up blood, his form retreating in the wake of Jun Qiye's relentless advance. In contrast, Chenmingxi emanated a mysterious demonic energy that managed to withstand Jun Qiye's onslaught. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Jun Qiye traversed the void toward the heavenly demon gorge, forcing both the 9 demon prince and Chenmingxi to continually fall back, each step of Jun Qiye pressing upon their chests, a sensation of profound discomfort. A wave of shock rippled through all the powerful beings and creatures in the southern celestial domain, a mixture of astonishment and exhilaration washing over them. For Jun Qiye had subdued the 9 demon prince, a mere troop of jesters. Ascending to hover above the heavenly demon gorge, Jun Qiye looked down upon the countless demon legions and formidable warriors below. Opposite him stood the 9 demon prince, the holy prince, and 2 other princes, along with 19 more, all situated 100 miles away, their faces etched with grim expressions, heavy with disbelief. They had never anticipated that Jun Qiye had grown to such formidable heights. The sense of suffocation was unparalleled, more stifling than ever before. With a solitary force, he subdued an army of 6 million demons and over 100,000 formidable adversaries. Even the most prodigious of the demon lineage, the demon prince, and the holy prince were no match for Jun Qiye. Nonetheless, the true battle had yet to commence. Yet what did it matter? Jun Qiye overwhelmed them all with his imposing presence and formidable aura. The prospect of an actual confrontation was uncertain, but for now, this humiliation had been endured. Jun Qiye, the divine son of the Jun clan. Cheers erupted from the human prodigies, 10,000 voices exultant in fervor. The disgrace inflicted by the demon prince was repaid manifold by Jun Qiye. Moreover, he stood towering above the 6 million demon soldiers. With even the most exceptional of the demon tribe, the demon prince and the holy prince, hesitating to engage him. There had never been a moment more exhilarating than this. The treasures here, I shall claim, Jun Qiye's icy voice resonated. His gaze fixed upon the lake at the heart of the heavenly demon gorge, a realm utterly distinct from the outside world, where demonic energy surged tumultuously. Yet the lake appeared as an ethereal paradise, breathtaking in its beauty. Radiant hues shimmered, intertwining with the firmament. Chapter 99, the 36th grade supreme color lotus. Arrogant, domineering, formidable, and terrifying. Such were the impressions held by all, both humans and demons alike, regarding Jun Qiye. While the demon army and its powerful warriors refrained from vocalizing their sentiments towards his declarations, an overwhelming sense of frustration brewed within them. The illustrious demon prodigies, reduced to subservience by a mere human, how infuriating. Just moments ago, the demon prince had suppressed 10,000 human prodigies, and everyone had celebrated. Yet, in the span of mere breaths, the cycle of feng shui has indeed turned. Moreover, Jun Qiye has returned it 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Time passes, second by second. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupts, a cacophony of thunder rolls, and countless anomalies manifest. The lakes begin to boil. Gradually, a luminous screen emerges, enveloping the entire lake, causing the water to vanish, revealing a colossal flower within. This flower boasts a diameter of 10 meters, its crimson petals exuding an awe-inspiring aura. 1 flower, 2 flowers, 3 flowers, each identical in size and appearance, each radiating an enigmatic and formidable energy. Clearly, These are treasures of immense value. The holy essence of condensation. The holy essence of condensation. The formidable beings of the demon race are instantly stirred by the sight of these blossoms. The beings and humans of the southern celestial domain. Through Junqia's perspective, also behold the crimson flowers, with many recognizing their significance. A wave of shock sweeps over them. Indeed, these are treasures of unparalleled worth. Those in the celestial platform realm can utilize the holy essence of condensation for cultivation to gather sacred power. Only by amassing sufficient sacred power can one ascend to the realm of the saints. Yet, the holy essence of condensation is exceedingly rare and scarce, a treasure coveted by those in the celestial platform and saint realms alike. Now, astonishingly, 9 crimson flowers have emerged in the lake of the heavenly demon gorge, each harboring countless droplets of holy essence of condensation, with each flower containing millions of droplets. The total is unimaginable. The holy essence of condensation is already extraordinary, thus, the flowers themselves must be even more remarkable. However, this is not the end. Following the appearance of the 9 crimson flowers, orange flowers begin to emerge. The orange flowers, each boasting a diameter of 10 meters, were adorned with the ethereal dew of celestial essence. Yet, the quality of this dew surpassed that found on the crimson blossoms, being infinitely pure and more wondrous. This spectacle ignited unparalleled excitement among countless beings of both the magical and human realms. 1 flower, 2 flowers, 3 flowers, soon 8 orange flowers emerged. At that moment, trillions of humans and sentient beings, alongside innumerable demons, fixed their gazes upon this phenomenon. The celestial dew inspired a fervor that made hearts race, with all yearning to possess even a mere drop or two. As the awe unfolded, the crowd and the demons trembled even more at the sight of yellow flowers slowly rising from the lake, 7 in total. Following the yellow blossoms, 6 green flowers made their appearance, 5 blue flowers followed, 4 indigo flowers, 3 violet flowers, 2 black flowers, and finally, 1 golden flower. Within a mere span of 10 minutes, 8 distinct colors of flowers had manifested, each brimming with the celestial dew, whose purity and marvel only intensified. Suddenly, all the flowers parted, revealing a radiant 9-colored light at the center. From this luminous spectacle emerged a flower of 9 hues, its celestial dew shimmering with a magical brilliance. Behold, the supreme color lotus of 36 grades, a treasure of unparalleled magnitude, said to transcend even divine levels. The 36-grade supreme color lotus is indeed the most extraordinary of treasures. In the southern celestial domain, within the demon realm, countless humans and sentient beings, along with multitudes of demon warriors and formidable entities, bore witness to this miraculous event. Gazing upon the flowers at the heart of the lake and the 36th grade supreme color lotus, the humans and demons in proximity to the abyss of heavenly demons revealed their eager and covetous glances, exuding an aura of annihilation. They all yearned to seize the blossoms and the essence of the celestial immortals. If they could snatch the supreme color lotus, that would be even better. You restrain him, commanded the 9th demon son, issuing orders to all the royal and princely demons, even commanding the holy prince. As for the demon army and the formidable beings, they were compelled to obey. Boom, boom. The demon princes, royal demons, holy prince, prodigies, and powerful beings naturally desired the flowers, the essence of the celestial immortals. And the 36th grade supreme color lotus, however, they dared not contest the 9th demon son nor defy his commands. They could only unleash their destructive might to besiege Junqia, preventing him from intervening in the contest for the treasures. In an instant, an overwhelming force descended upon Junqia, shattering space for miles around. Chapter 100, The Power of One. Annihilating the demon army and the strong, it is said that there exists a 12th grade golden lotus, yet no one has ever witnessed it. The color lotus has been described in myths, and the 36th grade belongs to the realm of legends. Thus, no one has ever seen it. Yet now, the 36th grade supreme color lotus has manifested, inciting madness among those present. It is said that essence of the celestial immortals of purple grade and above can tremendously enhance a saint's cultivation. The essence on the 36th grade supreme color lotus is akin to a divine elixir. Rumbling. Junqia was equally astonished, never expecting that such a 36th grade supreme color lotus truly existed here. The system is indeed formidable. Signing in at the 36th grade supreme color lotus. However, the rewards were enticing. 10 ascension pills, 1 treasure fusion technique, and 1,000 points. This was the system's prompt. Now, even without the allure of those rewards, He was determined to seize this treasure. As the devastating attack descended, Jun Qi's gaze turned icy. The primal sacred body fully activated, the heavenly sword's sacred body surged forth. The stellar sacred body erupted, the spatial sacred body awakened, and the divine blood tyrant body unleashed its power. In an instant, the 5 sacred bodies reached their zenith. The Immortal erupted, billions of stars and endless blood light converged, and the 9-tripod town god force was unleashed in a frenzied display. In that moment, Jun Qi resembled a war god, standing atop an infinite, pitch-black ocean that expanded to 100,000 miles in the blink of an eye. The Immortal belonged to the realm of mind attacks. This was an unparalleled inheritance. In an instant, countless demons dissipated into nothingness. All 19 demon princes fell, and 2 demon sovereigns perished. The holy prince screamed in agony, gravely wounded. The 9 demonic suns wore expressions of utmost gravity as they flickered and fled from the Immortal. Billions of stars and endless blood light from the 9 tripods relentlessly annihilated the demon army and powerful beings within a myriad-mile radius. This scene sent shockwaves through the demon realm and left humanity in awe. No one had anticipated Jun Qi's power had escalated to such heights, far transcending the celestial realm. It was even beyond the divine and immortal realms. At this moment, however, Jun Qi paid no heed to the astonishment of others. With a mere thought, he gathered a multitude of blossoms. In mere moments, all the flowers, including the 36th grade supreme color lotus, vanished without a trace. Because all converged into the dragon ring of Jun Qi and the divine city of the 9 heavens. A thunderous rumble resounded, echoing through the air. Jun Qi surveyed the vast army of 6 million demons and the formidable presence of hundreds of thousands of demon prodigies, his gaze turning icy. The abyssal sea crushed relentlessly. While the 9 tripods suppressed all, billions of stars weighed down, and an endless cascade of bloodlight descended. Under Jun Qi's overwhelming force, the demonic army and their powerful leaders disintegrated into nothingness, reduced to mere dust. In the span of merely 10 breaths, the entire 6 million demon army and hundreds of thousands of demon elites were obliterated. Apart from the 9 demons in Shenmingxi, no demons remained within 100,000 miles. Leave the humans to me, Jun Qi declared. Just as he was about to depart after annihilating the demonic forces, a strange, ethereal voice echoed from the distant void. When the voice first emerged, it was still 100,000 miles away, yet by the time the last word was uttered, it had traversed 1,000 miles in an instant. Following this, a devastating beam of demonic light pierced through the void, hurtling towards Jun Qi with immense force. The power of that demonic light was astonishing, unmistakably emanating from an existence that surpassed the 4 extremities realm and the immortal platform realm. Yes, a great demon of the holy realm had arrived. The holy realm, through its very first strike, signaled annihilation. Ordinarily, those of the immortal platform and holy realm were not permitted to engage with the prodigies of the 4 extremities realm. However, upon witnessing Jun Qi's massacre of the demonic army and the execution of numerous demon princes and royalty, and seeing him poised to depart with his treasures, the demons could not allow Jun Qi to achieve his desires unopposed. Thus, the great demon of the holy realm had come forth. The devastating demonic light appeared before Jun Qi in the blink of an eye. Chapter 101. Ascension of 10 Realms, Battle with the Holy Realm. Holy Realm. Holy Realm. When faced with the malevolent radiance, both the monstrous beings and the powerful warriors understood that the demon clan had reached the sacred realm. In that instant, despair enveloped them. They realized that Jun Qi would likely perish in the demonic domain, and the treasured artifacts would fall into the hands of the demons. Concurrently, a wave of indignation surged among the multitude as the sacred realm sought to confront the heavenly extreme realm, a disgraceful act indeed. Jun Qi's expression turned grave. Yet he did not hesitate for a moment. With a flicker of thought, he unleashed the 9-tripod divine suppression technique, while the sovereign sacred weapon, the 9 tripods, surged fiercely towards the demonic light. Sacred weapons are never within the grasp of ordinary powers, regardless of the adversary's strength. Possessing a sacred weapon grants a significant advantage. A thunderous clash ensued as the demonic light collided with the 9 tripods. Jun Qi spat out a mouthful of blood and was forcefully propelled back 100 miles. The disparity between the heavenly extreme realm and the sacred realm was insurmountable. Absent the consideration of talent and treasures, the heavenly extreme realm was rendered as insignificant as an ant in the presence of the sacred realm. That Jun Qi could withstand the assault of a sacred realm demon and remain alive was a testament to his extraordinary prowess. Realm Ascension Pill, Merge. Jun Qie communicated with the system. At this juncture, it was imperative to merge the realm Ascension pill to elevate his realm and narrow the gap between him and the sacred realm. Merging realm Ascension pill, the system responded, and immediately the realm Ascension pill began to amalgamate. The aura surrounding Jun Qie soared uncontrollably. Indeed, he was a prodigy. Even the strike from the sacred realm could not prevail over the Son of God. Jun, alas, the demon clan was truly wicked, bullying those of the heavenly extreme realm. Suddenly, there was a shift in Jun's aura. He had broken through. What purpose does the breakthrough serve when the distance to the sacred realm remains insurmountably vast? Countless humans are filled with rage and concern for Jun Qie as he faces an entity of the sacred realm, a great demon. The disparity between the heavenly extreme realm and the sacred realm is akin to that of an ant confronting a dragon, utterly incomparable. Many who observe the shift in Jun Qie's aura are left astounded. Even in such dire circumstances, he manages to achieve a breakthrough. Yet, what significance does it hold when no matter how profound the breakthrough, it cannot measure up to the sacred realm? Gradually, however, an unsettling tremor spreads through the hearts of many. From the heavenly extreme realm, to the 7th layer, to the 8th layer, to the 9th layer in a mere 10 seconds. Jun Qie ascends from the 6th layer of the heavenly extreme realm to the 6th layer of the divine extreme realm, a remarkable leap in cultivation. At this moment, he exudes an aura of annihilation. The spectacle astonishes the myriad beings of the South Heaven domain, including countless demons, and even the great demon of the sacred realm. Positioned 100 miles away from Jun Qie, futile struggle, insignificant humanity, the great demon observes Jun Qie as a colossal hand descends upon him with catastrophic force. Akin to 100,000 mountains, bearing down with overwhelming malevolence at a terrifying speed. With an intense crimson gaze, Jun Qie appears extraordinarily otherworldly. In his grasp materializes a Fangtian Huaji, while simultaneously, the ancient heaven suppression tower manifests, a grand and imposing edifice. With fierce determination, he charged towards the formidable demon of the sacred realm, wielding the Fangtianhua halberd, which unleashed a power surpassing that of sacred weapons. The ground trembled under the force of his assault. In an instant, the space shattered for millions of miles. As Jun Qie engaged in battle with the demon of the sacred realm, with his formidable 89th tier divine consciousness, combined with the ancient and revered heavenly tower, alongside the transcendent Fangtianhua halberd, he unleashed the 3 supreme divine abilities of blood refinement, engulfing the surroundings in a crimson radiance. The bloodlight countered the demonic aura, while the fabric of space continued to disintegrate. The spectators were left in awe. At that moment, Jun Qie was capable of contending with the demon of the sacred realm. Chapter 102. Slaying the demon of the sacred realm and entering the forbidden domain of the demon realm. The cataclysmic battle reached its swift conclusion. Jun Qie bore a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, while the demon of the sacred realm was consumed by the bloodlight. Its form gradually disintegrating into crimson luminescence, riddled with countless wounds, all inflicted by the Fangtianhua halberd. Soon, the demon of the sacred realm vanished without a trace. Jun Qie cast a glance at Chen Mingxi, a faint smile gracing his lips. With his divine blood wings unfurled, he vanished in an instant. The Tianma Gorge. During the clash between Jun Qie and the demon of the sacred realm, had been reduced to nothingness. In truth, the landscape within 1,000,000 miles lay in ruin, devoid of any demonic essence. The atmosphere was utterly empty, bereft of humanity and demonkind alike. Such overwhelming might was truly unfathomable. The realm of the heavens had directly transformed into the realm of the divine. The divine realm had triumphed over the sacred realm. What mere demons and lesser lords are but insignificant beings before the divine Son, who stands unparalleled even against those who have entered the sacred realm. It appears that only a saint possesses the power to vanquish the divine Son, a prospect that is utterly terrifying. He has acquired all treasures and has decimated 6 million demon soldiers alongside countless formidable demon practitioners, even slaying the great demons who have entered the sacred realm. In the southern celestial domain, an unparalleled powerhouse is on the verge of emerging. In this realm, billions of sentient beings and humans are engulfed in a fervor of astonishment, each brimming with excitement. Given time, it is merely a matter of when the divine Son, Jun Qie, will flourish. He is truly a prodigy. Initially, many believed that upon encountering those of the sacred realm, Jun Qie would be doomed. However, he defied expectations by slaying those in the sacred realm, sustaining only minor injuries, a reality that has surpassed everyone's imagination. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such a feat. Akin to claiming that an ant had slain a dragon. Yet, astonishingly, this is indeed the truth. With the enhancement of divine blood wings, each teleportation spans 5,000 miles. In a mere 10 minutes, Jun Qie has distanced himself from the demon gorge, leaving behind no threats. With his current cultivation level, even those at the celestial stage pose no danger to him, and such beings are rare in the demon domain. As for those in the sacred realm, this may have been their first appearance, yet they too ultimately fell to his blade. At that moment, a sense of foreboding washed over Jun Qie, akin to a gentle breeze brushing against his face. Before him, a peculiar world has emerged, and soon, Jun Qie realized that he had just penetrated an invisible barrier, entering an unknown realm. Host, you have entered the forbidden domain of the demon realm. As curiosity enveloped him about this forbidden place, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this, Jun Qie nearly collapsed in disbelief. What on earth is this? He found himself at a loss for words. How could he have inadvertently stumbled into the forbidden domain of the demon realm? What kind of place is this? It is, after all, the most sacred ground of the entire demon clan, fraught with peril, teeming with formidable demon lords. How could his luck be so dismal? He had yet to even touch the rewards and treasures he had obtained. And now he had inadvertently wandered into the demon realm's forbidden territory. His luck seemed exceedingly unfortunate. That barrier was extraordinarily mystical and powerful. Even a distinguished master of formations like himself had failed to detect it. This was indeed a lapse in his vigilance. Otherwise, with his expertise as a master of formations and an 8th or 9th tier divine consciousness, he would have sensed something amiss, even if he could not unravel the barrier. Yet now, he had unwittingly entered its confines. How on earth could he escape? Jun Qie inquired. For he did not possess the blind confidence to sweep through the forbidden domain of the demon realm. At this moment, all he desired was to safely depart from the demon realm and return to the city of heavenly demons. Chapter 103, A Frenzied Slaughter. Solely to escape the forbidden domain of the demon realm, Jun Qie proceeded with utmost caution, concealing himself. For now, he could only seek assistance from the system. If that failed, he would have to devise his own means of escaping this demon realm's forbidden territory. This place was certainly not a suitable abode for lingering. Proceed to the sacred dragon altar. With the sacred dragon steel to suppress the sacred demon tower, however, within the confines of the forbidden land of the demon realm, one could conveniently amass 1 billion points, thereby communicating with the 4 extreme steel to acquire opportunities and transformations. The system relayed this to Jun Qie. Upon hearing it, Jun Qie felt an overwhelming urge to curse. The location the system referred to was precisely at the very heart of the forbidden land of the demon realm. As he made his way there, even if he wished to conceal his presence, he would undoubtedly fall prey to the demon race's senses. In such a place, it was likely that he would be detected the moment he stepped foot within. It was akin to walking into a trap. The demons would ensnare him effortlessly, and he would be doomed. Moreover, at such a critical juncture, the system still had the audacity to suggest he communicate with the 4 extreme steel for opportunities. How naive. That insignificant human dared to trespass into our forbidden territory. In the demon city, within the demon palace, a voice echoed, and instantly, countless formidable demons and prodigies surged into the forbidden land of the demon realm, aware that Jun Qie had slain a great demon of the sacred realm, leaving the demon race in shock. Now, as Jun Qie ventured into the forbidden land of the demon realm, he was not merely besieged by demon prodigies but also by powerful demons. Gathered in throngs were those at the Immortal platform realm and the sacred realm, surging into the forbidden land. Furthermore, no one dared to claim that the demon race had lost face by targeting a human genius. For Jun Qie was no longer just a human prodigy, he had become a top-tier powerhouse. To put it another way, Jun Qie's entry into the demon race's forbidden territory was a choice of his own making. News spread that a multitude of Immortal platform realm and sacred realm demons had entered the forbidden land of the demon realm because Jun Qie had ventured into the demon race's domain. A message reverberated through the air. The news spread to the city of heavenly demons and then to the sacred city of the southern sky. Soon, the southern sky domain was abuzz with curiosity. How could Jun Qie, in perfect health, venture into the forbidden realm of demons? Within that domain, there existed no distinction between formidable warriors and prodigies. Foes could easily encircle Jun Qie with their celestial platform and saintly entry realms. Little did they know that Jun Qie had inadvertently stumbled into this perilous place. In truth, Jun Qie was also in distress. Boom, 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 the resounding explosions of destruction echoed continuously. In just half a month, Jun Qie had slain 3,000 celestial platform demons and 200 saintly entry demons. However, he too bore significant injuries, utterly exhausted, yet his combat experience surged dramatically, and his cultivation prowess ascended steadily. Now, he had reached the 9th layer of the divine realm. Naturally, his points skyrocketed as well. Observing Jun Qi's increasing score and witnessing his battles, all the beings of the Southern Sky Domain realized he was still alive, though the relentless fighting had worn him down. The son of the divine, truly extraordinary. Indeed, he had penetrated the forbidden realm of demons. He was the sole individual daring enough to challenge the demon clan's stronghold. Even the humans at the saintly entry level would hesitate to enter such a realm, yet he, a mere cultivator of the divine realm, boldly engaged in ferocious slaughter. Was it merely for the opportunities presented by the four extreme heavenly steel? For the sake of humanity. The son of the divine ventured alone into the demon clan's forbidden land. His points had reached 400 million, drawing ever closer to the coveted 1 billion. Such a level of prodigious talent would render him invincible throughout the Southern Sky Domain upon his departure from the demon realm. Observing the epic battle of Jun Qiye, countless humans and beings were stirred. At this moment, Jun Qiye undeniably stood as the focal point, with all eyes fixated upon him. Yet, Jun Qiye bore his burden silently. He understood that only by charging towards the heart of the fray could he escape the confines of the demonic realm. Otherwise, he would face the grim fate of being trapped within its depths or succumb to the relentless slaughter of the demon warriors. Chapter 104. The Sacred Dragon Steel. The Sacred Demon Tower. The demonic realm is a veritable sanctuary for the demons, fraught with peril so immense that even the most formidable of their kind dare not tread lightly. Nevertheless, during this period, countless beings of the celestial platform and those at the entry to the sacred realm ventured within, their objective singular, to eliminate the unparalleled prodigy of the Southern Sky Domain. Jun Qiye. Although Jun Qiye's cultivation stood merely at the divine extreme realm, his prowess allowed him to vanquish those of the entry to the sacred realm. His presence in the demonic realm was a direct affront to the demon's authority, and they sought to extinguish him, to snuff out the potential of humanity's future champion in its infancy. Despite the fact that it seemed somewhat disgraceful for numerous beings of the celestial platform and entry to the sacred realm to confront one of the divine extreme realm, humanity found itself without retort, for Jun Qiye was indeed a prodigy. Moreover, he had willingly stepped into the demon's sacred domain, presenting himself as a target. The myriad beings of the Southern Sky Domain, both human and otherwise, remained perpetually vigilant, their attention riveted on Jun Qiye's confrontation. He held the top rank on the four extreme steel. Whenever he engaged in battle, the spectacle would be broadcast throughout the Southern Sky Domain, allowing all to witness his prowess. What was truly astonishing was that since Jun Qiye's entrance into the demonic realm, he had not paused in his combat, and his score surged exponentially within a mere 5 months. His points had already reached 900 million. Leaving only 100 million more to activate the opportunity of the four extremes heavenly monument, while the second place had just barely reached 100 million. As long as Jun Qiye survived within the month, this opportunity would undoubtedly belong to him. Others had lost their desire to compete. In battle, not only did his points soar, but his cultivation also experienced an extraordinary enhancement. Now, he had reached the pinnacle of the 10th heaven of the divine extreme realm, merely a step away from the celestial platform realm. Around him, bloodlight surged in millions, stars twinkled in abundance, and dragon energy roared with unparalleled might, leaving a desolate expanse for 1,000 miles devoid of life. With his divine blood wings unfurled and the 9 tripods suppressing, the 9 calamity sacred weapons wreaked havoc. He was invincible. On this day, Jun Qiye finally arrived at the very center of the forbidden land of the demon domain. There, a stone monument, towering 1,000 feet high, stood majestically atop a great mountain, exuding an ancient aura that made it stand out amidst the overwhelming demonic energy of the forbidden land. 1,000 miles away, there was a tower from which boundless demonic energy emanated. The two structures gazed at each other, forging a mysterious and wondrous connection. Strangely, there were no demons present. Jun Qiye looked towards the distant monument, realizing that it must be the sacred dragon monument. However, within this vast expanse, there was not a single demon or demonic beast, creating an eerie vacuum that filled him with confusion, curiosity, and a tinge of wariness. With a swift sweep of his divine consciousness, he grasped everything within the vicinity in his mind. The virtual map explored this place thoroughly, revealing no anomalies. At this moment, all was well. He could not afford to hesitate. After all, countless formidable demons were swiftly approaching. He had to utilize the holy dragon steel to suppress the holy demon tower before the arrival of these powerful beings, or else he would truly have no opportunity left. With a flicker of movement, he found himself before the holy dragon steel. Upon reaching the stone monument, he felt an even deeper sense of terror and might emanating from it. Towering and unparalleled, it soared into the heavens for 1,000 zhang. Although it emitted no formidable aura, it instilled an overwhelming sense of supremacy within him. What should he do? Jun Qiye circled the holy dragon steel, asking in confusion. Truth be told, he had no idea how to employ the holy dragon steel to subdue the holy demon tower. After all, with such a colossal steel, he could not possibly move it. Now, he could only consult the system. Chapter 105, Communicating with the Holy Dragon Steel, Transformation, Perceive the Holy Dragon Steel, Communicate. The system replied succinctly, leaving Jun Qiye momentarily stunned. After a brief contemplation, he extended his hand and pressed it against the massive holy dragon steel, his eyes gently closing as he began to attune himself. Gradually, he entered a state of self-forgetfulness. He lost track of time as the aura emanating from him surged continuously. 9 trillion dragon energies and the phantoms of 9 divine dragons awakened automatically at that moment. The earth-shattering sounds echoed, rumbling ominously. Meanwhile, a million miles away, countless powerful demons were hastening toward him, each radiating an aura of annihilation and overwhelming fury. They were enraged by the exploits of a mere human youth who had dominated the forbidden grounds of the demon realm, slaying countless of their kin. How could the demons not be incensed? Alas, the sacred dragon tablet has stirred. It intends to unleash its power to obliterate the sacred demon tower. We must act swiftly to prevent this catastrophe. Time is of the essence. This despicable and loathsome human shall be reduced to ashes by my hand. In the abyss of demons, the cataclysmic roar of destruction incited the wrath of countless demonic beings, for they comprehended the intentions of Jun Qiye. In an instant, a multitude of formidable demons surged towards the heart of the abyss, accompanied by thousands of celestial realm and saintly realm cultivators, as well as hundreds of thousands of practitioners from the 4 extremes realm. Boom, boom. The sacred dragon tablet trembled, and the aura surrounding Jun Qiye became increasingly terrifying. The dragon essence diminished from 90 trillion to 80 trillion, 70 trillion, 60 trillion, and finally to 50 trillion, vanishing entirely. The ethereal figure of the divine dragon solidified into 9 formidable true dragons, while Jun Qiye's physique transformed into an unparalleled force. Having absorbed the legacy of the sacred dragon tablet and acquired the celestial dragon sacred body, with the dragon essence now at 40 trillion, 30 trillion, 20 trillion, it vanished completely. The 9 true dragons radiated an aura of annihilation, evolving into 9 sacred dragons, each comparable to the peak of the saintly realm. Together, these 9 sacred dragons possess the power to rend the heavens and shatter the earth. Human, cease your actions. A voice of terror resonated as Jun Qiye endeavored to refine the sacred dragon tablet. Simultaneously, a devastating wave of demonic energy surged towards him, emanating from a peak saintly realm demon. Yet, Jun Qiye paid no heed to his adversary, resolutely continuing his refinement of the sacred dragon tablet. Confronted by the obliterating aura of malevolence, one of the 9 sacred dragons encircling Jun Qiye unleashed a thunderous roar, emanating a cataclysmic dragon might as it surged forth to crush the dark energy. Simultaneously, this sacred dragon dove towards the formidable demon at the pinnacle of the holy realm. The air trembled with resounding echoes of conflict as the sacred dragon clashed with the demon forces. The remaining 8 sacred dragons stood vigilantly around Jun Qiye. Swiftly, a multitude of celestial and holy realm demons descended upon them, accompanied by hundreds of thousands from the abyssal realm, encircling Jun Qiye in a menacing embrace. These demons wasted no time with idle chatter. Upon their arrival, they unleashed a wave of annihilating power. The ensuing battle between the 8 sacred dragons and the encroaching demon hordes transformed the surrounding expanse of 1,000,000 miles into a theater of destruction. The earth crumbled, and the very fabric of space disintegrated. In the southern celestial domain, trillions of living beings and humans watched in trepidation as the catastrophic battlefield unfolded. Alone, Jun Qiye faced a multitude of demon warriors, including those of the celestial and holy realm. Should the formidable sacred dragon falter against the relentless onslaught of the demons, Jun Qiye would be rendered to nothingness in an instant. Worry gripped the hearts of all. Suddenly, the towering sacred dragon monument, reaching a height of 1,000 feet, was completely refined by Jun Qiye and grasped firmly in his hand. He appeared as a divine warrior, suspended in the air. As the sacred dragon monument swept through the battlefield with devastating force, everything in its path succumbed to obliteration, be it from the abyssal realm, celestial beings, or holy realm demons. None could escape the inevitable demise. With a voice resonating like a dragon's roar, Jun Qiye wielded the sacred dragon monument and plunged into the endless horde of demons. Wherever the might of destruction passed, all was reduced to ashes, and his points surged dramatically. With a resounding crash of devastating force, a crimson light descended from the void above. This blood-red glow was intricately linked to Jun Qiye, for his points had reached a staggering 1 billion, thereby activating the opportunity of the 4 extremes heavenly steel, and this bloodlight was the harbinger of that fortune. Boom, boom, boom. Jun Qi's aura surged dramatically, escalating with relentless intensity. Countless formidable beings of the demon clan, including those of the celestial platform and saintly entry realms, were filled with astonishment and despair. They could hardly fathom that Jun Qi had attained such overwhelming strength. They stood helplessly, witnessing his annihilation of the demon clan. Now, with fortune descending upon him, Jun Qi grew ever more terrifying, and any thoughts of obstructing him were nothing short of a delusion. With a thunderous explosion, the vast expanse of the demon domain shattered, as all demonic energy and essence transformed into spiritual energy, fueling Jun Qi's true essence. Subsequently, he broke through his previous limitations, transcending the pinnacle of the divine extreme realm. He had now officially entered an entirely new realm, the Transformation Realm. Chapter 106. All demons are worthless. Upon reaching the Transformation Realm, Jun Qi's cultivation did not cease. He surged directly into the Celestial Platform Realm, surpassing both the Divine Extreme and Transformation Realms. At present, he was no longer merely an extraordinary talent. He had ascended to the status of an unparalleled powerhouse. Standing atop the peak of the Southern Celestial Domain, utterly invincible within the Celestial Platform Realm. Not only that, but he had also slain hundreds of the formidable demon clan members in the Saintly Entry Realm. All demons are worthless. Jun Qi's expression was icy, and his words were like shards of ice. The sacred dragon monument descended fiercely upon the endless demonic horde, leaving annihilation in its wake, reducing all to nothingness. Subsequently, his gaze turned towards the distant sacred demon tower. In a fleeting moment, the sacred dragon monument pressed downward, shattering the sacred demon tower beneath its weight. The entire realm of the demonic domain crumbled incessantly, gradually revealing scenes of devastation. Countless demons, numerous monstrous beasts, and an array of malevolent creatures met their untimely end in this singular moment. Cursed, cursed. Within the depths of the demon city, some formidable archdemons, sensing the obliteration of their realm, could not help but roar in fury. Only they understood the significance of the existence of the demonic domain. For within it lay the sacred demon tower. With the destruction of the demonic realm, it was evident that the tower had been subdued. Devoid of the sacred demon tower, the demons lost their faith. They comprehended that any aspirations to invade humanity would be postponed indefinitely. The sacred demon tower was annihilated. The demonic domain lay in ruins. The Prince of the Divine had defied the heavens. Without the sacred demon tower, how could they wage war against my southern celestial domain? Ha 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 ha. Thus, the crisis dissipated. Splendid. As Jun Qi subdued the sacred demon tower, it shrank to the size of a palm, landing in his hand. He then proceeded to cast numerous seals upon it. The sacred demon tower, subdued and sealed, soon saw his figure darting towards the horizon. Half a month later, Jun Qi returned to the city of heavenly demons. Millions of formidable warriors gathered outside the city of heavenly demons to welcome Jun Qi, honoring and revering him for single-handedly obliterating the forbidden zone of the demon realm and subduing the sacred demon tower. Henceforth, the demon race would no longer dare to invade the southern celestial domain with ease. Furthermore, Jun Qi had ascended to the celestial platform realm, an existence far beyond the ordinary, unrivaled even by those in the sacred realm. In the current southern celestial domain, perhaps only the domain lords could contend with him. Such a mighty figure was not one to be trifled with, especially considering he was merely 17 or 18 years old, an unparalleled celestial platform expert in the entire southern celestial domain. All hail the Divine Sun, echoed the voices of countless warriors as they bowed in deference. Jun Qi, taken aback by the grand reception, accepted it gracefully, acknowledging that it was well-deserved. He nodded in return and ultimately entered the city of heavenly demons. Following a simple celebration in his honor, he took his leave, departing from the city. Now, he must return to the sacred martial academy of Qizhou. The Divine Sun indeed defied the heavens. The Divine Sun of our sacred martial academy stands invincible. With the strength of one, he resolved the demon crisis, sweeping through the forbidden zone of the demon realm and subduing the sacred demon tower. Consequently, the demon race would no longer dare to invade the southern celestial domain unless they sought to reclaim the sacred demon tower from the Divine Sun. It was unexpected that the threat to humanity had been alleviated by the Divine Sun of our sacred martial academy. Surely, the Divine Sun will soon return to the academy. Every move of Jun Qi was keenly observed by the sacred martial academy. In the present day, Jun Qi stands as the pride of the sacred martial academy. It is widely acknowledged that, owing to his existence, the academy has ascended to an unprecedented stature within the southern celestial domain. In the realm of the immortal stage, he has swept through the demonic forces, Having vanquished nearly 30 million demons, including close to 1 million at the four extremities level and tens of thousands at the Immortal stage. Furthermore, he has slain over 1,000 formidable demons who had achieved the sacred realm, suppressing the sacred demon tower and utterly severing the demon's belief. In contemporary times, who among the southern celestial domain can rival Jun Chiya in combat? Chapter 107. Preparing to journey to the sacred domain upon returning to the sacred martial academy. Jun Chiya promptly proceeded to the sacred martial hall to pay his respects to the palace master, ascending the 9,999 steps. He arrived at the plaza of the sacred martial hall. As he set foot upon the plaza, he felt a chilling gaze upon him. Not far away, a stunningly beautiful woman was observing him. She appeared to be in her 20s, with a delicately beautiful face that captivated the heart, dressed in a sky blue veil. Her figure was exquisite, resembling a goddess, aloof and ethereal, akin to a celestial maiden from the heavens. At that moment, the woman was also gazing at him, her expression tranquil, devoid of joy or sorrow. This scene echoed a few years prior, when he had just traversed into this realm, activating the ancient sacred body and becoming the divine child of the sacred martial academy. Back then, the palace master had also stood in this very spot. Disciple pays respects to the palace master. Jun Chiya bowed deeply. In the past, his cultivation was modest, rendering him unable to perceive the true strength of the palace master. Now, with his cultivation steadily advancing, he has come to realize that the palace master is unfathomable. Before her, he feels as insignificant as an ant before a dragon. Even though he presently possesses the power of the sacred realm and wields formidable sacred weapons and legacies, he is certain that if the palace master were to strike, she could effortlessly crush him. Indeed, the master of the palace remains as frigid as ever. Nodding slightly, she spoke with a calm demeanor before turning towards the palace. Jun Chiya respectfully followed behind, aware that the master likely had matters to entrust to him. As anticipated, upon arriving at her palace, the master seated herself and directed her gaze at Jun Chiya, inquiring, "Do you have any plans?" "Not at the moment," he replied respectfully. "I am to solidify my cultivation level and strength." "Ah, indeed. Currently, you lack for nothing. You possess countless resources and treasures. Enhancing your cultivation is merely a matter of time. Now, it is essential to gradually assimilate these resources and improve yourself. I grant you 1 month to reunite with your parents and that young girl. After a month, you shall proceed to the holy domain," the master stated, her tone icy and devoid of any room for negotiation. The holy domain? Jun Chiya was taken aback. Furthermore, he had only a month. Was this urgency truly necessary? What was the purpose of going to the holy domain? Moreover, he knew little about it. However, it was said to be the true center of the Tianxian holy domain, encompassing 40,000 states. If Qizhou was considered a rural area, then the holy domain was the heart of the world. He had not anticipated that the master would send him there now. Nevertheless, his revered teacher, the supreme blood of the divine, had mentioned that his senior sisters were in the Tianxian holy domain, likely within that very holy domain. The holy domain is your stage. The Tianxian holy domain, encompassing the 4 great celestial regions, is merely the periphery. Between each celestial realm, there exist insurmountable chasms and barriers, impassable even by the most exalted of beings. In light of your contributions to the southern celestial domain, the domain's lord, in conjunction with 9 esteemed sages, has opened a temporal passage to escort you to the sacred domain. Upon your arrival, exercise utmost caution, the palace lord earnestly advised. Her words echoed with truth. In the southern celestial domain, there are virtually no adversaries for Jun Chiya, and remaining there would not serve to hone his skills. Presently, the only path forward is to the sacred domain, the true arena for the formidable and the prodigious. The disciple comprehended this, nodding in agreement. The sacred domain it shall be. It was merely a matter of time. Subsequently, Jun Chiya took his leave from the sacred martial hall, returning to the abode of his parents. Jun Ludao and Yi Lan were already aware of his return, as was Bei Mingming. Just after departing the sacred martial hall, he encountered Jun Ludao, Yi Lan, and Bei Mingming, who awaited him eagerly. 7th brother. Upon seeing Jun Chiya, Bei Mingming was overjoyed, stepping forward to grasp his hand, her demeanor radiating sheer shyness. Jun Chiya smiled, allowing her to lead him while greeting Jun Ludao and Yi Lan. Parents remain eternally unchanged, regardless of his origins. Though he had traversed realms, he was still their son. Good. Jun Ludao nodded in satisfaction, his heart brimming with joy, proud that his son had grown into a remarkable young man. Chapter 108. Departure. Father, mother, Minger, in a short while, I shall journey to the sacred domain. The family returned home. Jun Chiya declared, Upon arriving at the Sacred Martial Academy, he had not anticipated such a development. Seventh Knight, I wish to accompany you. North Ming expressed, her heart heavy with reluctance as she gazed longingly at Jun Qi. The palace master has decreed that only one may venture forth. Jun Qi replied with an apologetic countenance. If circumstances permitted, he would gladly take North Ming along. They had known each other for several years, their bond deepening with time. After departing from the Nine Heavens Divine City, he had traversed the demon realm alone, and now, having returned with great difficulty, he was faced with yet another departure, this time to the Holy Domain. The uncertainty of how long their separation would last loomed over him. Ah, I can enter the Nine Heavens Divine City, or the Dragon Ring. Wouldn't that be splendid? North Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement as she spoke. During the teleportation, it was indeed stipulated that only one could travel, yet Jun Qi possessed a miraculous spatial treasure. If she were within an entity like the Nine Heavens Divine City, she could cultivate without hindering Jun Qi or the process of teleportation. Take Ming with you. We are still young, and we have already reached the Void Realm. Although we may not ascend to become transcendent martial cultivators, living for several centuries is certainly achievable. There is no need for you to care for Ming and me. However, we do wish to embrace grandchildren soon, Yilan remarked, her affinity for North Ming evident. Aware that Jun Qi's departure could span many years, she understood that prolonged separation was not ideal for them. Upon hearing Yilan's words, North Ming's exquisite visage flushed with color. Very well, Jun Qi acknowledged with a nod. Subsequently, he devoted himself to rigorous training at the Sacred Martial Academy, solidifying his cultivation realm, enhancing his strength, mastering the sacred weapons, and refining the Nine Heavens Divine City. Time would tell. As the days passed, the Nine Heavens Divine City was finally refined, although it belonged to him. Those who entered for training must remain within for a duration of 2 years before they could emerge. However, this did not impede his own comings and goings. A month later, Jun Qi had departed from the Sacred Martial Academy. Prior to his departure, he bestowed countless resources and cultivation techniques upon the academy, including a portion of the celestial condensation sacred dew, as well as all resources he deemed unnecessary for himself. It is worth noting that he had already reached the celestial platform realm, rendering ordinary resources utterly useless to him. Yet, what was redundant for him was considered a tremendous treasure for the disciples of the Sacred Martial Academy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two figures darted through the air with remarkable speed. Although they could utilize teleportation arrays, traveling between great cities required their own flight. Thus, after half a month's journey, they finally arrived at the Southern Heavenly Sacred City, the very heart of the Southern Heavenly Domain. Gazing upon the majestic and ancient sacred city, Jun Qi and his companion were filled with awe, yet they had no inclination to appreciate the scenery. This place was not their stage, merely a stepping stone. They would soon leverage this location to depart from the Southern Heavenly Domain and venture into the Sacred Domain, uncertain of when they might return. Upon entering the sacred city, Bai Ming proceeded to cultivate within the Nine Heavens Divine City. After ensuring Bai Ming was settled, Jun Qi headed directly towards the direction of the Sacred Palace. Before long, he stepped into the Sacred Palace and respectfully saluted the Domain Lord in the Grand Hall. Jun Qi stepped inside, encountering 9 venerable elders with white beards, along with a middle-aged man seated at the head of the table. He promptly offered his greetings and saluted the 9 elders, despite not recognizing them. However, he could sense the formidable and terrifying aura emanating from them, particularly from the 9 aged sages. These must indeed be the saints referred to by the palace master. Indeed, you shall be the first individual to enter the sacred realm in 5 centuries within the Southern Heaven Domain, proclaimed the ruler seated at the head. Gesturing for Jun Qi to take a seat. A small token of my appreciation, I hope the esteemed elders will not refuse. Jun Qi nodded. And soon 10 jade vials materialized in his hands, which he presented to the 9 elders and the Domain Lord. Within these vials was the essence of the 36th grade Supreme Color Lotus. Each vial contained 100 drops. For the saints, this was an extraordinary treasure, potentially capable of breaking their cultivation shackles. Chapter 109, System Upgrade, Super Synthesis, 36th grade. Supreme. Thank you, Jun Godson. With this 36th grade, I shall be able to attain the pinnacle of the minor saint, one of the elders exclaimed. Jun Godson, you are indeed generous. Upon witnessing the contents of the jade vials, the 9 venerable elders and the ruler of the Southern Heaven Domain were instantly filled with excitement. While is a general term, it encompasses various grades, with the essence from the red flower being the lowest tier. The essence derived from the Supreme Color Lotus, of course, represents the finest quality. At this moment, within the divine city of Jiqiyi Jiotian, there bloom 5 crimson flowers, 4 orange blossoms, 3 yellow petals, 2 verdant blooms, 2 azure flowers, 1 cerulean, 1 violet, 1 ebony, and 1 golden flower. Naturally, the 36 varieties of supreme colorful lotus are not bestowed upon mortals. Each blossom contains 1,000,000 drops of the condensed celestial sacred dew, and a mere few hundred drops are but a drop in the ocean. Furthermore, once these lotuses are cultivated within the divine city, they not only remain ever vibrant but also become increasingly resplendent, their quality elevating and the sacred dew multiplying. Within the grand hall, Jiqiyi exchanged pleasantries with 9 saints and the Lord of the Southern Sky. Subsequently, the Lord of the Southern Sky guided Jiqiyi and the 9 saints into the sacred realm, where they activated the altar, tearing apart the fabric of space to forge a transdimensional passage. The destructive forces of time and space emanated a sense of annihilation, their brilliance flickering. After several minutes, the radiance began to stabilize. At the Lord's signal, Jiqiyi ascended the altar, only to be relentlessly torn apart by the cataclysmic energies. Fortunately, Jiqiyi possessed the extraordinary holy body and the space holy body, his formidable physique rendering him impervious to the ravages of temporal forces. With the destructive light shimmering, Jiqiyi's form vanished, as though evaporating from existence. The passage distorted with space, and Jiqiyi relied on his powerful holy body to withstand the tearing of reality. Were it not for the ancient holy body, he would have been reduced to mere fragments by now. Even with the ancient sacred body and the divine blood dominance, he still spat out a mouthful of blood. After all, traversing the fabric of space involves the laws of space, and his current cultivation level was insufficient to withstand the distortions and rips of the spatial realm. Fortunately, the transportation concluded swiftly. A gust of wind swept by, and the world before him brightened. His body plummeted rapidly towards the ground. Upon opening his eyes, he activated his cultivation technique, levitating in midair before gently descending to the earth. As he surveyed his surroundings with his divine consciousness, he discovered himself in a desolate wilderness, devoid of any living beings, let alone humans. Where is this place? Have I arrived at the heavenly profound sacred domain? Junqiyi scanned the area, muttering to himself, "Ding, congratulations, master, on arriving at a new dimension." System upgrading. At that moment, a melodious and sweet voice echoed in his mind. The sound was so enchanting it made his bones feel weak. Instantly, Junqiyi's spirit jolted. What was happening? Wasn't the system's voice supposed to be an electronic synthetic tone? Why had it transformed into the delicate voice of a girl? Just the sound alone sent shivers down his spine, a melody one could listen to endlessly. Moreover, the way the system addressed him had changed. It used to call him host, but now it referred to him as master. What could this mean? And what was this system upgrading all about? System, what is happening? Junqiyi inquired. Could it be that upon entering a new dimension, the system needed to undergo a transformation? What would the upgraded system be like? At that moment, Junqiyi was filled with questions. Replying to master, the previous system was merely the most basic version. After the upgrade, it is now version 2.0. Furthermore, the system was always capable of upgrading. The sweet and melodious voice continued. In response to Junqiyi's inquiry, he was momentarily taken aback, only to experience a sudden epiphany. It dawned on him that the system he had previously utilized was merely the most rudimentary version. Thus, he pondered the distinctions that the upgraded 2.0 version would present. A wave of curiosity surged within him. System upgrade completed. Current system version 2.0. The 2.0 version will no longer feature a sign-in function. While previous assistance functionalities remain intact, it now introduces a new capability, supersynthesis. Supersynthesis. All things under heaven and earth can be synthesized, talents, treasures, elixirs, and martial arts techniques alike. Any existing entity can be synthesized. The system's melodious voice sent Junqiyi's heart racing. Upon hearing the details conveyed by the system, he nearly leapt from his seat. The 2.0 version of the system indeed proved to be far more extraordinary than its basic predecessor. What are the primary functions of the 2.0 system? Junqiyi inquired, striving to contain his excitement and fueled by curiosity. Chapter 110, New Talent. Eternal Divine Demon Body. What piqued Junqiyi's interest most was the absence of the sign-in feature, replaced instead by the addition of supersynthesis. He wondered how this 2.0 system could possibly assist him, hoping it would not prove inferior to the basic version. In response to the master, the 2.0 version of the system has introduced a supersynthesis auxiliary function, primarily designed to trigger events and tasks. Both triggering tasks and events can yield points. These points can be utilized to upgrade the system, enhance one's cultivation, improve divine skills, and augment talents. Moreover, the system rewards the master with a. The system responded. Triggering events and tasks? Understood, Junqiye realized. There is no longer a sign and feature, yet the triggering function exists. However, the system only rewards points, which are undeniably precious within the system. They are required in every aspect. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Eh? What is that? Junqiye was filled with curiosity. Without allowing him a moment to react, his consciousness was drawn into a wondrous realm. This world was boundless and rich in spiritual energy. Before him stood a virtual screen, towering at 2 meters in height, which he had encountered previously. To his astonishment, this virtual screen was indeed located within this so-called an independent world birthed within the cosmos, currently measuring 10 million miles in length, 10,000 miles in width, and 10,000 miles in height. With spiritual energy tenfold that of the outside world, the master cannot enter in their true form, only their consciousness and virtual projection may enter, while other beings can reside and cultivate within. Also, I am the spirit of the system, Jingxian. Beside the virtual screen, a stunningly beautiful girl of the anime realm appeared. She appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years of age, possessing an exquisite face and a flawless figure. The elongated, graceful legs were slender and straight, fair and smooth, captivating in their allure as she floated effortlessly in the air, swaying those exquisite limbs. She was not a mere mortal. Upon encountering the sudden appearance of the enchanting maiden, Junqiye felt a twinge of apprehension. However, upon learning that she was the spirit of the system, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, it struck him how extraordinarily beautiful she was, capable of fulfilling any man's fantasy. Instinctively, the ethereal figure reached out towards her delicate face, only to realize that she, too, was but a figment of the imagination, devoid of corporeal form. Jingxian is the spirit of the system. Once the master becomes powerful, Jingxian will materialize in physical form, the system spirit responded. Is this the Tianxin sacred domain? Junqiye inquired. Now, the system had been upgraded. What needed to be known was already known. Anything else could wait for further exploration and inquiry. For now, it was imperative to ascertain his current situation and find a way to settle down. Returning to the master, this is the Tianxin sacred domain. May I ask, master, do you wish to synthesize your talents and divine skills now? The system spirit addressed Junqiye. Following this, it prompted him, inquiring whether he wished to combine his talents and divine skills. Jingxian, will the synthesized talents and divine skills require recultivation? Junqiye asked. As this was his foremost concern, naturally, the synthesized talents and skills would undoubtedly be superior. The holy body would transform into a divine body, and holy tier martial arts would evolve into divine skills. However, the pressing question remained. If recultivation were necessary post-synthesis, would all his efforts since his transmigration be rendered futile? Returning to the master, the talents and skills post-synthesis will directly merge with the master, yet require recultivation, though it does not affect the realm of cultivation. The spirit of the system responded. After speaking, it awaited Junqiye's reply. Merging martial talents and all skills. Junqiye pondered for a moment. He had already reached the divine extreme realm. Generally speaking, with the means at his disposal, as long as he did not encounter a saint, he faced no peril. Moreover, in the heavenly Xian sacred domain, he had his 4th and 5th senior sisters. He would seek them out now. With their protection, he could gradually cultivate his talents and skills. This was a choice for a lifetime, given that his cultivation was not yet high. It was the perfect opportunity to establish a solid foundation. Commencing talent fusion. Commencing divine skill fusion. Once the decisions were made, within the Yuan realm, Junqiye's talents and martial skills began to merge incessantly. All of this was orchestrated by Jingxian. Time flowed, minute by minute. After an indeterminate span, Junqiye felt his body undergoing a profound transformation. Cleansing sublimation metamorphosis in his mind, the skills he had previously mastered were rapidly evolving. Undergoing sublimation and metamorphosis. Though somewhat unfamiliar, it conveyed an unparalleled sense of awe, as the skills he possessed became extraordinarily potent and magical. The celestial synthesis has been completed, bestowing upon you the eternal divine demon body. The skill synthesis has concluded, resulting in the divine techniques, the 9-tripod divine shield, the divine blood radiance, and the creation sword domain. The cultivation method has been refined and is now known as the divine blood cannon. The talents and divine techniques have been integrated with the master. Further details may be examined at your discretion. The spirit of the system, Ling Jingxian, spoke with a hint of frailty before vanishing from sight. This left Junqiye momentarily startled. Has it run out of energy? Could it be that the recent exertion was too taxing? Regardless, he resolved to seek out his senior sisters. Just as he was about to depart, a frown creased his brow. Chapter 111. The Divine Princess Heaven's Sect, his sister's sect? As he prepared to leave, 2 red dots appeared on the virtual map, rapidly approaching him with astonishing speed. The sound of air being sliced filled the atmosphere. How intriguing. Jun Qie stood his ground, realizing that the commotion from his talent synthesis had attracted nearby powerful beings, though they were merely at the divine extreme realm. In this same tier, he was invincible. In fact, he had obliterated countless foes even among the saint realm, and he was confident he could contend with the saints themselves. Now, he was eager to test his new talent against the ancient sacred body and the stellar sacred body. After all, this new talent was a synthesis of several sacred bodies. In the sky, 2 middle-aged men appeared, hovering effortlessly. Their gazes were fixed upon Jun Qie, curiosity etched across their faces. The recent disturbance had clearly indicated the emergence of a rare treasure, yet it had seemingly vanished. One of the divine extremity realm beings wore a face full of confusion. Could it be that he obtained it? Another divine extremity realm individual spoke up, their aura rapidly surging, clearly ready to engage in combat. Surrender it. The first speaker, realizing the gravity of the situation, also unleashed their aura while channeling their powers, an overwhelming pressure bearing down on Jun Qie. The commotion was so great that it would undoubtedly attract other formidable beings, thus they needed to resolve the matter swiftly. Hence, Jun Qie's voice was frigid. When he was in the southern sky region, he was immensely powerful. Everyone who beheld him had to respectfully address him as Jun Shensi. Now, someone dared to covet what belonged to him. Was this not tantamount to seeking death? As he spoke, the eternal demon body activated, and a colossal projection emerged behind him, revealing the manifestation of a divine beast, the Azure Dragon. This manifestation exuded unparalleled divine might, sweeping across the battlefield with devastating force. Simultaneously, the light of divine blood surged forth, overwhelming the adversaries. Boom. The ground crumbled for miles, and the space twisted as the 2 divine extremity realm beings were crushed to the earth. Jun Qie inhaled deeply. This eternal demon body was extraordinarily formidable. It had surpassed all expectations. Although the divine beast manifestation was not as abundant as before, its potency had increased exponentially. The light of divine blood was now even more terrifying, and this was merely a casual display. If he were to unleash his full strength, those 2 divine extremity realm beings would have already been reduced to nothing but blood mist. It seemed he must diligently explore this new divine technique and talent. Divine Maiden Tianzong, spare me. The initially speaking divine extremity realm being was now utterly horrified, their face a mask of terror. He never anticipated that the youth before him possessed such terrifying power, akin to that of a divine beast. Even more alarming was the skill the young man had just demonstrated, radiating a destructive crimson light. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wasn't this the very type of skill cultivated by the true disciples of the Divine Maiden Heavenly Sect? Oh, you are acquainted with this divine offspring? Jun Qie was taken aback, realizing that this individual seemed to mistake him for someone from another sect. Could it be that the Divine Maiden Heavenly Sect was the sect of his senior sister? His tone turned icy as he spoke, and by referring to himself in such a manner, he only reinforced the other's suspicions. You are the divine offspring of the Divine Maiden Heavenly Sect. No wonder. Your Highness, please spare me. I do not know your Highness personally. It is merely because you have just unleashed a skill that only the true disciples of the Divine Maiden Heavenly Sect can cultivate that I surmised your identity. The middle-aged man trembled as he spoke. The Divine Maiden Heavenly Sect was indeed one of the 10 dominant sects in the entire Tianshan sacred domain. Jun Qie felt a jolt in his heart. It was as if fortune had come knocking at his door just as he was yearning for it. He had intended to seek out his senior sister, but found himself at a loss. Little did he expect that this minor incident would lead to a new path illuminated in the darkness. Your Highness, I have not calculated the distance. We could simply use the teleportation array to head directly to the Divine Maiden Heavenly City. Upon hearing Jun Qie's inquiry, the 2 individuals in the godly extreme realm trembled even more violently. They mistakenly believed that Jun Qie was putting them in a predicament, demanding that they calculate the distance from this place to the Divine Empress Heavenly Sect. Who has ever measured such a distance? After all, they had always relied on teleportation arrays. The distance to the Divine Empress Heavenly Sect was simply too vast. Were there any teleportation arrays nearby? Jun Qie felt utterly speechless, realizing that he was not on the same wavelength as these 2 individuals. However, this was advantageous. 20,000 miles to the west, Lingo City. The 2 in the Divine Extreme Realm trembled, stuttering as they spoke. They sensed that they were on the brink of being silenced. Scram! Jun Qie scoffed, his figure flashing as he soared westward. Naturally, he was not concerned about being deceived by these two, if he did not encounter a city within 20,000 miles. He could obliterate them with a mere thought, even from a distance of millions of miles. Just moments ago, he had employed the divine bloodlight, leaving a mark of restriction on them. Chapter 112. Fifth Senior Sister Yunqi, the sect leader of the Divine Empress Heavenly Sect. For Junqi, 20,000 miles was merely a matter of 10 odd minutes. As expected, a magnificent city loomed ahead. Though he had yet to see his senior sister, he was certain that the Divine Empress Heavenly Sect was her sect, for the skills imparted by their master could only be mastered by him and his senior sister. No one else could wield such formidable techniques. Upon entering the grand city, he quickly utilized the teleportation array. Whoosh! The teleportation concluded. Divine Empress Heavenly City, this must be the Divine Empress Heavenly Sect. Standing within Divine Empress Heavenly City, Junqi was astounded. This city, perhaps spanning a radius of 10,000 miles, was astonishingly prosperous, resembling a realm of immortality. In the distance, upon the ceaselessly undulating mountain ranges, resembling celestial palaces, lies a place. Could it be the Divine Maiden Heavenly Sect? With the radiance of divine blood, Junqi sought a secluded spot, whereupon he activated his divine technique. Instantly, a crimson beam ascended to the heavens, fleeting yet causing the entire space to tremble with an eerie resonance. The newly synthesized divine technique remained unfamiliar to him. Indeed, he had scarcely employed the martial skills he once mastered. After manifesting the divine blood radiance, Junqi awaited in silence. The Tik mountain range stretches for countless miles, serving as the stronghold of the Divine Maiden Heavenly Sect. As one of the 10 paramount sects within the entire Tianshan sacred domain, the Divine Maiden Heavenly Sect boasts 60 million disciples and 100,000 formidable practitioners, with 1 million of them residing in the stronghold itself. The Shikai Peak rises 3,000 zhang, entirely above the clouds. This is the dwelling place of the sect leader, the Divine Maiden, where no one dares to tread without the permission of the maidens in attendance. Numerous palatial structures adorn the summit, where a breathtakingly beautiful woman engages in her cultivation. At that moment, she opened her enchanting eyes, her brow furrowing slightly. Divine blood radiance? More refined than my own cultivation. What could this signify? Could it be my senior sister? No, it cannot be. My senior sister lacks the leisure for such distractions and would not venture to my Divine Maiden Heavenly City. The woman pondered, her expression contemplative. With a flicker of her delicate figure, she vanished from sight. It was evident that the individual who had just unleashed the divine blood radiance intended for her to perceive it. As she sensed a connection between them, an affinity not merely born of martial skill, but one of profound heritage. In this world, only she and her senior sister could sense this connection. The re-emergence of this sensation left her utterly astonished, filling her with an insatiable curiosity. Thus, she resolved to investigate the matter personally. Whoosh, her vanishing figure reappeared, but at this moment, she was no longer at the Divine K Peak. Instead, she found herself in a secluded area of the Divine Princess City. Her beautiful eyes fell upon a youth, seemingly around 15 or 16 years of age, with exquisite features and distinct angles, handsomely refined, resembling an ethereal being descended from the heavens. His presence radiated an extraordinary, otherworldly aura, imbued with an enigmatic charm. At this sight, the woman's heart quivered. This youth was breathtakingly attractive, possessing an exceptional demeanor. More importantly, he evoked a sense of familiarity within her. Could he possibly be a newly accepted disciple of her revered master? In that moment, realization dawned upon her. Such a connection could only stem from a blood relation or familial bond, yet she was certain she did not recognize him. The only conceivable explanation was that he was indeed a new disciple of her master. Otherwise, no other rationale would suffice. Her delicate, fair hand was raised gently, and instantly, a terrifying and domineering crimson light surged forth, hurtling towards the youth. Unbeknownst to Junqi, he was oblivious to the impending danger, for he was surrounded by the bustling populace of Divine Princess City, many of whom were formidable powerhouses. The emergence of a powerful red dot was not unusual. Little did he expect that someone would suddenly launch an attack against him. Instinctively, he unleashed the divine bloodlight in response. Hiss, hiss, the divine bloodlight collided with the destructive crimson radiance. Yet to his astonishment, there was no cataclysmic explosion, nor did the space shift. Instead, the two beams of sanguine light unexpectedly merged into one. Raising his gaze, he beheld a stunningly beautiful woman in the distance. She appeared to be in her 20s, with a visage of unparalleled beauty and an alluring figure. Particularly, her voluptuous curves and long, graceful legs sent a shiver through Junqi's heart. She was breathtakingly beautiful, irresistibly enticing, devoid of any flaw, truly the epitome of a man's ideal type, exuding the aura of a dominant queen. She was as lovely as the sect leader. Yet she represented an entirely different extreme. While the sect leader was frigid and aloof, she radiated warmth and seduction. "Are you the fourth or fifth senior sister?" Jun Chia inquired, confident that this was the person he had been awaiting. The manifestation of divine bloodlight was indeed meant to draw his senior sister's attention, and now she had arrived, wielding the same blood refinement technique. However, he remained uncertain whether this enchanting woman was his fourth or fifth senior sister. Giggling, "You are a disciple of our master. I am fifth senior sister Yunshi." The woman introduced herself, revealing her identity as Yunshi, the leader of the Divine Maiden heavenly sect. She had confirmed that this handsome youth was her junior brother. As she spoke, she swayed her perfectly alluring form toward Jun Chia, approaching him with grace. She extended her delicate, fair hand and playfully caressed his face. Chapter 113. With a little junior brother, do I still need a boyfriend? A senior sister, what are you doing? Jun Chia exclaimed, momentarily taken aback and blushing deeply. What is this situation? We have just met, and you immediately come up to caress my face as if I were a toy. However, your delicate touch is quite delightful. I apologize, I became a bit too excited. Yunshi was taken aback, but soon realized what was happening. A faint blush crept onto her exquisite face. This was her first interaction with the opposite sex, and she had initiated it. The moment she saw Jun Chia's striking handsomeness, especially as her junior, there was no hesitation in her heart, leading to such an impulsive action. You might end up without a boyfriend if you continue like this, Jun Chia remarked. This beautiful senior is truly passionate. I hope she doesn't take advantage of me. Yet, perhaps a little advantage wouldn't be too bad, considering how alluring you are. And besides, you are my senior. A boyfriend? Your senior, do not need one. I already have a junior. What more could I want? Upon hearing this, Yunshi laughed joyfully, her charm radiating like a tempestuous sea. As she spoke, she extended her delicate hand to grasp Jun Chia's. The moment their hands met, a jolt of nervousness and shyness surged through her, akin to an electric shock, leaving her mind blank. She had thought she would not feel shy, yet unexpectedly, she found herself flustered. This was her first time taking the initiative to hold hands, especially with her junior. Why was she feeling this way? In a moment of confusion, her rosy earlobes flushed with color. Senior, Jun Chia fell silent, bewildered by her reaction. What is happening? Have you never encountered a man before? However, that delicate little hand, cool to the touch, tender and fair, made his heart tremble. Let us go, Yunshi said, feigning calmness. Where to? Jun Chia inquired. To the Divine Maiden heaven sect. What? Do you wish to visit the senior sister? As Yunshi spoke, a radiant light enveloped them, whisking Jun Chia away from the Divine Maiden heaven city. At that moment, a melodic chime resonated in his mind. Ding. Event triggered. Master encounters the fifth senior sister. Reward points 100. Event triggered. Master holds hands with the fifth senior sister. Reward points 50. Event triggered. Master follows the fifth senior sister to the Divine Maiden heaven sect. Reward points 100. The sweet, crystalline voice of the system spirit, Ling Jingxian, echoed in his thoughts. This marked the first event triggered since the system upgrade. Indeed, the rewards were all in points. However, these points seemed too easy to earn. Previously, he would receive points for signing in, but now, merely meeting the senior sister had triggered 3 events. The system had become rather frivolous after the upgrade, but it mattered not. The accumulation of points was what counted. Besides, this senior sister was quite entertaining. In the blink of an eye, Jun Chi felt himself descend to the ground, now suspended in the clouds, surrounded by billowing white mist, illuminated by the setting sun. The scene resembled a celestial paradise. Not far off stood several palatial structures. The heavenly abode above could hardly compare. Where is the fourth senior sister? Jun Chi asked. I shan't tell you, Yunshi replied with a playful shake of her head and a smile. In her heart, she mused, little one, having come to me. Do you still wish to visit your senior sister? She chuckled softly before departing. Jun Chia was momentarily taken aback, letting out a huff. As she spoke, she began to descend the mountain, feeling that her senior sister was being rather inconsiderate. Where are you going? Yunshi inquired, observing Jun Chia's intention to leave. A hint of irritation in her voice. As the esteemed leader of the Divine Princess Heavenly Sect, she had established and commanded the entire sect. No one in the heavenly profound sacred domain dared to provoke her. Thus, it was unexpected that this junior brother would show her such disrespect. In an instant, the aura of the sect master radiated, her presence akin to that of a transcendent female sovereign, Or perhaps a captivating female demon emperor. Why should I care? Jun Qiye retorted, feeling agitated. I have my own principles, you know. Is it so unreasonable to simply inquire about the whereabouts of our fourth senior sister? Little junior brother. Let me tell you, Yunqi remarked, unable to suppress her laughter at Jun Qiye's demeanor. This little one truly was her nemesis. She felt utterly helpless against him. After all, she could hardly bring herself to harm him. In that moment, she realized that her unparalleled cultivation could not subdue this spirited junior brother. Say it. Jun Qiye paused, uttering a single word. Senior sister is at the pinnacle of the sacred domain. It's far too distant from here. Would you not stay and accompany our fifth senior sister? Yunqi pouted her luscious, rosy lips, her demeanor entirely unbecoming of a legendary sect leader. She resembled a little girl, one who was adorably petulant. If this scene were to be witnessed by others, they would surely be left astounded. The esteemed leader of the Divine Maiden celestial sect, one of the 10 Divine Maidens of the heavenly Xian sacred domain, Yunqi, could astonishingly exhibit such a childlike demeanor. The peak of the sacred domain? Jun Qiye was utterly perplexed. This was his first visit to the sacred domain. How could he possibly know where its summit lay? What difference did it make whether he was informed or not? Moreover, with tens of thousands of states in the sacred domain, locating his fourth senior sister would prove quite challenging. For now, he decided to find a place to stay. As he spoke, he began to descend the mountain. Where are you going? Yunqi asked, exasperated. I've already told you. Why are you leaving? I'm looking for a place to stay, Jun Qiye replied. Right now. I have numerous matters to attend to and no time for idle chatter. Chapter 114, The Perfect Information Panel. Divine level looking for a place to stay? Halt. You shall reside here. I must supervise your training, Yunqi declared, taken aback. A place to stay? In the entire Divine Maiden celestial sect. Is there truly no accommodation available? Besides, there are fewer than 100 individuals residing on the entire Divine Threshold Peak. Is it not permissible for you to stay here? Furthermore, I am the sole occupant of the peak summit. It would be best for you to remain here, as I will need to oversee your training. As she spoke, she raised her delicate hand, and a crimson veil swiftly emerged, encircling Jun Qiye and drawing him closer to her. Jun Qiye, caught off guard, was yanked back, losing his balance and inadvertently lunging toward Yunqi. By a curious twist of fate, his face landed between her soft, ample bosom, fragrant and overwhelming, nearly leaving him breathless. Yunqi, taken aback by the unexpected scene, felt her exquisite face flush crimson, her heart racing with fervor. Senior sister, you were the one who wanted to bind me. It suffocates me. I am dizzy from these two antics. Jun Qiye straightened his posture, inhaling deeply, yet the faint fragrance lingering from his senior sister remained intoxicating, leaving him with a hint of reluctance. This senior sister is truly tempestuous, he mused. You reside over there. Your cultivation is insufficient, merely at the divine extreme realm. Do not grow complacent. Unable to counter Jun Qiye's words, Yunqi felt the heat of embarrassment wash over her, wishing she could send him flying with a single kick. As she spoke, her delicate finger pointed toward a palace atop the mountain peak, and without another word, she turned to walk toward her own palace. So mortifying. After living for 2,000 years, this is my first encounter with the opposite sex, and such an embarrassing incident at that. However, this junior brother is rather amusing. What striking handsomeness. I almost couldn't resist the urge to pinch his cheeks. Ding, event triggered, the master embraced the fifth senior sister. Reward points 100. The voice of the system's spirit echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this, Jun Qiye was rendered speechless. Is this truly considered an embrace? And to receive a reward for it? System, I am certain you are quite unorthodox. Resolute in his decision, he made his way toward the palace indicated by his senior sister. In truth, atop the Divine Threshold Peak, there stood 8 palaces, not far apart from one another. The spiritual energy in this region was 100-fold that of other places, extraordinarily pure and concentrated. Cultivating here allowed one's prowess to advance at an astonishing rate. Soon, he arrived at the palace. Upon entering, he discovered not only the main hall but also a cultivation room, a reception area, and a bedroom. After a brief inspection, he proceeded into the bedroom. Outside the small bed lay a cloud ravine, accompanied by the sound of flowing water, reminiscent of a waterfall. A waterfall? Jun Qiye pondered, curious about the presence of such a marvel atop a mountain. Upon closer inspection, he indeed found a small waterfall cascading down from the mountain peak. Beneath it lay a pond of considerable size, approximately 100 meters across. The scenery was exquisite, perfect for cultivation. How fitting, Jun Qiye mused. Before settling cross-legged on the bed, his consciousness delved into the primordial realm, momentarily finding solace. It was time to clarify the workings of System 2.0 and the various techniques and divine skills. After all, this was a lifelong endeavor. Previously hindered by circumstances and time, he had not explored these matters. Now, it was essential to thoroughly investigate. As he initiated the process, a panel appeared, revealing new talents, techniques, and divine skills. The eternal divine demon body, a quasi-Taoist physique. Regarded as one of the most formidable bodies in the universe, consisting of 9 levels, each level manifesting a powerful divine beast apparition. Capable of transforming into the divine beast for combat, possessing the innate talents and powers of the divine beast. The 9-tripod divine shield, a divine technique. Evolving from the 9 tripods into the unparalleled 9-tripod divine shield, which offers unmatched defense, enveloping its user in a protective light barrier comprising 9 levels. And when cultivated to its zenith, can encompass 3,000 realms. The divine blood radiance, a divine technique, based on one's own divine blood, capable of manifesting as light. A sea of blood, or a luminous curtain, consisting of 9 levels. The divine blood cannon, a perfected version of the blood refinement cannon at the divine level. The creation sword domain, a divine technique, merging the powers of the stars with the sword path. Unleashing a sword that brings forth a rain of stars and sword strikes, comprising 36 levels. Upon completion, Junqi's mind was overwhelmed with astonishment. This was extraordinarily formidable. Not only did it retain the power of previous skills, but it also possessed new strengths. The potency surpassed that of the past by countless magnitudes. Indeed, what was once at the saint level had now ascended to divine techniques. This was nothing short of the amalgamation of several powerful skills into a singular, even more formidable and unparalleled new ability. Without further ado, it was utterly captivating. He then turned his gaze to his personal data panel. System, version 2. 0, 10,000 points, age, 16 years. Identity, talent, eternal divine demon body, 10,000 points, aura, illusory projection. 9 dragons protection cultivation, divine extreme realm, 10,000 points, divine consciousness, level 88 aesthetic appeal, 95 points secondary occupations, holy array master, holy pill master. Divine consciousness master cultivation method, divine blood cannon, divine skills, 9 tripod divine shield, divine defense, 10,000 points, divine bloodlight, divine attack, 10,000 points. Creation sword domain, divine attack, 10,000 points. Wealth, 439. 4 billion holy stones treasures, eternal suppression tower, soul heavenly pearl, 9 calamity sacred weapon, heavenly spirit sacred weapon. 9 tripods, array Dao roulette, crystal scepter, Fong Tianhua G points, 2350. The information on the panel was significantly simplified. After all, it had already been synthesized and upgraded. It appeared uncomplicated, yet it surpassed its former self by countless dimensions. Junqi also discovered that the cultivation methods and divine skills were standardized with levels and point upgrade operations. However, the current points were insufficient for upgrades. Observing this, Junqi felt restless. Points could resolve everything. The 2.0 version system was remarkably formidable. What extraordinary features might the 3.0 version possess? Chapter 115, Senior Sister. Does anyone find you rather annoying? Having clarified everything, he withdrew his divine consciousness and transferred all previous treasures and resources into the Yuan realm. The Yuan realm was vast, capable of accommodating even the most abundant possessions. After completing all tasks, he retrieved a quilt, spread it out, and lay down to sleep, calculating the time. Having traversed to this realm for but a short time, and having lingered in the southern heaven domain for even less, I felt a twinge of anxiety and trepidation before entering the heavenly mysterious sacred domain. After all, the might of this sacred realm is formidable. To my surprise, upon arriving in the sacred domain, I encountered my senior sister. In her territory, I trust that danger shall not befall me. The sacred peak is a forbidden area, as it serves as the residence and training ground of the sect master, a veritable powerhouse of the heavenly mysterious sacred domain, one of the 10 Divine Maidens, who single-handedly established the grand Divine Maiden heavenly sect. Her cultivation can be described as transformative, and her strength is unparalleled across the world. Moreover, no one has ever set foot atop the sacred peak. Not even maidservants are permitted, let alone individuals of the opposite sex. Yet, within the palace at the pinnacle of the sacred peak resides a young lad. This fellow is beyond reproach. In Yunqi's chamber, the floor is adorned with the pelts of snow beasts. Upon the expansive, soft bed, Yunqi lounges barefoot, her toes as exquisite as tinder buds, her long, graceful legs playfully swaying. With her delicate hand propping up her chin, her face is flushed with a deep crimson hue, overwhelmed by a recent wave of shyness. Nevertheless, the young junior brother is truly strikingly handsome. In truth, neither she nor her senior sister have ever truly met their master, for he had long since perished. They merely inherited fragments of his teachings. Observing the appearance of her junior brother now, it is clear that he has received the master as complete legacy. After all, he is a young man. Suddenly, she realizes that there is newfound vitality atop the sacred peak. Previously, her sole focus was on cultivation, strengthening herself in the Divine Maiden heavenly sect, with no thoughts of romance. Countless suitors have pursued her, but she has turned them all away. She believed that romantic relationships would hinder her cultivation, and there was no one who caught her eye. Time slipped away unnoticed, and she had already reached the pinnacle of the heavenly profound sacred domain. Others who wished to pursue her no longer dared to approach. In the end, she pondered that remaining single for a lifetime was not such a bad fate. Love was merely a matter for children. Little did she expect to encounter this amusing junior brother. With a sense of excitement, she decided to visit him. Yunchi sprang from her bed and tidied her dress slightly before making her way to Junqi's palace. She moved quietly and, upon entering his room, found him not cultivating, but sleeping. Gazing at his delicate and handsome features, she playfully rubbed her eyes, a mischievous smile gracing her exquisite face. Approaching the bedside, she gently rubbed Junqi's cheek. "Sister, what are you doing?" Junqie, a master of spiritual consciousness, was aware of her presence the moment she entered his room. No matter how vast the space, he could perceive everything, and even in slumber, he would sense any impending threat. He simply chose to ignore it. However, now that his sister was being so unreasonable, he could no longer tolerate it. "I just want to enjoy a peaceful sleep. Is that too much to ask?" He sat up, his gaze landing on his breathtaking fifth senior sister. "It's rather vexing. I was sleeping soundly, and you come to disturb me? Be careful, I might just retaliate." His eyes inadvertently drifted to her ample curves. "Junior brother, it's still early. Why are you sleeping? Hey, where are you looking?" Yunchi gazed at Junqie, her affection for him growing with each glance. However, she soon became acutely aware of her junior's gaze. When she followed his line of sight, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment washed over her. This little rascal was undeniably brazen in his admiration. Had it been anyone else daring to look her way, she would have swiftly dealt with them, even to the point of eradicating their very existence. In truth, no one dared to gaze upon her. In the eyes of countless formidable beings, the leader of the Divine Princess Celestial sect was akin to an exalted female demon emperor, an entity not to be trifled with. "This is my room. I wish to rest. Please leave," Junqie stated, though he felt rather awkward, a hint of crimson gracing his cheeks. His senior sister was rather oblivious, he mused. After all, he was merely a normal man, in the prime of his youthful vigor. I shan't leave," Yunchi retorted, pouting adorably, her lips a tempting shade of red. It was quite unexpected that such a commanding leader could also be so endearing, a side of her that only her junior brother could witness. She had not anticipated feeling this way. In that moment, she did not embody the role of sect leader. Rather, she was simply a girl playfully sparring with her junior, thinking to herself, "I am your senior sister, and this place belongs to me." "Senior sister, does anyone find you insufferable?" Junqie inquired, genuinely speechless. What could he do? He couldn't fight her off, nor could he rest with her presence. "How am I to sleep with you here?" Chapter 116. A wondrous secret realm has opened. Do you wish to explore it? What? Does someone truly find me annoying? Upon hearing this, Yunchi was momentarily taken aback. She had never truly contemplated this question. With such captivating beauty, who could possibly dislike her? Moreover, if someone did harbor ill feelings, what did it matter to her? If she discovered who it was, she would simply eliminate them. Suddenly, it dawned on her, was her junior disciple implying that he disliked her? How infuriating. Others yearned for her attention, yet he found her bothersome. Truly ungrateful. Should she teach him a lesson to demonstrate her prowess? Yet, the thought of harming him gave her pause. What if he sought refuge with her senior sister? In an instant, Yunchi found herself in a quandary. "Senior sister, why not share a bed with me?" Junqie suggested, his eyes gleaming mischievously. "Aren't you fond of stirring up trouble? I am about to sleep, so why not join me?" Sharing a bed with such a stunning and alluring senior sister would surely be delightful and adventure for a lifetime. "Absolutely not," Yunchi retorted, her exquisite face flushing crimson. "Sleep with you? What an absurd notion. I am the esteemed leader of the Divine Gition sect, a formidable sage. How could I possibly share a bed with you? Dream on." However, an intriguing thought crossed her mind. Perhaps it was worth considering. The very idea made her cheeks burn even more, and she felt an overwhelming urge to find a crack in the ground to hide herself. Internally, she berated herself for such thoughts. Was she truly so shameless? Yet, Jun Chiye interrupted her reverie, stating, "But I am about to sleep." With that, he closed his eyes, choosing not to glance at Yunxi again, fearing that a single look could lead him to unravel completely. After all, how could one resist such exquisite allure? Certainly, the sect master was also breathtaking. Yet she exuded an icy demeanor. Daring not to entertain any thoughts, she acquiesced. "Well then, this is for you." Yunxi pouted slightly and rose to her feet, handing a spatial ring to Jun Chiye before departing the room. As Jun Chiye's consciousness delved into the spatial ring, he discovered a trove of cultivation resources and treasures, along with an array of cultivation manuals. These resources and treasures would incite fierce competition among countless powerful beings within the Tianxin sacred realm. Yet, Yunxi had so readily bestowed them upon him. A warm sensation enveloped Jun Chiye's heart. His senior sister was indeed quite considerate. Of course, he did not lack resources, only the time to cultivate. Nevertheless, her generous offering was a testament to her goodwill. Over the next 2 days, Yunxi refrained from disturbing Jun Chiye, choosing instead to cultivate in her own quarters or attend to matters concerning their sect. This granted Jun Chiye an immense sense of relief, allowing him to devote himself to rigorous training, familiarizing himself with the upgraded system, as well as the new techniques and divine skills. With the acquisition of these divine abilities, his strength surged dramatically. It could be said that beneath the sage level, he was unaware of anyone capable of contending with him, and even sages could find themselves challenged. Beyond his cultivation, Jun Chiye visited the library of the Shinji Tianzong, where he garnered fundamental knowledge about the Tianxin sacred realm. He learned that the Tianxin sacred realm comprises 40,000 states, with Lingo being the domain of the Shinji Tianzong, which stood as its sovereign. Although there exists a notion of 10 dominant sects within the Tianxin sacred realm, the Shinji Tianzong reigns supreme over Lingo. However, the entire celestial domain of Tianxin is far more complex than it appears. In addition to the 10 dominant sects, there exist countless super sects, innumerable mighty empires, as well as numerous sacred lands and fairy realms. These places are not inferior to the Divine Consort sect. In fact, there are some realms that even the Divine Consort sect dares not provoke. Naturally, no one dares to challenge the Divine Consort sect, for its leader is one of the 10 Divine Maidens of the celestial domain of Tianxin, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the great saint level. In light of this, it seems that my realm, the Divine Extremity, is still rather feeble. Jun Chiye mused to himself. The Divine Extremity is merely the last among the 4 extremities, and beyond the 4 extremities lies the Immortal platform, followed by the entry to sanctity. And only after that does one gradually approach the sacred realm. Achieving sanctity appears to be a distant prospect. On this day, at noon, while immersed in his cultivation, Jun Chiye was interrupted by a sweet voice, alluring in its tone. Upon hearing this voice, Jun Chiye felt a pang of headache. Did his senior sister not require secluded cultivation? He paused his training, uttering a soft acknowledgement in response. Soon, the door swung open, revealing a long, graceful leg that stepped inside, followed by Yunxi approaching Jun Chiye. "Junior brother, a marvelous secret realm has opened. Would you care to join me?" Yunxi inquired, her beautiful eyes fixed upon Jun Chiye. "What place?" Jun Chiye asked, pondering why he should venture out when he possessed ample resources for cultivation. However, to avoid further interruptions from his senior sister, a brief excursion might be beneficial. Yet, he must not display excessive enthusiasm, lest she prevent him from leaving. The Biloxian realm. In a mystical yet perilous realm, the heavenly Xian sacred domain offers only a limited number of slots. Those above the rank of saint are prohibited from entry. As Yunxi remarked, her delicate, fair hand extended, revealing a piece of sky-blue crystal nestled within her palm, exuding an ancient and enigmatic aura. At that moment, the crystal shimmered with subtle ripples, evidently responding to some hidden mystery. This sky-blue crystal serves as the key to the Balo immortal realm, a treasure she had fortuitously acquired long ago. Having awaited the opening of this realm, she now found herself unable to enter. At that juncture, her thoughts turned to her younger junior disciple, who was conveniently nearby. Chapter 117. Senior sister, could you refrain from this in the future? When will it open? Jun Chi inquired, taking the blue crystal from Yun Chi's hand. His system possessed the ability to supersynthesize, making this journey into the secret realm an opportune moment to seek treasures for enhancement. Once he grew formidable, he vowed to confront his senior sister, ensuring she would think twice before bullying him again. 3 days hence, in Lingo City, Upon seeing Junqi seize the key, Yunshi pouted slightly. Did this little rascal truly wish to abandon her? Was she not beautiful enough? Did he need to seek another senior sister? Her keen intellect discerned that Junqi did not genuinely intend to venture into the secret realm, but rather sought to escape her company, which incited a wave of irritation within her. All right, senior sister, I shall take my leave. Junqi stood, preparing to depart. Do not perish within, Yunshi exclaimed, pulling him back into her embrace. She playfully covered his mouth once more. The faint fragrance of her body intoxicated him. Fortunately, Yunshi quickly released him. Senior sister, could you refrain from doing this in the future? Please be cautious, or you might ignite something unintended. Junqi felt overwhelmed. How could the senior sister always behave in such a manner? Did she not feel a hint of embarrassment? Nevertheless, the sensation was delightful, if only he could touch her. Such a thought swiftly extinguished itself. If he dared to touch her, she would undoubtedly be furious, and it was best not to entertain such notions at all. While speaking, his gaze wandered to the undulating waves. Higi, giggled Yunshi. A little boy, and yet he fears igniting something. This little fellow was only around 16 or 17. What could he possibly ignite? But what if he did? How would he manage? Would he allow himself to be bullied? Though he said so, he felt utterly bashful, his heart racing and nerves on edge. Junqi was left in a state of confusion. He had to leave. Lingering any longer would surely drive him mad. Here he was, a grown man, being referred to as a mere boy. He had lived for over 20 years in his previous life, a seasoned veteran indeed. If it weren't for his low cultivation level, he would have truly taken action. Watching Junqi's retreating figure, Yunshi pouted, feeling a pang of reluctance. If it weren't for the allure of the celestial realm, she would not wish for her junior brother to depart. She lacked neither resources nor treasures and could effortlessly guide him in his cultivation. With his company, she would not feel so lonely. Yet, the secret realm was simply too tempting. What if her junior brother stumbled upon an opportunity there? After all, he was only at the 4th stage, a significant distance from the Holy Realm. Without entering the Holy Realm, he would ultimately remain an ordinary person. Those who inherit from the esteemed master are unlikely to be lacking. Merely a secret realm, Yunshi whispered softly. Then, she turned and returned to her chamber to commence her secluded cultivation. Whoosh whoosh, Junqi departed from Shike Peak, hastily leaving the Shinji Tian sect. Making his way towards the Shinji Heavenly City, fearful that the 5th senior sister might pursue him. Although they had only known each other for 2 days, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed by her fiery enthusiasm. The reason was simple. She was extraordinarily beautiful, irresistibly alluring, and utterly captivating. Yet, he could only gaze in admiration, unable to act, which left him in a state of anxiety. This was, for him, a form of torment. Thus, he resolved to depart swiftly, seeking to hone his skills in the secret realm, striving to grow stronger as soon as possible, so that one day he could approach his senior sister appropriately. In truth, he was acutely aware of the disparity in their cultivation levels. Even if there were mutual affections, it would not suffice. After all, she had reached the great saint realm, her body having been sanctified, while he remained at the 4 extremities realm. Even with the eternal divine demon body, he could not withstand the encroaching power of sanctity. Therefore, he must elevate his cultivation level post-haste, at the very least achieving the entry to Saint Realm. Half an hour later, Junqi arrived at Shinji Heavenly City. To enter, one required a token or a holy stone. However, Junqi possessed a medallion bestowed by a senior sister. Upon presenting the medallion to the patrolling guardians, they were taken aback but ultimately permitted him entry. It turned out that the medallion he held was the Divine Sun token of the Shinji Tian sect. The sect boasted 10 holy sons and 3 divine sons, yet the identities of the divine sons were shrouded in mystery, with no one having truly laid eyes upon them. In reality, Junqi was not a divine son. However, my senior sister is the leader of the Divine Sister Celestial sect. Acquiring a token should be a simple task for her. Upon entering the Divine Sister Celestial City, I utilized the teleportation array and once again arrived in Lingo City. 3 days prior, I was here. Junqi smiled, recalling how he had journeyed from the southern heavenly domain to the heavenly profound sacred domain and then used the teleportation array in Lingo City to reach the Divine Sister Celestial City. Little did he expect that 3 days later, he would return to this very place. Yet, he had already found his senior sister. Now, he had come here to await the opening of the Balo fairyland. He located an inn and settled in. Inside his room, Junqi secured the door, focused his spiritual awareness, and summoned the 9 Heavens Divine City into a concealed location. Following that, he entered the 9 Heavens Divine City. Upon arriving, he made his way directly to the palace where he had previously resided. Bai Ming should still be there, absorbed in her cultivation. Chia, my younger brother. Just as he reached the palace entrance, Bai Ming emerged from within. For the past 3 days, she had been diligently cultivating inside the palace and had just finished her session, intending to explore the 9 heavens divine city, as constant cultivation could become rather monotonous. Upon seeing Jun Chia, she initially thought she was imagining things. Chapter 118. Mother said she wanted to hold her grandson. Minga, Jun Chia exclaimed upon seeing Bai Ming. Feeling a surge of joy within. Although they had only been apart for 3 days, it felt as though they had been separated for an eternity, for they were, after all, not in the same world. What brings you here? Bai Ming stepped forward, extending her delicate hand to grasp Jun Chia's. Nestling against him with an endearing and gentle demeanor, her entire being radiating happiness. I have already arrived in the sacred domain. Upon encountering her senior sister, Jun Chia remarked. In a couple of days, we shall embark on a journey to a wondrous secret realm. Let us proceed. His sister, with a mischievous demeanor, sent shivers down one's spine. Yet she remained untouchable. Fortunately, Bai Ming was by his side, and she, as his betrothed, solidified their bond, allowing for any eventuality. Wonderful. Bai Ming replied with a joyful nod. Her greatest desire was to remain by Jun Chia's side, as her affection for him was profound. With a flicker of his consciousness, the fabric of space twisted, and the two vanished from their location. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a room at the inn in Lingo City, where he stowed away the 9 heavens divine city. Minger, what did mother say before we departed? Jun Chia inquired, gazing at the exquisite beauty before him, her stunning visage, flawless figure, and long, graceful legs that were delicate, smooth, and captivating. Mother expressed a desire for grandchildren, Bai Ming replied, her mind devoid of other thoughts. However, as the realization dawned upon her, her beautiful face flushed a deep crimson. She nervously fidgeted with the hem of her skirt, feeling flustered. They had known each other for quite some time, often holding hands without crossing any boundaries. Now, with Jun Chia's remark, Bai Ming was overwhelmed with shyness, especially since she was merely 17, slightly older than him. Just teasing you, Jun Chia chuckled at her reaction. Ah, brother Chia, in truth, I am not afraid, Bai Ming declared, gazing earnestly at him. Although Jun Chia is merely 16 years of age, he stands tall at 1 meter 80, with a slender and upright figure. In contrast, Bai Ming, slightly older at 17, appears no older than 14 or 15. When she speaks, her voice is soft, her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue. Even her tender earlobes are tinged with pink. Really? Jun Chia is taken aback, surprised within. There is no fear. That would indeed be odd. It was merely a matter of summoning courage, and he is not one to easily lose his temper. After all, he is a grown man. Bai Ming nods, her heart racing with anxiety. No fear, she muses, though deep down, she knows she is indeed apprehensive. Upon noticing Jun Chia's skeptical gaze, she gathers her courage and, with her rosy lips, unexpectedly presses a kiss against his. In that instant, her mind goes blank, her entire being rendered powerless and stiff. Inside, she feels a tumult of nerves and shyness, astonished by her own boldness. Yet, the sensation is utterly delightful. Jun Chia, equally surprised by Bai Ming's audacity, feels his heart flutter as their lips meet. Bai Ming's cheeks bloom with embarrassment as she lowers her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. The memory of that moment lingers in her mind, a mix of tension and shyness, yet it ignites a thrilling desire. Let us go out shopping. Jun Chia breaks the awkward silence with a smile, reaching for Bai Ming's delicate hand, guiding her out of the room. Bai Ming, her head bowed, follows him, her heart racing with anxiety. The recent events were entirely beyond her expectations. Of course, she knows she is Jun Chia's fiancée and that they will have children together in the future. However, that future feels distant. A sense of unprecedented sweetness and happiness blossomed within her heart. As they strolled through the bustling streets, the natural inclination of a girl took hold. North Dream's anxious heart began to ease as she noticed that Jun Chia was not intentionally gazing at her, causing her shyness to dissipate. The two of them indulged in purchasing a plethora of daily necessities, which they stored within their spatial rings. After all, Jun Chia was to venture into the secret realm, while she herself was destined for the 9 heavens divine city. As dusk approached, they returned to their inn's room. Where's my room, brother Chia? North Dream inquired, her heart racing with apprehension. Surely, they could not possibly share a bed. The thought alone was mortifying. This is the room, Jun Chia replied nonchalantly. But how am I supposed to sleep? North Dream stammered, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Was it truly the case that they would have to sleep together? What if brother Chia insisted? She knew she must comply, for she was his fiancée. Just sleep here, Jun Qiye indicated towards the spacious bed. It's merely sleeping together. Nothing more. Besides, even if something were to happen, isn't that quite a normal occurrence? North Dream gasped, caught off guard. Before she could gather her thoughts, Jun Qiye gently pulled her into his embrace, lifting her effortlessly and placing her upon the bed. The sight of the stunning maiden, with her soft and adorable demeanor, was truly a feast for the eyes. In that moment, Jun Qiye climbed onto the bed beside North Dream. She trembled slightly, her delicate face turned towards him, her entire visage flushed with a rosy hue. At this juncture, Jun Qiye's hand had already reached that fair and smooth slender leg. As soon as he made contact, a tremor coursed through him. The sensation was exquisite, sending his heart racing. Bai Mingming felt as if she had been struck by lightning, overwhelmed with shyness. In Chapter 119 of the Tiannong Empire, Murong Yinner, Bai Mingming's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing. Although Jun Qiye merely rested his hand on her beautiful leg, she trembled uncontrollably, a mixture of nervousness, embarrassment, and a hint of desire evident in her captivating gaze fixed upon him. Are you afraid? Jun Qiye inquired, noticing Bai Mingming's reaction, a smile gracing his lips, his heart brimming with excitement. Before his transmigration, he had been quite the experienced one, and after, he had devoted all his thoughts to cultivation and trials, neglecting even Bai Mingming by his side. Now, however, he had come to a realization. Isn't life meant to be savored? To have such a beautiful person nearby and not to draw close, wasn't that akin to being like Lu Xiaohui? No, I am not afraid, not at all, she replied, her voice barely above a whisper, summoning her courage. This reasoning was indeed compelling. As his fiancée, what was there to fear? Yet, despite her words, why did her heart still flutter with nervousness and shyness? From now on, you mustn't call me seventh brother when we sleep, Jun Qiye said, pulling the blanket over both himself and Bai Mingming. Suddenly, he pondered, at 16 years of age, although Bai Mingming was slightly older, the term seventh brother felt diminutive. He wondered what she should call him instead. How about husband? Bai Mingming replied, momentarily stunned, gazing at Jun Qiye in confusion. Could it be? I do not take the initiative. Has he grown angry? Upon seeing Jun Qiye remain silent, Bai Mingming leaned in closer, whispering 2 soft words into his ear. Her breath fragrant like orchids, sending tingling sensations through him. After she spoke, her face flushed crimson as though it might bleed, her voice sweet and melodious. Ah, now that is more like it. Jun Qiye nodded in satisfaction, noting that her voice was far more pleasant than that of his younger brother. As he spoke, he gently pulled her into his embrace, his hand wandering over her smooth, delicate thigh. Fortunately, they were covered by a blanket, and the glow of the luminous stone had been extinguished, enveloping the room in darkness. Otherwise, Bai Mingming would have been utterly mortified. The night swiftly passed. Jun Qiye engaged in tender kisses and gentle caresses, never crossing the line, yet leaving Bai Mingming breathless and her cheeks aflame, her garments disheveled. Though she felt overwhelmed, her heart brimmed with sweetness and joy, even amidst her shyness. She understood that Jun Qiye had truly matured. He was no longer a mere boy but had transformed into a man of stature. On the 2nd and 3rd days, Bai Mingming remained by Jun Qiye's side, their relationship advancing more in those 2 days than in all their previous encounters combined. On the 4th day, Bai Mingming returned to the 9 Heavens Divine City. For Jun Qiye was destined for the Balo Immortal Realm. With a swift motion, he departed from the inn, following the sensation of the azure crystal as he soared northward. In less than half an hour, he arrived beside a tranquil lake. At that moment, 6 individuals were already present, 4 men and 2 women, all of whom were at the Immortal platform realm. The 2 women appeared to be around 20 years of age, possessing striking beauty and allure, and their eyes could not help but be drawn to Jun Qiye's stunning presence. The young lady approached Jun Qiye step by step, her presence heralded by a waft of fragrant breeze even before she arrived. Jun Qiye nodded, contemplating silently that being extraordinarily handsome was both a blessing and a burden, as he found himself the object of many women's gaze wherever he went. Despite the attention, he remained indifferent. After all, beauty was a double-edged sword, and whether or not he would be tempted was entirely up to his own will. Shall we join forces? The lady inquired. Her name was Murong Yinner, a prodigy from the 9th heaven of the immortal stage, on the precipice of entering the sacred realm. She hailed from the Tiannong Empire within the Tianshin sacred domain. Although the Tiannong Empire did not rank among the top 10 dominant forces, it was nonetheless formidable. Murong Yinner was the cherished daughter of the empire's foremost family, endowed with exceptional talent. Her family had acquired the key to the Baluxianjing, a coveted opportunity bestowed upon her, with the hope that she would attain the sacred realm within. "I'm not inclined," Junqiya replied. "Join forces? What are you thinking? Though you are of the immortal stage in a true confrontation, I could crush you with a mere finger. Besides, is it not your desire for my physique that prompts this proposal, disguised under the pretense of collaboration?" Murong Yina smiled, her gaze appraising Junqiya. Who was this striking youth? Such a remarkable figure, yet he was unfamiliar to her. He surpassed Xiaoyin by leaps and bounds, having reached the divine extreme realm at merely 16 years of age. If not for her unique cultivation method, she would have struggled to discern his cultivation level and age. At 16, most martial artists were still at the Yuanfu realm. The young man, possessing striking beauty, quickens the heartbeat of all who behold him. Suddenly, the previously clear sky darkens with ominous clouds, thunder rumbles, and arcs of lightning flicker, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. With a crack that signifies the tearing of space, a radiant beam of multicolored light descends from the heavens. In an instant, it touches the earth, causing the ground within a 1,000-mile radius to tremble. The enchanting multicolored light, imbued with mysterious powers, tugs insistently at Junqiya and his companions, causing the azure crystal in their grasp to vibrate violently, as if responding to a call. In that moment, the azure crystal erupts with brilliance, its light mirroring that of the multicolored radiance. The luminescence envelopes Junqiya, propelling him toward the heart of the multicolored light. As he crosses into that luminous realm, he is engulfed by its brilliance and drawn into the depths of the cosmos. Chapter 120. Entering the Biloxian realm, harsh rules alongside Junqiya. Murong Yina and several others are similarly summoned, swiftly entering the multicolored light before being transported away. The radiant spectrum serves as a portal for their passage. As seconds tick by, 2 minutes eventually elapse before the transportation concludes. A gust of wind rushes toward them, and the surroundings brighten. The air is saturated with pure spiritual energy infused with an ethereal essence. It appears they have indeed arrived at the Biloxian realm. 7 individuals descend upon the ground. As Junqiya's ethereal consciousness permeated the primordial realm, he gazed upon the virtual map, where everything within a radius of 10,000 miles lay firmly within his grasp. For the time being, this vast expanse posed no peril. Apart from the few individuals nearby, he encountered no other souls, not even a trace of life. The voices of Murong Yina and the others drifted to his ears. Indeed, the spiritual energy in this place was remarkably pure and abundant, far surpassing that of the heavenly Xian sacred domain. "Farewell, everyone," spoke 4 young men in unison, before vanishing in a flash. "Goodbye, little brother," another woman remarked, casting a glance at Junqiya before hastily departing. Upon hearing her address, Junqiya was momentarily taken aback, pondering the absurdity of being called little brother. He was a grown man, not a mere boy. Perhaps she was the one deserving of such a title, along with her entire family. "Are we still joining forces?" Murong Yina inquired with a radiant smile, as the others had already departed, leaving only her and Junqiya. "No," Junqiya replied with a single, terse word, preparing to leave. However, at that moment, a voice laden with the weight of ages resonated from the heavens. "Welcome to the Biloxian realm." According to statistics, a total of 428,900 individuals have entered the Biloxian realm. The realm will be accessible for 3 months, after which it will close. And all must obtain the Biloxian talisman within this period. Only those who possess the Biloxian talisman can hope to leave the realm alive. 1,000 keys can be exchanged for a single Biloxian talisman. Furthermore, 9 great peaks will emerge within the realm. And it is within these peaks that the Biloxian talismans will manifest. A resonant, ancient voice echoed through the ears of the formidable beings who had entered the Biloxian realm. It felt as though the voice whispered directly beside them. Upon hearing this proclamation, shock engulfed everyone, their faces reflecting profound dismay. They had not anticipated that the number of entrants would exceed 400,000. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the only means of escape required possession of the Biloxian talisman. The grim reality set in. 1,000 keys must be claimed, necessitating the slaughter of 1,000 formidable opponents to seize their keys and secure a Biloxian talisman for survival. It was evident that even within the 9 great peaks, the number of Biloxian talismans would be limited. Consequently, the mortality rate in this Biloxian realm would undoubtedly surpass 4,000 to 1, with merely 1 individual among every 4,000 able to escape alive. Contemplating this grim fate, countless individuals succumbed to despair. They had barely arrived, and before their trials had even begun, they were met with utter hopelessness. The 9 pinnacles, endowed with opportunities, transformations, and legacies at each pinnacle. 10 celestial symbols of Balo will manifest, Those who attain the pinnacle shall receive a boost in strength until the Balo celestial realm concludes. A voice, steeped in the weight of the ages, resonated. The world around fell into an eerie silence, as if time itself had paused. The 9 pinnacles, scattered throughout the vast expanse of the Balo celestial realm, seemed as elusive as finding a needle in a haystack. This realm is immense. Even if a pinnacle were to appear, one could hardly traverse the distance. Even with all 9 pinnacles present, there would only be 90 celestial symbols of Balo available. It appears that fortune alone will determine success. To annihilate 1,000 formidable beings, what a daunting task. Within the Balo celestial realm, over 400,000 talented warriors seethed with indignation. None had anticipated that this trial would unfold in such a manner. The rules were exceedingly harsh. So many individuals. The exquisite visage of Murong Yenner bore a grave expression. Her earlier lightheartedness vanished. As a prodigy of the Tianong Empire, she stood at the celestial stage. Yet should she encounter a formidable being at the saintly entrance, her only recourse would be to flee. Furthermore, the Balo celestial realm imposes restrictions solely on those above the saintly rank, leaving the saintly entrance unrestricted. This implies that countless prodigious beings at the saintly entrance are undoubtedly present within the Balo celestial realm. With so many exceptional warriors vying for supremacy, it feels akin to offering oneself as a mere sacrifice. With a swift glance at Murong Yenner, Jun Qinya's figure flickered. The competition had commenced. Time is of the essence. Hey, are we truly not joining forces? Murong Yenner called out. Who would willingly ally with you? As the voice of Jun Qinya faded, he vanished from sight. His consciousness entered the primordial realm, scrutinizing the virtual map. System, what does the arrow signify? Suddenly, Jun Qinya made a startling discovery. Previously, the virtual map displayed only luminous points, with different colors indicating various entities within a vast expanse. This time, however, he noticed a colorful arrow on the map, resembling a navigation guide. A thrill coursed through him at this revelation. He then inquired of the system. Chapter 121, The Celestial Treasure. The starry divine pavilion. The arrow represents the optimal route selected for the master. The system spirit, Jing Xian, reappeared on the virtual screen to respond to Jun Qinya. Such functionality exists? Jun Qinya was taken aback. His curiosity piqued. Could it be that the system had pinpointed the location of one of the 9 great peaks? That seemed implausible. After all, the Bailuo immortal realm was vast, and the virtual map could only encompass 1,000 miles. Moreover, it was unlikely that the system would grant him such an unfair advantage. Yet, one could argue that the very existence of the system was akin to cheating. Subsequently, with a mere thought, Jun Qinya induced a subtle fluctuation in the space around him, and soon, a magnificent pavilion materialized. The structure measured 50 meters in length, 30 meters in width, and 15 meters in height, comprising 3 levels. It resembled a grand palace. Surrounding the pavilion was an aura infused with stellar power, twinkling with starlight. Amongst it were even 7-colored and 9-colored stars, emanating an ethereal and arcane essence. This was the celestial treasure, the starry divine pavilion, an artifact of extraordinary prowess. Possessing formidable defenses and astonishing flight speed, along with an impressive offensive capability, this is indeed a treasure of the void godlord, now rightfully his. Recently, Jun Qinya had refined and mastered the celestial star pavilion, for it is an invaluable artifact for survival, a supreme treasure for escape. It is an essential companion for both travel and home. In the face of insurmountable foes, one can simply retreat into the celestial star pavilion. Now, he brought forth the celestial star pavilion to utilize it as a vessel. After all, it is inherently a treasure of flight. Wuxi swiftly landed on the celestial star pavilion, simultaneously directing his divine consciousness into the 9 heavens divine city, bringing Bai Mingming atop the celestial star pavilion. Within this ethereal realm, 3 months could easily become rather monotonous, yet with Bai Mingming's companionship, it was assuredly far from dull. In fact, it was exceedingly delightful. Husband Bai Mingming called out softly as she approached Jun Qinya, her exquisite visage flushed with a delicate hue. Addressing him as husband indeed made her feel a tinge of shyness and anxiety. Simultaneously, she recalled the previous days when Jun Qinya had playfully tormented her. Yet she felt a peculiar joy in her heart, even a longing and anticipation. Have you missed your husband? Jun Qinya smiled, gazing at the enchanting young lady before him. A perfectly adorable little girl. Though merely 17, she possessed a remarkable figure. Bai Mingmeng looked up and, upon seeing Jun Qiya's gentle smile, instantly understood that his inquiry about missing him was anything but innocent. Thus she spoke, her heart fluttering with bashfulness. I do think of you. Albeit in a state of astonishment, with a hint of mischief, for it is also due to your teasing. Haha, it seems he had not yet had his fill of teasing her. Jun Qiye laughed softly, extending his hand to gently pull Bai Mingming closer to him. A husband. Please do not tease me, especially during the day, Bai Mingming exclaimed, fully aware that Jun Qiye was likely up to mischief once again. This realization filled her with a mix of anxiety and heightened shyness for each time Jun Qiye played around. She felt a rush of embarrassment intertwined with a flicker of longing deep within her heart. Yet, Jun Qiye deliberately toyed with her, wanting something but too bashful to articulate it. Does this imply that the evening would be a different story? Jun Qiye was even more delighted, finding this girl to be utterly amusing. In the past, he had been too preoccupied with his cultivation to tease her, but now, he was determined to explore this delightful interaction further. That is not what I meant. Husband, you are incorrigibly mischievous. Bai Mingming cried out in surprise, perplexed as to why she often misphrased her words. Or perhaps her husband had misunderstood her. Observing Jun Qiye's playful grin, she suddenly realized he was intentionally teasing her, prompting her to pout in playful defiance, her heart swelling with sweetness. At that moment, Jun Qiye connected the virtual map with the starry Divine Pavilion. This integration allowed the pavilion to autonomously navigate according to the virtual map, enabling Jing Xian to take command of the starry Divine Pavilion. When encountering treasures and resources, it would halt, and when faced with foes and monsters, it would obliterate them. Soon, a radiant beam of destructive starlight erupted from the starry Divine Pavilion, swiftly soaring towards the horizon. The starry Divine Pavilion was sealed with 5 distinct layers, each possessing varying speeds, defenses, and offensive capabilities. Currently, Jun Qiye has unlocked the 3rd seal, yet under ordinary circumstances, he only activates the 1st seal. The 2nd seal is employed for travel, while the 3rd is reserved for emergencies. As for the 4th seal, which allows for faster-than-light movement, he currently lacks the cultivation to unlock it. The 1st seal enables a speed of 1 kilometer per second, rendering him immune to attacks from those below the saint level, capable of obliterating any martial artist under this rank. The 2nd seal grants a speed of 100 kilometers per second, offering immunity to attacks from those below the lesser saint level, allowing him to eradicate any lesser saint and below. The 3rd seal accelerates him to 10,000 kilometers per second, providing immunity against attacks from those beneath the Great Saint level, thus permitting him to annihilate any Great Saint and below. Of course, both defense and speed are contingent upon the starry Divine Pavilion itself, which necessitates the consumption of stellar power, intrinsically linked to the strength of its master. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Jun Qiye cannot easily harness the starry Divine Pavilion to eliminate formidable foes. However, now that he has reached the Divine Extremity realm, merely a step away from the Celestial Platform realm, he finds that annihilating those within the Saint realm requires minimal energy, an expenditure so trivial it can be disregarded. Thus, he intends to proceed with his path of destruction, first gathering the 1000 keys necessary to ensure his safe exit from the Balo Immortal realm. Chapter 122, Triggering the Mission, seizing the 9 pinnacles buzzing the starry Divine Pavilion, surrounded by thousands of stars within a kilometer radius, swiftly traverses the sky like a meteor, crushing all in its wake. Countless powerful beings tremble, and numerous beasts cower in fear. What an overwhelming pressure! Whose treasure is this? The Flying Palace. In the ethereal realm of the Azure Falls, an extraordinary presence has emerged, leaving us with little room for competition. Oh my! The overwhelming pressure renders me immobile. Countless meteors streak across the sky. Within this celestial domain, numerous prodigies, witnessing the starry Divine Pavilion, stand in utter astonishment. The mere aura emanating from the pavilion has immobilized countless practitioners of the 4 extremities and immortal platform realms, and even those of the saintly realm tremble, their expressions grave. Time passes, day by day. On the 6th day, the starry Divine Pavilion has traversed countless miles. Throughout these days, Bai Mingming has remained by Jun Qiye's side, enduring his playful torment daily, her cheeks flushed and breathless. Her exquisitely delicate form has already been subject to his teasing touches. Boom, boom, boom on this day. The starry Divine Pavilion arrives before a majestic mountain range that stretches infinitely, its peaks obscured by the clouds. Among these mountains rises a summit, towering 10,000 zhang into the heavens. Atop the peak, thunder roars incessantly, and arcs of lightning crisscross, unleashing cataclysmic explosions. Moreover, a wondrous pillar of light connects heaven and the summit, drawing forth spiritual energy from within a radius of tens of millions of miles, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. At this moment, before the mountain range, countless powerful beings have gathered, those of the 4 extremities and immortal platform realms, alongside numerous practitioners of the saintly realm. The formidable beings all gazed intently at the commotion atop the mountain, their eyes glinting with avarice. for this spectacle heralded the emergence of a peerless treasure. Should one seize the opportunities and fortunes that lay here, the rewards would undoubtedly be bountiful. More importantly, the coveted Biloxian talisman awaited, for only by mastering this talisman could one hope to depart the Biloxian realm unscathed. My dear, I shall first venture to the Nine Heavens Divine City, atop the starry Divine Pavilion, murmured Bai Mingming as she nestled beside Jun Qiye, her gaze fixed upon the mountain summit. It was not the fear of battle that troubled her, but the dread of being a burden to her husband. After all, the gravest danger lay with her, for the Nine Heavens Divine City was Jun Qiye's treasure. Should he fall, she would be eternally ensnared within its confines. Yet, she had unwavering faith in her husband's prowess to navigate any peril. Her entry into the Nine Heavens Divine City would afford Jun Qiye the freedom to fight without concern. Remember to think of me, Jun Qiye replied with a nod and a smile, his gaze lingering on her graceful legs, an expression of indescribable mischief dancing in his eyes. Bai Mingming felt her heart race under his gaze, flushing with embarrassment, wishing fervently for a crevice to hide within. Yet, she dared not voice her reluctance, knowing full well that such words would only invite his playful torment. Thus, she acquiesced with a demure nod, her exquisite face tinged with a rosy hue, utterly adorable. Jun Qiye tenderly tousled her silky hair, and with a flicker of his mind, he activated the Nine Heavens Divine City, guiding Bai Mingming within its embrace before settling atop the starry Divine Pavilion, keenly observing the tumult at the mountain's peak. The air crackled with thunderous roars and dancing arcs of lightning. The pillar of light stirred the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, rapidly drawing forth the spiritual essence from a vast expanse of tens of millions of miles, converging within its radiant embrace. As the influx of energy surged, the pillar expanded, emanating an overwhelming aura of majesty. Countless formidable beings retreated, distancing themselves from the luminescent column. Could it be that the nine great pinnacles have manifested? I am not far from that location. What extraordinary fortune! I wonder what treasure has emerged? The nine great pinnacles? I must seize a celestial talisman from here, otherwise I may indeed be trapped forever within the realm of Biloxian. The commotion surrounding the pillar resonated across a radius of 90 million miles, alerting all powerful entities in the vicinity. In an instant, throngs of mighty beings rushed towards the source of the disturbance. Ding, task triggered. Master, seize the pinnacle transformation. Success will reward you with 10,000 points. At that moment, a notification echoed within Jun Qiye's mind, signaling the activation of a quest. However, the task entailed competing for the nine great pinnacles here, and the system had already revealed that these pinnacles pertained to transformation, indicating its awareness of everything related to this pinnacle. Upon hearing the task, Jun Qiye was left speechless. The very first triggered quest was so daunting. Yet, the rewards were astonishingly generous. A direct reward of 10,000 points could significantly enhance his abilities. But what if the system were to fail? Jun Qiye pondered aloud. The rewards are granted only upon success. What if failure occurs? In truth, it is not merely a matter of what if failure, but rather a grim likelihood of 90% failure against a mere 10% chance of success, relying solely on his own strength and cunning. Task failed, no reward. However, the triggering task will no longer appear in a month, spoke the spirit of the system, Jing Xian. After speaking, silence ensued. Then let us take a gamble, said Jun Qiye, his gaze fixed upon the pillar of light as he observed the gathering of prodigious talents. In his mind, he discerned a blue dot appearing on the virtual map. A blue dot? It was evident that the owner of this dot was someone he recognized, likely Murong Yenner. After all, in this vast realm of Biloxian, only a handful had entered the heavenly Xian sacred domain. Indeed, as he looked into the distance, an ethereal figure emerged. Chapter 123, The Nine Pinnacles. Testing the talent for cultivation in the distance, Murong Yenner was breathtakingly beautiful, though her brow was furrowed with weariness. Suddenly, as if sensing his gaze, Murong Xinger turned towards the starry Divine Pavilion. Upon seeing Jun Qiye atop the pavilion, her lips, plump and rosy, pursed slightly. Her delicate form flickered, and in an instant, she materialized near the starry Divine Pavilion, yet dared not approach too closely. After all, the pavilion radiated an unmatched celestial power. Not even those at the holy stage or saints could venture near without consequence. Little brother, we meet again, Murong Xinger spoke, her voice melodic and sweet, imbued with infinite charm. In her heart, she was taken aback. Who was this young man, possessing such a formidable flying artifact? It was evident that this treasure had been bestowed upon him by the elders of his family or faction, aiding him in mastering such a powerful device. Otherwise, A mere practitioner of the four extremes could never wield such an item. Is this treasure a celestial artifact or the legendary holy weapon? I am Jun Chiye. As I speak, I find myself at a loss for words. How absurd. I merely possess a handsome and delicate appearance. I am not that small. I am already 17 years old. Why do you insist on addressing me this way? This all began with Bai Mingming. As I speak, my hands are clasped behind my back, my gaze steady and level. Though my frame may appear slender, it emanates a sense of grandeur. "Oh, little brother Chiye, greetings," Moro Xingyu exclaimed, unable to suppress a laugh. "This handsome fellow is quite amusing. I truly wish to play with him." It is evident he is quite young yet stubbornly refuses to admit it. Jun Chiye felt a surge of frustration. "I have declared my name. You may call me Jun Chiye or Jun Gongzi, but must you add little brother? Does it discomfort you not to address me so? Do you consider yourself superior? I doubt you surpass my 5th senior sister in stature." Frowning, Jun Chiye's peripheral vision grazed Murong Xingyo's figure, calculating discreetly. While her assets are considerable, they likely do not rival those of my 5th senior sister. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At that moment, atop the mountain's peak, a brilliant light erupted, illuminating the heavens and spreading like wildfire. All the powerful beings were blinded by the radiance, instinctively shielding their eyes and retreating. In the ethereal realm of the Balo wonderland, one of the 9 great peaks has manifested, presenting a trial for the cultivation of innate talent. Within a radius of 100 miles, an astonishing concentration of spiritual energy 2,000 times the norm, with 30% being celestial energy, allows for a breakthrough in one's realm, enabling an ascent to the next level. Each tier is graced with a singular Balo Immortal talisman, and upon reaching the 9th tier, one may claim treasures from one of the 9 great peaks. Fighting is strictly prohibited in the cultivation zone. Any combat detected will result in eradication. A resonant voice echoed through the air. Simultaneously, a resplendent palace materialized above the mountain's summit, exquisitely crafted and suspended in midair, devouring boundless spiritual energy. This palace served as the epicenter of the voice. As the voice faded, countless steps of white jade emerged beneath the palace, elegantly floating at a distance of 1,000 feet. The radiance emanating from within the palace cascaded down upon the steps, creating an extraordinarily enchanting scene. Suddenly, numerous prodigious individuals appeared, swiftly descending onto the white jade steps, each claiming a step for themselves. Upon arrival, they promptly settled into a meditative posture, beginning to absorb the spiritual and celestial energies around them, fervently cultivating in hopes of being the first to reach the 1st tier and acquire the Balo Immortal Talisman. It is well known that the first Balo Immortal Talisman is the easiest to obtain, yet the competition is fiercely intense. The challenges only escalate with each subsequent tier. After all, it is no small feat to elevate oneself by 9 realms within 5 days. Even with the enhancement of 2,000 times spiritual energy and 30% celestial energy. 7th night, are you not participating? Morong Yeno observed as others eagerly ascended the steps. While Jun Chiye remained motionless, which piqued her curiosity, this youth exuded an air of enigma. Who said that? I have no desire to perish, Jun Chiye remarked, a smile gracing his face. In an instant, he surged forward towards the staircase, while the celestial star pavilion continued to hover above, radiant with starlight. A breathtaking spectacle akin to a mystical night sky. Upon reaching the white jade steps, Jun Chiye seated himself in a meditative posture, his heart brimming with anticipation. How wondrous could the eternal divine demon body truly be? He would soon discover through his practice. Furthermore, the perfected divine blood scripture, a supreme technique, was poised to reveal its might at this very moment. With a thunderous roar, the eternal divine demon body commenced its operation, and the divine blood scripture activated. Instantly, a muffled explosion resonated as boundless spiritual and celestial energies surged toward him. At that moment, Jun Chiye resembled a black hole, voraciously devouring the endless influx of spiritual and celestial energies. The formidable nature of the eternal divine demon body could sustain an abundance of such energies and swiftly convert them. What is this? Below the palace, on the staircase, over 3,000 prodigious cultivators were diligently honing their skills. They were momentarily stunned by the commotion caused by Jun Chiye's cultivation, their faces reflecting astonishment. What kind of technique is this? It's utterly terrifying. This cannot simply be termed cultivation. It's as though he is consuming spiritual and celestial energies. Does he not fear the risk of overextending himself? Chapter 124, Continuous Breakthroughs. While astonishment lingered, the path of diligent cultivation remained paramount. One must seize a piece of the Balo celestial talisman, otherwise, they would be condemned to remain within the Balo celestial realm forever. Subsequently, all the exceptional individuals once again immersed themselves in their cultivation. eager to seize the first by Luo's celestial talisman. If that proved elusive, they aimed to acquire the second and third talismans. As for the fourth, it was beyond their wildest imagination. After all, they had little confidence in breaking through 4 realms within 5 days. However, to their astonishment, barely 5 minutes had elapsed when Jun Qiye achieved a breakthrough. The commotion was tremendous. For Jun Qiye was not merely advancing a minor realm, but rather transcending to the 4 extremes realm. He had already reached the divine extreme phase within the 4 extremes realm, standing just a step away from the celestial platform realm. Now, infused with pure spiritual and celestial energy, he effortlessly ascended to the first level of the celestial platform realm. Congratulations, Jun Qiye has reached the first stage. Echoed a resonant voice, announcing his attainment of the soul by Luo's celestial talisman at this level, alongside a 10 enhancement of his spiritual and celestial energy. As the voice resonated, a radiant beam descended from the palace above, illuminating Jun Qiye. With a single hand, he grasped the talisman, revealing a jade symbol radiating with a mystical glow, adorned with enigmatic patterns and ancient scripts. This was the Balo celestial talisman, a symbol and passport for those who emerged alive from the Balo celestial realm. Glancing at the talisman, Jun Qiye nonchalantly stored it away. Concurrently, he ascended over 100 steps, drawing closer to the palace, and once again plunged into his cultivation. Meanwhile, the others, upon witnessing the azure talisman of the celestial realm in Jun Qiye's hand, their eyes sparkled with a fervor akin to a ravenous beast poised to consume him. It is imperative to understand that this talisman signifies the essence of life and opportunity. Possessing even one guarantees an escape from this ethereal domain within the entire celestial realm. Such talismans are exceedingly rare, undoubtedly the most precious treasures to be found here, without exception. However, upon observing Jun Qiye's nonchalant demeanor, their frustration grew, teeth grinding in envy. If only he had the audacity to discard the talisman, they would eagerly seize it. Cultivation, cultivation, relentless cultivation. Just after breaking through, Jun Qiye's body resembled a black hole, insatiably thirsty for more spiritual and celestial energy. As the eternal demon body activated, the energies from the heavens surged wildly, ultimately consumed by Jun Qiye. Boom, boom. After merely an hour, the space above his head began to tremble. He had achieved another breakthrough. The expressions of all the talented cultivators turned grim. For while they had only just entered their states of cultivation, Jun Qiye had already broken through twice. Now, he was poised to claim the second-tier celestial talisman, plunging them into a vicious cycle. Achieving even a single breakthrough is a formidable task, let alone 2. And now, even should they manage to ascend 2 tiers, they would find no celestial talismans available, as Jun Qiye had already claimed both the first and second tiers. Thus, their only recourse was to exert themselves in fervent cultivation, striving to surpass Jun Qiye by breaking through 3 tiers before him. But what delusions were they entertaining? Others had already broken through 2 tiers, while they had only just begun. Who were they, really? Such malevolence! How can one possibly navigate this? The 4 extremes truly take advantage of the situation. Is this a quest for demise? Wait a moment, he is surely destined to become the target of scorn. At the summit of the great mountain, beneath the palace, countless formidable geniuses cast their frigid gazes upon Jun Qiye, their stares as piercing as if he had affronted their entire kin. It is evident that they have etched Jun Qiye into their memories, awaiting the moment when they can obliterate him after this peak concludes. Seizing the resources and treasures he possesses, particularly the coveted by Luo Immortal talisman. Congratulations, Jun Qiye has reached the second tier. Acquired the soul by Luo Immortal talisman of the second tier. Simultaneously, spiritual energy and celestial energy are enhanced by 20. A resonant voice echoed through the air. Jun Qiye ascended over 100 steps once more, elevating himself 100 zhang higher. Now, he stood even further apart from the other powerhouses, appearing exalted, while others gazed up at him in awe. From the palace, a beam of radiance descended, vanishing to reveal the Balo Immortal talisman. After securing the talisman, Jun Qiye gently closed his eyes and immersed himself once again in cultivation. After 3 hours, he achieved another breakthrough, his cultivation reaching the 3rd tier of the celestial platform realm. He had now entered the 3rd tier. At the 6th hour, Jun Qiye experienced another breakthrough, elevating his cultivation to the 4th tier of the celestial platform realm. The white jade steps had ascended to the 4th tier. After 11 hours, Jun Qiye continued to advance, attaining the 5th tier of the celestial platform realm. The white jade steps now reached the 5th tier. At the 17th hour, Jun Qiye's cultivation soared once more, reaching the 6th tier of the celestial platform realm. The white jade steps had now ascended to the 6th tier. At this moment, He has already acquired 6 celestial talismans, enhancing his spiritual and celestial energy by 60. Chapter 125, 5th Grade Ascension to the Sacred Realm. Supreme Creation Palace. What a farce. I shall not compete any longer. Wait a moment, I will take him down. He is courting death by leaving us no glimmer of hope. His actions are utterly ruthless. He has reached the 6th tier, while I am merely at the 2nd. Even if I were to fly, I could not seize the celestial talismans. This time, I shall refrain from contention and focus on elevating my cultivation first. Later, I will snatch the celestial talismans from him. That is my plan as well. How many celestial talismans does he possess? Enough for several to contend for. Beneath the palace. Upon the lowest white jade steps, countless prodigious figures are not diligently cultivating at this moment. They have already surrendered, no longer intending to compete. Or rather, the prospect of competition has become non-existent. With Jun Qie having ascended to the 6th tier while they remain at the lowest, how could they possibly surpass him? As they watch Jun Qie collect one celestial talisman after another, envy and resentment swirl among the multitude. Now, they have outright abandoned hope. Preparing to resort to murder and plunder once the contest concludes, boldly seizing treasures through bloodshed. Jun Qie, of course, overhears the discussions of the powerful Balo. However, he merely chuckles. Murder and plunder? Such tactics may be feasible elsewhere, but attempting to do so before me is tantamount to courting death. After a brief laugh, he resumes his cultivation. The opportunity for rapid advancement in cultivation is a rare one. Should I miss this chance, it would be arduous to encounter another. One's most significant shortcoming lies in the inadequacy of their cultivation realm. Now that the opportunity has presented itself, it is imperative to seize it firmly and elevate one's cultivation level. In the 20th hour, Jun Qie once again achieved a breakthrough. Reaching the 7th level of the celestial platform realm, ascending the white jade steps to the 7th tier. In the 33rd hour, Jun Qie experienced yet another breakthrough. Advancing to the 8th level of the celestial platform realm, ascending the white jade steps to the 8th tier, drawing ever closer to the palace. Just one more tier, and he would gain entry to the 9th tier, where the unparalleled treasures await. Anticipation swelled within him as he pondered the nature of the treasures at the 9th tier. Could it be that this fellow would ascend to the 9th tier? In merely a day and a half, he had transcended 8 realms, truly extraordinary. He is undoubtedly capable of reaching the 9th tier. What manner of cultivation is this? Comparing oneself to others can be infuriating. Perhaps I should eliminate him and seize the Balo Immortal talisman. At this moment, countless formidable beings murmured among themselves. They considered themselves the pride of heaven. Yet before Jun Qie, they felt as though they were mere pretenders, not standing on the same level as him. Presently, the greatest curiosity lies in whether Jun Qie can ascend to the 9th tier. The 9th tier, now that is the ultimate treasure. This young man is indeed extraordinary. Should I inquire if he would part with the Balo Immortal talisman? On the 4th tier, Murong Yenner gazed at the white jade steps above, where Jun Qie resided. At this moment, her heart was overwhelmed with astonishment. In the span of this day, the extraordinary prowess of Jun Qie has far exceeded the bounds of her understanding. I pondered whether he would grant my request. Surely, he ought to bestow upon me a Balo Immortal talisman. After all, he possesses 8 of them and requires merely one for himself. The others serve no purpose. Furthermore, with my stunning beauty, how could he refuse my entreaty? Not to mention, we both hail from the celestial Xian sacred domain. He ought to lend me a hand. In a fleeting moment, Murong Yenner found her mind racing with countless thoughts, though all were steeped in self-delusion and naive hope. As time passed, second by second, the 3rd day arrived. Boom, boom, boom at long last. Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation experienced another breakthrough, reaching the 9th layer of the Immortal platform realm. In a mere 3 days, he ascended from the Divine Extreme realm to the 9th layer of the Immortal platform, traversing 9 minor realms, a veritable miracle of cultivation. Congratulations. Jun Qie has entered the 9th tier. Reward. Treasures of the 9 pinnacles. Treasures include Realm Enhancement X5, Heart of Balo X1, Supreme Creation Hall X1, Immortal Source X99. Sacred Source X9, a voice, steeped in the weight of ages, resonated, heralding Jun Qie's ascension. Simultaneously, it unveiled the rewards he had garnered. Thunderous roars reverberated as the ethereal energies from within millions of miles converged, pouring into the palace. Subsequently, a radiant beam descended upon the palace, intertwining with Jun Qie. In this instant, his cultivation surged, propelling him into the sacred realm. Finally, Jun Qie has entered the sacred realm, 1st tier, 2nd tier, 3rd tier, 4th tier, 5th tier. The reward for achieving the 5 realms catapulted Jun Qie from the 9th layer of the Immortal platform directly into the 5th rank of the saintly realm. This astonishing development left countless powerful beings in a state of bewilderment. It was utterly incredible and defied all expectations. He had originally been merely at the divine extreme realm. Yet just 3 days later, he had ascended to the 5th rank of the saintly realm. Envy and jealousy surged through the hearts of many. Driving them to the brink of madness, they couldn't help but ponder how splendid it would be if such realms were bestowed upon them. For they would have already attained the status of a minor saint. Following this elevation in rank, a radiant glow emerged, revealing a spatial ring that descended before Junqiya. Without a glance, he reached out and tossed it into the Yuan realm. In that moment, a resplendent palace of shifting colors in the void rapidly diminished in size until it transformed into a radiant speck, landing softly before Junqiya. The palace, now no larger than the palm of his hand, appeared exquisitely crafted yet exuded an aura of profound mystery. This reward was extraordinary, an elevation of 5 realms. Was that palace the supreme creation hall? The rewards of Immortal Source, Saint Source, and the heart of the Azure Fall were truly formidable. The 5-day trial concluded in just 3 days. A great battle was on the horizon. He had received the reward, yet his life was in peril. For even the 5th rank of the saintly realm could not withstand the onslaught of thousands. In a desperate bid for survival, many would stake their lives in the impending conflict, and it was apparent that Junqiya was destined for certain doom. Countless powerful beings engaged in fervent discussions as tranquility returned to the world. The first peak of the 9 great pinnacles had come to a close, marking a significant moment in time. The air was thick with an eerie ambience, as countless gazes were fixed upon Junqiya suspended in the sky, all aware that a battle was imminent, and that Junqiya would soon become the target of all. Chapter 126, The Might of Divine Techniques. Erasing all the howling winds surged and the space trembled. The eyes of innumerable formidable beings were concentrated on Junqiya, yet none dared to strike first. With thousands of prodigious warriors present, even if one were to seize a treasure from Junqiya, they would inevitably become the target of collective aggression from others. It could be said that whoever made the first move risked being simultaneously annihilated by the rest. Indeed, Junqiya opened his eyes, feeling invigorated. In just 3 short days, his cultivation had ascended to the 5th rank of the Saint Realm. Now, he was on the cusp of the Sacred Realm. The rewards he had received were astonishingly miraculous. His heartfelt gratitude was owed to his 5th senior sister. Without her providing him with the key, he would not have reached the Balo Immortal Realm. Regaining his composure, his gaze fell lightly upon the thousands of formidable beings below. Most of these warriors were at the immortal stage, with countless others at the Saint Realm. Yet at this moment, he regarded those at the Saint Realm with utter disdain. He was acutely aware that the powerful figures below sought to kill and plunder. Yet they now hesitated to act. A smirk of contempt arose within him. Esteemed ones, are you not eager to seize the Balo Immortal Talisman from my grasp? What holds you back from acting? Junqiya began to descend, his hands clasped behind him, moving with the poise of a ruler surveying his domain. Dressed in a dark robe, his features were finely sculpted, with distinct angles that resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. With a casual glance sweeping over all the formidable beings present, he spoke in a tone that dripped with provocation, leaving countless powerful figures bewildered. Were it anyone else, they would have hastily retreated rather than confront them, as Junqiya did. This little fellow was truly inscrutable. Murong Yenner furrowed her brows. Her curiosity piqued about what this young boy was truly up to, daring to provoke the mightiest among them. Could it be that he was simply a fool? Balo celestial talismans, he declared. In the entire Balo celestial realm, there existed only a scant few. If you do not seize them now, you shall find no opportunity to do so later. Are you not tempted? Are you not stirred? It is better to act than merely feel. Let us seize them. With a flourish of his hand, 9 Balo celestial talismans materialized, floating before him. For all the powerful beings, these talismans represented life itself. Now, Junqiya boldly displayed such an abundance, enticing them. Was it not enough to drive them into a frenzy? Ultimately, he erupted into laughter, a sound devoid of respect. Junqiya, you may take any other treasures, but you must leave behind 8 Balo celestial talismans. Indeed, we only desire the Balo celestial talismans. Do you wish to make enemies of us all? This is an affront. Your arrogance knows no bounds. We have witnessed hubris before, but never to this extent. Let us engage. Very well, let us fight. Madness ensued. All the powerful beings were driven to frenzy. For the sake of survival and dignity, they had no choice but to fight with all their might. Over 4,000 formidable warriors unleashed an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. As waves of assault surged toward Junqiya, in that moment, the very fabric of space began to fracture, and the ground crumbled for miles. Indeed, a prodigy must embody the essence of a prodigy. However, Such power exacts a toll. A faint smile graced Jun Qi's visage as the eternal demon body activated, emanating an aura of cataclysmic might. Behind him manifested a divine beast, its projection towering 1,000 meters high. Simultaneously, 9 colossal cauldrons emerged, giving rise to the 9-cauldron divine shield, an unparalleled bastion of defense, enveloped in a protective barrier akin to the magical shields of sorcerers in legendary realms. Jun Qi's defenses were now in place, paving the way for an invincible counterstrike. 9 calamity sacred weapons. Genesis sword domain. Suppress and annihilate. At this moment, Jun Qi resembled a divine demon or a celestial emperor. 9 sacred blades floated around him, and he embodied the essence of a sword deity, with an infinite realm of sword intent extending 1,000 meters in every direction. Whoosh, whoosh, rumble, rumble, space itself shattered, and the world collapsed. The sword domain was unmatched, and the divine cauldrons remained unshaken. The destructive onslaught of thousands of warriors was thwarted by the 9-cauldron divine shield, their attacks rendered to mere fragments, unable to touch Jun Qi. Conversely, his Genesis sword domain swept across the battlefield like a torrential wave. Blood surged towards the heavens as the wails of the fallen echoed through the cosmos. Countless warriors were reduced to mere dust by the Genesis sword domain, utter destruction. Nothing but obliteration. Jun Qi floated majestically in the sky, as if he were an unparalleled sovereign, an extraordinary sword deity, a celestial master of the stars, or a primordial demonic entity. Yet, he possessed an exquisite beauty akin to that of the goddess Luo, resembling a fallen immortal, graceful and unrestrained. It seemed as though the scene before him bore no relation to his being. In an instant, the brilliance of divine blood illuminated the surroundings, and nearly 1,000 formidable warriors vanished into thin air, leaving countless others paralyzed with fear. They dared no longer linger and turned to flee. But could they escape? Did Jun Qi grant them permission? With a mere lift of his hand, Jun Qi caused the very fabric of space to tremble. The once dim world transformed into a realm of sanguine light, casting a crimson hue over a 1,000-mile radius. In a heartbeat, the powerful beings atop the mountain were reduced to mere wisps of blood mist. Such divine prowess was not to be trifled with. A single strike obliterated all the formidable foes. After an indeterminate passage of time, tranquility descended upon the realm. A gentle breeze swept through, dissipating the bloodlust, and the mountaintop was devoid of any remaining warriors, save for the scattered corpses of the fallen, over 4,000 strong, all perished. Jun Qi stood in the void, his gaze serene. With a soft sigh, he stepped forward and vanished from sight, only to reappear atop the celestial star pavilion. Little brother Qi, came the melodious and sweet voice of Murong Yenner from afar, just as he was about to activate the celestial star pavilion to depart. Little brother Qi, she exclaimed, coming back to her senses from her earlier shock. Seeing him about to leave, she hurriedly called out, having nearly been left speechless moments before. To effortlessly obliterate all formidable adversaries is a feat that transcends the boundaries of her imagination, rendering her incredulous that such a terrifying means could exist in this world. A mere cultivator at the initial Saint Realm decimating thousands of powerhouses, this individual is outrageously formidable. Is there something you require? Jun Qi inquired, his brow furrowed. Young Master Qi. Murong Yenner began, summoning her courage, her heart filled with trepidation towards Jun Qi. Could you possibly grant me a Jade Fall Fairy token? Despite her fear, she valued her life above all else. Without the token, she would be eternally confined within the Jade Fall Immortal realm. Being so young and beautiful, she could not bear the thought of perishing here. She had a long journey ahead. Thus, she implored Jun Qi for a token. And the rationale behind this request? Jun Qi queried, his voice devoid of any emotional inflection. For him, the Jade Fall Fairy token was of little consequence, but to other prodigies, it was of paramount importance, akin to life itself. Without it, they could not escape the Jade Fall Immortal realm alive. However, he continued, we are mere acquaintances. Why should I bestow upon you such a token? Murong Yenner paused, then articulated her reasons. Firstly, we both hail from the celestial mystery holy domain and should assist one another. Secondly, the token is of little value to you. Thirdly, am I not comely enough to dissuade you from allowing me to perish in this realm? She voiced the reasons that resonated within her heart. Their shared origin in the celestial mystery holy domain necessitated mutual aid. Furthermore, you possess 9 celestial talismans. Yet a single one suffices for your own needs. As for the remainder, granting me just one would be a trivial matter, would it not? Furthermore, as a stunning young lady, could you truly bear to witness my demise within the celestial realm? Or rather, my most compelling argument is simply this. My beauty demands that you bestow upon me a celestial talisman, Upon uttering these words, her enchanting gaze fixed upon Jun Qie, aware that her declaration would likely compel him to yield, albeit at her expense, such is the nature of men. Although you may be younger than I, you are still a man. Thus, possessing beauty often renders one invulnerable to setbacks. Jun Qie erupted into laughter, thoroughly amused by the absurdity of her reasoning. Indeed, he found himself laughing out of exasperation. What kind of rationale is this? Must I truly surrender a celestial talisman to you? Is my refusal to comply truly my fault? Moreover, according to your logic, does beauty grant one the liberty to act as one pleases? I, too, am quite handsome, yet I do not exhibit such arrogance as you. Does Jun Qie not deserve acknowledgement for this? Murmuring Yenner was momentarily taken aback by Jun Qie's demeanor. Her keen intellect quickly discerned that he would not easily part with the celestial talisman. Of course, she had reserved a strategy when articulating her reasons, only resorting to it in dire circumstances. It appears that such necessity has arisen, as my life is at stake. Remember this, it would be wise for you to avoid crossing paths with me. Jun Qie turned away, casting a cold, unfeeling glance at murmuring Yenner. The starry divine pavilion erupted with a cataclysmic force, soaring towards the heavens and vanishing in an instant, leaving Murong Yenner in a state of bewilderment. Her mind grappling with the confusion of what had gone awry. Why was nothing effective? Whoosh, whoosh, Murong Yenner could not comprehend that Jun Qie was no benevolent savior. Or perhaps, without the constraints of moral coercion, he would have unhesitatingly relinquished the celestial talisman of the azure sky, for after all, they were both inhabitants of the heavenly profound sacred domain, and the talisman held no value for him. Yet now, with Murong Yenner employing moral coercion against him, he resolved that even should he dispose of the talisman, it would not be granted to her. To put it succinctly, are you instructing me on how to act? He dared not linger. With a swift motion, he propelled his delicate form skyward, for the tumult in this place was far too great. And the ground was strewn with corpses. All the formidable beings had been eradicated by Jun Qie here, and it was likely that more powerful individuals would soon arrive. Buzz. Buzz, the starry divine pavilion, akin to a meteor shower, cleaved through the void, journeying into the distance. Within the pavilion, Jun Qie reclined partially on his bed. Ding, congratulations, Master, for completing the task. Reward points 10,000. Event triggered. Master has annihilated 271 formidable beings. Reward points 42,710. The voice of the system spirit, Ling Jingxian, resonated within his mind, sweet and melodious. 10 points for the elimination of a single formidable being. Jun Qie paused in astonishment. The 10,000 points for completing the task were anticipated, but he had not expected to accrue over 40,000 points for vanquishing more than 4,000 formidable beings. Such a revelation was utterly unexpected, considering that previously, a mere sign-in would yield only 100 or 200 points. This time, the task triggered a pinnacle transformation, yielding nearly 10,000 points. Yet now, the annihilation of these formidable beings has astonishingly granted over 40,000 points. It appears that slaying is indeed the path to supremacy. Chapter 128, Comprehensive Upgrade, Chaos Tree. While astonishment lingered, it was a reward rightfully earned. For I have vanquished so many powerful foes. Had I not been formidable, it would have been me, Jun Qie, facing demise. Amidst the shock of points acquired, Jun Qie was even more astounded by the eternal divine demon body, the Genesis sword domain, and the divine blood radiance, new skills that were undeniably beyond any comparison to previous abilities. This was only to be expected, as these are divine techniques. Once unleashed, they are nothing short of celestial skills. Who could possibly withstand such might? Typically, those at the Four Extremities realm and the Immortal platform realm. Even those entering the Holy realm wield heavenly tier martial arts and techniques. It is rare to encounter anyone proficient in Immortal tier skills, at least. Jun Qie has yet to witness anyone employing such techniques. As for himself, he possesses only divine-level skills, with both his techniques and martial arts classified as divine. Moreover, his divine techniques are a synthesis of several extraordinary holy tier skills, and his talents are a blend of multiple extraordinary holy bodies. It would indeed be strange were he not powerful. System, Supreme Genesis Hall, what is its level? Jun Qie inquired, curiosity piqued. After all, this is one of the 9 most formidable treasures. Its rank should be considerable. Supreme Artifact can be upgraded to a world-class artifact, came the system's reply. Within the primordial realm, there exists nothing unknown to the system. Supreme Artifact. Jun Qie gasped in astonishment. An artifact of such caliber? In his heart, he already had a plan. However, he did not anticipate that this supreme creation palace was, in fact, a supreme artifact. Any treasure bearing the title of supreme is anything but ordinary, for it signifies the pinnacle of a certain level, an existence of dominion. This holds true for artifacts as well, as there is nothing that surpasses it at that tier. The system elucidated, the supreme creation palace is indeed a supreme artifact. Yet it serves merely as an auxiliary tool. It condenses spiritual and celestial energies, enabling one to swiftly enhance their cultivation. Though the supreme creation palace is a supreme artifact, it lacks offensive and defensive capabilities. Its sole purpose is to assist in cultivation by gathering spiritual and celestial energies. This alone suffices. After listening, Junqi mused. Assistance is assistance. Besides, what I lack the most is indeed the realm of cultivation. With the Supreme Creation Palace, I will be able to rapidly elevate my cultivation level. He glanced at his points, noting he had over 50,000. These points were just enough to facilitate an upgrade. Is upgrading the realm necessary? The system inquired. While one could enhance their cultivation realm using points, for Junqi at this moment, expending points on such an upgrade seemed a waste, both of points and of opportunity. Upgrade the system, enhance my talents, and elevate the 3 divine techniques, Junqi commanded. He then awaited the system's assistance in the upgrades. System upgrading. Eternal Demon Body enhancing. 9 Cauldrons Divine Shield enhancing. Blood Light of the Gods enhancing. Creation Sword Domain enhancing. All 5 aspects were poised for enhancement. After the upgrades, one's own prowess can lead to earth-shattering transformations. As time flows, second by second. Approximately a minute later, the upgrade is complete. Junqi's divine consciousness enters the primordial realm, his gaze fixed upon the virtual screen. System, version 3. 0, 10,101, 0000 points. Age, 16 years. Identity, talent, Eternal Divine Devil Body, 10,101, 0000 points. Aura, manifestation projection. 9 Dragons Guardian Cultivation Level, Divine Extreme Realm, 0 10,000 points. Divine Consciousness, Level 88 Appearance, 99 points. Secondary Occupations, Sacred Array Master, Sacred Pill Master. Divine Consciousness Master Techniques, Divine Blood Scripture, Divine Skills, 9 Tripod Divine Shield 2, Divine Defense, 10,101, 0000 points. Divine Bloodlight 2, Divine Attack, 10,101, 0000 points. Creation Sword Domain 2, Divine Attack, 10,101, 0000 points. Wealth, 439. For Billion Sacred Stones Treasures, Ancient Sky Suppressing Tower, Soul Celestial Pearl, 9 Calamity Sacred Weapon. Celestial Spirit Sacred Weapon, 9 Tripods, Array Path Compass, Crystal Scepter, Square Heaven Painting Halberd Points. 5060. The upgrade is complete. The panel reveals everything clearly. Aside from the cultivation level, all other areas have been enhanced. With over 50,000 points, only 5 areas can be upgraded, leaving a mere 5,000 points remaining. However, upon reviewing the points required for the next upgrade, Junqi felt a wave of despair. The first upgrade demanded only 10,000 points. Yet the second requires a staggering 1 million. 1 million points. Where could one possibly amass such an immense quantity? This is undeniably too much of a burden. In the realm of gaming, the experience points for leveling up do not increase in such a manner. However, upon gazing at the divine attributes displayed on the information panel, a sense of melancholy inexplicably dissipates, as this very panel is indeed a feast for the eyes. System version 3. 0. What functionalities does it possess? Inquired Junqi. The last system upgrade had transformed his capabilities dramatically, unveiling a completely new world before him, akin to acquiring an entirely different system. Now, he pondered whether there were any changes with the upgrade from version 2. 0 to 3. 0. The 3.0 system will introduce the Chaos Tree. The Chaos Tree serves as the primordial source of cosmic chaos, as well as the origin of domain laws, capable of nurturing 30,000 domains, 3,000 natural laws, 99 great laws, and 9 supreme laws. The Chaos Tree consumes the energy of heaven and earth to grow, producing 9 vines to engage in combat. As the spirit of the system spoke, a seed the size of a broad bean materialized in the primordial realm. Staring at this broad bean-like seed, Junqi was momentarily taken aback, contemplating. Is this the seed of the Chaos Tree? His heart raced with astonishment. The Chaos Tree, is it not the World Tree? Indeed. The Chaos Tree is astonishingly formidable, possessing the ability to nurture domain laws. Henceforth, he would no longer need to comprehend the domain laws through contemplation. Instead, he could simply cultivate by focusing on the chaos tree. It could even be said that he and the chaos tree would become one, with the domain laws possessed by the chaos tree becoming his own. Chapter 129. Xiaolang's swordsmanship talent is indeed formidable, and his luck is extraordinarily exceptional. System. How does one utilize this? Jun Qia inquired, gazing at the seed of the chaos tree, perplexed. One cannot possibly find a place to sow seeds, can one? The chaotic tree merges with its master. It becomes a part of the master. May I inquire, master, shall we merge with the chaotic tree now? The system inquired. Subsequently, it asked Jun Qia whether he wished to merge with the chaotic tree at present. Without a moment's hesitation, Jun Qia agreed. After all, he had time on his hands. He could merge with the chaotic tree and was eager to witness its immense power. A treasure, only when wielded by oneself, can reveal its true worth. If left unused, even the most extraordinary treasure becomes as worthless as refuse. Merging with the chaotic tree. The system's prompt resonated. Soon, the seed of the chaotic tree began to integrate. Jun Qia perceived a subtle transformation within his being, yet experienced no discomfort. Rather, it was quite the opposite. He felt a profound sense of ease. Concurrently, within the depths of his being, the seed of the chaotic tree felt as though it were an intrinsic part of him, as if it had always belonged. Before long, the seed began to sprout, transforming into a delicate sapling. With a gentle thought, the sapling materialized before him, twirling gracefully. Its verdant leaves shimmered with a crystalline luster, appearing irresistibly charming. In that moment, the chaotic tree and he became wholly intertwined, an indispensable element of his being, and this tree was of paramount importance to him. Buzzing, the starry divine pavilion soared swiftly, crushing all that lay in its path. Within the starry divine pavilion, Jun Qia either slumbered soundly or engaged in cultivation, utterly indifferent to the affairs of the outside world. The virtual map has become intertwined with the celestial star pavilion. One merely needs to follow the arrows, sparing any concern. On the 10th day of entering the Balo Immortal realm, the second of the 9 pinnacles emerged. However, Jun Qia was far too distant. On the 13th day, the third of the 9 pinnacles appeared, yet Jun Qia could only hear the somber voice proclaiming that he was fated to be estranged from that pinnacle. On the 14th day, both the 4th and 5th of the 9 pinnacles manifested, leaving Jun Qia merely gazing in despair, for the distance was insurmountable. Even if the celestial star pavilion flew at full speed, it would be unable to reach them. Furthermore, knowing that the 9 pinnacles had appeared did not reveal their precise locations, the Balo Immortal realm was vast beyond measure. Entering this realm felt akin to a single raindrop plummeting into an endless ocean. Congratulations, Xiaoyan has obtained the first layer of the sword intent inheritance. The unique Balo Immortal Talisman. Within the Balo Immortal realm, the acquisition of a Balo Immortal Talisman by anyone is publicized, inadvertently rendering that individual a target, as others rush to seize their talisman. Xiaolang's talent in the sword path is indeed formidable, and his luck is exceptionally extraordinary. Across a desolate expanse, Morong Yinner soared swiftly, her attire as white as snow, resembling a celestial maiden descending from the 9th heaven. Upon hearing the announcement, her exquisite face displayed a look of astonishment. She had not anticipated that Xiaoyan had also entered the Balo Immortal realm. Curiosity piqued. She wondered how Xiaoyan had managed to enter, considering that only 7 individuals from the Tianxian sacred domain had made their way into the Balo Immortal realm. Among these 7 individuals, there is no Xiaoyan. Thus, he must have entered the Biluoxian realm from another location. Furthermore, he has acquired a Biluoxian talisman. It is quite reasonable for Xiaoyan to obtain such a talisman, as he is a naturally gifted swordsman, possessing an extraordinary talent for the sword. This time, he has encountered the 9 greatest trials of swordsmanship. If this is not luck, then what is? Of course, the greatest stroke of fortune is that the handsome youth did not venture to that place. Otherwise, given Xiaoyan's swordsmanship talent, he would undoubtedly fall short against that young man. It is worth noting that the swordsmanship wielded by that youth has eradicated thousands of formidable foes. No matter how extraordinary Xiaoyan may be, he cannot compare to that young man. However, that youth is exceedingly aloof, and it is possible that he has already taken offense at Xiaoyan. I am merely a day's journey away from that location. Morong Yina hastened her pace, hoping to reach Xiaoyan's whereabouts, for he is her nominal fiancé, and they have been childhood companions. She is the daughter of the foremost family in the Tianyang Empire, while Xiaoyan is the crown prince of the same empire. They are indeed a match made in heaven. Congratulations. Xiaoyan has obtained the unique Biluoxian talisman of the 2nd stage of sword intent inheritance. 2 hours later, Murong Yinner heard the announcement again. Xiaoyan has acquired 2 Biluoxian talismans. Upon hearing this declaration, she was overwhelmed with excitement, as if she herself had obtained the Biluoxian talisman, after all. With Xiaoyan acquiring 2, he would surely bestow one upon her. Unlike that fellow Junqiye, who lacks an understanding of cherishing beauty. Buzzing, buzzing, buzzing in the celestial pavilion, swift flights abound. Inside the pavilion, Junqiye found himself in a state of utter boredom. For the past few days, he had heard tales of others acquiring the coveted by Luo Immortal talisman, while he had yet to even catch a glimpse of a ghostly shadow. The number of formidable beings he encountered had dwindled significantly, which struck him as peculiar. Had the virtual map malfunctioned, leading him to a desolate realm devoid of life? Strangely, he had not encountered a single beast in these past few days, despite the atmosphere being rich and exceedingly pure with spiritual energy. The concentration of this energy intensified as he ventured further, with the essence of immortality growing ever more potent. At last, the arrow on the virtual map vanished, replaced by a radiant point of color, accompanied by incessant thunderous roars and arcs of electricity dancing through the air. The celestial pavilion came to a halt. Before him lay an expanse of boundless ocean, its waters a deep, foreboding black, evoking a sense of terror. Chapter 130. The Pinnacle Assessment, the Supreme Battle God Tower. Boom, boom, boom within the ocean, a colossal beam of light connected the depths of the sea to the heavens above. As thunder rumbled and arcs of lightning crisscrossed the sky, creating an apocalyptic atmosphere. Strangely, within a radius of 10,000 miles, not a single living soul could be found. This solitude sent a shiver down Junqiye's spine. Was there truly a specter in this world? Even if there were, his formidable aura could easily shatter a ghost king into fragments. Yet, this place was profoundly unsettling. The isolation was suffocating. There was not a soul in sight. Ahead lay the unmistakable presence of the 9 Pinnacles, who possessed such extraordinary talent. The 9 Pinnacles are cast aside here. Fortunately, I possess a system, lest this pinnacle be utterly wasted. Who, indeed, is so unfortunate as to find themselves here? The Azure Realm, one of the 9 Pinnacles, power assessment. Comprising a total of 9 tiers, each tier offers rewards, and upon reaching the 9th tier, one shall receive the pinnacle treasure, time allotted, 5 days, a voice, steeped in the passage of time, resonated. The formidable beings of the Azure Realm heard it clearly, buzzing and humming. Junqiye surveyed his surroundings and glanced at the virtual map. There was no one in sight. On the virtual map, apart from his solitary blue light point and a distant multicolored point, there was naught else. The silence was overwhelmingly profound. Without hesitation, he activated the Celestial Star Pavilion and soared into the depths of the ocean. After 5 minutes, he arrived before a colossal light column. Beside the light column stood a tower, divided into 9 tiers, yet it was shrouded in a mysterious radiance. The oppressive force distorted the very fabric of space, causing the sea to surge into towering waves. Junqiye exited the Celestial Star Pavilion and approached the tower, inspecting it closely. Channeling all his strength, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the tower. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the tower erupted in a crimson glow, illuminating the realm. This punch ignited the tower's light, which blazed forth, unquenchable. Congratulations, Junqiye has passed the 1st tier assessment and received the Soul Azure Realm token of the 1st tier, a voice declared, announcing his triumph in the 1st tier. To be acknowledged in such a manner assuredly indicated he was the first to pass the assessment, otherwise he would not have obtained the Azure Realm token. Junqiye glanced around, taking in the surroundings. Aside from Junqiye, is anyone else present? Ah, that little fellow. Unbeknownst to him, billions of miles away, Murong Yinner is still on her journey. Upon hearing the emergence of the 6th pinnacle, her heart swells with envy. Unfortunately, she has yet to encounter such an opportunity. Soon, an announcement declares that Junqiye has obtained the celestial talisman of Biluo, and Murong Yinner can no longer remain seated. This individual is simply too extraordinary. During the 1st pinnacle, he monopolized all the rewards. Now, he has acquired another celestial talisman of Biluo. Could it be that he intends to continue this trend of dominance? It seems improbable. However, reality often surpasses her expectations. Congratulations, Junqiye has passed the 2nd stage, obtaining the sole celestial talisman of Biluo of this stage. Congratulations, Junqiye has passed the 3rd stage, obtaining the sole celestial talisman of Biluo of this stage. Congratulations, Junqiye has passed the 4th stage, obtaining the sole celestial talisman of Biluo of this stage. Congratulations, Junqiye has passed the 5th stage, obtaining the sole celestial talisman of Biluo of this stage. Congratulations, Junqiye has passed the 6th stage, obtaining the sole celestial talisman of Balo of this stage. Congratulations, Jun Qie has passed the 7th stage, obtaining the sole celestial talisman of Balo of this stage. Congratulations, Jun Qie has passed the 8th stage, obtaining the sole celestial talisman of Balo of this stage. Congratulations, Jun Qie has passed the 9th stage, claiming the greatest treasure of the 9 pinnacles. The treasure consists of 333 paths of power domain, 1 heart of Balo, 1 supreme war god tower, 99 celestial sources, 9 holy sources. From the moment Jun Qie began the assessment to his ascension to the pinnacle, merely 3 minutes elapsed. The profound voice continuously proclaimed that Jun Qie had passed the assessment. Now, it announced Jun Qie's ascension to the pinnacle, having obtained the most powerful treasures among the 9 peaks. At this moment, Morong Yinner was left in a daze. Just moments ago, she had asserted that Jun Qie could not possibly dominate again, yet he proceeded to seize control in a series of conquests that were even more formidable than before. Previously, he had taken 2 days, while this time, it took merely 3 minutes. Good heavens! In just 3 minutes, he acquired 9 Balo celestial talismans from the 9 peaks, along with the most powerful treasure. His strength was utterly monstrous. Not only was she astounded, but the entire realm of Balo, teeming with prodigious beings, was filled with envy and resentment. A single individual had claimed 2 peaks. The mere thought of it was infuriating. Who was this fellow? He was terrifying. It was as if the Balo realm had been tailor-made for him. This treasure must be seized. When the time comes, he must be taken down. For one person to possess 2 major peaks was nothing short of a blatant robbery. Within the Balo realm, countless powerful beings felt a surge of anger. This was a classic case of robbery. One individual had obtained 2 major peaks and 18 Balo celestial talismans. Who else should be targeted if not him? Whoosh. Hiss. Above the sea, the beams of light rapidly dissipated. Enormous power and ethereal energy surged into the treasure tower. Simultaneously, a mysterious field of power enveloped Jun Qie. Yet this power field swiftly merged with him. Moreover, a radiant light descended into his palm. Time passed, second by second. It was uncertain how long had elapsed, but eventually, the power fields completely fused, and at this moment, Jun Qie mastered 333 power fields. It is truly astonishing. One must understand that only the saints are capable of accessing the realms, and each realm is exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Yet, here we have Jun Qie, nearly at the entry level of sainthood, who has astonishingly mastered 333 domains of power. If this were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly astound the world. Whoosh, the pagoda swiftly shrinks, ultimately transforming into a streak of light that descends into Jun Qie's palm. At this moment, the pagoda is merely the size of a hand. Chapter 131, The Exquisite Maiden, Sheng Wei Yao. Upon reaching his zenith, Jun Qie hastily returns to the starry divine pavilion. The pavilion accelerates toward the heavens. On the virtual map, an arrow appears, guiding the starry divine pavilion as it swiftly ascends. Presently, Jun Qie pays no heed to the virtual map or the pavilion, for the virtual map is undeniably accurate. It is evident that the next target will be another pinnacle. Within the Balo Immortal realm, only 3 peaks remain unaccounted for. System, what level is this treasure? Jun Qie establishes a connection with the spirit of the system, already having a rough idea but needing confirmation. Supreme War God Pagoda. Supreme Artifact. Integrated offense and defense contains power domains. The system responds, providing little elaboration on this treasure, stating that once refined, it can be utilized. However, even with Jun Qie's eternal divine demon body, mastering such a supreme artifact is not a matter of haste. It is solely due to his possession of the eternal divine demon body. Otherwise, other talented cultivators would have no hope. System. What is the purpose of the heart of Balo? Jun Qie inquires, recalling the piece of the heart of Balo he obtained previously. At this moment, another piece of the heart of Balo has been obtained. Is it truly precious? The system responded, rendering the inquiry futile, for it had no intention of divulging any information. Not only did it withhold information from Jun Qie, but it also triggered a quest. This quest entailed acquiring the genuine legacy of the Balo Immortal realm. And upon successful completion, one would be rewarded with a staggering 1 million points. 1 million! Such a reward is exceedingly generous. In Jian City, the very place where the swordsmanship legacy manifested, the event had now concluded. As a prodigy of swordsmanship, Xiaoyan emerged triumphant. Having secured 3 Balo Immortal talismans along with the most coveted treasure, leaving him overwhelmingly exhilarated, exuding an air of supremacy over the entire realm. Xiaoyan, my lord, At this moment, a mellifluous and enticing voice reached Xiaoyan's ears. He paused, feeling a twinge of disdain. For he knew that many would seek to curry favor with him due to his acquisition of 3 billion immortal talismans and the swordsmanship legacy, with some even willing to pay a hefty price for a single talisman. However, the voice was so sweet and clear that it compelled him to turn around. Upon doing so, he was utterly captivated. Before him stood an enchanting young woman, seemingly 17 or 18, whose beauty was ethereal and unparalleled. As if she had stepped from the pages of a painting. With every movement, she radiated an otherworldly charm. Xiaoyan's heart raced. For her beauty eclipsed even that of his fiancée, Immortal. In that moment, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Ah, so you desire the billion immortal talisman. Do you? It all hinges on whether you can bear the cost. Naturally, he must not reveal it. I am Xiaoyan. May I inquire how the lady came to know my name? With a graceful turn, Xiaoyan greeted her with elegance. The esteemed name of Lord Xiaoyan is well known throughout the realm of Biluo. The young lady smiled gently, exuding an air of tranquility, her heart astonished. This Xiaoyan, with his extraordinary talent in the sword arts, was not only remarkably poised but indeed a rare gem among men, a true dragon among men. You flatter me, my lady. May I ask what brings you to seek my company? Xiaoyan felt an undeniable pleasure within. In truth, he deliberately inquired how she had come to know his name, for after acquiring a Biluo celestial token, one's name would inevitably be publicized. In the entire Biluo realm, who would remain unaware of him? He merely desired a few compliments from others, particularly from a lovely maiden. I wish to obtain 2 Biluo celestial tokens from Lord Xiaoyan. I believe they would serve you well, the young lady stated calmly, extending her fair hand. She revealed a piece of verdant jade, upon which the characters Holy Moon were intricately carved, emanating an air of mystery, as if the words themselves were poised to take flight. Soon after, the jade levitated, revealing another character on its reverse side. Yao. Holy Moon Yao. So, the lady hails from the Holy Moon Empire. My apologies for the oversight. Upon seeing the jade token before her, Xiaoyan was struck with astonishment, his expression subtly shifting, all while striving to maintain his composure. Just 3 simple words, yet. The significance of those 3 characters was abundantly clear to him, for he was the esteemed prince of the Tiannong Empire, privy to realms of immense power. Although the maiden merely presented a token, it sent tremors through his very soul. In that moment, he recalibrated his thoughts, shedding any prior disdain. For he realized he lacked the necessary leverage. Simultaneously, he understood that Sheng Wei Yao's unveiling of the token was merely an invitation, an opportunity. Should he demonstrate discernment and present Sheng Wei Yao with 2 Biluo celestial talismans, he could forge a connection with her. Establishing such a connection could ensure a life free of worry, and perhaps even pave the way to the pinnacle of existence. How do you perceive this, Lord Xiaoyan? Sheng Wei Yao inquired, her tone serene. Throughout the exchange, she remained composed, ethereal, and exuding an air of utmost pride. Her enchanting gaze fixed upon Xiaoyan. Devoid of expectation for a response, for she was acutely aware of his decision. Within this realm of Tianxian, none could dare to refuse her. Chapter 132. The existential doubts of Murong Princess Yao. Would 1 talisman suffice? Xiaoyan ventured. Indeed, as Sheng Wei Yao had anticipated, he found himself unable to decline her request, and he did not even dare to stipulate conditions. At this juncture, he was merely grasping for a final chance. Could I possibly receive 1 Biluo celestial talisman? His tone bore the weight of entreaty. Everything had been appended. My sister and I. Sheng Wei Yao shook her head, a delicate smile gracing her exquisite visage, clearly denying his plea. 1 alone is certainly not an option, she replied. For she was not the sole individual journeying to the Biluo celestial realm. Her sister, the eldest princess of the Sheng Wei Empire, accompanied her as well. Princess Yao. Xiaoyan ceased his struggle. Just as he was about to acquiesce, a stunning figure swiftly approached his line of sight. One he recognized all too well. In no time, the figure stood before him. Xiaolang, it was Murong who had hurried over. However, her brow furrowed slightly. For the exquisite young lady before Xiaoyan was breathtakingly beautiful, to the point of evoking jealousy within her. She understood that this maiden must be aware of Xiaoyan's acquisition of the Biluo celestial talisman and had come to ingratiate herself. Yenner, you 2 have come to the Biluo fairyland, Xiaoyan remarked, a bitter smile creeping onto his face as he recognized Murong Yenner's intentions. On one side stood his childhood sweetheart and fiancée, while on the other was Sheng Wei Yao, his anticipated future. How was he to make a decision? Indeed, Xiaolang. Congratulations are in order. And who might this be? Murong Yenner nodded, her gaze fixed on Sheng Wei Yao, inquiring. Yenner, this is Miss Sheng Wei, Xiaoyan introduced. Oh, Murong Yino acknowledged, yet she did not greet Shang Wei Yao. This was due to her ignorance of Shang Wei Yao's true identity and her belief that this maiden was her rival. My Lord Xiao, have you reached a decision? Shang Wei Yao maintained her composure, her emotions unwavering. Upon finishing her query, she turned and walked towards the Sword City, counting down in her mind, 10, 9, 8. Xiao Lang, grant me a Balo celestial talisman. Murong Yin'er frowned. This girl is quite arrogant, she thought. What air she puts on. Originally, she refrained from requesting the Balo celestial talisman from Xiao Yin in front of others. Yet witnessing Shang Wei Yao's demeanor stirred her ire, and she surmised that Shang Wei Yao indeed wished to ask Xiao Yin for the talisman. It appeared that Xiao Yin had not acquiesced. Thus, she spoke up, insinuating that while Shang Wei Yao may be unable to obtain it, she, Murong Yin'er, could succeed. Yin'er, I apologize. Princess Yao, I have deliberated thoroughly. Please accept my request. Xiao Yin observed as Shang Wei Yao departed, understanding that given her esteemed status, she would undoubtedly acquire the Balo celestial talisman. Should she leave, he would forfeit numerous opportunities, and the longer he delayed, the more detrimental it would be for him. As Shang Wei Yao took 5 steps away, Xiao Yin hastily interjected, casting a glance at Murong Yin'er filled with regret. After all, they had been childhood sweethearts, and Murong Yin'er remained his betrothed. In truth, she held the title of the most beautiful in his heart. Even Shang Wei Yao could not surpass her allure. However, his aspirations extended beyond mere companionship. He sought power and a promising future, which was evidently unattainable through Murong Yin'er. Xiao Lang? Murong Yin'er's expression darkened. Her keen intellect made it impossible for her not to discern the situation. It was evident that Xiao Yin had acquiesced to that young woman while forsaking her. She could not fathom why Xiao Yin would act in such a manner. Furthermore, even if he did agree to her, it was merely a single Balo celestial talisman. With 3 in his possession, 1 for her, and 1 for that girl, wouldn't that suffice? Why must he prioritize her request first, thus placing her in an awkward predicament? Your Excellency Xiao Yin. Thank you. Shang Wei Yao paused, a faint smile gracing her exquisite visage. Everything was well within her grasp. After speaking, she elegantly tossed the emerald token, which soared towards Xiao Yin. Your Highness is too kind, he remarked as he received the token with utmost reverence. Taking a few steps forward, he respectfully presented 2 Balo celestial talismans. The delicate fragrance of the young lady stirred a fervor within him, igniting a desire to pursue Shang Wei Yao, not merely to ingratiate himself, but to acquire not only her affection but also her connections. With a gentle flick of her wrist, Shang Wei Yao summoned a force that whisked away the 2 celestial talismans. She chuckled softly before turning to enter the Sword City. Throughout this encounter, Xiao Yin found himself unable to engage with Shang Wei Yao in the manner he had hoped, leaving him with a sense of regret. Initially, he aimed to create a serendipitous moment to instigate some form of interaction that would etch his presence in her memory. When it comes to courting a lady, he believed the first step was to ensure she remembers you, in whatever capacity that may be. Gradually, she would harbor a lingering thought of him, and then, they would be together, perhaps even devoted to him wholeheartedly. Princess Yao strolled leisurely, while Xiao Yin admired her captivating figure. Though somewhat youthful, she possessed an undeniable charm. This scene did not escape the notice of Murong Yin'er, who stood astounded, as if struck by lightning, unable to fathom the reality before her or comprehend the reasons behind it. Chapter 133. A green light above my head. The world turned verdant. Xiao Yin. Why is this happening? Murong Yin'er inquired, her heart brimming with discontent. I am your fiancée, yet you bestow 2 Balo celestial talismans upon another maiden, humiliating me before her. What could possibly justify this? Moreover, even if you were to give 1 away, 1 would suffice. The way you acted earlier was truly pitiful. That fellow, though lacking in sensitivity, would never demean himself as you have. There is simply no comparison between you 2. His only flaw is his overwhelming aloofness and strength. Unbidden, a figure emerged in her mind, a youth of unparalleled grace, resembling a celestial being, with the beauty of the Luo god and the countenance of a fallen immortal. Yin'er, you are unaware of her true identity. This presents an unparalleled opportunity for me, for the Tiannong Empire. Thus, I consented to grant her 2 Balo celestial talismans. It is not as you perceive. My heart is solely yours. Besides, do you not trust in my abilities? I can certainly assist you in reclaiming a talisman. As I understand it, everyone will be transported to Balo celestial city soon. With Jun Xia possessing so many Balo celestial talismans, acquiring 1 for you shall be within my grasp. Xiao Yan's eyes reflected a tinge of regret as he reached out to grasp Murong Yin'er's delicate hand. Yet, To his astonishment, she stepped back, leaving him grasping at emptiness. This unexpected retreat left Xiaoyan bewildered. Hiki, Xiaoyan, I misjudged you. Reclaiming from Jun Qiye? Upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, Morong Yinner couldn't help but be both infuriated and amused, her laughter causing her to tremble like a delicate flower. At last, she discerned the true nature of this childhood companion. In the face of genuine life and death circumstances, what were childhood friends and fiancé worth? Mere trifles, indeed. Fortunately, I have remained prudent. Otherwise, I would have lived with irreversible regret for a lifetime. It is fortunate that this journey to the immortal realm has unveiled your true visage. To seize a mere token? What a farce. Even if you managed to succeed, it would hardly amend anything, for you have never held me in genuine regard. Your ambitions and future are your utmost priorities. As for the notion of contending with Jun Qiye, Morong Yinner regarded it as the grandest of jokes. No matter how extraordinary you may be, you are simply not on the same plane as him. He could extinguish you with a mere finger. With that, she turned and walked away in the opposite direction of Sword City, her gaze frosty, her heart even colder. Yinner, please listen to me. Ah, have you encountered Jun Qiye? You too. Xiaoyan shouted after Morong Yinner as she departed. He was reluctant to relinquish her. Nor did he wish to abandon his pursuit of ingratiating himself with Shang Yueyao. After all, Morong Yinner was extraordinarily beautiful, and to give up on her now, before he had even made his move, felt profoundly unsatisfactory. Moreover, in his heart, she was his most cherished possession. Even if he were to forsake her, he could not bear the thought of another man claiming her. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. Listening to Morong Yinner, it seemed as though she had encountered Jun Qiye, and in comparison to him, he was utterly insignificant. What a perplexing situation. As a man, he immediately became vigilant. Could it be that Morong Yinner had an affair with that Jun Qiye? The thought sent a wave of unease through him. Could it be that he was being deceived? Haha, Xiaoyan. Just as you think, Morong Yinner retorted, her anger nearly causing her to spew blood. She could hardly fathom that Xiaoyan would perceive her in such a manner. In a fit of rage, she suddenly burst into laughter, uttering, just as you think, leaving Xiaoyan to ponder it himself. Whatever you say is what it is. Whatever you think is what it is. Let that infuriate you. Morong Yinner, you. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan nearly coughed up blood. At that moment, he felt as though a green light had appeared in the sky above him, emanating from his own head. This was utterly absurd. He had been made a fool of. In an instant, Xiaoyan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The world around him spun, and he nearly fainted. As a top-tier prodigy, he was filled with unparalleled pride and confidence, never having imagined that he would find himself in such a humiliating predicament. Seeing Xiaoyan's reaction, Morong Yinner felt a slight alleviation of her anger, yet it did little to satisfy her. Her laughter rang like silver bells as her graceful figure soared towards the horizon, leaving behind the echoes of her mirth. To Xiaoyan, it felt like a mockery, a profound humiliation. Oh heavens! How could I, Xiaoyan, a paragon of excellence, have been so wronged? Jun Qiye, I shall make you pay dearly. Morong Yinner, you wretched woman. In this moment, Xiaoyan harbors an intense loathing for the heavens, the earth, the very air he breathes, as well as for Jun Qiye, Morong Yinner, and the entire world. This world is awash in vibrant greens, lush and teeming with the vitality of spring. In the distant horizon, a hum resonates. Buzzing within the starry divine pavilion, Jun Qiye languidly reclines upon his bed, stifling yawns. Suddenly, an itch in his nose prompts him to sneeze twice in succession. Who could be thinking of me? Jun Qiye shakes his head, murmuring to himself. Having just refined the Supreme War God Tower and acquired a supreme artifact, his heart swells with exhilaration. Coupled with his entry into the sacred realm and his possession of the eternal divine demon body and the three supreme techniques, he feels confident that even a true minor saint could be subdued. At present, within the Biloxian realm, three peak entities remain unseen. The virtual map displays directional arrows. Unmistakably, the starry divine pavilion is soaring towards one of these peaks. Whether he can attain a peak is yet to be determined, but at the very least, he will encounter one. The ultimate goal remains the greatest inheritance of the Biloxian realm. Although the realm does not explicitly state this, the system has bestowed upon him a mission, indicating that such an inheritance must indeed exist. Chapter 134, Peak Inheritance, Alchemy. Buzzing, the starry divine pavilion accelerates through the skies, as days meld into one another. Unbeknownst to him, a month has elapsed since entering the Biloxian realm. This implies that merely 2 months remain before the realm closes, at which point countless prodigies and powerful beings will face obliteration, with only a select few permitted to depart. Boom. Boom. On this day, Jun Chiye sensed the cataclysmic ripples of space. Thousands of miles away, a blinding radiance erupted, illuminating the world. The very fabric of space trembled. And the earth quaked, as though an unparalleled treasure had been unearthed. Witnessing this spectacle, a faint smile graced Jun Chiye's lips. Indeed, he had once more encountered the pinnacle of existence. As anticipated, vibrant points of light manifested on the virtual map, precisely marking the location of the brilliance. At that moment, the directional arrow vanished. What kind of pinnacle could this be? Jun Chiye pondered, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Whoosh, whoosh, as his curiosity deepened. A series of piercing sounds sliced through the air. Upon consulting the virtual map, he discovered that within a radius of 10,000 miles, over 20,000 formidable entities had gathered. This revelation left Jun Chiye astounded. The first pinnacle he encountered had merely 4,000 individuals by the end, and the second was solely occupied by himself. Yet now, mere moments after the pinnacle's emergence, thousands of exceptional beings congregated here. Did these prodigies possess knowledge of the pinnacle's appearance? Was there a hidden agenda? This was merely the beginning, once the pinnacle fully manifested. Who could fathom the multitude that would flock to this place? Clearly, this pinnacle was extraordinary, perhaps even surpassing the wonders of the strength assessment. Boom, boom. The explosive sounds resonated for a full half-hour, until the radiance coalesced into a beam of light, linking heaven and earth, much like the previous pinnacle. The overwhelming pressure radiated outward, detectable within a 10,000-mile radius, a palpable sense of impending destruction. A deep breath escaped as a colossal cauldron materialized in the heavens above. The cauldron radiated an enigmatic power, with streams of iridescent light emanating from within. Suspended in the firmament, it nurtured a mysterious life force. The resonant voice echoed throughout the realm of Balo, declaring the emergence of the eighth great pinnacle. The pinnacle's legacy, focused on the art of alchemy, would endure for a month. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, spiritual energy surged to 2,000 times its normal levels, and celestial energy reached 30%. Fighting was strictly prohibited in this area, with severe consequences for transgressors. The alchemical legacy comprised 18 tiers. The first 9 tiers each awarded a Balo celestial talisman, while from the 10th tier onward, the number of talismans doubled with each successive rank. Attaining the 18th tier would grant access to the most coveted treasures of the pinnacle's legacy. This profound announcement resonated with all surviving powerhouses within the Balo realm, leaving them in awe. A month's duration was unprecedented. Previous pinnacles lasted at most 5 days, with the shortest lasting merely a day. The sheer difficulty of this pinnacle was staggering, and naturally, the rewards promised to be extraordinarily exceptional. However, this was an alchemical legacy, fundamentally inaccessible to 90% of individuals. It is well known that alchemists are exceedingly rare in the realm of fantasy. One might not encounter a single alchemist among 10,000 warriors. Moreover, becoming an alchemist requires not only extraordinary talent, but also an immense accumulation of resources. Even the mightiest empires and families may find it challenging to cultivate a powerful alchemist. Thus, the assessment of alchemy appeared nearly futile. Nevertheless, countless prodigious beings flocked to witness who might emerge victorious with the greatest accomplishments. The status of the alchemist is exalted. Under normal circumstances, martial artists would not dare to oppose them, for alchemists possess the ability to concoct elixirs essential for martial practitioners. A colossal cauldron emanates a resplendent spectrum of colors, casting its luminous glow over a vast expanse of 100 miles. Beneath the cauldron lie 18 steps, undoubtedly designed for the art of alchemy. Traversing these steps allows one to ascend towards the pinnacle of 18. At long last, it is my turn. The examination of the alchemical path is my domain. To my astonishment, within the 9 peaks of the Azure realm, there exists a legacy of alchemy. This time, I am determined to seize the rewards it offers. What are the prerequisites for the first step? Oddly, the examination conditions have not been announced. I shall proceed and ascertain the details. 10 minutes later, all is calm. A beam of light stretches for miles, now gathering nearly 30,000 formidable beings. One by one, these powerhouses ascend the steps, and in a moment, over 200 exceptional individuals stand upon them. These individuals are all alchemists, at the very least possessing some understanding of the alchemical arts. Jun Chiye observes with curiosity, noting that among these alchemists, there are quite a number of women, including 2 strikingly beautiful maidens. The conditions for passage are quite simple. For the first step, one must refine a first-tier spirit pill. For the second step, a second-tier spirit pill. As long as the elixir is successfully refined in one's possession, it counts as a pass. There are no restrictions on the quality or type of elixir. Only the tier matters. A profound voice elucidates these terms, enlightening countless alchemists who now comprehend the requirements for success. Indeed, the criteria are remarkably lenient. As long as one successfully refines an elixir, it suffices. With a swift motion, Junqiya departed from the Starry God Pavilion. Upon his reappearance, he found himself atop the first tier of stairs. In Chapter 135, titled The Supreme of Heaven, he casually chose a spot upon the steps. With a mere thought, 6 sacred cauldrons manifested before him. These were not true alchemical cauldrons, but rather 6 of the 9 sacred vessels he possessed. Originally, there were 9, but he could currently command only 6. The 9 cauldrons were not only protective artifacts but also offensive tools, capable of refining both elixirs and weapons. Despite mastering the divine art of alchemy and being a revered alchemist, he had yet to concoct any elixirs, hence the absence of true cauldrons. He could only summon the 9. However, while other alchemists typically brought forth a single cauldron for their work, he boldly utilized 6 at once. The immense pressure from the sacred vessels enveloped the area, warping the very fabric of space with their overwhelming presence. Humph, such ostentation. How hollow and pretentious. Displaying 6 cauldrons. Are we? I refuse to believe you can concoct anything. Seeking to attract attention will yield no rewards. You only bring shame to the alchemist's name. At this moment, over 300 individuals had gathered on the steps. The commotion caused by Junqiya drew the ire of numerous formidable talents, who cast disdainful glances in his direction. Perceiving him as a mere show-off or a jester, even those observing from afar could not suppress their mocking expressions. Was this truly a pursuit of alchemy, or merely a farce? Allow me to demonstrate what true alchemy is, Junqiya declared, his voice calm and his demeanor composed. In the town of Juding, the divine force was in motion, commanding 6 colossal cauldrons that hovered in the air. At this moment, the cauldrons diminished to a mere 2 meters in size, forming a circular formation around Junqiya, who was at the center. They whirled rapidly in a seamless cycle. With a mere gesture, Junqiya summoned flames from the void, conjuring the celestial heart purple flame, which condensed from the heavens above. In that instant, the celestial heart purple flame ignited fervently. The 6 cauldrons spun with such vigor that they soon achieved the effect of a warming cauldron. Could it be that he truly possesses the ability to refine pills? Some wondered, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle. Controlling 6 alchemical cauldrons simultaneously, what could he possibly be concocting? Surely, he wouldn't attempt to forge 6 different elixirs at once. The anticipation grew, tempered by the fear of becoming a laughingstock. Observing Junqiya's actions, many felt a wave of curiosity wash over them, especially as he employed the 9 cauldrons' divine force and divine will to manipulate the 6 cauldrons, along with the divine flames. It was evident that this was no ordinary feat. The rarity of a divine will practitioner far surpassed that of an alchemist. Now, with his own divine will, he orchestrated a mesmerizing display. With a flicker of his divine will, an abundance of medicinal herbs materialized within the elemental realm. As he waved his hands, the herbs seemed to possess a will of their own, soaring towards the 6 cauldrons. In a mere minute, a total of 42 varieties and 368 herbs found their way into the cauldrons. The 6 cauldrons spun with relentless energy, and a fierce tempest enveloped a radius of 100 meters around Junqiya as boundless celestial and spiritual energy rapidly converged, surging towards the 6 cauldrons. The 6 cauldrons resembled black holes, incessantly devouring the ethereal and spiritual energies around them. This spectacle left over 30,000 onlookers, including formidable beings and alchemists on the steps, utterly astonished. In a mere 5 minutes, the cauldrons surged skyward, spinning rapidly as they voraciously consumed the surrounding energies. After just 1 minute, a series of elixirs emerged from within the 6 cauldrons, filling the air with a delightful fragrance that invigorated countless spectators. Congratulations! Junqiya has successfully crafted a first-grade chi refining pill, yielding 99 pieces, and has received the first-tier reward. Congratulations! Junqiya has successfully crafted a second-grade returning essence pill, yielding 99 pieces, and has received the second-tier reward. Congratulations! Junqiya has successfully crafted a third-grade jade green pill, yielding 99 pieces, and has received the third-tier reward. Congratulations! Junqiya has successfully crafted a fourth-grade minor restoration pill, yielding 99 pieces, and has received the fourth-tier reward. Congratulations! Junqiya has successfully crafted a fifth-grade major restoration pill, yielding 99 pieces, and has received the fifth-tier reward. Congratulations! Junqiya has successfully crafted a sixth-grade illusory divine pill, yielding 99 pieces, and has received the 6th tier reward. All the elixirs were of the highest caliber within their respective grades, each being perfect in quality, and they were all produced simultaneously. At that moment, the 6 cauldrons descended. Hovering beside Junqiya. Above, 6 luminous rings spun rapidly, absorbing the celestial and spiritual energies of the world, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Each ring represented the elixirs crafted by Junqiya, with each ring containing 99 pills, collectively symbolizing 6 distinct grades of elixirs within the ethereal realm. A voice laden with the weight of experience echoed forth, heralding the remarkable achievements of Junqiya. What? An announcement of 6 consecutive rewards at the 6th tier, simultaneously crafting 6 cauldrons of elixirs. Good heavens, is he a deity? From 1st to 6th rank, 6 distinct pills are being refined simultaneously, each cauldron yielding 99 pieces. An astonishing quantity befitting the highest celestial beings. This perfection is truly otherworldly, a manifestation of myths come to life. How has he accomplished such a feat? Within the ethereal realm of Balo, countless formidable beings, upon hearing the announcement, momentarily believed they were under the spell of an illusion. However, they soon realized that this was no mere mirage, but an undeniable reality. Instantly, the entire Balo realm erupted in fervor. It was nothing short of miraculous. The simultaneous refinement of 6 cauldrons of elixirs, each boasting an astonishing success rate, and all representing the pinnacle of their respective ranks. Truly, these are the legendary perfect grade elixirs. Chapter 136. The twins, Saint Moon Ice and Saint Moon Yao. What? This young prodigy defies reason. In Balo, Morong Yenner found herself besieged by formidable beasts when she learned that Junqiya had received rewards at the 6th tier. She stood in stunned silence. For what she witnessed transcended mere defiance of the heavens. It surpassed all conceivable bounds of imagination. Could he be a god? How else could one explain such extraordinary prowess? Far beyond the comprehension of mere mortals? Junqiya? Alas! In the City of Swords, Xiaoyan felt his spirit wane, his mind twisted in despair. On the brink of succumbing to darkness. In his thoughts, all were lost in the fantasy of Morong Yenner entwined with Junqiya, her betrothed. How could he bear such a betrayal? The crown prince of the Tianong Empire, a paragon of celestial brilliance, found himself ensnared in a web of jealousy and rage. The very thought of Junqiya and Morong Yenner together ignited a seething hatred within him, a desire to exact revenge that resonated to the core of his being. He yearned to make Junqiya regret ever stepping into this world and to render Morong Yenner to a state worse than death. In the midst of his turmoil, voices of proclamation pierced through the air, announcing a name that shattered his composure. Junqiya. Despair washed over Xiaoyan as he grappled with the identity of this formidable figure. Was there still hope for vengeance? He scoffed at the thought. Revenge was a certainty, no matter how extraordinary Junqiya was. Could he truly surpass the strength of Xiaoyan? Moreover, with the formidable Sheng Yueyao as his ally, he resolved to hasten his efforts to secure her support. His plan was to subdue Sheng Yueyao and subsequently devise a method to eliminate Junqiya within the Biloxian realm, torturing him in the process. Junqiya, a truly terrifying prodigy. In the same City of Swords, within a grand palace, a breathtaking maiden spoke. This maiden was Sheng Yueyao. Opposite her stood another girl, strikingly similar in appearance. As if she were a reflection in a mirror, indistinguishable from one another. Even their divine aura mirrored each other perfectly. The sole distinction lay in the cold, haughty demeanor of the girl before her, exuding an air of unyielding chill, akin to an eternal glacier. What? Have you found yourself moved? Sheng Weibing spoke, revealing herself as the elder sister of Sheng Weiyao, the eldest princess of the Sheng Wei Empire. The two sisters, though twins, were distinct in temperament, while their appearances were a flawless duplication of one another. Not at all, Sheng Weiyao replied, a faint blush gracing her exquisite visage. Indeed, throughout the month spent in the Balo Immortal realm, the name that resonated most amongst all was that of Junqiya, who had seized both the pinnacle Balo Immortal talisman and the most significant treasure. He was now simultaneously concocting 6 cauldrons of elixirs, all of which were of divine supremacy, perfectly crafted, and the finest of their kind. Just how terrifying was this prodigy? Still claiming otherwise, she noted, her cheeks tinged with crimson. However, you should best guard your heart, for Sheng Weibing teased her younger sister. Before outsiders, she exuded an air of aloofness, resembling an ethereal ice goddess untouched by worldly affairs. Yet in the presence of her sister, while still maintaining her characteristic chill, her demeanor softened considerably. As the conversation trailed off, it was as if she had touched upon a forbidden topic. Simultaneously, Sheng Yueyao sighed, a flicker of reluctance and acceptance crossing her flawless features. Amidst the radiant beams of light beside the colossal cauldron, all the alchemists stood in astonished silence, their eyes transfixed upon Junqiya. The more than 30,000 onlookers in the distance were equally astounded, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. At that moment, Junqiya was enveloped by a radiant glow. And when he reappeared, he had ascended to the 7th level beneath the Grand Cauldron, having successfully navigated through the preceding 6 stages, thus naturally entering the 7th level. Concurrently, 6 streams of luminous energy descended into Junqiya's hands. These are 6 celestial talismans. Surely he will not resort to using the 6 sacred cauldrons again. It seems highly improbable. He has already refined a 6th grade spiritual elixir. Now he must concoct a 7th grade. If all 6 cauldrons were utilized, 3 of them would have to be for celestial elixirs. Celestial elixirs? Can he truly produce such a thing? 9th grade spiritual elixirs are undoubtedly the pinnacle. Celestial elixirs are crafted only by alchemists who have lived for hundreds or even thousands of years. He is, at best, merely an alchemist. Yet, one cannot dismiss the possibility. His recent display of prowess was extraordinary. It is essential to remember the scene that just unfolded. The onlookers, formidable beings of remarkable talent, along with the alchemists on the steps, gazed up at Junqiya, their curiosity piqued. Suddenly, Junqiya made his move. Indeed, everyone's predictions were correct. He did not employ all 6 cauldrons, but rather stowed away 3 of the massive vessels, leaving only 3 before him, for he was currently focused on refining spiritual elixirs. Despite having retracted 3 cauldrons, the sight remained astonishingly unprecedented for countless powerful beings and alchemists. Now, the question remains, will Junqiya succeed? Will the elixirs he produces be of the utmost quality and supreme caliber? With a whoosh, 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 the 3 cauldrons began to whirl, the heavenly heart-purple flame igniting. Junqiya's consciousness guided the colossal cauldrons, while hundreds of types of medicinal herbs materialized in the air. All the herbs were fresh, as they had just been harvested. Within the realm of he had cultivated a medicinal garden spanning dozens of miles. Acquiring any herb he desired was simply a matter of thought. Chapter 137, The Alchemy of Junqiya, transforming spiritual pills into celestial elixirs. All the formidable beings observed Junqiya's every movement, fluid and precise, akin to a flowing stream. His alchemical endeavors resembled a profound art form. As time slipped by, in a mere 10 minutes, 3 alchemical cauldrons erupted in conflict, devouring the spiritual and celestial energies within a radius of thousands of miles, causing the very fabric of space to tremble and thunder to rumble ominously. Soon after, 3 clusters of elixirs emerged, enveloped in radiant halos, nurtured by the surrounding energies. Moments later, they successfully floated serenely in the air. Congratulations! Junqiya has refined 99 pieces of the 7th rank transformation elixir, earning the rewards of the 7th tier. Congratulations! Junqiya has refined 99 pieces of the 8th rank divine elixir, earning the rewards of the 8th tier. Congratulations! Junqiya has refined 99 pieces of the 9th rank heavenly spirit elixir, earning the rewards of the 9th tier. The announcement of success resonated with a deep, ancient voice, proclaiming Junqiya's triumph. In that instant, the entire Balo Immortal realm erupted in fervor once more. Although this time only 3 cauldrons were employed, the astonishment they evoked was no less than that generated by the previous 6. In fact, it was even more intense. For these 3 elixirs represented the 7th, 8th, and 9th ranks, the pinnacle of spiritual pills, with celestial elixirs being the only superior category. He was indeed the son of alchemy, an unparalleled figure. What a revelation this was! It was an achievement beyond the grasp of mere mortals. How could such a feat be accomplished? He has withdrawn the alchemical cauldron, which suggests he can no longer concoct elixirs. Yet, reaching the 9th tier is already extraordinary. Merely through his recent alchemical prowess, he could contend for supremacy in the world. He is far too young. If granted several decades, or even centuries, he would undoubtedly become the most formidable alchemist. A 16-year-old master alchemist, indeed. His prowess would bring even seasoned alchemists to tears. The alchemists on the steps, along with the gathered powerful spectators, were utterly astounded. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would have found it inconceivable. The absurdity of it all transcended their understanding. Soon, countless individuals observed Junqiya retracting all 3 cauldrons, confirming that he would no longer refine elixirs. After all, to continue would mean producing celestial elixirs. At his young age, it was implausible for him to be an elixir master. Let alone him, even the alchemists present in their 60s or 70s could only claim to be 7th-tier alchemists. In this gathering of over 300 alchemists, the most powerful among them was merely a ninth-tier alchemist. Junqi's alchemical skills were on an entirely different plane. With his withdrawal, who could rightfully criticize him? However, Junqi did not descend. With a whoosh, radiant light enveloped him, and he suddenly ascended to the 10th tier. I have promised to show you the true art of alchemy, Junqi proclaimed, with a flick of his consciousness. He reached out and captured the 8 luminous rings into a jade vial, leaving behind 99 celestial elixirs suspended in the air, continuously swirling and voraciously consuming celestial and spiritual energies. What? He intends to refine further? Could he be an elixir master? Is he about to concoct celestial elixirs? Why was the 9-tiered celestial spirit pill not properly secured? What is his true intention? Having stored the alchemical furnace, what will he use to concoct elixirs? Will he conjure them from thin air? Countless alchemists and powerful beings were left in a state of curiosity and astonishment upon hearing Junqi's words, utterly perplexed by his motives. To refine pills, one must possess a furnace. What purpose does it serve to have just stored it? Could it be that he requires an even more formidable furnace? What, then, is the essence of alchemy? The entire universe, the world itself, is akin to an alchemical furnace. The cosmos and all its entities serve as the raw materials for elixirs. True elixirs are derived from the myriad elements of heaven and earth, not merely confined to the furnace. This, indeed, embodies the philosophy of alchemy. Junqi surveyed the alchemists and powerful beings below him, standing upon the 10th tier. With a flourish of his hands, the heavenly heart purple flame danced and transformed rapidly, ultimately enveloping 99 celestial spirit pills. Gradually, a remarkable transformation occurred. In the air, thunder rumbled, and arcs of electricity crisscrossed, with endless bolts cascading upon the celestial spirit pills. In an instant, the celestial spirit pills underwent a metamorphosis. The original 99 pills disintegrated into a fine powder, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. In that fleeting moment, the powder coalesced into 33 distinct elixirs, swirling and absorbing boundless celestial energy. Slowly, the elixirs stabilized, suspended in midair, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors and emanating pure celestial energy. Celestial, divine elixirs. What is happening? This is truly extraordinary. Am I dreaming? The celestial spirit pills have transformed into first-tier celestial elixirs. My heavens, what have I just witnessed? It is truly a transcended elixir. The powerful spectators, along with the alchemist on the steps, displayed expressions of astonishment, continuously rubbing their eyes in disbelief, convinced they were seeing things. Once they confirmed the clarity of their vision, all the mighty beings and alchemists stood agape, eager to comprehend the recent events. How had Junqi achieved this? Congratulations. Junqi has evolved alchemy and successfully concocted 33 first-grade immortal essence pills, earning the reward of the 10th tier and 2 Balo immortal talismans, a resonant voice echoed. The Balo immortal realm was once again engulfed in fervor. An immortal pill. This was indeed an immortal pill. No one could have imagined that Junqi would forge such a marvel. It is known that wherever one may be, an immortal alchemist exists as a supreme entity. While the other powerful beings in different parts of the Balo immortal realm were merely astonished, those who witnessed Junqi's alchemical process were left petrified. This was no ordinary alchemy. It was akin to celestial sorcery. He had seemingly transformed 99 heavenly spirit pills into 33 immortal essence pills. In truth, Junqi had not engaged in alchemy in the traditional sense, but rather executed a super synthesis via the system. The trinity of synthesis allowed for the transformation of 99 heavenly spirit pills into 33 immortal essence pills. Such an elaborate display was unnecessary. A mere command would have prompted the spirit of the system to instantaneously merge the items. His earlier theatrics were merely a guise to conceal the truth. Of course, with his esteemed identity as a saint alchemist and the extraordinary nature of his alchemical prowess, manufacturing an immortal pill was a simple task, albeit time-consuming. Yet, he sought to avoid any delays, thus opting for synthesis instead. What followed next? Junqi once again refined the 69-grade heavenly spirit pill. Subsequently, he directly synthesized the first-grade immortal pill, followed by the second-grade immortal pill, and then the third-grade immortal pill. In a span of 20 minutes, Junqi stood beside the light pillar on the 18th tier, successfully synthesizing the 9-grade immortal pill. Ultimately, he crafted 2 perfect grade 9-grade Taichu immortal pills. This astonishing scene left all the observing powerhouses in a state of shock and awe, rendering them speechless and causing them to kneel in reverence. The strong from the Biluoxian realm erupted with fervor, consumed by envy and jealousy. Was this not an extraordinary defiance against the heavens? Once again, he had swept through a pinnacle, leaving the entire Biloxian realm's mightiest in a continuous state of astonishment. Immortal pills, the elixirs coveted by sages. Just one would cause their cultivation to soar dramatically. Even a mere first-grade immortal pill would elate them for an extended period. But the thought of a 9th-grade immortal pill was beyond their imagination, as their own cultivation was too low to even contemplate such a treasure. Especially the perfect grade 9-grade Taichu immortal pill refined by Junqiya. This individual could not possibly be human. He must be a pill deity. Who would have anticipated such a miraculous phenomenon to arise in the Biloxian realm? Surely, he possesses numerous Biloxian talismans. Merely from the inheritance of the pill path, he must have acquired quite a few. 2 from the 10th tier, 4 from the 11th, 8 from the 12th, 16 from the 13th, 32 from the 14th, 64 from the 15th, 128 from the 16th, 256 from the 17th, and 512 from the 18th. Upon calculation, he possesses a total of 1,040 Biloxian talismans. Such an entity gracing the Biloxian realm is akin to playing a game, a mortal reveling in the extraordinary. The discussions were fervent, and shock rippled through the crowd. Envy and resentment brewed among the formidable, with Xiao Yan harboring the deepest animosity towards Junqiya, as he believed that Junqiya had betrayed him. In truth, Junqiya was innocent. He had not even touched Morong Yener, and the closest distance between them was a full 3 meters. Congratulations, Junqiya has obtained the greatest treasure of the 9 pinnacles and the Dan Dao legacy. The treasure included Cultivation Enhancement 3, Domain Enhancement 333, 999 9th grade spirit pills, 99 pills ranging from 1st to 9th grade, 1 supreme void cauldron, 1 heart of Balo, 99 celestial sources, and 9 holy sources. A voice, imbued with the weight of time, announced the rewards. Junqiya had achieved another pinnacle, and this reward surpassed all previous ones in both quantity and rarity, with several items increased in number. As the sound reverberated, streams of radiant light descended upon Junqiya, who diligently stored the rewards within his realm. This spectacle ignited envy among countless prodigies. It resembled the act of transporting the treasure trove of the Bailuo celestial realm. Each item was enough to incite frenzied competition among them. In the end, the beams of light scattered, transforming into spiritual and celestial energy that flowed into the supreme void cauldron. The massive cauldron rapidly diminished in size, ultimately resting in Junqiya's palm, now no larger than a hand. Simultaneously, his cultivation soared. In a mere 10 seconds, he ascended from the 6th grade entry into the Saint realm to the pinnacle of the 9th grade entry into the Saint realm. Do you wish to seize from me? Junqiya stood aloft, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. With a soft utterance, he moved his consciousness, and the celestial star pavilion appeared before him. However, he refrained from entering the pavilion, offering the other formidable beings an opportunity to seize from him. After all, the majority of the prodigies within the immortal realm of Biluo would be obliterated. By taking action himself, he would merely be granting them liberation. Yet, no one dared to make a move. Junqiya cast a serene glance at the multitude of powerful figures before finally stepping into the celestial star pavilion. With a resounding hum, the pavilion, infused with stellar power and brilliance, transformed into a shooting star, soaring towards the heavens. Such audacity, such dominion, such unparalleled talent, such defiance against fate. Countless prodigious beings and alchemists watched in astonishment as the celestial star pavilion departed, their hearts shaken. The impression Junqiya left upon them was one of arrogance, tyranny, and extraordinary prowess. Throughout the encounter, not a single soul dared to act, fearful of becoming the target of collective ire, anxious about forging a formidable enemy with a single misstep, and concerned about incurring the wrath of the Alchemist Guild. A figure like Junqiya surely possessed an extraordinary status. Did he lack means of self-preservation? If he were not to be eliminated, an unending pursuit and bounty awaited them, a fate none desired. Upon witnessing the devastating potential of the Celestial Star Pavilion, they all felt relieved for their restraint, for even that flying treasure alone could annihilate them. Chapter 139, Saint Moon Yao. I never anticipated Junqiya to be so astonishing. What was originally intended to be a month-long alchemical inheritance concluded in merely an hour. Junqiya has once again claimed the top spot. The rewards this time are unparalleled, surpassing the combined total of several other peaks. instilling envy and jealousy in countless hearts, each filled with a fierce longing. On the fourth day following the conclusion of the Dan Dao inheritance, the last peak was finally unveiled. However, it was beyond the reach of Jun Qiao, separated by an insurmountable distance. Yet, Jun Qiao felt no regret, for he alone had attained 3 of the 9 illustrious peaks of the Biloxian realm. Particularly remarkable was the reward from the Dan Dao inheritance, which exceeded all his expectations. Cultivation? It was futile, as he had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank. His progress halted, and a breakthrough into the sacred realm was no trivial matter. One could only await the right opportunity. As time passed, day by day, the 43rd day in the Biloxian realm arrived. The 9 great peaks had all drawn to a close. A resonant voice echoed, followed by radiant beams of light that enveloped the living prodigies, ascending towards the heavens. In an instant, all the extraordinary beings of the Biloxian realm were transported to the Biloxian city. The Biloxian city resembled an ethereal paradise, shrouded in mist and surrounded by spiritual energy. Under the glow of the morning sun, it appeared even more exquisite, a true spectacle of beauty. The arrival of countless powerful beings made the Biloxian city bustling with life. Within the celestial city, a voice of profound gravitas resonated once more. Meanwhile, a colossal screen materialized in the sky above the city. Upon this grand display were the images, along with succinct details, of those who possessed the heart of Biluo. The first individual showcased was Jun Xie, a 16-year-old youth, whose exquisite features and chiseled contours evoked the ethereal beauty of a celestial being. His presence was one of transcendent elegance, captivating all with his graceful demeanor. The second figure was Ming Rao, a middle-aged man of 68, whose appearance was rather unremarkable in comparison. The screen revealed only 7 individuals, as Jun Xie alone had acquired 3 hearts of Biluo, making him the youngest and most striking among them. The others paled in comparison to his resplendence. Even Xiao Yan, despite his own charm, seemed to belong to a different realm altogether when juxtaposed with Jun Xie. Such beauty, such youth, such extraordinary allure, such admiration. Countless onlookers gazed at the information displayed on the screen, marveling at the heavens' favoritism towards Jun Xie, whose youthfulness and mesmerizing looks rendered him nothing short of perfection, superlative perfection. In an instant, a multitude of enchanting women were enraptured, their eyes sparkling with infatuation. They had not anticipated that Jun Xie would be such a breathtaking presence. Sheng Yueyao, observing Jun Xie on the grand screen, found herself profoundly shaken. As the princess of the Holy Moon Empire, she had encountered countless extraordinary individuals, yet none compared to Jun Xie. He was the sole person capable of stirring her heart. Previously, she had only heard the announcement of his ethereal voice and knew of his prodigious reputation. However, witnessing his true form left her utterly captivated. Indeed, the Holy Moon spoke coldly. She had never been one to flatter others, yet upon seeing Jun Xie on the grand screen, she could not help but concur with her sister's praise, as she found no faults to criticize. She had always considered herself exceptional, only to realize that the young man was her equal, if not superior. Frustration washed over her, entering the Bailuo celestial realm with her sister's innate talents. Acquiring the Bailuo celestial talisman should have been effortless. However, the 9 paramount figures seemed to deliberately elude them, always perfectly missing their grasp, leaving them with no opportunity to seize the talisman. This predicament was both amusing and exasperating. Jun Xie furrowed his brow as he felt a chilling gaze fixed upon him, one brimming with animosity, akin to a vendetta. This perplexed him. He had only recently arrived in the heavenly Xian sacred domain and had swiftly entered the Bailuo celestial realm, knowing only his 5th senior sister and Mu Rongyener. He was entirely unfamiliar with anyone else. Did he truly have an enemy here? His eyes followed the source of the gaze, landing on a young man who appeared to be around 20 years old, elegant and striking, a true gem among men. Yet, he was a complete stranger. Was this individual unwell? Jun Xie approached him step by step, his irritation palpable. Is there something wrong with your mind? I have done nothing to provoke you. Why do you harbor such hostility towards me? Regardless, in Bailuo Immortal City, combat is prohibited, so a curse here is inconsequential. Jun Xie, do you have something with Yenu? Xiao Yan glared at Jun Xie as he approached, his gaze burning with fury. Surely, this scoundrel has been toying with Yenner. With such looks and charm, Yenner must have been utterly captivated, ultimately becoming his plaything. In that moment, He justified Murong Yenner's actions, placing all blame upon Jun Xie. The reason was simple. Jun Xie was just too handsome, too enchanting. Yenner? Are you out of your mind? Jun Xie was taken aback. How could I possibly know your Yenner? Are you insinuating that something transpired between us? So, you believe I have wronged you? That is utterly unjust. I do not even know who Yenner is. Chapter 140. Murong Yenner, right? Come find me tonight. Jun Xie did not recognize the youth before him, as he had not paid attention to the giant screen. However, others were familiar with him and Xiao Yan. The sight of Jun Xie and Xiao Yan together instantly drew countless curious glances. Could it be that these two bore a grudge? This promised to be quite the spectacle. Jun Xie was a mythical prodigy within by Luo Immortal realm, and Xiao Yan had once possessed a peak treasure. Their encounter would undoubtedly be thrilling. Haha, Xiao Yan has been outshone by Jun Xie. Is this truly happening? Now, this is amusing. Xiao Yan has been outshone by Jun Xie. To be honest, if I were a woman, I would undoubtedly adorn Xiao Yan with a metaphorical cap, for Jun Xie is simply too handsome and beguiling to resist his allure. I, too, wish to be Jun Xie's woman. However, it seems rather misplaced. Jun Xie does not even recognize Xiao Yan. How unfortunate for Jun Xie, who is unaware of someone named Yenner. How amusing it is that countless onlookers can instantly perceive that Xiao Yan mistakenly believes Jun Xie has betrayed him, while in reality, Jun Xie has no knowledge of this Yenner. At this moment, many cannot help but chuckle, yet they dare not provoke Xiao Yan, nor challenge Jun Xie. Xiao Yan. At this juncture, a melodious and sweet voice resonated. This voice was familiar to Xiao Yan, having graced his ears for 2 decades. Jun Xie also felt a sense of familiarity, as though he had heard it somewhere before. The two turned towards the source of the voice. It was you, Yenner. Upon seeing the newcomer, Jun Xie was momentarily taken aback. It was she, the self-assured lady who believed her beauty entitled her to request the Bai Luo Immortal talisman. He had not anticipated encountering her so soon again. Simultaneously, Xiao Yan called out to Yenner, as the main character had arrived. She was indeed very beautiful. Jun Xie was fortunate. But what does beauty matter? She is merely a plaything for Jun Xie, subject to his whims. Haha, one can only imagine how she might be toyed with. It turns out she was the one who adorned Xiao Yan with a metaphorical cap. Now, a delightful spectacle is on the horizon. Unfortunately, a confrontation may not ensue. Otherwise, it would provide a captivating sight for the spectators. Never one to shy away from trouble, a tumultuous uproar erupted among countless talented individuals. What was once a mere rumor had now morphed into an undeniable reality. In that instant, a grimace contorted Xiao Yan's face, a reflection of his inner turmoil. The entire world now knew he had been cuckolded by Jun Xie. Even if, by some miracle, he had not been betrayed, the mere whisper of it had already tarnished his reputation. The power of public opinion is indeed formidable. Xiao Yan, do you not feel ashamed? Murmured Murong Yenner, her exquisite visage flushed with embarrassment. This was humiliating. Initially, she had intended merely to provoke Xiao Yan, never anticipating that he would take her words to heart, and now he was confronting Jun Xie. You may disregard your dignity, but I still cling to mine. How shall I face the world henceforth? Frustration consumed her, and she yearned for a place to hide. Murong Yenner, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Did you possess any sense of honor while cavorting about? Only now do you care for your reputation, casting aspersions upon me? I shall not let this go unpunished. And you, Jun Xie, I will make you wish you had never been born. Xiao Yan seethed, his rage reaching a boiling point. Shameful? When you consorted with the dregs. Did you ever contemplate disgrace? You, who once carried yourself with such arrogance, would not even allow me to hold your hand. Yet, here you are, acting so promiscuously. In that moment, Xiao Yan's mind twisted in anguish, as though possessed. Indeed, as the esteemed prince of the Tianyang Empire, a paragon of excellence, it was permissible for him to seek pleasure, yet he could not bear the thought of the woman he cherished being sullied in any way. Such is the nature of man. Now that he had discovered his betrayal, was there any semblance of honor left? His desire was to see Jun Xie and Murong Yenner suffer immensely. Xiao Yan, you scoundrel. You maintain ambiguous relations with other women, subjecting me to humiliation in my presence. Upon acquiring 3 celestial talismans, when I requested one, you chose to bestow 2 upon another woman. You expressed a desire to seize the celestial talisman from Jun Xie. My intention was merely to dissuade you from pursuing him, yet you misconstrued my intentions as an affair with Jun Xie. In provoking my ire, do you expect me to remain passive? I never anticipated that you would so brazenly insult me, Morong Yener. Tears of crystalline purity streamed down my cheeks. Innocence holds greater significance than life itself for a girl. And to think that my childhood companion would misinterpret and humiliate me in such a manner pushed me beyond my limits. Beside me, Jun Xie stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his features. Little did I know, there was a story entwined within this chaos. One that involved me. Why am I being unjustly implicated in this predicament? It feels utterly unfair. Young Master Xie, I am wronged. Jun Xie's mind raced with a cacophony of thoughts, realizing the absurdity of the situation. As a man, one must possess confidence and trust in his partner. However, this is contingent upon ensuring that she does not encounter Jun Xie, for when in his presence, even the most exceptional of women find themselves rendered immobile by jealousy. In the celestial talisman city, countless powerful beings teleported here, converging in a singular location. At this moment, there were no less than 200,000 to 300,000 formidable entities present. Witnessing the unfolding situation, numerous extraordinary individuals began to murmur, seemingly coming to the realization that a misunderstanding lay at the heart of it all. Xiaoyan, too, grasped the unfolding narrative. The character of Morong Yener is well understood. She would certainly never commit any act that would betray him. Reflecting on it, he realizes that it was indeed his own misunderstanding of Morong Yener, who, in her moment of anger, had played into his misconceptions. Thus, he has been perpetually misjudging her, and he feels remorse for having wronged her. Yener, he feels a deep sense of shame towards Xiaoyan. Yet, his heart swells with immense joy. He has not been betrayed, and that is splendid. Yener remains true to him. Just as he is about to apologize, Jun Xie interjects. Xiaoyan, were it not for the rules of the Biluo Immortal City, you would already be dead. Morong Yener, isn't that right? Today, you shall come to my room. Jun Xie's gaze is indifferent as he glances at Xiaoyan. Do you think I am so easily provoked? Jun Xie has never been a benign figure. Once provoked, one must face the consequences. As he speaks, his gaze shifts to Morong Yener, and he reaches out to pinch her exquisite little face, an action akin to playing with a small creature. Chapter 141. Xiaoyan has lost his mind. Morong Yener, teased by Jun Xie, instantly feels her cheeks flush with embarrassment, her heart racing. Simultaneously, she comprehends that Jun Xie would indeed acquiesce to her request, albeit at a price. Of course, Jun Xie is not the person she had envisioned. He is an entity beyond reproach. How could she not feel mortified, being toyed with in front of so many? By the time she regains her composure, Jun Xie has already departed, leaving behind a striking silhouette, casting a cold glance at Xiaoyan. Morong Yener turns and rushes in pursuit of Jun Xie. Yener, calls Xiaoyan. Upon witnessing this scene, he felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, and a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. He never anticipated that all of this turmoil stemmed from his own actions. Now, the situation had escalated. He had misunderstood the relationship between Morong Yener and Jun Xie, which had created a rift between them that seemed irreparable. Just moments ago, Jun Xie had brazenly teased his fiancée before a multitude of formidable beings. He could only stand by helplessly, unable to intervene. The primary reason for this was Morong Yener's lack of resistance. It was evident that she would seek out Jun Xie, and in that moment, she would become his plaything, subject to his whims. The thought of it pierced his heart, leaving him breathless with anguish. In the Biluoxian city, a cacophony of laughter erupted, turning Xiaoyan into a complete joke. After Jun Xie departed, he randomly chose a palace within the city to reside in. Upon entering, a protective barrier materialized above the palace, signifying its occupancy and demonstrating formidable defenses that would prevent outsiders from intruding without permission. Young Master Jun, Morong Yener pursued Jun Xie. However, the throngs of people in Biluoxian city made it a daunting task. By the time she finally located him, he had already entered the palace, and the barrier descended, obscuring his figure from view. Watching Jun Xie disappear within the palace, Morong Yener's heart was torn. Was it truly necessary for her to seek out Jun Xie? She understood that Jun Xie had deliberately summoned her, clearly intending to humiliate Xiaoyan rather than harbor any feelings for her. After all, for someone as exceptional as Jun Xie, attracting a woman would be as effortless as beckoning with a finger. However, if she chose not to seek him out, she would forfeit any chance she might have had. The Biluoxian talismans had become a foregone conclusion. Only Jun Xie possessed a multitude of them. In essence, he held the fates of countless individuals in his hands. If she did not approach him tonight, he would undoubtedly rebuff any future entreaties. She had learned from past experiences. Humph. Xiaoyan, you betrayed me first. I cannot simply perish here. Murong Yin'er wrestled with her thoughts, and after an indeterminate amount of time, clarity dawned upon her. Dying here would mean the end of everything. Were it anyone else, she would prefer death over selling herself out. Yet, the person in question was Jun Xie, that strikingly handsome youth, a prodigy of exceptional talent, embodying the ideals of her heart. She was willing to offer herself to him. Moreover, given that Xiaoyan had betrayed her first, was it not her right to pursue her own happiness? With this realization, her heart felt considerably lighter. Standing before the palace, Murong Yin'er hesitated, but it was not a choice of her own making. If she departed now, what if Jun Xie emerged? Yet, if she remained, she had no idea how long she would be left standing there. Time slipped away, second by second. An hour passed, 2 hours, 5 hours. Night fell. Daybreak arrived. Murong Yin'er stood before the palace of Jun Xie from dawn until dusk, and then from dusk until the break of day, unwavering for an entire day without departing from the palace. Countless individuals bore witness to this scene, and the tale spread throughout the Emerald City. Truly, Murong Yin'er was stunningly beautiful. If I possessed the talisman of the Emerald City, I would undoubtedly bestow it upon her. Haha. Such a beautiful girl would surely be toyed with by Jun Xie. She would undoubtedly be subjected to intense scrutiny. It seemed that Jun Xie paid her no heed. Xiaoyan was the greatest jest of all. Numerous speculations circulated, having long since reached the ears of both Xiaoyan and Murong Yin'er. Yet, Murong Yin'er remained resolute, steadfastly awaiting Jun Xie's emergence from the palace. How infuriating! Where could Jun Xie be? I longed to rid myself of Murong Yin'er. Within a palace in the city of Immortals, Xiaoyan was in a frenzy. He had searched high and low, yet could not locate Murong Yin'er. Otherwise, he would have whisked her away long ago, for the embarrassment was unbearable. More than mere shame, he feared being humiliated. The thought of Murong Yin'er being toyed with by Jun Xie pained him deeply. With that, he burst from the palace, resuming his search throughout the Emerald City. He felt reluctant to inquire about the whereabouts of Jun Xie and Murong Yin'er. The sky grew increasingly dark, and at last, the final rays of the setting sun vanished, enveloping the world in darkness. At long last, Xiaoyan beheld a breathtaking silhouette, one that appeared enigmatic and exquisite beneath the cloak of night, brimming with boundless imagination. This figure was none other than his betrothed, Murong Yin'er. She stood motionless before a grand palace, upright and graceful, exuding an air of unparalleled pride. In that moment, Xiaoyan was consumed by an overwhelming fury, for this haughty woman awaited the arrival of a man to open the door for her, anticipating his favor and the whims of his affection. Though his anger surged, he stifled it, for his sole intention now was to whisk Murong Yin'er away to his own palace and subject her to his will. A woman who had eluded his grasp and yet allowed others to covet her was an affront he could not tolerate. Thus, he resolved to ruin her. With heavy footsteps, he advanced towards Murong Yin'er, each step laden with the weight of his resolve. Suddenly, the palace's protective barrier dissolved, and the grand doors swung open. Chapter 142. Who truly benefits? Xiaoyan felt the heaviness of his breath, each stride feeling as though it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. As he approached Murong Yin'er, he intended to take her to his palace and annihilate her spirit. Even if it meant her destruction, it was infinitely preferable to being humiliated by her infidelity. Moreover, a woman he could not possess must not be allowed to belong to another. Closing the distance, 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters, he sensed a gentle breeze carrying the faint fragrance of Murong Yin'er. Just then, as the palace doors opened, a delicate blush graced her exquisite visage, accompanied by a hint of excitement. At last, she had awaited the opening of the door by Jun Xie for a full day and a half. Her body remained utterly still, yet her heart comprehended the truth. Jun Xie was testing her, or perhaps this was a deliberate ploy. Nonetheless, she had made her decision. Even if it meant waiting until the end of the Balo fairyland, she would not depart. This was her singular opportunity to accompany Jun Xie, for her future would undoubtedly be more splendid by his side. With her long, graceful legs in motion, she advanced towards the palace with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, Murong Yin'er entered the palace, fearing that Jun Xie might once again shut the gates. The moment she crossed the threshold, a radiant barrier enveloped her, rendering her invisible within the palace's confines. Murong Yin'er, you wretched woman. Xiaoyan could scarcely fathom that he was merely tens of meters away from her. For someone of his formidable prowess, such a distance was trivial. Yet, It was this very distance that thwarted his efforts, driving him to the brink of madness. He could envision Morong Yenner entering Jun Xie's palace, ensnared in a whirlwind of passion with him. The thought of his fiancée entwined with another man was unbearable, causing him to spit blood in anguish. This was more torturous than death itself. At that moment, his roars echoed in vain. The powerful beings who passed by regarded his outburst with disdainful smiles, their expressions tinged with scorn. Here stood a paragon of excellence, publicly betrayed by his betrothed, and all of it was a consequence of his own misguided assumptions. Though nothing had transpired, he had erroneously suspected his fiancée of infidelity. Now, she had indeed betrayed him, and worse still, it was done before his very eyes. Xiao Yan, in a bid to curry favor with other girls, presented 2 exquisite Balo talismans to them in the presence of his fiancée, deliberately withholding them from her. Such a cat deserves to be forsaken. With a heart full of trepidation, Morong Yenner stepped cautiously into the palace. At that moment, her stunning visage was suffused with a deep crimson hue. She lost track of time until she finally entered the chamber, where she found Jun Xie reclining nonchalantly in a chair, idly toying with a lustrous jade orb. He seemed utterly indifferent to her arrival, not sparing her a single glance. Witnessing this disheartening scene, Morong Yenner felt a chill seep into her heart. She realized she had grossly underestimated Jun Xie. In his eyes, she was inconsequential. Coming to a halt 3 meters from him, she performed a graceful bow and greeted him. "Have you thought it through?" Jun Xie inquired, his tone leisurely, never once lifting his gaze from the jade. "Yes, I have thought it through," Morong Yenner replied softly. Her cheeks flushed and her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her dress. In that moment, her former pride and self-importance had dissipated, for she recognized the extraordinary power and might of Jun Xie. In his presence, she felt utterly insignificant. Now, she also comprehended the implications of his words, which undoubtedly suggested a desire for her body. A wave of sorrow washed over her. For the sake of her future and the Balo talismans, she felt compelled to humble herself. As for relinquishing her body, she would not categorize it as such, for to her, surrendering to Jun Xie did not equate to a loss. In a manner of speaking, it was a form of gain. She took advantage of the situation. With Jun Xie's ethereal beauty and celestial countenance, he held a status in the eyes of women akin to that of a goddess in the eyes of men. One might ponder who truly benefits from whom. Other women, even if they wished to be with Jun Xie, had yet to find an opportunity. Therefore, she felt fortunate. "Kneel down and call me daddy." Jun Xie lifted his gaze, withdrawing it from the jade bead, and scrutinized Morong Yenner's stunning visage. Gradually, his eyes descended. Her flawless figure, with long, fair legs, perfectly straight and smooth, was undoubtedly captivating. Upon hearing his words, Morong Yenner's exquisite face underwent a dramatic transformation. Was this an insult? However, she quickly realized that many men favored such a tone. To her surprise, this young man also appreciated it. Although he was not disparaging her, she still felt a profound sense of embarrassment, finding it difficult to respond. After all, she was the daughter of the foremost family in the Tianyang Empire, destined to be the future crown princess. Yet now, she was expected to kneel before Jun Xie and call him daddy. Would she still retain her dignity afterward? Chapter 143, Young Master. "May I remain with Yenner? It seems you have not considered this carefully, or perhaps you have yet to comprehend your standing here with me. To aspire to be Jun Xie's woman? Ha ha ha. You may leave." Jun Xie regarded Morong Yenner's expression and spoke with a casual tone, concluding with a hearty laugh. "To think of becoming my woman? What a jest. At most, she is merely a follower or perhaps a maid." "Young master, does Yenner fail to grasp your meaning? Could it be that you do not desire Yenner's body?" Morong Yenner trembled, nearly on the brink of collapse. After all this time, she realized she had been presumptuous. Jun Xie was not lusting after her form, but she had overthought it. Then what did it mean when he ordered her to kneel and call him father? Was she, Morong Yenner, deemed unworthy to be his woman, merely regarded as a maid or a subordinate? In that moment, her intellect sparked, and she discerned Jun Xie's true thoughts. "You need not understand, leave." Jun Xie's icy voice resonated, devoid of the previous gentleness, now resembling a ferocious beast on the verge of wrath. Father Morong Yenner's exquisite visage flushed crimson, as if it were about to bleed. Instead of retreating, she took a few steps forward, her graceful, elongated legs kneeling before Jun Xie, softly calling out "Father." She understood that if she left this moment, she would never have the chance to return. In your life, you possess 2 virtues. One is your appearance, and the other is this choice you have made. Jun Xie remarked with an indifferent tone, devoid of joy or sorrow. Murong Yinner was oblivious to Jun Xie's current emotions. Thank you for your praise, young master. She replied softly, raising her head to reveal her stunning face, her eyes shimmering like water. Her address for Jun Xie has changed. No longer referring to him as young master Jun, but simply as young master. Though this alteration may seem minor, it signifies that she has embraced her identity as Jun Xie's own. She has come to understand her role and status. After bathing, Jun Xie rose and, with a casual gesture, lifted Murong Yinner's chin, his actions flirtatious and teasing. Murong Yinner stood, her long, elegant legs revealing red marks above her knees, evidently a result of her recent kneeling. With her cheeks flushed, she assisted Jun Xie in undressing, fully immersing herself in the role of a maid. Subsequently, Jun Xie entered the expansive white jade pool in the back of the bedroom, reclining in the warm water that exuded a gentle mist. Murong Yinner, her face crimson and heart racing, shed her outer garments, leaving only a layer of sheer fabric that rendered her perfect form tantalizingly visible. She knelt behind Jun Xie, massaging his shoulders. 10 minutes later, as Jun Xie emerged from the bath, Murong Yinner felt an overwhelming urge to find a hiding place, her embarrassment almost unbearable. Yet, she dared not hesitate and quickly stepped forward to assist him in changing clothes. Return now, Jun Xie commanded with a wave of his hand, causing 3 Balo talismans to materialize before Murong Yinner. He then reclined on the spacious bed, closing his eyes as if to signal that he desired solitude, leaving Murong Yinner momentarily stunned. Young master, may Yinner remain? She inquired, taking the Balo talismans, her heart inexplicably stirred. For this, she had intertwined her fate with Jun Xie, and now she had finally attained it. Yet, she felt an inexplicable sense of discontent. What was it that she truly desired? In that moment, Murong Yinner found herself engulfed in confusion. However, one thing was certain, she could not leave this place tonight. Should she choose to depart, the entire Bailuosian city would undoubtedly learn that she, Murong Yinner, had not captured the interest of Jun Xie. The whispers and gossip that would ensue were unimaginable. Indeed, her arrival at Jun Xie's abode would have already circulated through Bailuosian city, tarnishing her reputation to a mere shadow of its former self. This was a scenario she had anticipated. Yet now, if she were to step outside, it would be far worse than simply being disparaged. Thus, she resolved to remain here tonight. Let us rest, Jun Xie stated, casting a glance at Murong Yinner. Fully aware of her inner turmoil, he had to consider his own position as well. Should Murong Yinner leave now, the formidable beings lurking outside would surely declare him unworthy. Thank you, my lord, Murong Yinner replied, a wave of joy washing over her, accompanied by a flicker of gratitude. Nervously, she approached Jun Xie, her delicate frame trembling as she lay beside the bed, her heart racing. It was crucial to note that she was clad only in a thin layer of gauze. And the prospect of sharing the same bed as Jun Xie, this was her first experience in such close proximity to a male. And indeed her first time being alone in a room with one. What if Jun Xie were to have ulterior motives? Her thoughts spiraled into a chaotic frenzy. At that moment, Jun Xie waved his hand, casting a spell that extinguished the luminous stones within the palace, plunging the entire space into darkness, where the sound of their heartbeats echoed in the silence. The faint scent of her body wafted into Jun Xie's nostrils, causing his blood to surge with vitality. Regardless of the circumstances, Murong Yinner was undeniably beautiful. At this moment, lying together, Jun Xie, in the prime of his youth, could hardly contain his fervor. Chapter 144 should have unlocked a certain position. Outside the palace, in the shadows, Xiao Yin remained, consumed by anguish. His heart bled, for she was his fiancée, yet, due to his own actions, he had sent such a stunning childhood friend into another man's embrace. What, at this moment, were Murong Yinner and Jun Xie engaged in? Time slipped away, and the palace was enveloped in darkness. He knew they had succumbed to slumber, or perhaps Murong Yinner was indulging in sweet whispers of passion. Nestled in Jun Xie's arms, Jun Xie, Murong Yinner, time ebbed and flowed, and one day, I shall ensure you experience torment beyond measure. Regretting the humiliation you have inflicted upon me today, Xiao Yin vowed. With heavy steps, he departed the palace. The following day, before Jun Xie's palace, there were always those who passed by with feigned indifference. As dawn broke, Murong Yinner finally emerged from the palace. Her long, graceful legs, pale and smooth, bore faint red marks upon her knees, which, under the gaze of other powerful beings, ignited a flurry of fantasies in their minds. They wondered just how many positions Jun Xie and Murong Yenner had unlocked the previous night. In truth, Jun Xie and Murong Yenner had not engaged in any significant actions. Rather, it was early morning when Murong Yenner awoke. A beautiful leg draped over Jun Xie, with a pair of delicate hands embracing his arm, exuding an indescribable intimacy. Upon witnessing this scene, Murong Yenner felt an overwhelming urge to disappear into the ground. Yet, there was an undeniable sense of safety and warmth. After departing from Jun Xie's palace, Murong Yenner found residence in a palace adjacent to his. This morning, I observed Murong Yenner emerging from Jun Xie's palace. I also noticed the crimson marks on her knee, indicative of having unlocked a certain position. Last night must have been utterly enchanting. One can only imagine the vivid imagery. Xiaoyan, you surely did not sleep well last night. In the ethereal city of Biluo, whispers circulated about Jun Xie and Murong Yenner, with Xiaoyan's name also mentioned. The once oppressive atmosphere of the celestial city had transformed into one of lightness. Scoundrels! Wretched couple! From Xiaoyan's palace, echoes of furious roars and howls resounded, as countless discussions regarding Jun Xie and Murong Yenner reached his ears. In truth, he was already aware of it all without needing others to inform him. Jun Xie summoned Murong Yenner to his palace, and she complied. What could they possibly do late at night, if not cultivate? Indeed, cultivation it was, merely two souls engaging in physical training together. Time flowed inexorably onward. 10 days passed. And the day arrived when those possessing the Biluo celestial talisman were filled with unparalleled excitement, for they were about to enter Biluo Lake for cultivation. Meanwhile, the formidable beings lacking the talisman felt an unsettling dread, for it would not be long before they faced annihilation. Thoroughly ensconced within the ethereal realm of Biluo, countless souls have sought the enigmatic Jun Xie over the past few days, willing to pay a staggering price for a single Biluo talisman. Not for any other reason, but to escape the confines of this mystical sanctuary alive. Yet, they have not even caught a glimpse of Jun Xie, for he has remained sequestered within his palace. Murong Yenner has periodically ventured into Jun Xie's abode, and the intentions behind her visits are well understood by all. In truth, during these days, Jun Xie has had little interaction with Murong Yenner. Her presence has been limited to offering him shoulder massages, back rubs, or attending to him during his baths. The remainder of his time has been devoted to cultivation, assimilating the rewards he has garnered, mastering treasures, and enhancing his formidable prowess. Presently, his cultivation has ascended to the 9th rank of the saintly realm, merely a step away from the half-saint realm. He has also gained mastery over the Supreme War God Tower, the Supreme Creation Hall, and the Supreme Void Cauldron. In just 10 days, Jun Xie's strength has surged remarkably, and coupled with the divine techniques and treasures he commands, he could effortlessly annihilate even a half-saint should he cross paths with one. My lord, will you be attending the assessment at the Biluo Palace today? Murong Yenner inquired while assisting Jun Xie with his shoulder massage in the chamber. In this moment, she appeared entirely as a devoted maid before him, akin to a docile kitten, devoid of any trace of haughtiness. Yes, you may proceed to cultivate by Biluo Lake, Jun Xie replied, rising from his seat. Of course, Murong Yenner responded promptly, helping him arrange his garments before they departed the palace together. As Jun Xie gazed upon the palace's entrance, he beheld a multitude of formidable beings. He was acutely aware of their purpose for congregating there. Esteemed Jun, I offer a rare treasure in exchange for a Biluo Immortal talisman. What say you? Another voice chimed in. I too wish to acquire a Biluo Immortal talisman. Jun, what is required to obtain a Biluo Immortal talisman? Brother Jun, you possess so many Biluo Immortal talismans. Surely one could be spared for me? I am willing to meet any conditions you may impose, without negotiation. Indeed, esteemed Jun Xie, might you exchange a Biluo Immortal talisman with us? Jun, I shall forever follow you, serving as your maid. All I desire is a single Biluo Immortal talisman. Upon the emergence of Jun Xie, countless powerful individuals hastily surrounded him, their demeanor a poignant display of humility. Faced with the specter of mortality, they had no choice but to grovel. For even the mightiest among them, the prodigies of their realm, feared death more than anything else, for in death, all would be lost. Chapter 145, Jun Xie. What transpired between you and Murong Yenner? With that, he declared, today, let us present 30 Biluo Immortal talismans. The higher the price offered, the greater the chance of acquiring one. Yenner, you shall oversee this. Jun Xie surveyed the throng of strong individuals before him, There were no fewer than several hundred present. Moreover, more powerful beings continued to arrive, undoubtedly aware that Jun Qie would soon depart the palace to partake in the assessments at the Balo Immortal Palace. Hence, they gathered here to intercept him. Jun Qie understood their rationale all too well. Over 1,000 Balo celestial talismans lay before her, yet she required merely one. The rest, if left unused, would serve her better if exchanged for resources. Rest assured, my lord, I shall take care of this. Murong Yinner nodded, her expression radiant. Yet her heart brimmed with a desire for retribution. Did you not delight in mocking me? How much better are you than I, Murong Yinner? You are indeed beneath me. For I willingly follow Jun Qie, while you are now beholden to my whims. Your very lives rest in my hands. Although this power is derived from Jun Qie, what of it? It is my own prowess. Jun Qie nodded, and with a casual flick of his wrist, a spatial ring soared toward Murong Yinner, containing 30 Balo celestial talismans. He then turned and walked away, heading towards the Balo celestial palace to receive his inheritance, leaving all else to her. Thank you, my lord, Murong Yinner expressed with heartfelt gratitude as she watched his retreating figure. She understood this was all orchestrated by Jun Qie, intentionally entrusting her with this task to signify her esteemed position by his side, delegating such a significant responsibility to her. Subsequently, with a graceful wave of her delicate hand, countless blank jade slips fluttered forth, each inscribed with a number, as she announced the prices for exchanging Balo celestial talismans. Each individual was afforded but a single opportunity. I shall select 30 from these bids. Those fortunate enough to be chosen will receive the Balo celestial talismans. This is your sole chance. Should you fail to be selected this time, no further opportunities to acquire Balo celestial talismans from my lord will arise. Murong Yinner spoke, articulating the rules clearly. This approach was remarkably simple yet profoundly practical. To acquire the Balo Immortal Talisman, one must demonstrate their utmost skills and sacrifices. Any hesitance could result in disqualification, rendering one unable to compete in the future. In essence, this was a singular opportunity. Miss it, and it would be lost forever. The Balo Immortal Palace, situated at the heart of Balo Immortal City, towered 1,000 feet high. Upon the arrival of Jun Qie, others had already gathered, including Xiao Yan. Jun Qie, what have you done with Murong Yinner? Xiao Yan's eyes blazed with fury at the sight of Jun Qie, as if he wished to flay him alive. It was important to note that Murong Yinner was his betrothed, a cherished possession. Even if he no longer desired her, he could not allow another to claim her. Currently, having failed to pursue Sheng Yu Yao and having discarded the Balo Immortal Talisman, he could not simply ask for it back. More significantly, Murong Yinner had forsaken him, rushing into Jun Qie's embrace, publicly humiliating him. Everyone in the Balo Immortal realm was aware of it, leaving the esteemed prince of the Tianyang Empire with no face to show. Faced with his adversary, Xiao Yan felt the urge to strike, but the regulations of Balo Immortal City restrained him. What business is it of yours what I do with Murong Yinner? Do I need your permission to pursue women? Jun Qie chuckled. Who do you think you are? 30 years of prosperity may shift, but I have no intention of letting you off easily. Do you believe I am so easily provoked? Haha. How has young Master Jun been these days? A young man beside him burst into hearty laughter. His name was Zhu Tianjiu, a prodigious powerhouse at the pinnacle of the 9th rank, who had once vied with Xiao Yan for supremacy, but had been outpaced. He harbored a lingering discontent. Yet fortune smiled upon him as he encountered other peaks. However, he was devoted to the path of the sword, yearning for a legacy of swordsmanship. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. While Xiao Yan harbored deep animosity towards Jun Qie, Zhu Tianjiu regarded him as an ally. It would be unwise to oppose such a formidable genius. Quite delightful. Though it has left me rather fatigued, Jun Qie replied with a smile. In truth, he felt neither delight nor fatigue. He had done nothing with Murong Yinner, for such intimate matters were best reserved for his fiancée, Bai Mingming. After all, as a dignified powerhouse of the Holy Realm, the eternal divine demon body would hardly succumb to such trivial exhaustion. Jun Qie, I am determined to tear you apart. Xiao Yan spat blood, utterly crushed by the reality that this young man had been entwined with his fiancée in blissful abandon. The mere thought of Murong Yinner in Jun Qie's embrace was enough to send him into despair. Tear me apart? How woefully misguided you are. Are you truly unaware of your own actions? It is only in loss that one recognizes value. Moreover, are you oblivious to the temperament of your childhood sweetheart? Frankly, I feel sorry for her. Jun Qie spoke coldly, his words laced with an undeniable truth. The conditioning of Xiao Yan was merely for the sake of a name. That same Xiao Yan who uttered the phrase 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, initially intended as a jest. It unexpectedly intertwined him with the affairs of Murong Yinner and Jun Qiye. Very well, since you have involved me, I shall play with you quite fiercely. Chapter 146. It turns out Jun Qiye is a Saint Array master. Boom. 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 As Jun Qiye retorted with a couple of remarks, Xiaoyan was about to respond when suddenly, a genuine thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Behold, the Bailuo Immortal Palace emanated a radiant spectrum of colors. The brilliance illuminated 100,000 miles, dazzling beyond measure. This spectacle drew the gaze of all towards the Bailuo Immortal Palace, inciting feelings of envy and admiration among countless onlookers. The Bailuo Immortal Palace is the place of inheritance. Should one successfully pass the assessment, they would obtain the legacy of the palace. Undoubtedly, the inheritance of the Bailuo Immortal Palace could surpass even the 9 supreme wonders. Bailuo Immortal Palace. Assessment duration, 10 days. Those who enter the Bailuo Immortal Palace shall be deemed to have acquired the inheritance. A celestial voice resonated through the heavens. Once the voice faded, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. However, not far from the Bailuo Immortal Palace, an ancient stele emerged, hovering before Jun Qiye and the others. This ancient stele radiated with mysterious array patterns and brilliance. Xiaoyan gazed at the ancient stele, then provocatively shot a glance at Jun Qiye, snorting coldly before striding forward. He was determined to comprehend the array patterns inscribed upon the stele, for these patterns were the key to entering the Bailuo Immortal Palace. In addition to his prowess in the sword path, he was also well versed in the path of arrays. He did not dare to claim that he could utterly defeat Jun Qiye, yet in the realm of formations, he was undoubtedly superior. Now, he intended to demonstrate his formidable prowess to Jun Qiye. After all, aside from martial arts, few excelled in other auxiliary skills. Jun Qiye would not allow himself to be belittled. He would retort without concern for status or appearance. In this world, strength is paramount. When one is powerful, every action becomes an object of admiration and imitation. Subsequently, Jun Qiye began to scrutinize the ancient stele. Upon it lay an intricate formation, concealing potent and wondrous information. Only by deciphering the formation could one access the knowledge inscribed upon the stele. To Jun Qiye, formations were trivial. As a sacred formation master, adept in the true principles of formations, he would hardly be daunted by the formations of an ancient stele. Indeed, moments later, he comprehended the formation entirely. It was a formidable and magical array, solely designed to protect the stele and the information contained therein, devoid of offensive or supportive capabilities. Merely defensive in nature. With a swift motion, Jun Qiye began to unravel the formation, his hands weaving intricate patterns that manifested before him. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of formations materialized at his command. This spectacle left Xiaoyan and the others in awe. So, you are indeed a sacred formation master, Jun Qiye. The ability to conjure formations with a mere gesture was a legendary skill of the sacred formation masters, although they had never witnessed it before. Jun Qiye's recent display could only be achieved by one of such esteemed rank. To everyone's astonishment, Jun Qiye was not merely an extraordinary elixir master, but also a revered formation master. With a single hand gesture, he propelled countless formation patterns towards the ancient monument. Subsequently, the monument quivered slightly, and a stream of mysterious and potent information surged towards Jun Qiye. Remarkably, this information was exclusively directed at him, invisible to all others. In an instant, Jun Qiye was enveloped in a state of transcendence, captivated by the profound and formidable nature of the information. He sat cross-legged, commencing the assimilation of the newly acquired knowledge. Meanwhile, the others gazed at him enviously, realizing they had already fallen behind, one step slower than Jun Qiye, who was now immersed in comprehension and cultivation. While they struggled to grasp the intricacies of the formation patterns, time elapsed, second by second, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. Thus, Jun Qiye remained seated for 5 days, with Xiaoyan, who had deciphered the formation patterns 4 days after Jun Qiye. The other 5 individuals continued their arduous efforts to unravel the formations. On the evening of the 6th day, Jun Qiye rose, his visage radiating confidence. He waved his hand, and a wondrous beam of light soared towards the Bailuo Immortal Palace, swiftly descending upon it as if consumed by the palace itself, without a hint of disturbance. Boom, boom, boom. After a full 20 breaths, the Bailuo Immortal Palace erupted in a myriad of radiant hues, golden light soaring to great heights. The spectacle was nothing short of enchanting, and amidst the golden brilliance, a staircase materialized, slowly descending before Jun Qiye. Congratulations. Jun Chia has obtained the inheritance of the Biluo Immortal Palace. Everyone may enter Biluo Lake to cultivate. After 20 days, those possessing the Biluo Immortal Talisman may depart the Biluo Immortal Realm alive, while those without it shall remain there eternally. A voice imbued with the weight of ages resonated within the Biluo Immortal Palace, announcing Jun Chia's acquisition of its legacy. Others were granted access to Biluo Lake for cultivation. However, the opportunity would conclude in 20 days. Those who possessed the Immortal Talisman would be able to leave, whereas those lacking it would be condemned to remain in the Immortal Realm forever. Such extraordinary talent, murmured Murong Yenner, her exquisite features illuminated by excitement. She had successfully exchanged 30 Biluo Immortal Talismans, acquiring countless precious cultivation resources and treasures for Jun Chia. Chapter 147, Biluo Immortal Consort. Sacred King Realm. Jun Chia ascended the staircase, step by step, until he entered the interior of the Biluo Immortal Palace. Within, it resembled an independent world, exuding a mystical and ethereal ambience, suffused with an abundance of spiritual energy. However, Jun Chia soon discovered a woman, appearing to be in her 30s. Seated upon the main throne of the palace, she was breathtakingly beautiful, unparalleled in elegance. A floral mark adorned her brow, lending her an otherworldly allure. Her features were exquisite, her figure flawless, and her long, graceful legs accentuated her captivating presence. She embodied a perfect blend of regal poise and ethereal essence, reminiscent of a celestial maiden. You? Jun Chia was taken aback. How could there be someone else here? Fortunately, on the virtual map, there are no red dots, only a solitary blue light, which unmistakably represents the woman before him. Who is this enchanting figure? She is the stunning ice goddess, the master of the palace. While this woman radiates the fiery allure of a natural beauty. Sister, I have awaited you for 9,999,000 years. The woman rises, her long, graceful legs gliding as she sways her exquisite form, approaching Jun Chia with each bewitching step, every movement exuding an intoxicating charm that quickens his pulse. This woman is even more alluring than the fifth senior sister. Wait for me. Jun Chia is momentarily taken aback, nearly losing his composure. The woman stands merely 2 meters away, a gentle fragrance enveloping him, her flawless figure on full display. I am called by Luo Xianfei, she introduces herself. A descendant of the Bai Luo fairy realm. Having obtained the legacy of the Bai Luo fairy realm, you are now my husband, and henceforth, I shall accompany you. Naturally, everything here shall belong to you. As she presents herself, the revelation nearly causes Jun Chia to stumble. To inherit the Bai Luo palace means to become your husband? What a jest! While you are undeniably beautiful and enticing, some matters are not trifles. Yet, this was not stated at the outset. What if I refuse the legacy? Jun Chia's thoughts spiral into confusion. What a farce. Had I known this, I would not have strived to claim the legacy. Now what shall I do? Do you truly disdain me so much that you would forsake the legacy to avoid me? Hearing Jun Chia's words, the immortal empress of the azure sky was momentarily taken aback. This was beyond her expectations. She had always believed that with her status, beauty, and charm,